Hi, everyone. This is Catherine Michelle, and we're here with Greg Fernandez Jr. and Sophia. And we are going to be giving you just a brief update on some information Sophia has brought forward, and it's stuff I just read today. And just want to kind of get you guys in the loop of what it is we're going to cover. We would cover tonight. They're ready. I am not. I just didn't have time to go over all of it. However, this information is vital, I believe, to the case, and it has to do with the phone records and the financial records of David and Camille Crowley. So, Sophia, could you please tell us what it is that you found?
Well, it was several things. I noticed it about a year ago, right after my hand surgery, and I was just sitting on the couch looking over files and everything. And let's go back into these files here. Some of the things that I noticed was that David stopped making phone calls in November. That he doesn't make any more phone calls or any more text messages. And I found that very odd because it wasn't lining up with what they were saying in the police report or what the friends were saying. And
can you tell us what
think.
Can you tell us what phone number that was?
It was to Midas.
But do you know? But I mean, which phone record? Like, what was David's phone number? Do you remember?
Let me go back here.
So I think that'll be really important because we have documents. We have documents on 4 phone numbers that are tied to David and Camille.
Let's see here.
And another thing that I'm going to look up here is also when did, and maybe either of you might know this too, when did Camille's father cut off their plan? Was it in October or November? I think that's why they have so many phones too.
I believe it was in October.
I think you're right on that.
And I need to go back and open these records up. Catherine, do you have anything open on your computer?
Yeah, I'm looking at the spreadsheets you created. And what is it that you wanted me to look at?
Actually, it was a member called Caleb. His name was Caleb, and he created these spreadsheets.
Oh, okay. Well, he did a fantastic job.
Right? He did an amazing job.
Yeah, I love them. They're great.
It's a great, quick guide.
Now, we probably haven't spread out there as much as we should, I think. I don't know how many people have actually seen this.
Yeah, when Sophia sent it to me today, it was like the first time I'd seen it in this format, and I'm like, this is so much easier to read, and it's right in your face that communication stopped with both of them way before any issues supposedly arose with them. You know, it doesn't coincide with the last time anybody said they talked to them, or it doesn't coincide with the timeline of David writing that email to Jason Allen. Just nothing. The phone records don't jive with the rest of everything else.
And Camille had her last 2 phone calls were to Wells Fargo, and it was that day that the payment bounced for the mortgage. And her phone calls, I believe, were to the automated system because they were after hours. And she possibly could have been transferring money, only because they were after hours.
Maybe checking her balance.
That too, yeah.
Yeah, making sure that the payment posted.
That's what I was thinking. Good Lord.
But see, this is where it got confusing for me because there are 4 different phone numbers, and I do believe at least one of those there's phone records up until January.
Well, they're showing calls coming in to these phones, but they were not answered. When you look at
Yes.
the duration of the call, it is 0 seconds, 0 seconds. So a lot of calls are still coming in to both sets of phones that David and Camille had, but there was no response from the other side.
Right.
And one phone he did have forwarded to his other phone.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, I have way too many files on this.
So I'm looking at page 42 of the 94 pages, and this is where it does show that that David or Kamel's dad did cut off this one particular phone in October.
Mm-hmm.
I just wish it would say the number. That I think.
So if that's the case, then this spreadsheet and these phone records that we're looking at for December were on the phone that they had active. So the calls, when they stop communication, David stops communication in November, Camille stops communication in December. So from that point on, these would be the only two phones that were working. And so according to these documents that are recorded and proof of their activity, there is zero activity from David starting from November 18th. Nothing. And when you look at his phone records before, he was quite active.
And he did call Chris Peck for on the 18th also. Mm-hmm. That phone number for David is 612-999-4890.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's...
He called Midas on the 26th of November. That was his very last phone call.
What is Midas? Is that the gold?
I'm not exactly sure. I took it to Midas Auto.
I'd look into the gold. Midas is tied with Alex Jones. He used to be a sponsor for Alex Jones. Look that
That's
up.
a very good thought.
Yeah, and when I'm looking at this, though, when I saw that said call to Midas, we have no idea if David made that call or if someone else made that call. Because when his last call is on the 18th, and his mom then calls him 6 times on the 20th, a text from Rick on the 20th, 18 calls from Kate on the 21st, and a text from Dan Crowley on the 22nd, 2 calls from Kate on the 22nd, and then now all of a sudden there's a call to Midas on the 26th. Now his mom had been trying to reach him and Camille. When you look at both of their phone records, Kate was calling them both all hours of the day and night, up to 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, without any response.
Yeah.
From either of them. And this is totally eye-opening. And this is why we want you, the listeners, to be prepared. We're going to do a really in-depth show on this. And Sophia, could you tell us what led you down this path again? Could you complete that story and tell us how you ended up zeroing in on this information?
Oh, there's just so many things. When you look at the police reports, and I was looking at that, and I was checking his phone records, and things just weren't adding up. Because, for instance, you hear the brother say, well, I texted him in December. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to go back and I'm going to check the records to see if this happened. And December comes. I don't see anything from Dan Jr. in December.
No.
At all. And I see 2 from Danny August Mason. I see something from Kate Crowley. And the other very interesting thing is no family calls him, either of them, at Christmas time.
Right. Nor on Thanksgiving.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah. It's like, holidays. Did it not mean anything for this family?
Yeah, when it says no calls placed or received for either person, David or Kamel, that was a huge red flag for me.
No, that's both of their phones that they had active at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And, I mean, we could play devil's advocate and say that stuff was done through Messenger. But it's not in the police reports either. And they made sure to show text messages from family or from, well, I mean, like for Camille, they showed all these message threads to her friend or to Allison.
Mm-hmm.
But they show nothing for Thanksgiving. They show nothing for Christmas or Christmas Day. Why isn't that in the police report? Wouldn't that be proof? Or how about actual proof, written form, that he actually contacted Chris Peck in December? Where's that text message? Why isn't there a screenshot added to the police report?
Right, because that was supposed to be the big where he supposedly went and bought weed, correct? And it was supposed to be done through a text message, but yet there's no proof of that. And not even on these phone records, you know, he calls him in November or texts him in November, or no, a call to Chris Peck, 3 seconds. So that's, you know, what, you phone rings and they hangs up. It's like, really?
So that would be another thing to try to get, would be the exchange between David and Chris Peck, right? Because they got it from somewhere.
Yeah, because it shows Chris texted David on the 12th of November, and then David makes a 3-second phone call on the 18th of November. And then there's nothing until the 26th where it says a call to Midas, but we have no idea who made that call, because in between, his mom had been trying to reach him a lot.
Well, that's why
18 calls, 6 calls, and no response. Yeah.
Well, that's why I wonder if there is another phone after this one that David ended this phone service in November, because the police, you know, they say that going through David's phone record that they had that they, you know, that's where they learned about Chris Peck. So there's got to be something in there.
Warrant.
Well, then it would mean that he
only
had 3 phone numbers. Yeah.
And
all the records only show 2, correct?
No, he has 4. There's 4 numbers total.
No, 2 for Kamel, 2 for David, not 4 for each, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And that's
what
the search warrants show.
Yes. Yeah.
And if there's another phone out there, they did not obtain those records legally because it's not in the search warrants. I could be wrong, but
so in all 4 of the phone records that we have 4 PDFs. In all 4 of those, there's no call made on what date is this? On December 19th, 2014 at 7:22 a.m. to Chris Peck from David Crowley?
No.
We have the actual phone number here. Well, I'm going to look this up. This is one of the reason when I first got these 94 pages, I personally redacted people's phone numbers and where people lived. And now it's coming back to haunt me because now I got to look at the unredacted ones.
I believe that the number that you are seeing is Chris Peck's phone number.
Oh, okay. So where it says was given some information that a text message was sent from David Crowley's phone to a phone number of. Oh, okay. So that's just Chris Peck's number, not. That should help too, though, I guess. And this is weird. Now rereading it on page 28 of the 94 pages. This is written by Tommy Booth. On 1/19/2015, Detective Shane Klokonis had given me some information that a text message was sent from David Crowley's phone to a phone number of which belonged to Chris Peck. So this isn't even saying that they looked at a phone record So this Detective Shane Klaukanis should be the one who obtained the phone records, and what he's telling Detective Tommy Booth on 119 should have been based on the phone records, unless it's based on some hearsay, which is possible too. Maybe an informant trying to throw Chris Peck under the bus.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of this stuff is just, it's like it's falling into place now, when looking at these phone records and talking to all the professionals that all of us have spoken with, to me it's like, and I could be way off base, doesn't mean I'm telling the truth, or I'm not lying on purpose. I could be wrong, or I could be mistaken, but this, from the moment you look at the scene, it seems staged, but now with all of this, it was not only staged, but it was pre-planned. And, I'm just like, wow, it's mind-boggling.
It is. And then you hear people say, well, the proof is in the police reports. The proof of his guilt is in the police reports, but it's not. It absolutely is not. And if there was proof of this transaction between Chris Peck and David, they would have included it.
Well, yeah,
not unless they're forced to, right? Not unless we force them to.
Well, no, because if they're listing all of the calls, when they're getting the information, when they put in the search warrant and they requested the documents from the phone company isn't going to sit there and go, oh, wait, let's hold that one out. Because, on the 13th of November, it shows that David texted Kamel.
Right.
It shows that, and it shows that David's getting text, but it does not show that David ever sent a text or a call to Chris Peck in December at all. So that thing about him doing that and they picked up the weed on the 19th or whatever, it's just at this point, according to the information they sent, yes, it's a story, it's a lie, it's fabricated, which just goes like, wow. Where are the lies going to stop in this case? Oh.
And then the other thing that really, really gets to me is in the documentary, David's father states that David was struggling for money. And this is absolutely not true. You look at his financial records, he had money. Kamel was not holding that family up. David had money of his own.
Yes.
And that is another lie that is being put out there by this documentary, and the family is supporting it.
And that's frustrating because, when you're looking at his financials and he has a 6-figure credit limit, you can't have that if you don't have money. And the fact, I think we were talking about this earlier too, the family's obviously very well off. I know very wealthy people myself, and it is a yearly thing, or as often as they need to, they gift family members the legal amount, which I believe at that time was probably the $14,000, which is why his dad wrote him that check, because you can do that at one time, gift somebody. It's either one time or that amount within a year. I can't remember. But then it's a gift. It's tax deductible for the giver, but not taxed and by the receiver. So this is something that had been going on for a long time. And $14,000, it's not a drop in the bucket. I mean, maybe for people who are really rich, but if they were struggling like they're trying to convince us they were, $14,000 would have meant the difference between keeping their home and losing it. So they weren't poor by any stretch of the imagination. And looking at all of their mortgage payments, other than the goof up when the money didn't hit the bank in time, but even then they were able to fix that right away. And so bills were always paid. Credit cards were often paid in advance. There was a credit on the statement because another purchase would be coming in, so they were trying to offset what was going to be charged. These were not people who were struggling.
And let me be clear. His minimum payment could have been maybe $50, $75. He was paying $2,000, $3,000 sometimes for a minimum payment. And when it was only supposed to be $50 to $75.
Right.
So this really, really is an eye-opener when you look or when you think about the whole lie of them struggling financially.
Yeah, it totally
It's
blows
not
that
true.
completely out of the water. Yeah, it's not true in the slightest, you know. And I'm telling you, when I'm still kind of like overwhelmed by all the stuff you sent and reading this and looking at it. It takes a while to sink in, and I'm just like going, wow, there is zero proof. And the more that they've given us, to me, and the way I'm viewing it, the more it appears to me that they were totally set up. This was an ongoing event for quite some time. This was not a snap or spur of the moment murder. This was planned out and done in stages.
Could this have started with the 2012 trailer? Because that always felt like there's lots of red flags back in 2012. 2012 was a crazy year, and I wondered if David was set up, could have started around, well, I mean, the trailer came out in 2012, so earlier than that. But I think it might have been focused, one of the theories, right, is that it was focused around that time. Could it have came later? Sure, but we're all talking about the same people who were part of that script, so.
Yeah, and it just makes so much sense that, you know, those who were saying that David was pulling away from them, I think he found something out about them. I think he discovered whatever that truth may be, and we may never know, but it cost him his life. Yeah, it cost him his life. It cost his family their life. And, you know, he found something. And this was like I said, it feels like it was a long time planned because it was so overdone and not done correctly, that this was just not something you could sit down and go, okay, wait, now you go do that. Wait, I'm going to go do this. You know, we have 2 hours to set this scene.
This also could have started when David was in the service, too. Could have been some payback for something there.
I mean, the murderers could have done it for almost any reason. I mean, the scene looks like they initially set it up as a hate crime and then went back and overdid it with that bullet.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they were to take the focus, you're right, and make it like a hate crime by writing on the wall, but obviously they were too stupid to realize that, you know, true killings are not. I have never, and I've read up on a lot, and I've talked to a lot of people from that country who've been over there, and not once has anybody ever seen, or have I seen, when an honor killing was done, that they ever wrote in that person's blood on the wall. That was such a faux pas on their part, it wasn't even funny. I'm like, wow, that was, to me, that's like Hollywood staging, a wannabe actor, a wannabe director. So here, let's do this because everybody will think that. And right away, it's like, no, you just gave yourself up.
Well, they're still giving themselves up.
Yeah, I agree. So.
And I mean, it's just not there. The proof is not there of guilt at all. All the excuses that they have given can be debunked by these records.
Yeah.
And just like, and I know I keep harping on this, the alcohol. If David was driven to a murder-suicide because of alcohol, and if there was alcohol in that house, the police would have photographed it.
Yes.
Yeah, that would have fit their script, for sure.
Exactly. And it's just not there. There's no photographs of that whatsoever. There's not even a photograph of alcohol like sitting around. There's no bottles, no beer cans, nothing.
Yeah, and most people I know who drink, they'll have a 12-pack or something in their garage, as well as having some in the fridge, but they always have a stash in the garage. And you see his whole garage, and I see no, like you said, no evidence of alcohol at all. Nothing.
it's just not there. And so that's just another fabricated lie.
And it was like they had to keep changing their stories. The stories kept changing. I think it's because a lot of people kept asking questions, kept asking real questions. And as those real questions came up, they had to pivot. And you don't have to pivot if you're telling the truth. The truth is the truth. And I think that's what raised a lot of eyebrows, and I think that's why there's so many people still so invested, whether privately or publicly. A lot of people are still invested into this case, and it's getting bigger. And a lot of people, especially either military, whether they're current, past, present, or future, seems to hit them a little hard. Seems to hit them really hard, because that could be them.
Because, yeah, and the movie is implying that David snapped because of military service. And that seems to insult all of us veterans.
Yes.
It should. It definitely should insult you all, because it's
there's no proof that there was PTSD either.
Right.
He wasn't medically discharged from the military. It would say right there on his DD-214.
Mm-hmm.
I used to type these up when I was in the military. It's not there. Mine says service-connected. But...
And we do know he was receiving a small disability from the VA, but he was also in a vehicle that was hit by an IED. And so, he was injured when the bomb went off in the vehicle they were in. But that had nothing to do with suffering PTSD to the extent that he had to go seek counseling. And the military never even said, hey, I think he has issues. Because if someone's having issues, the military has no problem saying, okay, they need to go talk to a psychiatrist. But that was never the case with any of the records I've seen on David. And again, the disability pay was associated with his injury. And it wasn't a very big injury, because you could see him walking and stuff like that, but he still got, some disability. And it did not affect his ability to do his day life, and let alone write that script. I mean, that takes a lot of mental focus. And he was able to do that nonstop and work for weeks at a time. And someone with PTSD couldn't do that.
Right. People would have noticed.
Yeah.
He was out in what, 2009 or something? I forget. Yeah, 2009. It's like 4 years. So no.
It really could have been about anything, and he was getting, I think it was $400 and something. I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, it wasn't very much.
That's a very low percent. I'm thinking maybe 20 or 30 at the most. And he had a child and he was married, so I'm thinking possibly 20%. And so I receive 100%, and my children are 18 and above. So I know that.
Yeah, see, you know about it. You know how it works.
Mhm. And he really could have been raking in a lot more if it was severe PTSD, especially if it was severe enough to cause him to snap.
Right.
So, plus, it's not written anywhere in the police reports that he had PTSD.
Yeah. And I'm sure that you, being in the military, you personally have seen and know what it looks like when someone is suffering from a bout of PTSD. Now, when we were in Fort Bragg, and my husband at the time was stationed over there, and that was when a plane crashed on the tarmac and it hit a C-5, and there were a bunch of soldiers that were burned. Some of them died, some of them were severely burned, and these guys are coming in, and as they're coming into the ER, I am telling you, when someone suffers that something that is truly PTSD, you see it. they don't function in the same way as someone without PTSD. I mean, there is a huge cognizant difference. There's, and these guys would just sit there and just stare at you, and they wouldn't even talk. And some of them did okay. Others, they never spoke a word after that accident. But then you look at David, and not only is he writing a script, but he's doing trailers. He's making film. He's going out and he's promoting. He's pitching his movie to Hollywood. This guy is more than functioning at a more than competent level, and on an extended period of time.
Just going back 1 second to the PTSD, on page 32, PTSD is actually mentioned, but it's told that David's friend, Mitch Heil, says that David did not have PTSD.
Correct.
He did not believe that David had PTSD or was suffering from PTSD, which makes me think that the police asked him and not that he just volunteered this.
Yeah, and Mitch Heil would know, because wasn't that his longtime friend from grade school?
Yes.
And that they actually went into the service together.
Yeah.
They went
to
basic training together. Right. Yeah, he's been the only one, I think, that from my view, his story has stayed consistent. Everything that his story to me, I have not seen it waver. I have not seen it. He's always thought David was guilty, but he thinks that it was this whole Gray State project. But he's never one, at least I haven't seen it yet, where where his story has changed to the point where it's just like he's definitely lying. I haven't seen that yet. I see it with a lot of other people, but not him.
Yeah.
I mean, these records, they bring up so many more questions. Just when you think you're going to get answers, you get something else that just brings up 100 more questions. And that's what's so frustrating about this case.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Like when I first saw that today, and it's like, that's why I wrote an email. I said, please excuse my French. It was just like, I had to say something because it was like such a shock. And I'm like, how long have you known about this? And you're like, for about a year now. I'm like, oh, we have to tell everybody. This has got to get out there. Because the phone records and everything don't match with the official's narrative.
And I've been saying something this whole time. It's just nobody really picks up on it, or it just doesn't translate right when you're writing it down on the internet. And so thank you, Catherine.
No, you're welcome. It's like I told you. It's like I've listened to every one of the videos you've done with Greg, and this never came across to me. I never got the gist of it. So when I saw it today, and I'm like, wait, why hasn't this been said? And when you're like, but I have said something, and I'm like, okay, but my brain didn't pick up on it. So, I mean, I think a lot of us just didn't pick up on it. It just went right over our heads. And when you start to realize that David stopped all communication on mid-November, Kamel stops all communication December, and we know those bodies, and I will stand by this until the day I die, those bodies were not in that house for 3 weeks. Those bodies were only dead for maybe up to 10 days at the most. And so where were they? What was going on? Who was controlling their movements? What was happening to this family? And to David? Why wasn't David in communication with Kamel between the time he stops communication and then Kamel stops communication? There's not even any proof that they even called or talked to each other, where before they would make phone calls or text each other. But then nothing. It all stops.
Another thing about the documentary, and I clearly remember this, is they're talking about David constantly calling Kamel's phone number. But
yeah,
you
and we know that's
phone
a
record
lie.
And you don't see it.
Yeah.
You just do not see it.
It's a flat-out lie. Yeah.
Mhm.
So what in that documentary was true? Nothing that I could find so far. Okay,
And
that's just me being
after
snarky,
seeing
but...
all this, I even asked Greg flat out. I was like, what do we know about David and Kamel that hasn't been told in the documentary? What do we know about them? And you have to think about it. It's like everything that we know about him has been from the documentary or from the family. But you go back to the records, and anything that has been stated, whether it was the documentary or through family interviews, the majority of it is disinformation. Mm-hmm. It can be debunked by the facts, and the facts are the police records. Whether it is information that they got from the phone companies, for instance, the phone records, or the credit report, or, I know a lot of people really don't realize this, but there was a mortgage company that was in contact with David, and it was in Ocean View, I believe, and he received 2 credit checks. I believe either it was in November or December, and then again in January, after they supposedly passed away. And with that credit report, I would hazard a guess that they probably would have been approved through this mortgage company. Mm-hmm. And to me, that's planning for the future.
Right. And a big future that includes moving states. You know, that is not somebody who's going to go off the deep end and just snap all of a sudden and be so despondent.
Mm-hmm. And it just infuriates me that they expected us to take this documentary as gospel and to believe everything in it and stop asking questions. They made a documentary on these people's lives, and now we are being told to stop asking questions, mm-hmm. that it's not our business. You just lied about these people over and over, and now you're asking us to stop asking questions? It doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't.
You guys put everything out publicly.
Yeah, and it's like they're mad because we're asking questions, because this is like the ones who actually killed this family. It's like they were so inept and so stupid to make so many ridiculous mistakes. And it's the same thing with the documentary. They think that because they pull the wool over their own eyes, they think everybody else is as stupid as they are, and they're going to believe it. And the vast majority of people who watch that documentary are going, oh, wait a second, there's something really wrong. You guys didn't do this right.
And it doesn't add up. Their reactions don't add up.
Mm-mm.
And I mean, like 1 or 2, you could probably think, oh, they're still grieving. It's very possible that they took medication, and that's why they're a little off. But it's everybody.
Right.
Well, I think one of the biggest things that is never mentioned in that the whole documentary, one of the biggest things that is never mentioned is that Kamel's side of the family pulled out of the documentary, did not want to be part of it. So they knew that this documentary was crap even before it ever aired.
Yeah. And they're not about to say, like you said, they're not about to tell anybody that.
No.
You know, they just, bypass it and hope nobody asks the questions. But it's like, yeah.
But why isn't Kamel's family telling, they need to really step it up. They really need to step it up because they know what's up. They mm-hmm. got to know what's up.
Yep. And it's like I was saying before, it comes across to me that where the families are concerned, it's like the Stockholm syndrome. They're best friends with people who may or may not have had a part in this, or know somebody, or may not know somebody who had a part in this. And because you can't accept that type of brutality, it's just like, kidnap victims. They, will protect the person who's harmed them. And in this case, it's like they're protecting everybody who has said some pretty horrible things about their family.
I mean, can you imagine joking about your friend's murder?
No.
And, I mean, just some of the messages that were posted that either Mason Hendricks had said or, other people connected to this case have said, and it's very possible that they could have been sarcastic, but the low, just the tackiness of it, and talking about the blood and writing on the wall, and it's horrible. How could you joke about stuff like that? These are your friends.
Yeah.
That you supposedly care so much about. And you're sitting there making jokes about it. And it's very crass.
Yeah, and I don't find it remotely funny at all. And I don't even, even if it's sarcastic or even done out of frustration, that would have still been the last thing anybody would have joked about.
Mm-hmm.
And this was which Mason? Mason Hendricks?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that's the guy who told me that he wanted to become a cop. He had a degree in law enforcement. He wanted to work with the troubled youth. We found out that the cops are all, there's too many reasons why he couldn't do that. And that's the path of an informant. Now, I'm not accusing Mason Hendricks of being one, but, he was on the right path to be set up to be compromised, to actually be one. And if he really wanted to work with troubled youth, then he should have put more time into this case and investigated why a 5-year-old was killed. If he really cares about the troubled youth, there's your troubled youth. The troubled youth that aren't here now. David was a troubled youth. They all had their own things going on. But if you really care, then you would want to know what the truth is. You would not give up. You'd read the documents. He didn't read them all. You'd look at everything that you possibly could. You can't tell me that you know more than me if you haven't read everything that I've read, and it's all public stuff.
Right. And that's so frustrating when they do that. They're like going, oh, you guys just don't know. And you're like, yeah, we're the ones who are reading everything.
And then in the documentary, they painted Kamel as a battered wife.
Yeah.
But there's absolutely no proof of that. And as I said, David is not calling her phone nonstop, obsessively like they stated. And if Kamel acted that way, if she did at work where she supposedly ducked out through the back, could there have been a different reason? Or if it even happened? You take a lot of things and just the different things that were said in the documentary, and you have to just throw it out after you read the proof and all the records, because it's just not true. It was propaganda.
Can you picture if they would have been able to make it seem like Kamel was involved in some type of pact to kill her kid? I think even less people would think that David Crowley was guilty. That's where they were going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and none of that makes sense at all. I mean, not only does the crime scene not support that theory, but who they are as parents and how much they love that little girl, no. That was just, they were grasping for straws, throwing out a million different of their ideas, hoping somebody would latch on to something.
Right.
Well,
and
a few people did latch on to it.
They did, I'm sure. The problem they have with this whole hate crime thing is, they've basically muddied those waters now, because it's not a hate crime, but it's in those stats. David did not, there's no proof that David was abusive to his wife, but he's in those stats too. he's in these stats that he should not be of. And at some point, somebody has to question, well, if he's in them, how do we know that the other stats are true? And there are real hate crimes, and there are real people that do beat up on their spouses and their kids and do horrible things. And so when we're talking about that, it's so serious that you can't just jump to that conclusion because you want to, because that puts you back into your safe zone. Because all you're doing is just lying to yourself and then lying to everybody else.
Yeah, and when they were bringing up the old David was abusive, and when I found out he was on that list, for domestic violence, I've said this before. I have been a victim of domestic violence. I know what those people are like. He doesn't fit any of the criteria, and the fact that you have somebody who's innocent and you're putting them on a list, making them out to be the villain when the real perpetrators are out walking free, I have a big problem with that. Huge problem with that.
Yeah. And you're not the only one to say that, Catherine. That last conference call that you all had, the really long one, there was another domestic violence survivor who came on and said the same exact thing. She said, I'm a survivor, and I know what an abuser looks like, and David didn't come off as that.
Yeah. I mean, I knew right away that was not true when I saw how he responded, and I've said this a million times, how David responded when the person that was with Eric Sayward, the guy behind the camera, going, oh, where's your daughter? I want to meet your daughter. And David positions himself. He blocks that guy's view of his family. And he's like, no, they're not feeling safe right now. And I'm like, I'm surprised David didn't deck the guy, to be honest with you, because that was just so creepy and uncalled for. And usually with abusers, they don't care. They don't want to protect their family. It's not about that. I mean, they're highly aggressive and volatile, and there's nothing I've seen about David in any respect. And not to say he never got angry, because that's crazy, but, just his whole demeanor is not one of someone who has that history of domestic violence.
And I need to come out on the record for this. For those going around and saying that there's a journal out there with proof of this, then if that's what you're going by as your proof, you guys need to show it.
Yep.
We are giving evidence, as you guys have demanded so many times. We're giving you proof that David is innocent. We're giving you proof and debunking your lies. Now, if you're claiming that there is a journal out there stating that David was an abuser, you guys need to prove that. You need to show it. And it has to be written in his handwriting. I'm not going to take this computer-generated day one stuff, because that can be edited. You can go back at any time and write whatever you want. I know, because I downloaded that app and tested that theory.
Yeah, I would also add that anybody that says that there is any other journal out there, that the cops are saying that there is not.
Okay, see, and that's good to know too. So then the police right there are saying that they're lying.
Yep.
The police would know.
We have that in writing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can just toss that out the window right now. Whoever's saying that there's a journal, they're lying, because the police have flat out said that's not true.
And now the question is, why are they lying?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they put a spotlight on themselves. They're not victims. They're inserting themselves and actually making themselves suspicious persons involved in this case. Whether it's after the fact, it's fine. We can all say it's after. But whatever. They're still inserting themselves, and they shouldn't.
Yeah, all seriousness. If they don't want the spotlight on them, then stay out of it.
Yeah.
Don't be adding to this info.
Move stage right.
Yes. Oh, man.
You can't sit there and give disinfo and taunt people who are actually looking into this case and then play the victim. You cannot have it both ways. It
Right.
doesn't work that way.
Yep,
right.
I agree. I agree.
Okay, anything else before we wrap up here and
no, I just
come back for a part 2?
Yeah, we'll come back for a part 2 for sure when I have more time to be better prepared and stuff, because this was just so last minute, and thank you guys for actually jumping on board and joining in and getting this out there. But I just think it's something that everybody should be prepared for and know, because this is so important, and I can't believe that the police and nobody else has put this together. So thank you, Sophia, for getting this, for finding this, and for bringing it to our attention.
You're welcome.
We've been talking about this for doing this show for a while, so I'm glad we finally got the time to. But go ahead, Sophia.
Well, it wasn't just me. I mean, there were other people who pointed this out to me also, and so.
Yeah, who's the guy that put the?
Kudos
that's
to
Caleb?
all of you.
I believe it was Caleb Sanders.
Okay.
That put the phone records together. And then there was Christy, who I've done a lot of long late-night chats with, going over these records and rehashing this whole case over and over and over. And Lee, so it wasn't just me. It was other people included.
Kudos to everybody, because this is amazing.
Absolutely.
Well,
and that's what it
Catherine.
takes. That's why it's so important to get so many eyes, so many people on this case as possible, because it can't just be 1 or 2 or 3 people. We need everybody to help out as much as you can and do whatever you can.
I agree.
Well, thank you, Greg. And I want to tell everybody, go out there, read the records. Don't take everything from that documentary as face value, or things that people connected to this case have to say at face value. You go out there and you research it yourself. You'll see the answers. You'll see the disinfo. So please research it. Look, it's there.
Amen.
And thank you, Greg and Catherine. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
All right, good peeps. Until we meet again.
Until then, you guys have a good night.
All right, you too.
Good night.
Okay.
Hello, this is Dan Hennon along with Greg, Catherine, and Sophia. Today is April 22nd, and we've got an update for the Crowley case relating to the phone records. Now, the phone records we've gotten via a FOIA request in the past, and that has all helped, and that's been very interesting. But the new thing that has come to light is when looking at David Crowley's personal account that he had, his cell phone account, and we need to remember that Anjum Alam had been paying for David Crowley's phone number, but in October of 2014, due to some rifts, Anjum Alam canceled the number, so David went out and got his own, created a brand new account. And so what we've got here, what Catherine and Sophia have discovered along with Greg's help, is the fact that after the bodies were discovered, is that the warrants were issued, the search warrants to go into the cell phone, AT&T cell phone records for David Crowley, and at that point his account was in a suspend mode, suspended because of the bodies were dead. Now recently we have activity on that account that it was never shut down or never closed. And what we've got on the screenshot here is that as of this day, I mean, we're talking April of 2019, that David Crowley's account is still active. That cell phone account is still active. I don't know what cell phone number, for instance, or what 10-digit cell phone number is being used, because I do believe, Sophia, you can help me out, that they can recycle the numbers if they're not used for a while. They can reissue them to someone else. But the account number itself would not be something that would be recycled. And in fact, when we pull it up, it still shows that David Crowley's name is on that account, and it's currently being paid on a monthly basis. So,
yes,
what can you say about that, Sophia?
Well, when I went in and talked with one of the reps, he told me that the phone number had been recycled, but the account number was still active. Now, on the 18th, which was Thursday, the account had been suspended on March 21st, 2019. And it was suspended for non-payment. But when I went back to a different store on April 19th on Friday, the account had been paid and it was active again. And he pulled up a screen where it showed payments all the way for the past year, back to March 2018. That was as far back as he could go in the store. And I mean, it's kind of important to find out why his account is still active and who has 2 phone lines on that account. Why do they still have them? Who is making the payments? And I mean, it's still active because as of the 19th, it was still active.
Yeah, because that's a lot of money to put into an account, you know, $184 every month for 4 years. Mm-hmm. That's a lot.
Absolutely. It adds up.
Mm-hmm.
And needless to say, I was kind of shocked when I came across that information. I was not expecting that answer. I had gone in because of codes that we were researching. All 4 of us were researching, and just questions in regards to those codes, and come to find out that the account was still active and being used. That was just a little shocking, to say the least.
Yeah, when you called and told me that, it's like I sent Dan an email right away, and I'm like, we need to talk. It's like, what's going on here? Okay, this is not right. Something's off with this.
And that's and you mentioned $184 per month. If that was active this whole time, 4 years, that's 48 months. That total is $8,832 that someone is using, unless it's just a random person that created an account called David Crowley. I don't buy that. But
no.
And like I said, it's not going to be recycled. Do you think that that account went dormant for some time after the killings and then someone just reactivated? But if they did, why would they use the name David Crowley?
Well, you know, and again, like you said, Dan, it is the same exact account number, so they're not going to recycle an account.
Yeah, the old phone number pulled up with his name, but that account number is absolutely the same. It wouldn't change. It wouldn't be recycled, but it's all there.
And when I've been searching the phone numbers, the 4890 comes up, and it even on anybody can do a Google search on that and pops up as David Crowley. And then when I pull up Kamel's phone number with the 0072, it says nothing can be found. So I found that interesting.
Yeah, and it shows if you look onto even the subscriber financial liability for AT&T, and it does show the date here, customer since 10/21/2014. This is when David Crowley called AT&T and set up his own account to get his own cell phone number after Mr. Alam canceled his. And so at the end of October, less than 2 months, roughly 2 months around allegedly the deaths, he did get his brand new account set up, assigned a new account number, and was paying the bills and everything else. And then after the bodies were found, you would think that that account would go dormant, and as part of the, I don't know if you'd call it, as part of the estate, for instance, would be shut down. Who's ever handling the account, the estate would be shutting down these accounts. And it does look like a couple months ago, whoever was doing it had forgotten to pay a month or two. And I think sometimes it takes maybe 3 months for it to actually get suspended or shut off. And so someone skipped a couple months, and now they paid it again. So it is actually, this is what we're talking about is a current cell phone account with two, Sophia, was it two lines connected to this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would be, if we're talking, $90 an account, two accounts, $180 bill every single month, that's $8,000. Who's paying that bill? Who's using it? And why in God's name is David Crowley's name on that account?
Yeah, and Sophia, didn't you find the account was actually in something called David T. Crowley, LLC?
That's what the gentleman at the store told me. And I don't see it on the screen, the shots that I was able to get, the two photos. I don't have the actual page that shows that, though.
But I mean, that's okay because you had verbal proof, or someone verbally spoke to you and said that this account is registered under a David Crowley LLC.
Yes.
Not a Dan, not anything like that, but David, correct?
Yes, it had David's name, and it still has David's name with the LLC after it.
And one thing to note here for this episode, we know that Mr. Alam also gave the cars to Kamel, and then David got one or Kamel, and they ended up changing the ownership. So at the time of death, I think both of those cars were still in Kamel's name officially, with titles in the state of Minnesota, and that one car then stayed, I guess, allegedly with Dan Crowley Sr. So he went through the effort to change the title and the insurance over to his own name there with that one car, but some may assume that this is Dan Sr. may have taken over this account, or Dan Jr., David's brother or his father. But you would think the first thing you'd want to do is either shut the account down altogether, because those two individuals already had their own cell phone service and cell phone accounts. They wouldn't have a need to be piggybacking off David's, but even if you did keep it, I would guess that you'd want the name changed off of David's, but...
Yeah, I mean, because legally, I'm not sure they can actually keep an account open in someone else's name. I mean, that then becomes, a tax liability. And so, it's crazy.
Get the lines, to be able to do any type of work on that account, whether it's to get a different phone or to call in with concerns, you need a passcode. You cannot get anywhere, whether on the phone or if you go into the store. They look up the account. They can give you information in regards to who has that account, but that's it. You can't go any further. So if I was to go in and say, I would like to pay this bill, I don't have a passcode.
Is there a mailing address on that account? Did they show you a mailing address?
No.
So they're probably getting
he couldn't get into it.
Paperless bills, so it must be going to a email address. The monthly bill.
Yeah, and it's right there. It's like David is financially responsible, but the contact email is Kamel.
Well, it's certainly an interesting thing, and I'm glad we're getting this out there, because once we said again that it doesn't matter what the phone number is, it's the account has been active since David set it up in October of 2014. It's gone through a couple of times. It seems that it has been suspended, but the account is still there, and it's currently, as of today, in an active status, generating a monthly bill that someone is paying. And so that's a question, I think, and once we get this video out there, if anyone in this background or in this industry could, comment below, because I can't think of a situation where you'd still be wanting to use that phone or use that line, or that account, I should say.
Yep, I agree.
Greg, what do
I
you
agree
do? You have
also.
any thoughts, Greg, on why an account would be in the name of David Crowley under the business name David Crowley LLC?
No, it doesn't make sense. No.
Yeah. And it would be interesting to see who's actually paying that bill. So if you know of
Somebody
anything,
is.
please leave your comment below, because that's an expensive bill with 2 lines beneath it. And wow, I don't know, but hopefully we'll
Yeah.
trigger something that someone could comment below.
And just so everybody knows, Sophia and I are going through the phone records with a fine-tooth comb, and we will have some extremely interesting information for you regarding that as well in the near future.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to get out, because those phone records came out, and some of those files, those PDF files, are quite large, and we've been putting together some of these spreadsheets, and finding some very interesting things. So that'll be coming out once that gets wrapped up. But we wanted to get this information out there right away with this account number, because this is odd, because this is an ongoing account that is live, active, and being paid for by someone to this day on a monthly basis.
Yeah, a dead family's cell phone account is open 4 years later, and yeah, still active and still being paid. There's something wrong there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That was not
It's baffling.
the response I was expecting to get when I went
No, no.
at
I
all.
mean, and this has been turned off. So it was turned off at least by 2/18/2015, according to this file right here. And then all of a sudden, the bill is paid, and I mean, look at where the bill is paid to. This is where they're billing it. You would have to live here in order to change that billing address. I don't understand.
You would have to have his personal information to be able to get that account started back up again. So if it's not David, who is doing it? Is it fraud? You have to ask that question. This person is dead. His account is active. What's going on?
This account I don't see any reason why this account should be active at all.
Yeah, and those for watching on the screen there, it's an account that ends in a 247. That is the actual account number at AT&T, and the owner of that account is David Crowley. So I would agree with Sophia that this seems to be something fraudulent in some sort. Very strange would be the low end of things. It could be fraudulent.
Yes.
Who knows?
Yes, it was not the answer I was expecting. It was not the response, but it was still active. You can imagine my shock. Poor guy. But yeah.
All right. Well, that's all that.
Something that needs to be looked in.
That's all that I had. Did you have anything else, Catherine, to mention, or Greg, or Sophia?
No.
No, I just want to reiterate what you have already stated, and hope everyone understands the point we are making is that the account of a dead family is active and still being paid. Who's doing it? Is it fraud? Is it the family who's kept it open but has decided, which I don't see how they legally do it, but it's something to seriously think about. This family died 4 years later, their accounts are still being paid, and it is still open, which should not be. So like Dan said, if anyone out there has any good explanation for this, please let us know.
Very good.
Thank you, Catherine.
All right. So please leave your comments below with any suggestions, and we'll get this posted out there on YouTube, and feel free to share it. Thank you for listening. Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is April 25th, 2019, and I'll be providing a broadcast on the Crowley case updates. Tonight's episode is called The Curious Case of Dan Crowley Sr. The Crowleys were found January in 2015. David Crowley, his wife Comel, and their daughter Ronnie. And so after that point, the police concluded their investigation a year later and concluded that David Crowley killed his daughter, his wife, and then ultimately killed himself. And that is where we are today. The case is closed. Apple Valley Police detectives are not interested in reopening it, regardless of what is provided to them. So about a year ago, the phone records were released from AT&T from the mobile phones of the family members, and tonight's episode is going to be going over a little bit of the phone records of what was documented as evidence of the phone records relating to David Crowley himself, and some commentary that was provided to law enforcement from David's father, Dan Crowley Sr. So let's get into it. On page 64 of the 94-page police report from the Apple Valley Police Department, we see the following timeline put together by the Crowley family, submitted by Dan Crowley Sr. Presented this timeline to Apple Valley detectives to put together the various texts and responses back and forth from the communications, from the alleged communication between David and his father, Dan Sr. So here's what we get. I'll read them through. Early November, DJ, that's Dan Jr., that's David's older brother, Dan Jr. DJ texted David saying he loves him and would like to make things right. No response. November 7th, I text David to see if he's still alive after finding he gave DJ his new phone number. And remember, in October, David Crowley and Comel each get new phone numbers with a new account and a cell phone subscription with AT&T. After canceling their old service, they now have a new one. November 8th, he replies that everything is great, family life had swept them away. I reply, how are the negotiations going with the producers? He replied on November 9th, I walked from it. Reasons of the spirit, I guess. November 16th, I asked him to join us at my sister's for Thanksgiving. November 18th, he replied that they wanted to stay home this year, but thanks. So this is the testimony Dan Crowley Sr. provides the law enforcement. And so what I'm going to do is highlight each one of these and then compare it with the notes. Now the AT&T phone record log, I've got a screenshot image right here of the texts that were sent and received from David Crowley's phone number with his new AT&T phone line. It shows the text coming in and the text going out. There's a lot of them here. It's 3 pages long, and I think there's a total of 77 texts David sends and or receives in this 3-month period, from October, from getting the phone, to November, to December, and then they end in December 24th is the very last text communication, and authorities believe the bodies were, the murders took place the 25th or 26th of this December, right around Christmas time of 2014. So all of these items mention the date range for these items are all November, beginning of November all the way through to the 18th. So what I'm going to do, not to make it too confusing for folks watching this broadcast, we're not going to go through all these. I'm just going to strip through the items that relate to the text activity for David Crowley in the month of November only. And here they are. If you see the line items on the AT&T bill on the far left, item lines 59 through 74 are connectivity dates for texts that range from November 3rd through November 22nd. And what follows on the next page is all items in December, which is not part of tonight's broadcast. So we're just focusing on November only. So our first item here is early November. DJ texts David saying he loves him, wants to make things right. Incoming text, early November. Well, we know Dan Crowley's phone number, and we can see the in and outgoing communications here. Let's focus only on the incoming. I've got the incoming texts. There's, I think there's 12 of them. The first texts coming in are November 3rd, November 4th, and November 8th, it appears. So beginning of November, I'm guessing it's one of those three that are coming in. And so I'm going to pull up the spreadsheet of a simple version of these first three coming in. We can see the first three coming in from an individual named Richard Debenedetti from Illinois. A couple of those coming in from him. Also, the beginning of the month was Zach Carter, a gentleman in Washington. So I don't see any support, any evidence to support a text coming in from DJ, which is Dan Jr. No response. So I would have to. I don't believe there's any support for that first item. Let's go to the second item. November 7th. I text David to see if he's still alive after giving DJ his new phone number. So let's go to November 7th. Incoming text. There is no incoming text. We see one on the 4th, and then and not again until the 8th. So I don't see anything there to support a text. This is coming from Dan Sr., wondering if he's still alive. Now, this also may be planting the seed of to the investigators that he was depressed, despondent, and what have you. But I don't believe there's support that exists for this text at all. November 8th, looks like David replies, everything's great, family had swept them away. And then Dan Sr., the father, replies, how are the negotiations going with the producers? So we get an incoming and an outgoing on the 8th. We do see some incoming and outgoing on the 8th. In fact, 4 of them in the blocked area here, right in the middle. There's 4. Zach Carter from Washington had some ins and outs. 1, 2, 3. Looks like 4 texts back and forth from Zach Carter on the 8th. Nothing from Dan Crowley Sr., the father. Nothing from the father at all. Now we do get one from Dan Crowley Jr. on the 8th. That comes in around 11:07 p.m. that night. But this is Dan Crowley Sr. Mentioning this correspondence here, back and forth texts between him and his son. And so negotiations with the producers. Now we know David was in communication with MEG, the Michael Entertainment Group, about his movie. And so that's correct. He was in negotiations with them. Let's go to the next one. He replied, this is David now alleging, David replied on November 9th, I walked from it. Reasons of the spirit, I guess. Now this one drew some criticism early on after we interviewed the president at Michael Entertainment Group, and saying that he never walked away from the deal, and Meg never walked away from David. They had a pending contract, a verbal contract to move forward with this web series, movie, or project. And so this concept, this item drew criticism early on, saying I walked from it. Reasons of the spirit, I guess, because no way there's no evidence to support that David ever walked from this at all. So we're wondering why Dan Crowley introduces this concept or this narrative here into the police reports. So he says on the 9th that he walked from it. And now we don't see any text here at all on November 9th at all. So no text on the 9th. Now the next one is November 16th. Dan Crowley Sr. asks, I asked him to join us at my sister's for Thanksgiving on November 16th. And as we can tell here, look back on the incoming texts. We do see the 15th, November 15th, and then nothing until the 20th. 15th and the 20th, so nothing on the 16th. In fact, if you look of who he's corresponding here, on the right side I've got listed underneath the who is who he's communicating with. There's no Dan Crowley Sr. at all. So there's 16 texts incoming and outgoing in the entire month of November on David Crowley's new phone. Never once does he send a text to his father, Dan Sr., who lives in Owatonna. And never once does he receive a text from Dan Crowley Sr. into David Crowley's. So there's no communication there at all via text. So there may have been phone calls in the phone records, but the point of this episode is strictly the text, the correspondence between the texts, between the father and the son. The next one, November 18th, he replied that he wanted to stay home this year, but thanks. So a nice comment there saying they couldn't make it, but thanks again for the invitation, Dad. And this is the 18th. He replied back. So let's go to the outgoing. Outgoing here I've got in the bluish color, and there's no outgoing calls. In fact, there's only 4 outgoing texts the entire month of November from David Crowley. And like I said, none included his father. So it doesn't. We can't even verify that there was an invite for Thanksgiving here at all by looking at this information. And by looking further into the different various names, we see a lot of Zach Carter living in Washington. Now, Zach Carter, if you remember, was with the Michael Entertainment Group. Zach Carter here is pictured second from the left, meeting with David Crowley here. I believe this was in L.A. With the contract negotiations in the summer of 2014. This image may even be from the fall, maybe September time frame, possibly even June. You can leave your comments below if you know the date, but it's sometime in 2014 with the negotiations with Meg. Now, Michael Entertainment Group is the company that's initials for MEG, Michael Entertainment Group. Both officers, their partners in the firm, are both named Mike. On the far left is Mike Boggio, and on the far right is Michael O'Donnell. Those are the two Mikes. They run an outfit called Michael Entertainment Group. Zach Carter is also working with them. He's pictured here with the reddish-looking goatee, second from the left. So we know that David Crowley is in correspondence with Zach Carter several times during the month. And gets a couple of texts incoming with no response from a Richard Devinadati, and then a couple from Dan Crowley Jr., which is David's older brother, that he doesn't respond to. And they were fighting at the time, back in the month of August. And so that's why I believe that's why it sounds like they're trying to work on things there. The very first One says that's the reason for saying that he loves him, likes to make things right. These two were in some sort of conflict in August. And now we get into the end of November, and other than a couple of looks like potentially spam texts coming in there that don't have the regular 10-digit phone numbers. But what we're seeing here is what I see is two things. Number one, David Crowley has not ever sent a text in the month of November or received a text from his father in that month. The other thing, in looking back at these comments from Dan Crowley Sr. that he provides law enforcement, is it leaves the illusion that they're corresponding, that their texts are being sent back and forth, they're on good terms, they're chatting, and everything's fine with a lot of these conversations. But what we see in the evidence is that there's no correspondence whatsoever, much less conversations going on. And so what we're left with is to suspect, or is to really the question is to why would Dan Crowley Sr. lie to investigators? Why would he give this information to detectives when it's not accurate and not supported by the evidence or the facts? And so that's the main question. Why was that done? I don't know. We can only hope that when detectives followed up with these notes and narratives, when the police, when the warrants came back for these phone records, I'm assuming they followed up on each one of these instances. We don't have any narrative as far as what they found or what they concluded by these types of things, but we can only assume that they did follow up and ask Dan Sr. the follow-up questions as far as these things not making sense. But please leave your comments below. I just found this very interesting and wanted to get this out there. Once again, today is April 25th, 2019. My name is Dan Hennon. Thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. We are doing a Crowley case update conference call tonight. Today is April 26th, 2019. And we've got a bunch of topics, a bunch of things to discuss and go over. We've got the chat lines open, and we've got we got Catherine Michelle on the line, Greg Fernandez Jr., and several others. We'll go around and get some introductions out of the way, but we've got 3 hours here set aside to get ourselves up to date here with the recent things. Catherine, welcome.
Thanks, Dan.
And we got Greg. How are you doing?
I'm doing awesome. It's another beautiful day in the Bay.
Perfect. And you can see the others that are online. Do we have any other ones that we want to mention, or should we just go forward with anonymous questions?
We do have two other names. If they're okay with that, I'll wait. If they don't mind, us saying their names. Otherwise, yeah, maybe they don't want to be introduced. I don't know.
Well, whatever works, we can get the ball rolling. Like you said, Greg, you've got a 3 hours window set up for this freeconferencecall.com, and
that's right.
It's a good Friday evening to feel free to call in and get on the chat or raise questions or comment on various things. And where would you like to start? Any starting points?
I'd like to start with the video that you just made last night or put out last night.
Okay, I can start on that, and I'll give the viewers an overview for the listeners if they haven't seen it. It was a fairly quick one. It was 18 or 19 minutes, I believe. It was called "The Curious Case of Dan Crowley Sr." and it just goes over his the information that he turned into law enforcement as far as a timeline, and then we matched that up with the actual phone records, and none of those jibe. So the question is, was he lying? Was someone else lying? Or are we missing something? It seems that before we implicate someone with actually lying to police, we'd like to get the full side of the story. So there was a timeline given as far as correspondence to and from David Crowley from his family, and that didn't jibe at all. So
just to summarize, I think David Crowley only had, was it 16 text messages being sent and received in that time frame of the month of November. The timeline provided by Dan Crowley Sr. Was all dates given in the month of November. So I just isolated that month of November of the year 2014 and matched them up with the phone records from the AT&T that were responded to in the police warrant for the records. And so we looked through those, and not only wasn't there not a text from Dan Crowley Sr. to David Crowley's phone, there was also not a text, vice versa, from David to his father. So there was no correspondence there at all. But the timeline shows that Dan Crowley Sr. was in communication with David, responding and replying back, having full conversations, and keeping up to date and having a great relationship with the holidays of Thanksgiving coming up and things like that. And none of that turned out to be true. And it also makes interest because we know that David was pulling away from his brother Dan Crowley Jr. I think they had an argument or a fight or something in August, and they were not speaking at this time. And it also appears that he was pulling away from his own father. So this kind of confirms it, but it was an interesting layout as far as the events. And the only question we have is, what was the response back from Apple Valley Police to Dan Crowley Sr. when they noticed these discrepancies? Or was there a response at all? Did the investigators or the detectives, typically they'll do a follow-up on things like this and notice these discrepancies. Some of the comments on my video that I made have suggested that that's a reach. It's a reach to even expect that they do a follow-up like that. So maybe that's our first question or comment for tonight. But is that a normal thing, protocol in an investigation? Is when you get information from a family member, do you just assume that it's correct and true, or do you verify it, or do you back that up to substantiate it? And if they haven't looked into this, then they were being lied to directly to their faces. But what are some of the thoughts on that?
Well, I know when I spoke with my sister, who was a sheriff's deputy for several years, and I asked her that very same question, and she said that absolutely they are to follow up. They don't just take, or should not just take anyone's statement. I don't care who they are, a statement as fact or okay, they're fully telling the truth. They, in order to go the direction that they went, they should have substantiated what was said. And because since we got these phone records from them and the text logs as well, there are only 4 texts from David himself in the month of November. There are 18 or 19 total incoming versus outgoing, but only 4 from David. And like you said, not one text or phone call that came in or went out on Thanksgiving. No, none of his family text. He didn't text them. He never received a text from his dad. And I like how you put it, Dan, because I tend to just be blunt and say, well, okay, this is just a flat lie. And you said, okay, don't say that. You just say that the evidence is not substantiating what they're saying. So it's a little more tactful, and I appreciate that. But yes, they should never have just taken the word of Dan Sr. They should have gone in, and since they had these records, they saw for them, or should have, if they didn't look at it, they should have looked at it, and if they had, they would know that the story that they were told is not true in any way, shape, or form. Somebody either misunderstood what they were supposed to do, or somebody misinterpreted what was said. And why does it always go silent?
I would also say this is the second time, right, that this has happened.
I'm sorry, I'm here.
With the follow-up on Dan Crowley. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so remember this happened when they questioned Dan Crowley about Chris Klein, and he tells cops that he wasn't in the house with Chris Klein on January 19th, 2 days after the bodies were found. And the police never follow up on that either. It seems like we have two things here, both related to Dan Crowley Sr., that were not followed up on when they clearly should have been.
Yeah, and if they're looking and they're trying to say that David went berserk in December, when his last text that he sends out is supposedly he sent out, which was on November 13th to Kamel's old phone number. That is, according to the phone records that we were given, that was the very last one. And then the last call that David himself made, supposedly, was November 23rd, I think, or something like that. So in the month of November, David goes completely silent. So why and how is that when he seems to be pretty active in the early months of November, texting quite regularly with a couple of people, and then just to drop off and have nothing? And they, meaning the police, didn't follow up on that.
Yeah, I agree. I was on mute before, but this is Dan again. It's a good point, and Greg brings up the point about the Chris Klein issue at the home, when Chris says, I was there, but I was let in by Dan Jr. and Dan Sr. And Dan Sr. heard that and says, I was never in the house with Chris Klein. So we've got unsubstantiated, or we've got things that don't jive. Let's just say that.
Yeah, and here's something else I find interesting. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I see no communication between David and Chris Klein at all. So what was he doing in his house? I mean, there's no phone call to Chris. There's no text to Chris. And these go back, I think, to October. And so obviously they weren't friends. So what was Chris Klein doing in his house to find that elusive bullet that nobody else found before?
The magic bullet?
Yeah.
It's very interesting. It's the other thing with the comments that I've been receiving as far as on that YouTube video that I did was, did David Crowley have a secondary phone, and maybe the texting was all done on that secondary line? Well, the answer to that is that he had a mobile phone that was cut off in October by Mr. Alam, and then he got this new one. So this is the only mobile line that he was able to text to and from. He did not have a business account or a secondary line, and this is what came back from the police record. So this is all we can substantiate, that there's no evidence to support more than these 16 texts during the entire month. None was with his family. 2 came in from Dan Jr. That weren't responded to, but we know that they were fighting, so it makes sense. The other thing is maybe they went maybe the communication was to the mother. And so the question for the new people, lots of new people joining, lots of new members is joining here. Be sure you also go on mute if you're typing in the background, because the microphone's very close. The other thing is that for the new members, they were divorced. It was Dan Crowley Sr. was divorced from Kate Crowley. Several years in advance. So they were separated. So Dan Crowley was living by himself as the father, and then Kate Crowley was the one who mysteriously wound up dead 7 months after the bodies were discovered herself, which is very, once you start looking into this the Dan Crowley Sr. side of things. It really gets it really raises the suspicions to her death, so to say. Dan Crowley was also the one that we still haven't gotten the answers on, the $50,000 cash withdrawal that took place in the form of cash at a local Wells Fargo branch location in the month of October, which is a month before these texts were going back and forth, in a month that he was out of the country the entire month on business, or so he tells law enforcement. That withdrawal was taken place out of his account in person by someone. And so we got the Chris Klein mentioning
the going into the house with Dan Sr. We've got the $50,000 relates to Dan Sr. Whether or not he withdrew it, it was still out of his account. And then we get the long list of timeline of events that he gives to authorities that don't jive at all. I mean, he wasn't off by one or two or a handful of things that could easily be explained away by a time zone difference or something to that effect. These dates, the text never even took place on those dates that he had said. And the other thing that I was going to bring up here before I let Catherine answer that last question I believe she was talking about is, I think when they submitted that timeline, Dan Crowley Sr. says that he worked on this with the family. He gathered the timeline with the daughter Allison, the son Dan Sr., and himself all got together to put together and establish this timeline. Now, if it's wrong, and all three were involved in creating it, that other leads to other questions as well, because we can't assume that Dan just put this together and sent it on to authorities. I do believe in that paragraph on that page 64 in the police report that says clearly that they worked on this together in a joint effort to put this together.
Yeah,
so
I think
that's a very strange thing. If knowing what we know now, if they were all, I don't want to say in on it, but none of that stuff was true that was forwarded. So it's very very strange to say the least.
Yeah, I totally agree, and you're correct. I do remember seeing that as well. So it wasn't just Dan Sr., but it was the family who it was a joint effort, which then makes me wonder, why would they say this? Were they being misquoted when someone did they write it out, and did somebody not understand what they were saying, and so they typed it wrong, or was it dictated and then it was typed out when they were whatever that type is, they're typing it out. We don't know that for sure, but what we do know is that the timeline that Dan Sr. gave to the police and the comments and statements made by so-called family and friends, I have not found anything to match up with the evidence we've been given. And now that we have the phone records, and we all have been working hard on these, and we've all gone through, and we have every single phone number, and it is attached to a name. We know every person that they called, every person that called them. We know every person that sent a text to, and every person that sent a text to them. And it doesn't match. And why doesn't it match? The police, it's in your face. It's not even something we had to look that far into.
Yeah, and that's part of this information that will be being released or public coming up soon here this weekend, I believe, with the rest of the phone records. My piece was just the Dan Sr. piece that related to those handful of text messages, but what Catherine and Greg and Sophia have been looking into is the phone records from a whole host of people involved with this family the last several months of their lives. And if we go back and trace it back to the comments and quotes that they've made to various media outlets and in press releases as far as contacting them, they do not line up. And so this really begs the bigger question: was it on purpose that they gave this wrong information, or was it just not followed up on? Did the detectives not do their job on the follow-up, or were they lied to from the beginning? Or why is all the lying taken place? With a case like Dan Crowley Sr., he's the father of the alleged criminal here, which is David, and we can't point the finger at him being a suspect in this triple homicide. Would he be a person of interest to that someone would speak to? I would say yes, but certainly relating to the crime or not, regardless if there's any involvement in the crime at all, he would certainly not be telling lies or giving misleading information if he was on the up and up. So that's what we've really got the question for. We do know that the only person in this entire scenario that was finding this whole scenario suspicious, strange, and frankly unbelievable was David's mother, Kate. and she's the one who was found slumped over her table in her backyard patio under strange circumstances. So we got a whole host of things here going on. And what's some more that's coming out here with this other information, Catherine? You know, some of the other things that I've seen is you get these so-called friends or best friends, but when you look at the phone records, we see these people not in communication with David at all.
Can I go back to the back to Dan Crowley? Two things. I think we need to clear up two things. Okay, first question that I've been hearing is it possible that David Crowley, that we didn't get all of the phone records, that maybe David Crowley had a different phone, you know, other phones or a burner phone, something like that? And is it possible that when Dan Crowley Sr. was talking about he was texting David and all that, is it possible that it was through some messenger on Facebook or Skype or something like that?
No, good question. Good question.
There's calls that there's, you know, that's the only thing that I could really think of why.
Oh, the other thing, just to jump in here, yeah. Catherine mentioned if someone maybe transposed it wrong or during the you know, jotting it down from the notes. It looks to me, and I could be wrong, it looks to me like this timeline narrative was put together and typed and then forwarded to the detectives in the form of, you know, an email or something like that. But I don't believe there's any room for someone typing something wrong or incorrectly. The way that the police received it with the various, there were some spelling mistakes and some grammar mistakes and things like that. I think they just copied and pasted that into the police report. So I believe the Crowley family put something together and forwarded it on. So I believe we can rule out any miscommunication or transposing of anything incorrectly. But that's a good point, Greg. If there was other types of communication, messenger, you know, Skype, you know, something else that could have been used as far as communication. All we see is the word response and the word reply. That leads me to believe that they were replying to a conversation, an ongoing conversation that was not on the telephone. And as far as we know, David only had that one mobile phone that was being used.
I'm trying to look up that page because they don't specifically say what phone number either, right? What phone number they call. Nope. They just say David's number.
Nope.
I wanted to find that.
Well, then that's what leads me to believe that it wasn't on Messenger or on Skype, because the verbiage would have been, well, we Skyped, you know, I sent it on Messenger. But to say I sent him a text, the implication is that it was via the phone. So the fact that we infer the fact that it's a phone, it just goes by what he is saying. So
could he text to Skype or something? I don't know. I don't know. That one's weird. Now there was one that he said. So he said he called David on November 7th, right? But then it turned out to be the 8th. Am I incorrect on that?
Who called?
That David Sr. called or texted. I'm sorry, that Dan Sr. texted David Crowley on November 7th.
The phone records do not validate any phone call or any text. The phone records we have from Dan at all, none.
So he's not on any of the phone records?
No.
Dan Crowley Sr.
No,
it's possible he had a different number, because there wasn't even any calls, I think, on November 7th. I don't think on the phone record.
Correct.
I could be wrong. I'm looking at that again, but
no, you're correct. I went through every phone number and I looked up every single phone number, as well as a couple of other people. You know, it's been triple checked. You know, and which is good, because what I thought was one person's number, you know, the other two found it to be somebody else. So their search was better. So we have triple checked. We've all got, so we're all in accordance now with the same name and on these numbers, and not one of them belonged to Dan Sr.
And the only troubling thing with with that, and I would say it's safe to assume that they were not speaking or were not talking, and David did cut him out of regular communications, and that's fair enough, I think, to say. The question that I have, the troubling thing is that Dan Crowley Sr., the father, went out of his way to tell police that they were in communication. They were responding in what sounded to me like a healthy relationship. But the key word for me is that he went out of his way to plant that seed that the deal fell through. I walked away from the deal. Reasons of the heart, I guess, I walked away from the deal. So now it's not only just, either misremembering the conversation or planting the seed of saying that I was in a good relationship with my son who did this. He goes out of his way to paint David as the bad guy, that the deal did go through, that he was despondent. He walked away from this deal, and he went out of his way to tell Dan Jr. his new phone number when he got it, but he didn't tell his own father. So it's the planting of the seed of walking away from the deal, which we have also proven and debunked that the deal fell through. The deal, just for the record, the deal never did fall through. We've got that on record with the interview with MEG President Mike Boggio. So the deal was not off the table. And if you look at the texts, David's most recent texts, Zach Carter, working with MEG, was one of the persons he was most frequently contacting via text, talking about the production of that deal, of the movie, of the web series, whatever he was working on. So
yeah, there was a lot of communication between David and Zach Carter. A lot, yeah.
Yep. So he was communicating the most, it seemed like, with players from MEG. He was communicating the least with his own family and members of the Gray State team. So we know that he was pulling away from those individuals.
Was that after November 9th? How many times did David Crowley talk with, or was there any communication between David Crowley and Zach Carter after November 9th?
No, in fact, most of David's, Zach sent David a text on December 16th, but it was not replied. Most of David's communications stopped on the 8th of November. There is one call on the 13th that at least the phone records, the text records show that David sent a text to Kamel's old phone number, which I found odd. But that was it, no.
Why would he send it to the old phone number?
Yeah, good question.
Do you know what page that's on?
If you look down at the little tags down at the bottom, you'll see David's text log, and then I have it right there at the bottom. Okay. Look on 1113. It's highlighted. Or maybe not on yours. I highlighted it on mine. Sorry.
So I think if people want to really start to dig into these phone records, I'd probably start with what you guys are talking about here, starting on the Apple Valley Police records, page 63 through page 66 or 67. It looks like that's where this timeline, that you guys are right, because on page 63, the timeline was put together collaboratively and sent to me by email by DJ Crowley. The timeline has been attached below. So there's no indication that after this timeline that anybody has, does any follow-up on it, I guess. You can also look at page 64, and you can see that this is David's newest number, because on November 7th, Dan Sr. writes, I text David to see if he is still alive. If he is still alive on after finding, he gave DJ his new phone number. So that's the new number. So both of them have this number by December 7th. I'm sorry, by November 7th at least. So this is the new number that we're talking about.
Yes.
That's a huge problem. You could still argue, I guess, that I don't know how the pay service phones, where you just get those phones and you just pay as you go. I don't know how those phone records work. But if the authorities could not get a hold or find any, like if let's say I had one of those pay by, pay as I go phones. Would they show up in phone searches that the cops are looking for, or is that something that would not show up? To me, that would be a big deal, because it could be in somebody else's name. This fact that he says the new number would lead us to think that it was David's last known number. So again, those are just the only things, the only reasoning that I can think of, and it's nothing that can't be clarified, right? If there's no malice, or if there's no lies in it. But right now, it like Dan was saying, it does not add up. We're looking at like two different things. We're looking at what Dan Crowley says, and then we're looking at what the phone records say. And police had access to these phone records too. I wonder if they asked these same questions and if they got any answers.
Yeah, because I don't really see the purpose of David having a burner phone. But someone, all it said was guest.
Well, if he's distancing himself from people that are bad news, I could see that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just
that's
guessing.
Beyond me. So.
100%.
But I mean, somebody did make one of the guests did say that it said that David spoke with one of his Army buddies on the 24th of December online. But
Eric DePletis?
I'm not sure. They just typed in his buddy. But right now, can we even know? At this stage of the game, it's like, how do we even know?
We have
if
to
it
go
really was them.
We have to go with what we know, as my friend Walter would always say. And what we know is what is in these reports, right? That's everything. Whatever can be chipped from it, okay, yeah, it can be chipped, but definitely that's where I've been starting. And I think for any new researchers, I would start looking at the 94 pages, and I would start there. Now that I'm going back looking at different phone numbers, who's saying what, it's stories are not lining up. And even in our news, the news stories, when this story first broke, a lot of those stories didn't line up then. 4 years later, they're making even less sense. So, or stories change. It's like a rewrite. It's like a rewrite to a very bad movie.
It is. And nobody's keeping it straight.
That's the movie.
I know, right?
That's the twist and turn, That's what keeps it going. It's like they wrote a movie just for all of us to look into it, figure out what's really going on here. But
the other thing, if I could just jump in on the timeline, did you say that it was forwarded to police from DJ, Dan Jr.?
Yes,
okay.
Correct.
So if the family did indeed get together, collaborate, and send it off to DJ, and then he was ultimately the one who forwarded it on, that does leave room for him if he was going to edit or change anything and without his family knowing it, and then hit send so it went on its merry way. We can't assume anything like that either. But the only thing I could say by looking at these dates from November is now think of yourself as the investigator receiving this narrative, this timeline narrative, and look at the warm, fuzzy feeling it has that jumps out at you from the Crowley family. The first line says, DJ texted saying he loves him and wants to make things right. Well, that's kind of a sappy text, but it certainly sheds DJ in a good light.
Right.
And then on November 16th, I asked him to join us at my sister's for Thanksgiving from Dan Sr. Another warm, fuzzy feeling, feel-good kind of a invite to Thanksgiving. We know that that didn't take place, or they weren't there. They never got invited to Thanksgiving, and they wouldn't have gone anyway. But they make sure to point out the good things, but yet anything relating to David is bad or negative or viewed in a very negative light. Even the text here to see if he's still alive, So it's it's very interesting if you were to look back on how this is framed or how this is crafted. Is my only comment there. It's very slanted. The remaining family members that are alive are the good, loving father and the good, loving brother. Is all I'm going to point out there.
Yes.
I would like a forensics or an FBI profiler or someone who would have better insight on reading something like this to get into the mind or the mindset of someone forwarding this kind of information. Is what police are looking for in something like this is a truthful, honest account of what they were sent and what they received and what was going on. And usually those things in actuality aren't slanted this way with as much what I would call emotion beefed up on some of these adjectives and some of these words, or beefing things up to get the to tug at the old heartstrings. That's all I've got to say on that.
Yeah, and I agree. It's like I found that interesting too.
And remember, further up, also page 64, is when Dan Sr. makes that allegation that David responded to someone online, never fucked with a veteran combatant. And so we did see that line, we did see that phrase that David wrote on social media that did in fact exist, that Dan Crowley Sr., the father, goes out of his way to say that David was in an argument about Islam, a Muslim article or someone on Islam that got heated, a heated exchange on Facebook. And so I think that's another thing, and I mentioned that I believe it was 3 years ago on one of these broadcasts that I called him out. That certainly was not the case. David did not have a heated exchange on social media, especially about religion. He was very open to all these types of things. And so while I believe he made the comment, we can go back to the fact that it's very strange that the father would jump in and try to portray what caused and try to give the answers to the investigators what caused that comment, which I think was bogus.
Yeah, and we might be giving the father too much credit, I guess, based on this, right? Like you said, if it's all, it's a collaborative effort, but some of the things that are in here, like, these are just triggers. These are something that would trigger the cop to think that David Crowley is crazy or he's guilty, he's on a downward spiral, all in one page, all on page 64.
Yeah, it's too many key words. It's like someone with a background in intelligence wrote these types of things. And they're trying to, knowing, like Greg, I agree with you, knowing that the common detectives at the city level in a city police department are going to buy these types of phrases hook, line, and sinker. And so that's why they were used. So that means they were used on purpose. Now, if there's a cover-up, does that mean that Dan Crowley Sr. is involved in the cover-up? Could be. It also does not mean to say or suggest that he was involved in the actual murder or murders, directly or indirectly. But it does appear that someone lying with this many number of inconsistencies and this number of lies directly to law enforcement officers is where the antenna should be raised for these investigators, and to Mr. Gummert and to the police chief, police captain, and the various places like the Attorney General that Catherine has sent this case to.
Yeah, and you're right, because if the police, it's very deliberate language, and if the police had just taken even just one of those dates and looked at the phone logs, which they have in their possession, they would have known right then and there it didn't match up. So,
do we know when they got them 215, I believe, right? That's when they were. That's what all the PDFs. That's what they're dated 215.
Yeah.
To make. Okay.
Yeah. So they've had these, over 3 years now.
Yeah, from the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, because
76.
Looking at all of this, David and Kamel had a lot of interaction, which is another thing that I found odd, because Allison made the allegation that there was no communication between David and Kamel and David's mom, Kate, when that is, according to these phone records, not true at all. They have a lot of communication, a lot of calls go back and forth, mostly from Kate to Kamel or David, but there's still, 16, 30 phone calls or whatever. And I'm not even sure that includes the texts. I don't know if she actually texted them, but she okay. Okay, no text to Kamel. I'm looking at the logs right now. And no text that I see from the mom, but a lot, at least 26 to 30 phone calls.
Some late at night, too. Very late at night. 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Some back and forth, too. So that, I'm glad you brought that up.
This is Kate. This is Kate.
Yeah.
You said? Yeah, she does. For my overview, is she seemed to be the only one potentially that had a genuine concern about the welfare of this family.
Yeah. She truly. I mean, according to these phone logs, that's right. I mean, that's exactly where I go with it. You know, there was a strong connection between her and the two of them.
Donna put something really good in the chat from Eric Depletus, who went by the Forbidden Fetus. You guys see that?
Was that put in there by someone else, or is that the actual person? Oh, that was him from 2 years ago.
Yeah, from 2 years ago, which might have been, now it might have been 4 years or 5. That's from Reddit. And he says, apparently I was the last to talk to my good friend David, and I want to say it was around Thanksgiving, Xmas time, because I remember all those crazy posts he was making about absinthe. Backstory, was with David since day one in the Army together. We literally did everything as a team. I love that man. I'll never know a man such as him who was wise beyond his years. It had been about 6 months since we last chatted. So he's saying, what?
Yeah, so he's saying that on Facebook he was talking to David either at Thanksgiving or Christmas time. So, and there's a month difference time in there. So,
okay. And the last time he talked to David was chatted with David was 6 months prior to this. Whenever he chatted with him in Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And he mentioned absinthe. Why are they mentioning absinthe? Why are we seeing that? We see that in page 64 too. We see that and these become trigger words that a lot of people come into the group and say that, you know what, yeah, David, you know, was guilty because of this and this. It's all the same trigger words. It's all the same script.
Yeah, and you know, that's the thing. I think I remember on David's page. Now, correct me if I'm wrong because I've read so much, but I think David did mention something about it, but he wasn't, from what I can tell, all overboard on it. It's not like he was going crazy doing nothing but absinthe.
It was the absinthe while edit was the comment made only one time, I believe, by David on social media ever, and that's another one that the father neatly put into his narrative to get to police.
And see, and that's what kills me.
He cherry-picked that one also.
Yeah, because obviously these people who are making these comments about, you know, yeah, David put absinthe while edit. These are people who have never written a book, a script. They've not written a darn thing in life. I'm telling you, don't you know, Greg, right? It is hard to write. And when you sit there and you're like going, if I can just get anything to get me to think. I mean, it's a writer thing. And it doesn't mean the guy was crazy.
No, I think it's more like a painkiller while he's writing. He's using it. I think he has to relive some of that stuff.
Yeah.
And a lot of us writers don't have to go through that because we just make it up, or we look at other people and just kind of see how we take real life things and make them our own. But what he was doing is one of the most difficult things that I would think that any soldier, any person who served would be able to actually do, knowing what is coming, knowing the evil that we do face, and all the different, all the stuff that was happening in 2012, when everybody thought that the world was going to end, and the whole Mayan calendar thing. I mean, it was a crazy time, and he was right there. He was caught up with some very bad people. That's what I think. Some very shady people.
And you're right. You brought up a really good point, because when I was volunteering as an EMT, on the military base, I am telling you, you can't live on that. Is the phone call coming today? You're always on that edge. And so I even remember with my kids, I would have a pager, and we had a code word. And I'm like, if I call you with this code word, anytime, day or night, if I call you with this code word, go. And then they had a place that we were supposed to meet. And, and David, not only did he know that, but was it still part of it? Because it takes a long time to come down from that type of a mindset. So he was probably still on that mindset, but then he was also all at war, in war. Yeah. He saw people dying. And you're right. So as he's writing about this, it may be cathartic in one aspect, but the other aspect is it's bringing up a lot of emotions. And so if he needed something one time to deal with it as he's editing, I bear the man no ill will. As a writer myself, I'm like, I get it. And I could only try to imagine what he, like you said, what he went through.
Yeah, and it's the point that they're using it not, just a regular recreational use. They're trying to demonize it.
Yeah.
His use. Absinthe is not illegal. And so that by repeatedly putting it out there that he used it or abused it, they're trying to demonize it, and it's another form of discrediting David Crowley.
Yes.
Yep, they got the weed out there, got the absinthe in the news media.
Yeah, speaking of the weed, we cannot find anything in either David's or Camel's phone log. If they're going to say maybe he wrote, used David used Camel's phone, there is no text or phone call to Chris Peck at that time frame in December, where they supposedly said he was looking for, he called him to say, hey, you got the stuff. There is a text from Chris Peck to David on November 12th. November 12th. I'm sorry, I'm losing Ken. Yes, November 12th from Chris Peck to David. No response from David to him, though.
But then you have in the records, in these police records, that was another weird thing, because it's almost like everything is like secondhand, third hand. It's not like the police looked in these records and found something. On page 28 of these records, Detective Tommy Booth is writing that another detective had given him some information that a text message was sent from David Crowley's phone to a phone number which belonged to Chris Peck. The text message was sent at 7:22 a.m. on December 19, 2014. So where did police get that information?
Yeah, I'd like to know, too, because there's nothing here.
And they didn't have the phone records then either.
Yeah.
That's
a good point.
This was on January 19th. So they didn't have those phone records, and this is a very important day too, because this is the day when Chris Klein and a bunch of people, and possibly Chris Peck too, might have been in that house or claimed to be in that house on January 19th. 2 days after the bodies were found, 1 day before the bullet that is going to be tied to Rania was found. I mean, it gets stranger and stranger. These 94 pages should have probably another 94 pages on just all the strange crap that they found that they should have followed up on, that was never followed up on.
Yeah, and the phone records prove that to be not true. How do I say that? Okay, what did you tell me to say? I forgot.
Evidence doesn't support.
Thank you, that's it.
You're politically correct. All right. Okay. All right. Add that to the strange case.
Yeah, these phone records, I am telling you, they're eye-opening. What happened, what didn't happen.
There's some good chat happening that Minnesota member has brought up about Dan Luttrell. That's another one of David's buddies, right? One of his Army buddies. Okay. Sure, right.
Yeah. Okay. So again, these are people who are saying that they're getting these texts from David on a laptop, on a computer. Nobody's actually seeing or talking to him. So, you know, from where I'm coming from with these phone logs and how he just dropped off so early in the game here, for me, and I know most people don't agree with me, that's perfectly okay, but I am not convinced that it was David talking to them. Oh, poor kitty.
She's in a lot of pain.
Oh,
okay.
She needs love.
She's healing.
Yeah, you're right, Catherine. You know, we don't know who's behind the keyboard here. The hard thing with the Dan Luttrell is that he was communicating, it seems like, over 2 hours, and I think that would be hard to pull off for someone as an imposter, but we can't rule it out. Someone who knew him that well, I think, would have caught on to that. But you're right, some of these shorter messages, some of these shorter texts, shorter conversations could certainly be pulled off by someone else.
Well, if Luttrell was...
Yeah.
And here's the thing, Luttrell admits he was drinking whiskey and beer, so I think he was a little loopy himself.
Yeah, but he also says that there was nothing weird, or that wasn't like David was drunk or acting crazy or anything like that, right? So he's not saying that he notices anything strange from David. No mention of anything like that, right? It's curious, all these soldiers who knew David, that not one of them is coming out and saying that David had PTSD. To all these people that have never been a soldier, never walked in those shoes, seem to be saying that about him.
Yeah, and I forget which one of you guys did a video on that, and people were answering and commenting and saying that, you know, either they have PTSD or they know people with PTSD. PTSD is not something that just pops one day all of a sudden, you know, which is what they're basically trying to say. Oh, David was, you know, lucid for all these years. After he got out, he could write these scripts and keep everything going. But then, oh man, that month before, all of a sudden he just lost it. You know, yeah, no, I'm not buying it. Again, everybody goes silent.
Correct.
I'll try not to be.
I agree. This is Dan. I do think that's a stretch.
Yeah. I know I get aggressive. Sorry, I don't mean to.
How dare you?
I know, it's like,
How dare you have an opinion?
And the other thing is this second journal, this alleged second journal that all we keep hearing about from Dan Crowley Sr., which now really makes me hesitant on believing the existence of that at all.
This is the one that was found months later, right? Or after
he got the computer back, he was searching the laptop. Dan Sr. was searching around on David's laptop after he received it back from detectives, and stumbled upon a journal that detectives didn't find, and it had all this really key information.
Okay, because I was
laughable.
I was under the impression that this was a written journal, not a digital.
Yeah, but I still find that hard to believe.
The one that Dan Sr. found was the one on the laptop. Digital.
Where is that? Where does he?
My impression that is when he found it. I think this was from Mason Hendricks.
Okay.
This is not part of the police report, but this is he found all this. He found the quote, stumbled upon all this information, much like Judy Prochnow stumbled upon the page on Valentine's Day of 2015.
Do you have that quote somewhere? Can you grab that quote?
I don't have it. I don't have
you
it.
Don't have to do it now.
I could look at it, but yeah, I'd like to see that because
I was under the impression that this was a physical journal that was found when the family or whenever everybody was going through the house, and they found it months later, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, okay, if there was something there that would have helped the cops prove that David Crowley was guilty, I think they would have turned that journal over, even if there was.
The neighbor Judy Prochnow has also said that she has photocopies of the handwritten version of the journal as well, many pages upon pages upon pages that she'll never give to us. But what did Gummert say when you asked him directly, Greg?
We got everything
about Judy.
Oh, he said she was lying. Yeah, oh, he didn't. He didn't exactly say that, but yeah, basically he said that. He basically said no, that's
You
not
asked
true.
about. You asked. I think is that an attack dog? I think you asked Gummert about the multiple versions of the diary or whatever the journal, and Gummert wrote back to you and said that's propaganda. There's none of that exists.
Right.
This is direct quote.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
So
and
the other one pushing that once again, just to wrap up, is Dan Senior was pushing this other journal that they found.
see, and I find that hard to believe as well, because when we look at those photos from the crime scene and how everything is so messy, most people assume that was because Kamel didn't clean. But the reality is that was the police. They pulled everything out from everywhere. They were pulling clothes out. They were opening drawers. They were moving the bedding on the bed. So they really went through that house. And if anything was there, I'm sure they would have found it.
That's a good point.
I mean, because they went through just about, everything that I could see. I mean,
True.
Which is good. Yes, they leave the place a mess, but you want them to be thorough.
Yes.
But the pictures of the crime scene should be taken in situ, and then perhaps taking some photos afterwards. But
yes.
I'm assuming that's what these photos are taken before they rifled through everything.
Well, no, because remember, you were the one who actually pointed it out, because most of us are like going, no, somebody had made a comment about the bed. And then, Dan, you pointed out, you said, in the photo, I think it was with the pot on the dresser, and you said, but look in the mirror, the bed is made. And when you look in the mirror, the room is really neat and tidy. But then when you're looking at the rest of the photos, the bedding's, in a big jumble, and clothes are all over the place, but that's not how it looked when they first got there and took that photo of the pot on the dresser.
Yeah, I'm just saying in general, I think most of those photos should be taken in situ.
Yeah, they should, and I don't know why they didn't give those out. Those should be not protected. I mean, they should be just as public as the other photos.
Yeah, I mean, they don't show the bodies or anything.
If they took them. like Dan was saying, like Dan was suggesting, if they took the photos, they should have been given out.
I think they did. I mean, I think they took photo. I think they took video too. I think they have all that stuff.
Yeah. Amazing.
Hi, everybody.
Hey
Are you
there.
there, Sophia? Hey, girl.
Just slid on in.
What's going on?
Oh, not much. Trying to catch up. But I am in agreement. I mean, we should be able to see the photos of what the crime scene looks like as they enter. Me personally, I don't need to see the bodies. I just would like to see what the scene looked like. And if they're sitting there moving things, and just for instance, like if you look at the kitchen photos, there's one of the dishwasher open. Mm-hmm. There's a yellow cup where we could see it in several photos, but we don't see it in another photo. So was it removed? Was it there? What's going on here? Or pads of paper and pens? Yeah.
Yeah, that one, I still think it's just from the way that the image was shot, the way that the camera was shot. I still think that.
What? I was getting coffee.
Catherine take a...
I'm sorry, I was getting coffee.
There's a yellow cup. There's a famous yellow cup inside of the dishwasher, and there was a question of if that yellow cup was taken off or moved or bumped or whatever. Like in some photos, it looks like the yellow cup is there. In other photos, it looks like the yellow cup is not there. It's on the upper level of that dishwasher, and I still think that it is there. It's just the way that camera took the photo. It's hard to see because there is no close-up. There is no clear photo that shows the dishwasher open and the yellow cup is not there.
It's just an interesting thing in regards to as you're looking through the photos, because you will notice that things do move.
Yeah, there's a vacuum that's in the closet, and then in other photos it's not. There's a gun holster that is underneath the bedroom safe, and then all of a sudden it's on the floor, and more pictures are taken of the same holster now on the ground for some reason.
Which was really weird. I didn't understand why they did that at all. I'm like, okay, I know you guys took it out and you're taking photos, but why put it on the floor? It's like, gosh, put it on the bed or something, or on top of the safe.
Maybe that's how thorough they are, and any time anything is actually moved, that they have to take a photo.
Well, and that's good if that's the case. But, you know, my point was, why throw it on the floor? Okay, maybe that was their code. If it's on the floor, then
if it's on the floor, then you ignore.
Well, I mean, it's like there's other places they could have put it. They could have put it on the bed. They could have put it on a flat surface, but the floor.
I know, it's so rude. Oh man, I'm trying to find the pictures of the. Oh, here we go. Pictures of the kitchen.
Yeah, you'll get lost on that one.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a lot of things you'll get lost on, and
there are. Yeah, especially with
that yellow cup is not in there on photo number 1. No, it's not.
It's there.
No, it's not. Nope. And then on photo 2, it's there. That is so
that's
weird.
Because of the angle. It's the angle.
Nope.
Yes, it is.
Nope. Are you a photographer?
Yes. By
I
trade.
am too.
By
okay,
trade.
me
No,
too.
I'm just kidding.
No, I don't.
but I play one on TV.
That's
so I know.
awesome. That's a good one. No, it's not there. That is so weird. Because it's a big yellow cup. Hey, even the wait, never mind. That bowl wasn't moved. It's just the angle. Okay, but the yellow cup is not there. But then it's there. It's there. It's gone. It's there. How weird.
It's the weirdest thing, right? It's like, why?
Wow. I know, the mystery of the moving cup. That is so bizarre.
And you know, Christy was the one who pointed that one out to me, so I got to give her credit for that one.
Yeah.
There's so many rabbit holes in this case. It's not even funny.
Hey, what's up with we got a good comment in the chat. What's up with let's see, Donna says, what's happening with the active phone? Who's paying for this? Where are we at on that? I mean, I've got some theories. I know you guys got some theories. Are we just kind of jumping the gun by even saying anything, or what do you guys think?
Well, I'm actually going to go back next week. I try not to go on busy days because they're not going to be able to show me anything. But I'm going to go back next week and hopefully get another photo to show that it is active. Because I wasn't able to do that on Friday. But as of right now, I have no idea who is actually paying that phone. And it is for 2 lines. So I don't know. It's a very good question. But it was not active, or it was suspended on that Thursday that we went, and then it was active on Friday when I went.
And then the bill was paid, correct? Yeah, because there was a balance on Thursday. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a mystery as of right now who's paying it and why they're paying it. I mean,
well, you also have those.
Think of.
You have those phones that are. You have phones that are forwarding, right? That are in the. Let me put it like this: if we look at the phone records after the first set of phones were shut off in October of 2014. Mm-hmm. Those 2 phone numbers, right? David's old number and Kamel's old number, do those show up on David's new number or Kamel's new number?
Yes.
Okay.
They do.
So that's a forwarding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there is some forwarding going on there. So they still have those.
They're either forwarding or they're calling it to check to see if there are any messages still on those lines. I don't, it's hard to say what they were doing. But yes, there are calls here and there. Yeah, because I used to do that. And that was, maybe that's not what they did at all, but I used to call my old phone to see if there was a message or if it was still active. Who knows?
But this looks like a forwarding, at least with one of them, right? Or are those other numbers?
I'm trying to see which one.
I mean, I had planned on looking at all this stuff before I got on this, and I just had too much going on. This cat is taking over my life.
Oh, poor Kit Kat.
I'm so glad she's doing better, though.
Yeah, me too.
That was...
It's all clean.
Yeah, because on the 11th of November, Kamel, at least according to the phone records, is calling her old cell phone number. So I would only assume that that's probably what it was for, to find out if she had any messages or text or anything waiting for her. Not text, but phone messages.
Why would you do that if I don't know.
I mean, who knows? I'm just throwing them out there.
Weren't those phones supposed to be shut off? Or I guess just Mr. Alam shut off the count for the two old phones, right? But then David and Kamel probably still had the option to keep those numbers. I also thought it was weird that David's newest number is with T-Mobile, but the other one isn't, but they're on the same count. But that could just be the way they were all working. I don't know if that was when they all merged, if that's when everything started to happen, but AT&T and T-Mobile.
Oh, yeah, I think they bought them out, so yeah.
But that must have been around this time. I think it was like 2012, maybe 2011. So maybe they were still merging, just very late mergers or something. But
yeah, sometimes it takes a while to get it all together.
The other question I had about this last phone record is we're seeing David's number and Kamel's number, and is it possible that maybe this account had other numbers on it too, associated with it?
Well, since they pulled the records of the account number, I'm thinking that if there were other phones associated with the account, it would have been part of the subpoena, and AT&T would have had to supply that.
Even if it's not in their name?
If it's part of the account, it doesn't matter. How are they going to know? Yeah, they're not going to know if it's in their name or not.
Well, because they only asked for those records for those two numbers from David and Kamel. They didn't ask for the whole.
Okay, for the account.
Correct.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if there's anything else. Donna brought up another good one. Donna's got a lot of good stuff tonight. This is one I remember hearing briefly about this. I have no idea about this. Donna says, what about Kamel's phone records and the security prison calling her? FCI Waseco Low Security Federal Correctional Institution. Do you guys know anything about that?
Well, no, and that I don't have the copy of the phone records from her cell phone. Yeah, because I saw that in somebody else, and I said, well, I'm going to look it up and see if I can find it.
You should have
for Kamel. Yeah, all I have for Kamel, it stops. Hold on a second. Let me find my paperwork here. I mean, I have the paperwork in my hand, but I thought I went farther back than.
Hey, Donna, can you tell us what date that was?
Well, somebody sent the thing where Caleb's spreadsheet where it has that on there. Yeah. But okay, I have her text messages which go through December 20, or the text messages to and from her phone through December, but the phone log that I have stops November 17th. So I don't know. I would like to see that on the 18th. Yeah, I would like to see that on the 18th log. That would be great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me locate that for you.
Let me, hold on. Yeah. Hold on a second. Let me go back. Oh, no, I lied. I'm sorry. No, that's David. Okay, maybe I didn't. That's good. I don't want to be a liar. Okay.
I'm looking at that too.
Because I do remember you mentioning that you didn't have that sheet.
Wait, no, you're right.
What be happening?
No, you're correct. You're correct, Sophia. I didn't have it the first time, but now, okay, that On the phone records that I see, I don't see anything from a prison at all.
Yeah, what month was that? I'm not.
They said, well, of course, wait, that's because they said that it was on January 19th. The phone records I have stop at January 15th. So I'm not sure where Caleb got the phone record through the 19th for Kamel or David. I don't have, like I said, the phone records I have for Kamel stop January 15th.
I'm gonna look at that. So I thought they went further.
Yeah, and the only people calling her were the school and Heidi, I think.
See, so that would be Kamel's last phone number. Okay, the 0072.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a 30-page document. And, okay, no, it couldn't be that one. No, I got this wrong. Oh, can't be the last one. Huh.
But yeah, so do you have?
Wait, no, there's another one. No, we're missing something. Hold on.
Yeah, I was seeing Sophia.
Yeah.
Does Sophia have? Do you have the phone log for anything after the 15th of January, or does the one you have end on the 15th?
Mine ends on the 15th also. I just pulled it up.
Which note is that for the 5794 or the other one?
The 0072.
072.
Yes, the 0072. Greg, is it possible to send me your link to your blog? I'm going to check your blog.
Yeah.
The phone numbers on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just updated it a
I had
little
an
bit.
issue with things disappearing out of my files.
Yes, me too. Frustrating.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So page 1 through 27 of the 30-page document is her phone.
Phone
and
record.
Page 28 down is
the text. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I thought I was going crazy.
Well, that still may be.
That's a relative term around here.
Understandable, though.
Are you in the chat too, Sophia? I'm going to put it there if you are.
No, I'm not.
You're not? Okay. I'll send
Would
it.
you be willing to send it to me through Messenger?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, the phone records, I mean, it's just like I am just trying to wrap my head around it because there's just so much to it. Really, it's so much that it's just like, well, wait a minute, this is missing, that's missing. I was hoping to get somebody who actually works there, who works at AT&T, and to kind of help us understand this. The person was kind of taking me through it, and we were going back and forth a little bit, but I was hoping they could maybe jump on and help explain some of these things that we're seeing here. And I do think we will end up getting somebody on here for that if it's necessary, if it's needed. And I think for me at this point, it's just, we just, as long as we document all of this stuff, what the calls are. I think what a lot of people are having trouble with is who the calls are to and who the calls are from. So
yeah, and that was pretty eye-opening. I'm telling you, we're still searching.
Here's something interesting.
What would that be?
Well, this might just be a Caleb thing, though. I noticed in his spreadsheet. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's no. Okay, never mind. The January 18th, 2015. That was a big one that really stuck out to me. I need to see if that is true. But you guys are saying there's no calls on the 18th.
And that's why I would like to know where Caleb got this information from, because he doesn't even have any calls on his spreadsheet for the 15th at all, but yet I do on the actual phone record. So I'm not sure where he got that information from, but maybe if he's still around, if he could pass that on, that would be awesome. Yeah, because I show phone calls. Well, he has 2 on the 13th, and I show one.
If you look on
I show 2 on the 13th, but I also have calls on the 14th and the 15th, and he doesn't have that on his list. But then his picks up on the 18th through the 21st, and I don't see that at all.
I don't either. If you look on the 4890, David's last known number, down on page 8, it does have things happening on the 17th, but nothing like that. No infidelity.
Right.
Thing, which to me really stuck out, and I started looking at it, and then it's like, wait a minute, where is this record? Where is this phone record? And I think that's why it's important to have as many people as possible going through these phone records, because as many good people, as many real researchers, people that are really going to research this and aren't just going to use it for themselves.
And that's why I feel real solid with the spreadsheet that I've sent all of you guys right now, because not only has Sophia double-checked it, but then another person has been double-checking it as well and caught some other information. And but so far, what they find is what I find. So I'm real confident that these numbers match up with these names, and these people were in that area at that time. So
well, maybe we should go through some of these things. What are some of the things that kind of stand out to you? I'm just opening it up right now. Teachers on call. That was a weird one, because what does that mean, teachers on call?
Well, when I looked that up, the teachers on call, it was roughly this. It was the same place where Heidi worked.
Okay.
So I'm assuming it probably was her either calling, or Kamel was there and to call through that phone or what.
Okay, that makes sense. Let's see
her
what
old
else.
Phone number. There are calls the 19th, the 18th.
Where are you seeing that?
They show up on
the 072?
The records that. No, her other phone number, the 214-470-5794.
Okay, that's the big 412
look at the page numbers.
Sure.
I don't have those phone records.
Yes, you do.
That's why I asked for the.
No, Greg. All I have is the 0072. I swear. That's all.
You should have 4 phone records.
Well, you sent me a lot of files, but they were duplicates.
Okay.
And because I only have.
Right? You're in the chat right now. Okay. Yes. I'm going to send you this. This has everything. This has all 4 of them.
Yeah, because I printed off everything, but not the duplicates. I double-checked.
And look, starting at page 342. That way you can see exactly what I'm seeing.
342 of the 5794. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Now, where am I looking at on this, Greg?
You're going to scroll down to the very, very bottom, and you're going to see phone. Oh, yeah, I probably should explain that. You're going to see a phone record section. It's the very last thing. Come on.
Be smart. I'm not smart. Okay, I think I found it now.
I'm also sending it to you.
Oh, great, thanks.
Through email.
Okay.
Oh man, I have more to type out. You guys are not funny.
It's all part of our plan.
I know. No.
Okay, so I'm going 115.
And what date was that? The 19th or the 18th?
For which one?
He said
for the
prison record.
The prison.
Yeah, the prison one. Thank you.
That was supposedly the 19th. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to run that number to double check.
Okay, that'd be great. But see, that doesn't, people calling from a prison, they do stuff like that. time. It doesn't.
That's true, they do.
Yeah, so I mean, it could have just been somebody who was watching the news and said, "Hey, I'm going to call this phone number." You know, these guys get bored a lot. Okay, I am way into the voice messages. Let's get back up here.
Well, they have a
There we
list
go.
that they're allowed to call from. It has to be, they just can't pick a random number. It has to be approved. At least that's my understanding. They have to put it down.
It really depends on the state. Every state is different.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at...
Where are you seeing 118 on the 412 pager? I'm not seeing anything for 2015.
Page 342.
342.
Could I please have the number that we're trying to see, trying to double check?
Say it again.
The facility phone number, please.
That number is... Was that for David? No, that's Camille. Michael Murray. I don't see it.
Okay, 317. Yeah, I'm trying to find it too. And okay, the only number I see here on her record at 317 on the 19th, the number is 1-507-835-8972. That is the only call. 8972.
8972.
Okay, I see it here.
1-507-8.
So on page 342.
I have a Blendon, an L Blendon.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up in the thing I use and see what it comes up with.
Corporation Century Link. Was there a Peterson connected to this case? It seems very familiar.
Peterson? Not that I know of.
Okay, and I come up with a totally different name. Amanda Rhyme. Yeah, so I don't think it was a prison at all.
Do you have the number, or what's the number?
Another one of those. 507-835-8972.
That's on 119 at 317.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For 0 seconds.
He could have just, when he was checking out phone numbers, could have been transposed a number or something, because that, by that point he was probably really tired,
Well, that number isn't, the number he's calling, or whoever is calling, is not, technically it's not active, right?
Yeah, everything is 0, 0, 0, seizure time 0, estimated time 0. But yeah, it's like calling a dead line.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, except for one is 13 seconds. No, it took 13 seconds to connect, but no time is recorded for any of these calls. So
Now, when I went to AT&T and I showed the gentleman who was helping me this little bit of information, he immediately asked, "Was the phone dead?
Yeah.
Did the battery die?" And I was like, "It's very possible. They were sitting on counters and dressers."
So did they still have physical possession of their old phones? Or did they still have their same phones and get new numbers?
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
Well, the phone companies are always pushing you to get new phones when you go in.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure on that one.
And their phones are newer. It's an iPhone 4, which back in 2014.
Did we lose Dan?
Yeah, he had to drop off for a little while. I'm trying to see what iPhone was out in 20. So in 2014, the newest iPhone would have been the 6, and they were on the 4, so they were behind.
But they probably just transferred over to AT&T, got the SIM card and put it in.
Well, I also think that was when the 4 had like unlimited plan or something like that. Depending on, well, that wouldn't have been for, I don't know if that would have been true for T-Mobile or AT&T, but where I have my service, that was definitely true, and that's why many people weren't changing their phones, because with the upgrade, that was the one downfall, is their plan changed too, and their data plan, all that stuff. But if you kept your old phone, then you didn't have to worry about that. That's interesting. Curious stuff here. We do have 11 people that are joining us, listening in right now. If anybody else wants to jump in or say anything, or wants to change the topic, or if you have a topic you'd like to share, please do. So we can probably spend a few years on these phone records at this point, is what it looks like. But this is what you got to do. I mean, going through those photos was not that bad. Actually, going back, I'm like, the photos were like the easiest thing. The records, all of the data, that's when everything started getting a little more tricky. And then now with these records, with the financial records and the phone records, I think are the two most tedious things. But I think they're the last two missing pieces that really haven't been thoroughly gone through yet. And at least not by us.
A lot of questions.
Yeah, it is.
And the big one for me is, why did David and Kamel drop off so early? November. There was one call or two calls from maybe Kamel in December, but I'm not even. Again, I'm not sure it was even them. Did somebody have their phone and make a phone call so their name would show up? I don't know, but still, they just dropped off. All of a sudden, you see where they had a lot of phone texting and calls going on, and their history of making phone calls is quite extensive. Then you get to November, December, nothing, hardly at all, except for David's mom.
And I'd be curious to see how that relates to social media. Was it less phone and more social media? Less phone, more emails? Because remember, they have all of that stuff too, right? Because we have, or were the email records and all that from the other side? I mean, they should have it. They had all of the social media activity because they knew when the social media activity was over. They claim that it ended, I believe, on December 26, 2014, which is why that's the date that they kind of speculate that everybody was dead by that time, based on the last known social media activity. So they have all that.
Yeah, but again, they're just making assumptions.
Yeah, and when you look at the police reports, they add text messages, they add emails, and Facebook posts. Where's the rest of it?
It's just all kind of
Do
thrown.
they only pick and
I don't know. It's all thrown together is what it looks like. Yeah, so that was weird. Some of these phone records, I still think that, yeah, there's just a lot more that needs to be looked into. You have, I mean, I don't understand. I really don't understand some of these records here, but see, you have the neighbors, right? So you have, what's her name? Tuppy?
Yeah, is it Tuppy or Tuppy or what?
Tuppy?
I'd hate to say her name wrong. I always butcher people's names.
Tuppy just sounds nicer. It sounds better.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, now watch it be Tuppy and she'll say, excuse me?
Tuppy.
I don't know.
That's just 2 letters, 2 letters. It's a PP. I don't know. It's a.
Cause see, yeah, Tuppy, but yeah, I don't know. 2 P's, 1 P, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a British tuppence. Is what it reminded me. So. But she's the one who called David, and what's interesting is she called the 0461 number, right? The 0461 is David's old number, so she didn't have David's new number when she called David after Colin Prochnow came over to Tuppy's house on January 17th after Colin saw the bodies. They were still trying to get a hold of David, which shows me that they were not certain that the 3 bodies that they were seeing were David, Kamel, and Rania, that's what they should be doing. If they were certain, if Colin was certain that this was them, I don't know if he would have had Tuppy call and find and have them call David and see if David answered. Why would they need to do that if he's already there? Now, if the bodies were in such a state that Colin and Judy could not identify them, then they shouldn't have even said anything about it being, David or being whoever. Not to mention the whole suicide thing, the gun, the dog, all that stuff. So.
Yeah, that's still.
But the point, I think the point with Tuppy is that she called his old number. And is there a record of that?
Well, that's why I'm looking on David's old phone right now on the records, and it's taking a while. There's a lot of information.
It wouldn't show on his old records, though, right? Because his old records end.
Well, that's why I'm checking, because Kamel's old phone was showing people
Correct.
calling her in January, so I'm trying to see if David's was the same thing. But the pages are sideways. They didn't do you any favors, did they?
No. Trying to make you crazy is what they're trying to do.
It's like, okay, I'll keep looking sideways. Kink in my neck.
Yeah,
so
I think one day I'm gonna figure out how to switch all that out. But I think because that's a 740-page document that you're looking at sideways. Unless you have a laptop that you can just turn your laptop over,
there you go.
flip it on the side. Hopefully it's not like a new one that'll flip with you, and you'll be all right.
So funny.
You got the old ones there. You're fine.
And it's like I keep going. I swear, I try to scroll down, and then I'm like going, okay, am I still in the phone records, or am I in the text section now? I don't know.
Well, it's different. It's weird because it jumps from on page 260 to 57. It looks like you were in November of 2014, and then all of a sudden we're back in January of 2014. Things like that are just kind of odd, I guess. Just not very helpful. Very helpful stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think I went too far, and now I'm in the text, but. Getting close.
I'm at 264 right now, and all of a sudden, 263 is October 2014. Then all of a sudden, I'm in I'm in January. So that these must be maybe the text records. Then is that what I'm looking at here?
I'm trying to get there. Come on.
And even if they are, then by that I should be able to scroll down to the bottom. of this huge 740-page document.
Yeah, because the phone calls stop, October 28th, 2014, and then it starts up with the text messaging. So yeah, she didn't call the old number. If she did, AT&T did not give that information.
Even though they got these other ones from Kamel's old phone number, which was tied to her old phone record.
Correct.
And this is just nuts. We need to hire somebody just to go through all this. I mean, the thing is, it's not like we're doing this 24/7. We are human beings who do have families, who do have lives and stuff, and do have responsibilities. Food still got to get put on our table. You know what I mean? So going through this is tedious. It's been very tedious. And once again, you're looking at page 490.
Yeah, and his text messages stop on October 24th as well. So there's nothing on David's old phone number for January of 2015.
Well, if you're looking at page 494 of the big 470 pager, it's like on the same page it goes from 1020, and then all of us 1021, 1024, and then all of a sudden it goes back, and this is 10/29, 2014, and the next one is 1/01, 2014.
Yeah, so that again is going back between the phone records versus the text messages. You're looking at the sheets that are like nothing but numbers, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's the same information as what's
it's exactly
on the other, but just in a different format.
So I can see it.
Yeah, so I don't even look at this part right down here because it's just nothing but numbers and it's too confusing. So I just stick with the itemized log statement.
Okay. And then so if I scroll all the way down there, it should take me to 10.
Because it should be exactly the same information that is up above.
Right. And everything ends at 10/24.
24. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what number she called.
Well, again, she might have called it, right? But it's not.
They didn't include it. There you go.
It's not showing up here. And that would be the only thing. What's page 740? What is that? What am I looking at here?
That's the last page. Let me go down there.
Vista Insurance? What is this all about? That looks weird. In Hewitt, Texas? Chambers, 801 Chambers Creek. What is that?
It could be that, was that something her dad was associated with?
Oh, oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. All right. Interesting. Very good to know. Because at some point, Kamel's sister and Kamel's father are in communication with Kamel. So those are some of the other records that were very important. I mean, it shouldn't be difficult. Hey.
This is Pansy.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Good.
Well, I hope y'all have eaten because I haven't.
Well, you should.
I've been waiting, and I finally got online with y'all. So
awesome.
I was wondering, did they have any incoming calls during this time that they were supposed to be dead?
Anybody calls to them?
Get in touch with them?
Yes, they did. They had a lot, yeah.
They did.
Yes, but none of them that looked like they were ever answered, but there were several phone calls made to both of their lines. Yes.
There's like a weird forwarding going on with David's number, with David's last number.
Yeah. Both David and Camille's phone number is being forwarded through someone else's phone, and we're still doing more research on that. And we have the name of the person and their phone number and everything, but we need to double check and make sure that it wasn't someone else. How did you guys word it? Sophia, help. Sophia. Is she there? Did she leave?
I don't know. She might have. No, she's here.
Okay, maybe she stepped away. What was it that you and Sophia were describing it as?
Like they had the same, a different, somebody else had the number? Is that what you're talking about? Or,
yeah, maybe what do they
forward?
call it, like mirroring or ghosting their phone or something? We need to make sure that it really was them and it wasn't someone else using their phone
Fraud.
number.
We're talking about
yes,
fraud.
Thank you. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which seems pretty common, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, my daughter used to do that all the time. They had a business, and she didn't want to miss any phone calls, so she'd have it, her calls transferred to another phone to wherever she was going to be at. So,
yeah,
but they would have to be active, right? I mean, both of her phones were on the same account number, correct? Or no?
Yeah, I think
so.
One was from their cell phone to their home phone.
Okay.
Landline.
Their landline.
Did they ever forward their phone to, like, say, to a friend's phone line?
Yeah, I'm sure you can do that. It's just whatever you want to forward that phone number to.
Yeah, because this particular person shows up both on David's and Camel's phone line, and the number is constantly forwarded to or routed through this other person's phone number. And again, once we get clarification that it truly did belong to this person, we all will be divulging the name and explaining a little bit more. But until then, I don't want to throw somebody under the bus if they're innocent.
Well, it could be that somebody was keeping track of their phone calls.
Yes, that too.
But would that show up on the AT&T phone records for David and Crowley?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
I don't either. I got plenty of questions, no answers.
Like if I throw my number to like my neighbor's phone number to get my calls through her phone, whose line would it show up on? Whose bill would it show up on?
Whose bill would it show up?
Our record.
Right. And I wonder if that's why they had a little difficulty getting some of the phone records, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe, and maybe the phone records that we got, or that the cops got, maybe that's not just what David and Camille would even have access to.
Yeah.
I don't know how all that works, but I'm definitely going to learn. I'm definitely going to figure it out. And somebody's going to figure it out, and they're going to help me understand.
Well, I'm going to ask my daughter how she went about all that and how.
That would be great because now there is software. Like there is software that I can forward my number to anybody's number, and they wouldn't even know it.
Right. Yeah, I'll sure find out about that.
Anything else on your mind? What else have you been looking at here regarding this case?
Everything.
You're going straight down the rabbit hole, head first?
Yeah, and then I go back and go over it again.
That's right. I'm doing the same thing. I've been doing this for 4 years, and that's all I do. I'm looking at right now. I'm going back through the first records that I ever got, through all of my notes, through everything. It's interesting.
Well, see, I'm not so sure that I wasn't. Well, I think I remember when all this happened. Back in 2014, because I was really getting into the kind of stuff he was into. I'm one of those nuts that likes that kind of stuff, and I like to be smart about things, about what's going on in the world and all that. And I think I remember back when that happened, or when they, found their bodies and all that, because he looked so familiar to me. But I don't know. It just really hit my heart, you know, and I've been in on it ever since I happened up on this about a year ago. And I just can't get enough of it because it's so mystifying and horrific.
Yeah, especially when there's a child involved.
Yeah, somebody needs to find out something about, or somebody needs to come forward because it's just too terrible.
It is. Now, I'm hoping that the private investigator is gonna help steer us into the light here.
I hope he can come up with something we haven't seen.
Me too. Or at least something that we can do. Give us some things that we can do. So, but I think right now it's just very important to just let the private investigator do their work, not to be a part of it, not to, you know, I'm trying to stay out of it. I don't want to know. I don't know. I just want to know when once it's done, I just want to see everything. That's all.
Right.
And I think many people do too. So.
Yeah.
And the question is, I guess, how long are we going to wait? You know, I think a lot of people were head in, and I think a lot of people who have done a lot of great things for the group and for this case, they get burnt out and they leave. They get fed up. They get cyberbullied. I've had one person who she was a teacher, or she is a teacher, or something like that. Some of the haters found out where she worked, called her boss, blah, blah, blah. It was a big stink. Things like that do happen. Many things like that do happen when people start looking at this case. I think it's kind of died down. I hope it's died down a little bit now, because now that there's so many more people looking at it, it's really getting hard for them to just to discount everything that we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I get into a lot of things, but I get worried about my well-being too, because I speak my mind.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, that's a good trait.
That's a what?
It's a good trait to have.
Well, I don't know.
It is.
Come on, I'm trying to say it's okay because it's what I do.
She's trying to rationalize her.
Yes, I'm rationalizing.
Well, Catherine, the first time I heard, I saw your videos on there. I really enjoyed listening to you because you really put your mind to it, and I really like the way you lay things out. I really do.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. I wish that I could have been a private investigator.
Yeah, I had to learn.
I'm 75 years old. I wish I could have been a lot of things.
Hey, it's never too late.
Never too late. Never too late.
Well,
you can start right now.
Yeah, I had to learn how to investigate things the hard way. So I'm very good at it. In fact, my last job, it was funny. It was a trait that they didn't realize that I brought to the case. One day I was going through records and searching things like I do, and I found something I wasn't supposed to find, and sent some correspondence to somebody that I wasn't supposed to know existed. And next thing I know, my boss is coming in my office going, how did you know about this? And I'm like, oh, I found them, buried deep in the system. And they're like, he's like, show me. So I'm like, okay, here. So go. And he's like, delete that and forget you saw it. I'm like, oh, okay. So yes, I tend to find things out. It's funny when people say things and make up stories. Yeah, it may take a while, but we'll find it. I'm telling you. And Sophia has been a godsend lately. Oh my gosh, that girl has worked her butt off, and she has really gotten things rolling.
Well, I talk to my children, and I got one daughter. She's real smart, but she gets telling me, "Mama, you can't believe all that stuff you're watching on YouTube and Facebook and all that." I said, well, I don't just sit down and believe it. I investigate.
Exactly. That's right.
And I've done everything.
Yes. Unfortunately, most of what you see is true.
Yeah. But
And most people don't want to accept it. Yeah.
I don't think she gets on YouTube very much. So, well, she's one of these type of persons that likes to close her eyes and ears and don't want to hear that bad stuff. I said, well, that's life, you know.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
I mean,
that seems
people
like
can't not everybody can handle.
Yeah,
No.
that's true. And that seems like what a lot of people want done with this case. They want us just to close our eyes and forget what we see, but it's too late. They cannot unring that bell for me.
We've taken the pill.
It's been done.
Took the red pill.
That's right.
Yeah. So I will keep going, and we will keep going until we get this answer. I feel we're pretty close.
I do too.
Yeah, but what can we do about it?
There you go. Good question. And, you know, even if they won't let us do anything, it will still be put out there, you know. It may not change the outcome, but at least everybody's going to know the truth.
Yeah.
What it was all about.
Yes.
Yes, and that's one of the good things that we're doing now is talking about this, keeping this case going. You know, there was a time, there was a long time where I felt very desperate to do anything. That's why I started making videos on this case, because I was desperate to keep this case going, because I knew what was going to happen. This case was going to get buried like every other case out there, like just so many other cases, and I was determined not to let that happen, and I'm still determined not to let that happen. Whether David Crowley is guilty or whether he's not, I'm determined to do whatever I can to really help us find out that answer. But there were months where I just knew this was fading and nobody's looking at it. The alternative media has moved on. They found their new story. Everybody moved on, and I just felt like I couldn't move on. And so it's so great to see so many people looking into this, not looking into this from my view, but looking into this, taking what they know, taking their past, looking at all these documents. And it was very important to give people the documents themselves and have them read it themselves, not to hide it and not to tell people what they should think or what they shouldn't think. And I think the more that we give people everything, the more we're all going to come to the same conclusion that there's just nothing here that proves David Crowley guilty, period.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it.
Yeah, neither do I. There's something else that happened here, and we will find it. I think we found a lot already.
Yeah. Donna's been asking some good questions here. She wanted to know if there's anything new with the petition, the detective, I think she means the PI maybe?
Yeah.
And the script that will expire in June of 2019. That script will no longer be in the WGA. And that's a big deal. For me, that's a big deal, because I remember when I expired my screenplay, and that was painful. It was painful, and I mean, it's just about paying for it, really. That's all it is. So I'd be curious to see if, like David's phone records, if all of a sudden that WGA Writers Guild writers thing is also paid for another 20 years, another 10 years. I'll be very curious to see what type of moves they're going to make.
And the thing is that people are confusing the expiration date on something that he has with a guild, which is different than a copyright. You cannot confuse the two. The copyright will remain unless David wrote specifically in a will that his work would then be given to somebody else. That work remains his. It is not the same.
Yeah, but there is a problem, though, because you have other people who do have credit. The problem that Danny Mason has is that he told the cops that he was not a part of the project except for being in the script, in the trailer, right? He made it seem like he was just an actor. And so now it's going to be hard for him to go back and say, no, I wasn't, because he told the police that.
Exactly. And the script problem that is registered with the Writers Guild in Hollywood only has David's name.
But that's
correct?
Probably an older script, yes. But that's probably...
that doesn't matter. Script. And that doesn't matter. The fact still remains that
no, you're right.
It is written in David's name. It is copyrighted in David's name.
But this is Hollywood. We're talking about Hollywood, remember. And lawyers, all you need, and this is California, all you need is a good lawyer. Danny Mason, I think if this police record, if he wouldn't have said that, he would have a very, very strong case for it, because he did make this story. I think he was a big part of it. So why he backed away from it and then tried to take it on his own is very, very strange to me. So anyways, I'm just ranting on.
No, that's okay. For me and the way I see it, it's like I think it was David's idea, which David started. David's the one who did the writing. He did the work. But the fact that don't be writing stuff like that when I'm talking. I lost my train of thought. Okay, it's one thing.
Then my plan worked.
It did. It worked. But just because someone has an idea, and then say you and I were talking about flowers on the road, and you're like, hey, Catherine, I have this great story about this flower that turns into a werewolf, and then at night it eats all the other puppies in the neighborhood. And then you start writing about that. And then I come in and I'm like going, oh, wait, Greg, I have this great idea. Make sure that the werewolf has purple fur. Well, so you incorporate purple fur into your story does not mean that I now am. I can take claim to your story.
Okay.
It just means that, I just we threw something out, but it's still not my story. It's your story.
But then let's say we both turn that story into a trailer, and we have a third person, and we're all partners. At some point, David goes to Danny Mason and to Mitch Heil and has to have them sign this form. If they don't sign this form, to me, the fact that David knew that shows me that there was some concern that if Danny Mason and Mitch Heil didn't sign these forms, these waivers, whatever they are, that they would still have some rights, that David knew that he would have a big court battle, and that would also make the whole project, the project would be dead then, because then everybody's going to be like, oh, how come you guys are fighting over this project? It's just, this is not supposed to be about you guys. It's supposed to be about warning people about what is coming.
And again, I think that's where Danny August Mason got his wires mixed up. Because they were requesting that form to be signed means nothing. It just simply means that I had to do the same thing when I wrote my book. And all it does is it keeps other people from trying to lay claim later on. Does not mean that they actually have legal claim, but it's a legal document where it states they have. It's one of those fine lines. And David could have easily won in a court of law, easy, because it's a standard form. Yes, it happens all the time. I had a friend of mine who wrote a script for Hollywood. And the movie was never made. He had backers, but then they all backed out. And this was back in the 80s, right after I had my daughter, before I had my daughter. And so he's like, here, look at the script, and can you write out your critique? Well, I wrote out this big critique and everything, and he took it to Hollywood. And and the main thing was I think I was 19 at the time or something. They're like, was this written by a 19-year-old? And he's like, yeah. And they're like, wow. But because I critiqued that and gave it ideas on how to fix it, and he incorporated those changes, I had no claim to his script at all. None. So, and that's, people tend to think that just because they give an idea, now all of a sudden they're co-owners, but they're not co-owners. So you have to go in and just say, okay, you're here, I need you, even though you were part of this and you helped with, say some costumes or maybe a place of where they should film something, or maybe even part of the filming. You look at it the same way, like in Hollywood, everybody who takes part in a movie does not own part of that movie. And there are times when the actors will say, you know what, I don't like that line. I'm not going to say that line. I'm going to say it this way. So they change the lines, but they're not, now they do not then at that point own part of that script. It's just a change. So I think
you have the other problem might be that, remember, we're talking about two separate things here too, right? Because if you look at that contract between David and Meg, they did not have the rights to any of the social media, to anything that had already been done, right? That was all David's. Anything, that's why the Gray State team could have moved forward with a documentary. Maybe David was trying to just kind of give them that to kind of make them all happy or something. I don't know. But I do think, I still think Danny Mason, knowing what type of connections he has, could have probably made a pretty strong case. And the bigger thing is that he could have basically killed it to where, let's say David did sell it. Let's say they all sold it to some place, and then all of a sudden Danny Mason comes in. Well, that's a liability to the people that are putting up money, and they're just like, why would they deal with this when they have 20 other offers? When they have 20 other projects, they're not going to waste their time on a project that might be held up in court. Even if David won, it's still kind of tainted, and the subject matter is, that's already going to be a tough sell. You're going to have people fighting over that for at least a year. It's just like Danny Mason could have held them up in court, basically, I guess is what I've been trying to say for 20 minutes.
And see, that's what I think Danny thought he could do, which is why he was dragging his feet, so to speak. Mm-hmm. But in reality, when you look at that documentation of registration, the Writers Guild of America, it only has David's name on Gray State. Now, The Rise, maybe he worked with him and then he could be a co-writer on The Rise, which was only one section, which was basically going to be the promotion for Gray State. And so that could be where David's like going, hey, you need to sign this because maybe you were part owner on this one, but you were not part of Gray State itself. And then that's where Danny, and this is what I see, and I see that's where Danny was having a problem going, well, wait a second, he felt he was entitled to all of it. But in reality, as a writer, he wasn't. Not at all.
Is it possible that Danny Mason could have just filled out a guild? Maybe there's a guild plaque sitting on his wall somewhere.
Well, with the Writers Guild of America, they're really picky. They watch this stuff very closely. They have to.
I don't know about that.
What have you seen? I mean, they have to be careful. It's like
they want your money, pretty much.
Well, absolutely, yes, they do. They absolutely do want money. However, they can't have giving out documentations of registration to duplicate titles of the same project to different people.
Good point. Or can they? Or
no, I don't. Yeah, or would they? Maybe would they?
I think we yeah, or would they? I think we can find that out too. I mean, we can both fill out something and just put in the same script, pay a couple $100, and I don't know.
Yeah, I know I've never really become that part of the Writers Guild. I wanted to at one point right after I was published, but then I just stopped writing for a long time, so I never bothered.
Is there anywhere that we can find a copyright? I mean, would David's copyright on the script or anything be public knowledge where we could search for it and find out what type of copyright? Maybe the copyright is different than the Writers Guild.
You would contact the Library of Congress.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure he would have registered it under copyright. And if he did not, that still doesn't mean that anybody else can lay claim to it. Because
what if somebody else registered it?
Well,
I mean, if it's registered, let's say it's registered under Hothead, or it's registered under David Crowley LLC or whatever, Gray State LLC, which is what Danny Mason was trying to create, right? After David died, 4 months after David died, Danny Mason's trying to get this whole Gray State LLC up and running. I mean, you see a lot of strange things that even the rookie cops should have been looking more into Danny Mason.
Mhm. Yeah, he had he had the most to what he felt lose. Although in reality it wasn't his, but I feel he was under the impression it was his.
Well, he was
and
the lead actor. He was the lead actor. His face, it wasn't David's face, it was his face. He was everywhere. He was the guy, whatever, the guy jumping around and killing all these people and chopping people off and just stalking people, right? That was all him. This was all supposed to be his story, the actor. And so from an actor's point, I'm sure he fell in love with this project and with his character.
Right, and I think David would made it very plain that he was going to get the part if that's what he wanted.
Not true. Right, but there was no way he was ever going to get that. So David was lying to him. If he told him that was true, there's no way he was ever going to get that. I'm just guessing, but just from my view, absolutely not. No company is going to risk it on him. No way. They were looking at top
big
talent.
Names.
They were looking at big names. They're not going to sacrifice those big names for Danny Mason. I'm sorry.
Okay, you make a really good point because, I know some people have made the statement that it was only $30 million, but when you look at movies made for $30 million and less in Hollywood, there's some big name movies out there. So $30 million was no joke.
No.
They were serious about this movie.
Yeah.
So that's a good point, Greg. So Danny was looking to lose.
I did something right. It took me 2 hours.
Wait, let me stroke the ego. You did great. I'm sorry.
Let me mark this down. Timestamp this. I'm gonna do a whole show on this. When I got this one thing right, and why you should trust me.
It wasn't one thing.
I was just messing around.
Well, you gotta think that maybe on the 19th when they went into the house, that they weren't looking for some of these documents that might have been left?
I think that's good.
That they could get their hands on?
Yep, that's a strong possibility.
They were looking. They were
for some reason.
Yeah, they were looking for something. Even Mason Hendricks will say that they were looking for anything. He'll say they were looking for anything that would lead them to understand why David Crowley was guilty, and he says that they didn't find it. So whatever they were looking for, according to him, they did not find. They shouldn't have been in that house, period.
That's right. That's
why
and that
wasn't
still
anybody
bothers
else?
Me.
Yeah, that whole 911 call thing is very strange. It's in the middle of the day, too. It's not like they were trying to be secretive or anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have waited till night. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. During broad daylight, 2 days after there's a murder there, you got to be pretty desperate.
Yeah, and people who say they knew him, they say they knew him, and there are 0 calls between David and them, 0, and then they're going to go and let themselves into his home. How did they get in? That's what I want to know, because if Dan Sr. wasn't there with them, how did they get in? They didn't have a house key.
Maybe through the rear slider.
Right? I was hoping you'd say that so I can go, you're right, Greg.
The rear slider was open slightly.
Now you have 2 things. You have to timestamp this one, too.
I'm on a roll here.
You are.
I'm on a roll.
But I just don't understand them going in there that soon.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's not normal.
Even before it was cleaned up.
I mean,
Okay, I'm going to go get more
that.
coffee, so
Yeah.
I won't be hearing the conversation. Maybe Sophia and Dan can jump in.
So I'm gonna talk about
and you can be right.
behind your back. All right.
There you go. Yes, you have to remember.
Yes, that's right.
And then put it out in public.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
I think Donna asked one question. She asked, why did police give Eric Nelson 1,300 pictures of the crime scene, hundreds of hours of video, and all of the computers? How come he got this? I think that's a very good question. Why Eric Nelson was given so much stuff so early. Eric Nelson probably was given more stuff than we were, and still couldn't prove David Crowley guilty. So what does that tell you? You know, we were speculating on a lot of different things way back before we even had a lot of these documents, and it all turned out to be true. Very interesting stuff. The Minnesota member says forwarding a number is similar to IP masking, where you can hide where the original number comes from by masking it with another. Interesting.
Okay.
What happened to the coffee and bananas theory?
Yeah, I was going to ask that earlier.
I think we have two right now. So I think the last one that Vicky did from the group, I think that one kind of showed kind of the range. So we're kind of getting that range where, you know what, the bananas could have been there for 4 weeks. Now the coffee test.
Yeah, but I've had bananas to go dark on me in less time than that. As a matter of fact, I had bought 2 of them from the store, and they sat here for a week, and I had to throw them away because they had turned black. So
yeah, and that usually happens with organic bananas, right? The more organic it is, the less.
Right.
Right. Now,
organic ones a lot quicker.
Right. Correct. Now it's possible. I don't know for sure, but some of the charges from the financial statements from David Crowley, some of those charges are to Walmart, to a local Walmart. It's possible maybe they got them there, which probably is not the best quality. So again, it's like not only do we have to do, we're going to have to do this test several times. This isn't like we just have one person do these tests. No, we need about 20, 30 people to do these tests in different times, different climates, different everything.
Different stores.
Exactly. different stores. Absolutely. Because I do believe, that will help us, but at least it kind of helps me see, you know what, okay, it is possible that those bananas were there for 3 weeks, for 4 weeks, possibly. I'm totally open to that. I think this shows that I need to keep an open mind towards that.
Well, as far as the bananas go, and I think it's great because everyone who has a different temperature in their house, we're coming up with different time frames. Mm-hmm. I keep my house cooler, so it took roughly, I think, 14 to 17 days before they turned. But, I keep my house at 62, and their house was at 68. Now, other people who keep their houses warmer, they turned faster. And then someone else's house who they didn't have a temperature-controlled home, and so it even took a little bit longer. So it was actually pretty interesting to see how that all works.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've got a vent, like in the ceiling, now some people have them in the floors, but usually they're in the ceiling. But if it's blowing down into that corner onto those bananas,
yeah, they would turn faster even.
Right.
Yeah.
And usually a kitchen is warmer than any other room of the house.
Yeah. And we know that the ambient temperature had to be at least 68, even though the back door was cracked, because when the police got there, the heater was on and running. So it could have been running constantly to keep that temperature up.
Right.
Yeah, it should have been.
Which you make a great point, because if it's running constantly, then there's a lot of heat hitting those bananas. I'll have to look and see where their heater is. Good point.
Yeah, see if there's like a vent in the kitchen area somewhere or something. Why wouldn't it be running constantly, Dan? Would that be because once it hits that certain temperature, it turns itself off? Okay, so at 68 is normal, but it's going to maintain 68, meaning if it goes,
Right.
if it drops or if it goes, higher, it's going to maintain. Yeah. So it should always be a constant 68, right?
Yeah, and the reason why I said maybe it would be running constantly, don't know, because the back door was ajar. It was wintertime. Even though they had curtains, I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
We don't really know, but all we know is that the temperature, the thermostat was set to hold at 68, and it was on when the police got there. So we know the temperature was roughly at least 68 in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Now, how does that factor in with a open door when it's maybe not snowing, because it wasn't snowing for, Dan says slider ajar could make the furnace kick in more frequently. Okay. Very
so basically it's going to remain 68, correct, Dan? Why isn't he talking?
Yeah. But is it also going to
Hello, yes, I'm here.
There you are.
Are we going to see signs of snow inside the house, things like that? Because it looks like there's a lot of that dust. Is that dust inside the house, especially on the laptop in the kitchen? Or is that more related to snow because of the air? I've had a hard time with that. There's a lot of dust, a lot of whiteness.
The dust I think we saw in the basement, I think it was where whatever the items were removed from the computer desk, that you can tell where the dust was versus where the dust wasn't.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in the kitchen, on the kitchen laptop. If you look at it,
I didn't see any dust. There may have been a small layer of dust. It would not be snow.
It would not be snow. It'd just be.
Yeah, it would have melted.
Snow would not get in the house.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, maybe not snow, but like condensation that kind of froze a little bit or something. I don't know.
No. So most people here in Minnesota, you just keep the thermostat typically during the day at 68 degrees. And that's not hot and that's not cold. That's just what people usually have it. They may have it turned down. No. maybe for other.
Wait, what is 68? No, I'm freezing.
That is so hot.
Well, that's because you're in Colorado.
In different regions of the U.S. In Minnesota, that's perfectly right, because most people
like tropical.
Keep it at 70. Half keep them at 68. But the general house is at 68. Some keep it at 66, and some keep it at 70. Some are at 72. In Minnesota, homes are very different.
According to how old you are.
Oh, yeah. How old you are. Yeah.
When my feet get cold, I say cold.
Yeah, but Minnesota, very, very different. So that's just what it's done like here. That's why it's. I pointed out right away that it was just normal when I saw that locked in at 68, because I could have taken a picture of my thermostat that very same day and it would have been locked in at 68. But They may have a program where it turns down to a 60 or something, or 62 maybe at night. But this was 68 during the day. So that's normal. The door slider being slightly ajar. If it was wide open, it would have been really cold, or snow would have gotten in there perhaps. But this is a 1/4 of an inch. I don't think it would have had any interest or any bearing on that at all. And it may have had the heater kick in more frequently because the door was slightly ajar. But I don't think there was really nothing odd or strange about that. But that's it. That was just a normal setting, I think.
Yeah, and so basically what you're saying is it is a frozen 68.
I thought it was like a tropical 68.
Well, the difference is, and I think, Catherine, you're getting to the point, is when people around the nation saw this photograph of the thermostat set at 68, it brought a lot of different reactions from people saying, wow, the bodies could have decomposed faster because it was so dang hot. Or the bodies were probably closed because someone kept it so cold. I kept hearing all these wide variety of things with the 68. And just wanted to point out the 68, that's most, as far as I know, unless people can write in here. Here in Minnesota, people keep it in the wintertime. January would have been certainly 68 degrees. I think it's just a normal setting. That's what the office settings are set for in businesses and things like that here in the Twin Cities as well. Everything's just set to 68.
Yeah, and every coroner or medical examiner I spoke with said that the 68 would not cause the bodies to decompose faster or slower. They basically said the same thing, is that's pretty much a normal temperature that most people keep their homes at. For me, no way. I couldn't breathe. It's too hot. It's like, no.
And you're in where? Colorado?
Yeah, Colorado. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's so funny. We used to get, I'm telling you, when it gets 37 degrees here in the wintertime, we're like, woo, we have a heat wave. So
Wow.
you put those short sleeve shirts on and you go outside, but yeah, no, 68 is so hot.
I did see this morning on the way to work, I did see a convertible this morning, and it was 47 degrees. I did see a convertible with the top down in Minnesota.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
Not a lie. Not a lie.
See, they're probably from here because we have our convertible tops down here too.
He's probably on drugs or something.
No, I don't do drugs. I don't do drugs.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying the guy that Dan saw. Is it Charlie?
He was on absinthe, I think.
He was on absinthe. Absolutely.
It's so funny because yeah, you know, my best friend, she has a convertible and I have a convertible. So when we go and we meet out, and it's like nighttime and it's 32 degrees outside, and she's like, let's go drive around town with our tops down. And we're like, okay. So we put our tops down, we go drive around town, and yeah, I mean that's just what we do here.
Wow.
So 68 is like hot. That's tropical.
I can't get over that. I'll never get over that one.
You sound like my sister. She's from California too. So funny.
Exactly. Yeah, we're very spoiled here. We get everything.
Yeah. Okay, we got off the case. Sorry about that. That was my fault.
Well, the weather, you know.
But wait,
cops, yeah. Go ahead.
I have to put this out here in public. So now I have to publicly state that you can mark it down for 3 times. Date. You have to timestamp this one.
I know.
I did. You did give it to me, the phone logs from the previous numbers. I went to save it on my system, and it was already there. So you are correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's the big 740-page one. Yeah.
I was wrong. You were right. It was here.
Sweet. Man. 3 for 3. This is a historic night. History-making night.
You guys are characters.
I know. You can tell it's been a long day for all of us. But
I've been drinking tonight.
Just some red. Just a little red.
I know. Does anybody else out there have any questions? Because we will just keep yakking our jaws.
Yeah, we will.
Why y'all talking all this crazy?
Speaking of these rear slider, a door ajar, do you realize the officer that made that claim was Mr. John Broughton from Apple Valley Police?
Okay.
He's the one that recently retired, I think a few months into the new year, or maybe it was 2016, retired. So Broughton was the one who brought that whole rear slider, and that, I don't know if it was meant to be brought up or not. After the events unfolded, someone on policeradio.com uploaded the link, went to the dispatch and got the transcript that says the slider was ajar. So then that became public information. That's what really spun this story. It really got out of control once they found that, because everyone flocked to this story when they found out that the rear slider was ajar. So he retires. I contact him to do either an interview or a talk, and he was interested, sounded interested in doing that. And this is just this last winter. He goes, yeah, I'm interested in talking. Let me run it by my superiors first, and I'll call you back. And I thought that was odd. You're retired. You don't have any superiors now. You don't work anywhere.
Wow.
And who would be your boss, and who would be your, supervisor that you'd have to get this okayed through? So I waited. Nothing happened, and it was probably 2 weeks later. I called him back and says, have you heard anything back? Are you interested in doing a talk? He says, you know what? I'd rather not do go forward talking with you about this case. I talked to my sergeant and said it wouldn't really. I really don't have anything to add because I wasn't that involved in the case.
Wow. Could that have hurt his retirement? I
don't think so, and I wouldn't think so. But it sounds to me like he talked to, I don't know, I'm not sure if it was Gummert or who he talked to directly. It was probably Sergeant Gummert. But the question is this. If you look on page 1 of the 94-page police report, he's listed as a supervising officer, or the lead officer in this entire Crowley case was John Broughton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So when you're the one who stumbles upon the crime scene and one of the first people on the site and was taking photographs and was heavily involved in this Crowley case, it's odd to me that he says, I really wouldn't have much to add. I didn't partake too much. I wasn't that involved in that particular case.
Well,
you certainly were.
He was, but only up until they clear the house. At that point, right? I mean, what was his title? Is he just an officer?
A detective. So yeah, he was not a detective.
So at that point, once the detectives take over, he's pretty much out of the scene, and he doesn't really have more to say.
What I'm getting at is you were one of the very first people on the scene.
Yes.
That first 5 minutes, I think, would have been a great interview to see what it was like, what that smell was like, what was it like with the dog barking, what was it like with the door being ajar, what was it like seeing 3 people dead inside of a house. Not the investigation itself, but I think Officer Broughton would have had some very valuable information.
You're right.
Just for a simple interview, not pointing any fingers, not getting anyone in trouble, but he was one of the very first people on the scene. I think it would have been tremendous help to hear his input, but whoever he talked to obviously steered him away from speaking to me further about it, which I also find odd.
Who would have been his sergeant? Do you know?
Gummert was a sergeant. Well, that's who he talked to, I think. Sergeant Gummert was the detective's manager, the leader of the detective group, which was
he was like the investigator. But you're right. On here, it calls Broughton the primary. So he's the top of the food chain when it came to this case. Exactly. So who else would be on top of him would be the chief, correct?
I believe so. I'm not sure. I just thought it was strange. The whole.
I agree.
He talked to someone. He wanted to get some approval, but he was willing to meet for a coffee or at a coffee shop or something and discuss the case, which I found very encouraging. But 3 weeks later, the tone had very much changed, and now he's out altogether.
That's
he didn't want me to contact him again.
Oh wow, that's really too bad.
Now then again, I think it's his son also on the force.
Gummert's son, or Broughton's son?
Yeah.
Broughton's son is now on the...
He had been for a while. I think an intern or a junior person or something, but I think he's on the staff now for a couple of years. He's a younger guy, so that's probably why he didn't want to say anything either. But this was just a simple interview, nothing controversial. I just wanted to get his thoughts on being at a crime scene that large, that big for such a small town.
Yeah, because that's huge.
Yeah.
All right, I got to jump off, guys. Okay. Good luck with the remaining part of the interview, and glad I could help. And so far, I found this very interesting.
Thanks for coming back, Dan.
I see you guys. Have a good night.
You too.
Bye-bye.
I want to talk a little bit about Jim Gummert. We reached out to Jim Gummert a few times. I know, Catherine, you had reached out to him, and I reached out to him, and we had 2 very different responses. Let's start with yours, Catherine, if that's okay.
Yeah, it was to be expected from my point of view. I'm so used to, as a woman, I am used to being shunned and put down and pushed aside. It's just what happens to us women in the business field, and I never take it personal just because it happens far too often. But the fact that he would not even discuss me, I mean, he was just very short, I'm not going to talk to you. My answer is no, and I'm not going to tell you why it's no, but it's no. And yeah, he was not, he was nice. He was not rude. At least I give him that. He was not, so many people are rude, but he was not rude, but he would not discuss anything with me.
Was he sincere? Maybe that's a relative term. Maybe that means something different to us.
Yeah, to me it was just a typical interchange between a person in a position of power and just a little lowly civilian. I've been through this hundreds and hundreds of times. Mm-hmm. So it was just like, what do you call it? Like on the chain of command, I would be the fodder. So, and they know that, so let's not just waste our time. But I'm going to do it in a professional manner. So it was quite disappointing, that's how it was. And I really wish he would have talked more and opened up. I felt like he wanted to, but he couldn't. Like maybe if they're told not to talk about a case, they can't talk about a case. But that doesn't mean they don't want to talk about a case. And he just wasn't going to go against what his superior had told him. I guess, which is good. Not good for us, but good for him.
Yeah.
But the case was closed at that time, huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. And even though I sent him and everybody multiple documents, lots of proof of how and why David could not be considered guilty and not be the perpetrator, using their own documentation, they just closed off immediately. Just they didn't want to hear it. They're not going to look at it. We don't want to talk to you.
Well, don't put nothing past these police departments, I guarantee you.
Mm-hmm.
And Catherine, you had a long talk with Gummert. You had a recorded talk that people can actually go and listen to.
Yeah.
Right? Can go and check out and really see for themselves. It's one of the rare opportunities that we have to not only get some transcript, but to where you can actually hear what they're saying.
Hear his words, yeah. And that here in Colorado, in a lot of states it's not legal, but here in Colorado, as long as one person in the conversation knows that the recording is going on, mm-hmm. It is legal to record that conversation. And you can even do it with police, which is the only reason why I did it, because like you were talking before about the backlash, and with everything I'd put up with from people who were dragging me through the mud and everything I was saying through the mud, I knew that was going to happen with Gummert as well. So this way, when they hear it directly from him, they can't come back and say I had made anything up. And Gummert never asked if I was recording. He never said he didn't want to be recorded. I mean, if he had said don't record me, I would have had to turn it off. But, he never asked me if I was and never said to turn it off. So it is completely a legal recorded conversation. And I really think people should listen to that so they hear for themselves just how shut off they don't care. I basically said, hey, you have the proof in front of you. Is it going to make a difference? And nope, nothing makes a difference. Nope, nothing's going to change our mind. So that is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Because by law, when they get new information like that, they are to investigate it again, but they aren't even going to look at it. So they are breaking the law. The Apple Valley Police Department is breaking the law, not investigating and looking at the information I sent them.
Like I said, don't put anything past these police departments, because we're having some cases down here of some people being murdered and disappearing, and
really,
the laws have covered up a lot of it, and they're not investigating it like they should have. As a matter of fact, one case was an elderly man had went home and disappeared out of his workshop, and there was blood on the floor, and he just disappeared from there, and the dogs followed his scent out to the end of the driveway, and he disappeared.
Wow.
Yeah, so he was put in a vehicle. I mean, like, okay, he was taken away by a vehicle.
They figured he was wrapped in a tarp and loaded into the back of a truck.
Mm-hmm.
But that's been 2 years now, and this police department where I was raised at, I know them, and they didn't follow through with a lot of stuff that they should have, and besides that, they believed his wife was messing with the chief of police.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, great. Yeah.
That sounds like what
happened.
happened. That's
but I'm
similar
telling
to
you,
yeah. Yeah, I've seen that before.
Don't put anything past these police departments. I mean, these.
That wasn't in California, was it?
No, this was in Texas.
Okay. This is very similar.
Oh,
Very
don't
similar
even get me started on the police in California.
I think they're that bad everywhere.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. Especially in smaller towns, it seems like.
Yeah, and in my experience, there are more bad cops than good cops. There are still good cops out there. I know several that are really decent humans, but then the rest of them, I'm just like going, yeah, how are you even a police officer? Yeah.
They use that authority.
Yep.
Goes to their head.
Mm-hmm.
This reminds me, Nothing's going to Change My World, All Across the Universe by the Beatles. Pretty much. Nothing's going to change Gummert's mind. Nothing's going to change their world. The same thing.
Yeah, so what was your experience with him, Greg?
So I reached out to him. I wanted to know about the dog feces tests. I reached out to him on April 11, 2019 at 1:01 p.m. And I wanted to know if they had done any dog feces tests. And I got an auto response. And I'm going to pull that up here. April 11th. Where are you? April 11th. Must be really far. I still haven't categorized a lot of this stuff yet. April 11th.
Well, in my opinion, some of that dog poop that was in the house looked like it had hair and bone mixed with it because it was stringy at the end, pointed. And I've noticed my dog's poop. And when they eat stuff like that, it tends to...
Yeah, there's one spot of it. Yeah, I can't tell if it's actually vomit or dog poop. But, I've always felt like the dog probably did eat something, but there's no way that they can convince me the dog ate all the parts that are missing.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. It would be a normal reaction for the dog to go up there and smell and lick them to try to wake them up and then, eat something. And then all the vets have stated that it makes their stomachs upset and they will throw it up. And so since there was really only, from what I could see, one spot that really looked didn't look like regular dog poo. So he did something and he got sick and he threw up, but there's not a lot of that on the floor. And when the police reports state that, there was dog feces everywhere, they forgot that they sent photos of almost the entire house. You can see almost the entire layout of the house, and there is not dog feces everywhere. I counted it. I counted each little individual poo. I counted 29.
Counted every poo.
I did. 29.
Poo counter.
And my little dog, that I just got, he does 3 poos at a time.
Wow.
So it's like, and he's just this little teeny tiny 4-pound dog. So it's like they.
Some dogs may poop once a day, and some dogs may poop 3 times a day.
Right, and that's what I asked them. I try to get somebody to say, hey, if you know about this dog, what was its habits? Not to be gross, but you need to know. And nobody would answer the question.
And too, it'd have to do with what he was eating.
Yes.
Right, and there's I do believe. Yeah, that's a good question about what he was eating and what he was pooping after.
Right.
Days later. I think that's very important to know. And I do believe some people out there know that answer, and I wish they'd help us understand this.
I agree.
But I get it.
That dog had some good evidence if they would have tested it.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It certainly does.
I'm sure they could have even told how old it was.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what's so great about those photos, because we have it. We have the timeline of those poops in there. It's all there. We just need somebody like the phone record, somebody to go through it and really understand it, to really see, because you're seeing, at least I'm seeing, I'm sure everybody else is too, there's a lot of different types of poop, a lot of different shapes, a lot of different colors. There's dust. Some of them look like they've turned into dust. Can that happen in 3 weeks? Can that happen in 1 week? Can that, you know what I mean? All this stuff. Can you tell what they were eating by the poop?
Well, when they eat bone,
what does it look like?
Well, pretty quickly.
Does it turn? Would it turn to powder quickly? Interesting.
Yeah.
Because there are some. I do see some of that there.
Yeah, I saw that too. Just like I said, it's according to what he ate.
Right.
And bone is dry.
And bones are so hard. I mean, you think about the time that you give your animals like a cow bone or something like that to chew on, or a steak bone, and how long does it take them to actually eat that? You know, the human bones are hard too. And people, I don't know why people tend to think we are these little fragile beings. Our bodies are strong. Those bones are strong. The skull is ridiculously hard to break. You know,
would that be different depending on how well you take care of yourself? I mean,
well, they were
how well you're maintained.
Yes, yes, that's true. I mean,
you have to be 75 years old, I guarantee.
So we're talking about a 5-year-old. We're talking
her
about
bones are more chewable.
Yeah. Well, there's a 5-year-old child here. Would they be softer? Meaning, could the dog pull?
Well, the bones are still hard. The bone, no. There's no way that dog pulled that arm out of the socket. No
way.
Not pull it out.
Or ate it.
All right, because we're talking about a whole arm here. You know, what is the average length of an arm? What would you say of a 5-year-old child? Because that's what we're talking about here. You can see the other arm, so we know exactly what they're
about
saying.
2 foot.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's roughly 2 feet. Yeah. And that's a lot of bone. You have a humerus, you have an ulna, and you have a radius. You have 3 big major bones, not to mention all of the bones in the hand.
Right.
And so, that is a lot.
So what do they do to help prove that the dog actually ate just that one arm?
They've done nothing to prove it. All they do is go by what the coroner states in the report, saying that there was dogs scavenging on the bodies, which we see no evidence of. They never gave any evidence of that at all. And then the police saying that, the dog ate them. I'm like, where's that proof? I don't see it. I mean, there's just no way this dog did it. It's impossible.
That's the way they wanted to believe it.
Yes. You know, because when I talked to the coroner here, and I mean, he was very helpful, and some people get so snotty, and I don't even want to give them credence, because sometimes pardon the term, Samantha, plug your ears, please. Granddaughter's over here. Plug your ears. Sometimes I just want, I don't want her to hear me say this word, I want to bitch slap them, because it's like they're so stupid. You know, when I went to the coroner or the medical examiner here, all I had with me was a few documents of the crime scene, but I had the autopsy reports. So the doctor only read the autopsy reports. So of course he agreed with it. Why wouldn't he? He's reading a report, and he's like going, okay, and he would say, this doesn't make sense, that doesn't make sense. And anyway, he was like, you know, saying, here, let me show you a photo of a body that was eaten by a dog, you know, a puppy or whatever. It's supposedly done in 16 hours, and I'm not buying that crap either. But I look at this body, and it's so funny because I felt like he was trying to, you know, gross me out by the photo, but it's like, really, this is nothing. I've seen worse. So I'm looking at this body, and he goes, and this is what was done by a puppy in 16 hours. And I'm like going, but the head is still there. And I guess he didn't like my tone, but it's like, it's true. I'm like, but the head is still intact. That dog could not eat that skull. So why would this dog, who's roughly the same size as the dog you're telling me ate this body, then consume 2 adult skulls, but not a child skull?
And hands and
yes.
Arm and all that other stuff.
And then he didn't really have anything to say. But, you know.
Could it be... let me put it like this. Are there drugs that will weaken human bones?
Yes.
What type
there
of drug?
are.
What type of drug would weaken human bones?
I don't know the name of them offhand, but there are drugs there are medications that will sap the calcium from the bones, which then makes them softer and easier. But David and Mel were not. I mean, you have to be on these medications for a long time. They're heavy duty, and they were very healthy. They ate healthy. They exercised, so their bones were probably extremely strong.
We just had a comment. We just had a comment in the
prednisone.
Prednisone. What is that?
That's a steroid.
Right, and I've taken plenty of that.
Yeah, I've taken prednisone too. Yeah.
So what does what does it do to your bones?
It probably takes the calcium.
How quickly? Yeah. How quickly?
You have to be on it a long time. It's not like you could take. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm not on it constantly, but there's a couple of times, maybe 3 times a year, that my COPD gets worse because I got asthma with it.
Mm-hmm.
And
which I think David had.
I have to. Oh, he had it too?
I'm just guessing, Hunter. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, because of all the stuff he had there.
Yes.
Okay, but I have to take a round of steroids and a round of antibiotics.
Mm-hmm.
Now, prednisone is an antibiotic.
It's a steroid.
Yeah, but it's an antibiotic. My daughter's been on it for 3 years now.
Oh, that's not good.
No, it's not good. She's got pretty bad arthritis, and the doctor put her on that. And that's about the only thing that keeps her from hurting so bad. But, yeah, it will destroy your body.
Yes. Yes, it does. I mean, that's what I'm saying. 3 years is now. See, Greg, that's what I'm talking about. That's extended use. Someone like her daughter would be at risk for having soft bones. They would have to really keep an eye on her. But David and Kamel were not.
Right.
I mean, you look at them.
Like that.
Yes.
Could that come in a liquid form that could do the same thing at a shorter amount of time?
Not that I know of. Most prednisone is always dispensed in tablet form. Or injected, or like in
that's what I'm talking about.
In a nebulizer, correct? For somebody, you have asthma. Now, do you ever get prednisone in a nebulizer?
No.
Okay, I was just wondering.
I know you can.
Yeah. Okay. See. Yeah. There we go.
Because they give it to you in a nebulizer and then give you a shot, and then they send you home with a pack.
Yes.
Which there might be a nebulizer in the house.
So, I mean, but that's for people with severe asthma.
Right.
There are a lot of people who have asthma, and it's only seasonal. It may act up in the springtime or in the fall or anything like that, but the rest of the time they're fine. So with the amount of activity and with this healthy and the amount of exercise both David and Kamel did, that would help keep his asthma under control. Now, if he had it, I don't even know if he had it, it wouldn't cure it. But it would really, being healthier makes it easier to deal with the asthma. But, yeah.
And I just wonder if that, I guess with that, I just wonder if that would be someone that was as health conscious as they were, if they would even,
yes. And that's the point, too, is, Kamel was very health conscious. And prednisone is like really like one of those things you don't want to take. So I can't imagine her even wanting her family to take something like prednisone.
Only if they really had to, right? I mean, at a certain point, it's like, okay.
Right.
It's a lifesaver in a lot of instances, let me tell you.
Yes. Yes.
Interesting.
But it is something that you don't want to continuously take.
Interesting. Well, sorry to get off on all that.
Yeah. Well, because we were talking about the bones, and could they have been on medication that softened their bones? And I don't think so. And even if they could, that is still a tremendous amount of bone material for a dog to consume. And then
no way.
Yeah. It would still be stuck in the gut. The dog would have been vomiting it up, and you don't see vomited bone pieces anywhere.
That's right. This all ties back into Gummert, and when I contacted Gummert on April 11, 2019, he responded back in 3 minutes. So I contacted him on April 11, 2019 at 1:01 p.m. He responded at 1:04 p.m. and this was an automatic reply. I'm out of the office until further notice. Please call 952-953-2700 and ask for an investigator if you have a general question. Thank you. So that's what I got. So,
yeah, and I find that interesting. Where is Gummert?
Well, I picked up the phone and I called that number right there.
Okay.
So I'm going to go to those notes that I have. So I'm going to make sure I get this right. I can't believe I didn't put this in my files. I'm going through emails. This is crazy. Okay. Let's see.
Where's Sophia?
She had some issue with her phone.
Oh, darn. Okay.
Where is it? I'm trying to find the notes that I have that I sent you. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, I found it. Sorry. I hate dead air.
I was in my own little world. I forgot there was dead air.
I think we needed that little break there. But then I picked up the phone and I called that person. And what I did is I called that number. That number is the main line. And I asked for Jim Gummert. And they said that Jim Gummert was out on medical leave. And they didn't know for how long, so they didn't say that. But I was kind of worried about him being out on medical leave, so they transferred me to the captain who was in charge of that, Captain Nick Francis, who is handling all of Gummert's cases now. So I left him a voicemail, and then I haven't followed up on it. So I need to follow up on that.
But he obviously hasn't contacted you either then, correct?
He didn't leave a voice message. It is possible that, because I get a lot of calls from different areas, it is possible that he might have called me. I can't say for sure, but I think I'm going to call him again, and then hopefully I'll be able to talk with him, because this should be a yes or no answer.
Yes.
This is just, did you guys do the test on the dog feces or did you not? And so that's what I hope to get the answer from him. Now, what's great is that he wasn't there. This Captain Nick Francis was not there. And there was another captain who was there during this time. So I'm wondering if maybe he has moved on to other places too. But Captain Nick Francis is really the one who's in charge of all of Gummert's cases now. So I'm hoping to get in touch with him, and maybe he can just go look through those files, and maybe he can help get us some of these other files. So if there's any other questions out there too, that we might have another opportunity to ask Apple Valley some questions, because there were many questions that I felt like, with the 21 questions that we asked Gummert, there were many that I felt that I just didn't even know what questions to really ask.
Yeah.
Way back when.
Right, and because as we get we've gotten further in, and you have more information now, you have more knowledge, so it'd be easier to write a good question. But well, I just hope, if Gummert is listening, I really hope he's okay. I mean, that's scary to be out on medical leave. Nobody wants that.
Well, I guess that could mean so many different things too, right? Like, what is medical leave? So I don't know. Yeah, but I would just hope everybody could pray for him and keep him happy, keep him healthy, and help us get some closure to this case.
Yep, I agree. Well, I think I
agree too.
Cool.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah. Are you there? Go for it.
Who's there?
Oh.
I thought there was somebody. Somebody had to say something.
Hell no, but it's past bedtime for me.
Okay.
It's 11
Well, let's wrap it up. I mean, we said 3 hours. We went 3 hours, so there's nothing else until we meet again.
Yep, I think this was great.
Thank
you. Thank you so much for joining.
Oh, yeah, anytime. And all the time. Good night.
And all the time. That's right. We got a lot more to go. It's just the beginning here, but yeah.
Okay, I'm with y'all.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Have a good night, Greg.
You too.
Okay, bye.
God bless you all.
Hi, everyone. This is Catherine Michelle, and I'm here with Greg Fernandez Jr. and Sophia, and we are here to discuss more about the telephone records of David and Kamel, as well as the search warrants and items that were removed from the home. Tonight, we're going to start off with the phone records, and we're going to start with David's because this is still a little confusing. And if anyone out there works for or has worked for a mobile phone company and can make sure that we're understanding what we're reading, please leave comments, jump in, send us emails or whatever. The main point that we're finding out here with David's records is, as we know, he made his last phone call on November 18th. And that one I still find suspicious because the only other call before that was November 3rd. So between the 3rd and the 18th, there was nothing else done. I'm trying to pull up my records here so we can all be on the same page.
Okay.
I have one laptop open and the other laptop open, and for whatever reason, one doesn't want to cooperate with me. Okay, that's his text log. Now let me go to his phone records. Yeah, okay. So what are the interesting things that you have found and have noticed, Sophia?
Well, I was looking at cell location, which is on the, help me out here, the right, far right side.
Yep.
And I noticed that after a specific date, it doesn't ever change. And the coordinates don't change, which means that he never left the area for that one cell tower. And it was pinging even after they passed away. So that would have to be near his neighborhood where his phone was. So I'm looking at, I guess, the 18th when he supposedly made that last phone call. After that, the location never changes, which would be November 18th, November 20th, on down. He never takes his phone out of the house. If we go by the narrative, the story, they talk about how Kamel and David were seen at Rainey's school the last day of school in December. He didn't take his cell phone there because it never left that neighborhood, or it never left the area where the cell tower was.
But these are just calls, though, right? These are just where the cell location was, not necessarily.
Well, the text message is awesome. It doesn't change after a specific date.
Which is, yeah, that's really interesting that the phone would remain right there. Because you're right, anybody who's going to be calling or texting, it's still going to be pinging off of that, the location of where it's at. And if it remains, obviously we're going to assume, and it is an assumption, but it's a pretty good assumption, the phone was left in the house because that's where the police found it the entire time. And so the pinging for the text messages and the calls that were coming in, even in January, that cell location is exactly the same as what it was before when he was making his phone calls, correct?
Yes, it is. And it's narrowed down to Minnesota and Apple Valley, but I wasn't able to get the exact location because for some reason my Google Earth was just not working for me in regards to that. But everything that I have learned in regards to cell phone and ping, anytime, like as you said, anytime a text message comes in or a phone call comes in, it will ping off of that cell tower. And that's exactly what the police in their search warrants requested. They wanted the information of where these phones were at because they were looking to see if a murder was planned. I mean, it says it right there in the search warrants. The wording, and I'll go get it.
Well, that's interesting. I haven't read the search warrants yet, so I'm way behind on that. But that is definitely some interesting wording.
I'm trying to find the exact area of data stored.
Do you know what page?
Cell tower dump. Registered with AT&T towers in a certain location at a certain time. AT&T calls this a cell tower dump. And they are looking for the longitude and the latitude for that cell tower.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Greg just pulled it up and it says cell tower location information. Yeah.
The geographical area of the crime. If you go a little bit further up, when cell phones make a call or receive a call, they will register with the cell tower in a geographical area of the crime.
Now, is that on the search warrant, or where are you reading that from? Okay,
that's on the search warrant.
Is that's before or that's after?
It's in the same paragraph. About 1, 2, 3, 4 sentences down.
Trying to find. Do you know what page that would be on?
Oh, I'm gonna have to go back because I had sent you a screenshot of that, and that's what I was reading from was the screenshot.
I'm gonna try that, but it does say cell tower dump. That's what it specifically says.
Yes.
All right, I'm just gonna look that up.
I'll get the specific page for you.
I'm just gonna keep doing cell tower.
And it's all the same document.
All the same. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see, 28. I think it is 29. Page 29 of the search warrants. At least that was the first one that I came across. But it should be the same for all the rest of the phone numbers.
Okay, because, yeah, that page starts with the facts tending to establish your affiant, Michael, whatever, has been a licensed police officer. That's page 29 that Greg has. Is that the same one?
28, 29. Yes. And it is after your affidavit.
There's AT&T.
Here we go.
Oh, there you go. When
your affidavit is aware.
Yeah, your affiant is aware through. Don't go too fast. Hold it.
Sorry.
Training.
Sorry.
Yeah,
should I go back a little bit?
No. You're right there. You're perfect. Through training and experience that individuals frequently call and/or text message each other regarding criminal activity during and/or after an event has occurred. Your affiant is also aware that a high percentage of the population regularly uses and carries a cellular phone with them during their day-to-day activities. And whoever typed this up, day-to-day is hyphenated. When cell phones make a call, it drives me crazy. When cell phones make a call or receive a call, they will register with the cellular tower in the geographical area of the crime. Your affiant is aware that there are many cell phone providers and resellers of cell phones. Your affiant is aware that all of these all of these cell phones operate on 4 major cell phone networks in the state of Minnesota. These networks are Verizon, Sprint, T-Mobile, and AT&T. Your affiant has spoken to AT&T. AT&T did tell your affiant that they were able to provide law enforcement records of all cell phones that registered with AT&T towers in a certain location at a certain time. AT&T calls this a cellular tower dump. Wow. So they were looking exactly for that, and when they found that information that the cell phones didn't move, and especially, since they were subpoenaing that specific thing and saying that's what they were looking for, and then the phone records show that his cell phone didn't leave that geographical area of his home since November, and they didn't question that? I mean, that's a huge red flag.
Yeah, I honestly don't think that they looked at the records. I mean...
Well, yeah, and I agree with you, because when we're looking at these phone records, and this is something where anybody out there, if you can help us understand, but if I'm reading this wrong, please correct us. But on the screen right now, you will see item number 60, and then you see 2 phone numbers, one with the 00 next to it. And then item number 61, the same call but written differently, but with an F next to it. So what I am reading this as per, not as per, because that is not proper grammar. What I am reading this is per the instructions that AT&T gave us, stating that the one with the 00 is the originating phone. So the 507 number, we'll just say 0434, then dialed 4890, and then that number terminated at 4003. Oh no, I'm sorry. It forwarded to 4003, then terminated at the 4890. Down below you have the 4003 forwards to, yeah, somebody please help us understand this. But anyway, there are a lot of phone calls. Yes, could you highlight? Thank you. That works. Yeah, with all of these, you will see the number that ends in 4003 associated with a lot of the phone calls between David, Kamel, and Kate Crowley. Now, why is that? Why are a lot of the phone calls being forwarded through or to this number? Doesn't make any sense. We can't figure out, you know, why the number, why the forwarding, and the person associated with this, what was their connection to the Crowley family? Because, you know, as you see Greg highlighting these right here, there are a lot of calls associated with this.
Are you there?
Did we lose Catherine? I think we might have lost her. I think we lost her there. Can you still hear me? Test 1, 2.
Okay, yeah, we're back. I had a temporary glitch with my power, but we're back now. And we were talking about the 4003 number that is associated with both David and Kamel. This number is used as a forwarding number. This number is called, and this number...
Could it be a voicemail?
No.
See, here's the reason why I think it might be, is because I haven't found anywhere where a call is made from this number. Everything is cycling through it, and this number is eating it up and spitting it out. But I haven't seen anywhere where this number is making a call. So if you guys have that, if you can find that,
I do.
Curious.
And let me see if I can. It might take me a second to find
That's
it.
okay.
I can't remember if it was on David's or Kamel's. Oh boy, yeah, this will take me a second, but yeah, sitting in the dark all of a sudden kind of threw me for a loop.
Do you have candles or something going on over there?
Well, I didn't have any lit. I was just sitting at the table. Next thing I know, it's like pitch black, and I'm like, what happened to my electricity?
But it's back now.
Yes, it's all back now. Thank goodness. Oh. And do you think the dog noticed? No. He just like going, okay, this is cool. Okay, let me see. Where is that? I could have sworn.
I didn't see it on David's. I'm going to look at Kamel's. But I think it's just a forwarding number, which does lead me to think it's...
Okay, you know what? Yeah, okay, you were right. I thought for sure I had typed it in as a number that actually made a call at one point, but I am not finding that now, not even where I typed. So, yeah, it was always forwarded through or to that number. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay.
If you're looking at this page right here, page 21 of 30 of Kamel's newest number, one thing I was trying to understand is the cell location. Why is there so much data here? It's a lot of data.
Yeah. Sophia?
Well, when I was talking with Craig in regards to it, I had assumed because they had their calls or one phone number forwarded to the other phone number that they were leaving one phone at home. So it was pinging off of one, forwarding, and being picked up on the receiving call or the receiving phone. But when we looked at the search warrants, they only took 2 cell phones out of that house. So that theory was blown out the window. So I have no answer for it. None.
Well, it's a call, cause it's a call from Kamel's number to this 4346, whatever that is, whoever that is. That's probably on your list, Catherine. 12-3.
Yeah, I'm looking at where we at. I was looking at my other computer. I'm sorry. 4346. Who's 4346?
Yeah, I don't think
and
it's
on page 18 again.
I'm looking at your spreadsheet. That's on page. Yeah.
Because I have all of their names on there. I looked up every single phone number and associated it with a person that they knew. So
this one I don't. Yeah, well, I'm looking at that. Oh, maybe I'm looking at the wrong. Oh,
keep going. Go to the next. No, go to the next one over. It'll tell you the name.
Okay.
Next column to the right. Okay. That's the Banfield Pet. Yeah.
They're calling the pet hospital.
Yeah.
On 12-3. And there's several of those, right?
There are a couple of them. Yep.
And that was with Kamel's phone?
Yes.
Thank you.
And if I remember correctly, I do believe that Banfield did call her back, too, as well. I think she had to call him and leave a message, and then they called her. Well, I'm assuming that's the message, and then they called her back.
So on 12-5, I'm going to look at the 12-5 record here. Okay, that's her second call. There should be another one. Skip it. 12-8, not there.
Then maybe
That's a long call, 4 minutes.
To the Banfield, is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
And the other one is 9 minutes.
Yeah,
22 seconds.
And I find it interesting, the timing of that phone call, the beginning of December. You know, I mean, did anybody say anything about Paleo being sick? Because that's where I take my pets, is to Banfield here, when they're a good vet place to go. They have great doctors and everything, great veterinarians. So, I mean, was something wrong with Paleo? Did anybody in the family ever mention anything?
That's a long call.
Yeah, 13 minutes total to a veterinarian.
And then another on, this might be a different one here.
Is it possible she just could have been on hold?
Well,
Are they that good?
I mean,
They keep everybody on hold? Probably.
I'm just playing devil's advocate on this one.
Well, it's a possibility.
You're right. It is a long call.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's interesting. In December, a call is made to Banfield, and then shortly after that, they disappear or are killed or whatever it is that happened to them at this point. Because these phone records are leaving me totally confused because, with David's last phone call being November 18th or the 3rd, depending on which way you want to look at it, and then his mom is calling him constantly several times after that, but he makes, no phone calls. And it's like, why? And his cell phone remains in the same place. It doesn't move. And you said, what time was that? Was November what?
I believe 18th. I need to go back and click on his records.
Okay.
I'm going right now.
So a lot of that is like all about the same time. All communication from David ceases in November. And the police didn't see a problem with that, or at least I see nothing in any of the records where they question that silence. That's 2 full months before the bodies were found. That's a long time.
I don't believe it changes after, I got to scroll back. 11/20/2014. And I'm just scrolling down to double check.
Okay, so you do show some movement between the 18th, which is still the same time frame. That's still, where he basically is missing incognito, whatever you want to call it, in November, not at Christmas time, which is what they're trying to say, or New Year's. It's like a whole month before that.
Well, what about this one on Thanksgiving, right? This is
No, there are no phone calls, texts, or anything on Thanksgiving at all. Nobody.
12/26/2014.
Let me see. Find 12/26. Are you looking at David's?
David's, yeah.
Okay, let me go there. I'll pull down here.
So at 11/26/2014, I'm not sure. It's only a 58-second call. But it looks like it's from David to 4781.
Yeah, and the reason why let's see, hold on, who's it to? I'm trying to find out. To Michael Moran, the muffler shop. But I know Camille was talking to them. Let me see.
And that's why I kind of think the other thing that I also think is that David was using both phones. He was controlling both phones. Just because a phone was in Kamel's name doesn't mean that she was actually using that phone. Now, that's until you look at the actual records of her phone calls and who she's calling, right? And then there are several times where you can see that she's calling people that she knows, or that phone number is calling people that she knows, not necessarily people that David knows.
Right, and that's what I found to be true for the vast majority of her calls. So I would not, by looking at her phone records, I would not assume David had any kind of control over her phone. She had it. She used it. She took it with her. Because, she made a lot of calls to her friends, especially, one in particular, and I've several to clients, and I don't want to put their names out there because they might not want their name out there, and I have them on the spreadsheet. But yeah, can you go down to on the next page, Greg?
Yes.
This one stops at 12:16. I want to see the 12. Oh, what happened to 12:26?
For David's?
Yeah. What happened? Oh, maybe my screen just wasn't showing it. Maybe because right now they're in January. So now that those are texts, go back up.
Those are texts, yeah.
Yeah.
So you want these, but these start. This
Okay,
is
yeah,
what it's right at the bottom.
Yeah. See, that stops at number 59 on 12/16, and then the next one starts in January.
Right, but on Kamel's newest one is where you probably what you're looking for, right? This 12:15, and then the 12:15. Let's go. No, and then 1:08.
Yeah, because her cell
one.
phone tends to go silent more toward the end of the middle to the end of December, where she stops communication. But David is in November, so it's like there's a whole month difference. And most of the phone calls that Kamel has on her phone, other than the muffler shop, are either to people I'm assuming are her clients or to her friend. Everything else, I mean, I see 1, 2, 3 calls to a muffler shop, and one number which I couldn't trace at all, so I figured it was probably a spam, because people get spam calls on their cell phones. And then the school, and then the rest looks like clients. So yeah, she goes silent relatively quickly. December 15th, I think,
Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's the last one.
That's the call I show as well. And then the 8th.
And then it goes to 1:08.
Yeah, then the 8th is when the school starts trying to call her. Her client then starts to try to call her. The school tries to call her. So the school actually does make several phone calls. I thought they didn't call at all, but they actually made 1, 2, 3, it looks like 4 separate phone calls. 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 separate phone calls to the family. Why they didn't come out there, I have no idea, but at least I felt better knowing that they at least called.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And she had just started, too, right? She was only, a couple months in from September, possibly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because usually after Christmas break is when they start the second semester. However they do it anymore. But yeah, usually school starts to Christmas break, and then after Christmas break to the end of the year is how we used to do it anyway.
What if there was a call? Remember that incident that happened in October, I believe it was, with Rania?
I do not see.
There should be a call. Should be a call to the school, from the school, to one of these phones.
I think it was the week of the 16th, wasn't it?
Oh,
a lot happened that week.
Okay, I only had the phone records for her new phone. That would have been on her old phone. Do you have those, Greg?
I think it would have still been on there because it's.
Because you see right here. Yeah, the 22nd. So it's not on there. Yeah, if it was the 16th, it would be on her previous phone.
Okay.
Because I did not get a chance to log all those yet on the spreadsheet.
Okay, so here's Kamel's old phone. 10-1, 10-9. What's the number that we're looking for?
We are looking for.
Should be an originating number.
A 5183, ending in 5183, 303 5183.
Okay. 5183.
Okay, keep going. Okay, I don't see it. I don't see one there on the 16th, 17th, or the 18th.
Yeah, I mean, it could have came from a different line. Every teacher probably has their own number, too, so.
Well, it would have been
cause.
the same area code, though, which is 952, and I'm not seeing a 952. Oh, wait, here we go on, okay, that's the 27th, which we have.
There's a 952. Yeah, this one here.
Let me double check.
Okay.
95. Oh wait, that's a 0113 952 239.
And it's to Kamel.
Yes, I don't know whose number that is. But anyway, I mean, anyone out there, if you are looking at this and you can explain to us what these, how they are logging these calls with the 00 and then the F underneath and then the two numbers and the terminating number. You have two originating numbers, one terminating number. Please explain that, because this is kind of where things get real mucky. And once we get this figured out for sure, I think it's going to answer a whole lot of questions. Is there anything else you guys want to say about this?
I always thought it was originated number and it was forwarded, but with that other number in there, it's just odd, especially since it's showing up on David's and it's showing at random times with Kate too. So
right, and that's what I found really interesting, is like, why is this number associated with all three of them? And it's ridiculous. It should not be.
So where is it? Where do we see Kate's number? 0434.
She is
on David's. Okay, I see it. I see it down here.
Yes.
Okay. So let's look at that. So she's calling David at 2:08 a.m. All of this, so 12 and 13 are the same, part of the same call.
Yes. Okay. Which I find the time frame of when these phone calls are made too really weird. Why are they calling at such late hours? The hours of these phone calls, I don't know, they're questionable. Like, who calls their family at 2:08 in the morning? Well, obviously Kate did, but why?
Probably me.
Me.
Yeah.
Well, the story that was told on the internet was that Kate was an alcoholic and she was calling David and Kamel at really weird hours. I believe that's in the email that between Kamel and Allison.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Kamel wasn't picking up, or Kamel or David were picking up Kate's numbers anymore whenever she called.
Yeah, and I looked at that of when that complaint was made versus when the calls were actually made by Kate, and they didn't quite match up either. I'm trying to look at my notes right now. My dog is being a pain in the hiney side again.
So I guess the next logical question is, what from the narrative is true?
Yeah, I would really like to know that. Let's see. Yeah, because here where they're saying where Dan Sr. says on November 27th, I text them Happy Thanksgiving, no response. And we see right here on the phone records and on the text records, no such thing was done. And let me see, where's that part about the mom?
It is in the. It's also in the redacted, correct?
Yeah, I think so, but I'm not sure if I printed out that particular page. But I find it interesting too that both Dan Sr. and his notes, as well as Allison, make the comments of, "We're wondering if you were dead." It's like, really?
So is it really bad writing for foreshadowing, or are they all psychic in the family?
Right? right?
I mean,
Okay,
I'm not trying to be snide. It's just...
Oh, Greg, can you stop there real quick on the one?
Up here?
Right here. Yes, right there. It's perfect. Okay, because you see the date, item number 50, 11/21. And you see this is really when Kate starts to make a lot of the phone calls, which is on the 21st. Allison wrote this email to Kamel on the 20th, saying, Mom is weeping and convinced that you're dead because you're not answering the phone and she's trying to get a hold of you. Now, she wrote that a day before the phone calls kicked in. How did she know? How did she know that was going to happen? So that's what I found. Yeah, that's what I found interesting as far as that goes, because when you start comparing what they give as a timeline and their emails with the timelines on it, the dates and the times, and they don't match the phone records, something is wrong.
Yeah.
That's a really good question.
Yep, so keep that in mind, everybody. Allison wrote an email to Kamel on November 20th, Thursday, November 20th at 2:01 in the afternoon. And she's talking about how their mom is constantly calling and crying because she thinks they're dead. And why are they not answering her? But when you look at the phone records, you don't see Kate starting to call until November 21st, the next day after the email is written. That is interesting. Do you want to head over to the search warrants now? Because we have a lot to cover there.
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Flip into that document.
And you two take it over, because this I have not read. I want to learn from you what you found out.
I'm still going through it. I mainly was going over for the phones because I was trying to figure out exactly what the officers were requesting, what they legally could search for. And it turns out they could search for deleted information, not only messages for the phone, text messages, voicemails, information like that, but for the computers too, they could look at social media and like instant messenger, Facebook Messenger, that kind of thing. They could look for deleted messages through there too. Their search warrant covered the gambit, basically.
Covered everything.
So, for anybody saying, oh, what if David deleted these messages or deleted these call logs, the police would have been able to find it because their search warrants were covering this information. They would have dug in there. They had the programs to look for this information. I just don't believe that the calls were made. They put proof in there of the messages that, for instance, we were just going over with Kamel and Allison. They put that proof in there. They put text messages in there. Where's the message that supposedly happened for the pot that happened on December 19th or 16th, excuse me? We just don't have that information. It was never put into the police report.
Yeah.
The call,
that is a big thing. Mm-hmm.
It's a problem.
Well,
and when we start seeing all these other issues rising up, like the calls not lining up with what's said in the police report, it's a problem.
I do think those calls were actually made. I do. But now you're forcing me to find the proof, though.
You're always asking us for proof.
That's right.
But
now I gotta go.
I welcome you to find it, please, because Catherine and I have been racking our brains on this one.
I'll find it. I think it's out there. I don't think they would say that. I mean, I don't understand where they got that unless it was from an informant or something, why they would just say that all of a sudden, hey, we were told this. Okay, well, they go and they find that it's true. if these records, if the phone records that we have don't show that those calls ever took place, but you have people that are saying that the calls did, you have officers that follow up on it, and the calls, the person that they say made the call, it turns out to be true, then that to me is a strong indication that did happen.
Well, okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. My computer went out again for a second. But when the phone records, you have to, I don't care what people say. You can have 30 people telling me that they saw the moon turn green, but that doesn't mean that the moon turned green. And they're saying that David called Chris Peck in December looking for pot. The only phone call that I found on all of the entire phone records was made to Chris Peck on November 18th, the last call that David made, was the one and only phone call to Chris Peck. And then I do believe Chris Peck sent a text to David. Let me double check that.
Saying do you have any, something like that, right?
On November 12th.
Oh, okay.
And yes, that was it. There was a text on November 12th from Chris Peck to David, and then David made a call to Chris Peck on the 18th of November. And that's it. That is the only communication I found between those two in 3 months of phone records. So when people say he was his pot dealers, I don't think so. The people I know who buy pot don't buy it once every 3 months.
I mean, you have Chris Peck who's saying that.
I don't care, Chris Peck. I will take him on. No. Because according to the phone records, that didn't happen. And what? He must have some really lousy stuff if somebody's only going to buy from him once in 3 or 4 months.
Okay.
Okay, and to also rebuke the people who are saying that there was a burner phone. The search warrants don't cover burner phones. They only cover 2 cell phones that were taken from that house. So there were no burner phones found at the house at all. I need to get that in there because a lot of people have suggested, well, what if there was a burner?
Yeah,
or a prepaid?
Yeah, and I don't understand that at all. I mean, they had enough phone numbers they had to deal with. They're going to add 2 more. They had 4, and now they're going to do 6. That just didn't make sense.
Well, it's possible that the dog ate that too.
There you go. Problem solved.
There you go.
We're just going to blame everything on poor Paleo here.
Why not?
Yes, if he could digest all those bones, he could digest metal.
Yeah. He probably cleaned up some of the crime scene too.
There you go. That's it. It didn't leave any paw prints. He was perfect. He's a great little house cleaner.
He ate the gloves and everything else.
Yeah.
Oh, this poor dog. He's got an iron stomach.
He does. And he was thin and dehydrated after all that eating. It must have been the cell phone. That's what did it.
Yeah, and I would say...
I hope everybody can see how ludicrous this is, right?
It really is. It really is. But we can see what they're asking for. We can see what these search warrants say. And one of the things that was very important, I thought, was these writing documents. They're looking for anything. You know, they're supposed to go through all of this stuff, anything, everything that's there. And unless somebody is going to say, I mean, and we have that, people are saying that the police miss things, that the investigators miss things. I have a hard time going with that too.
Well,
I just don't believe that either. I mean,
yeah, and
they took out everything.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
But right here where it says they're looking for writings, documents, to identify motive, preparation, or mindset of the suspect at the time of the shooting.
Right.
Now, what did the detective find when he did all of his investigation of all the computers and all the writings? No motive whatsoever. Nothing.
That's it.
And he didn't find any imaginary journals either.
Exactly.
Yeah. Sorry, once again, not trying to be snarky. It's just the truth.
Yeah,
There's no proof.
and I think that's why it's so important for people to look at these 87 pages here, and you can see exactly what they were searching for. You can compare that to what they found. You can compare that to what they took in and to what they did with it. And you can see how much data that they went through. They spent a lot of time going through this data. No motive. Nothing there. Nothing there to show them why David Crowley is guilty. That doesn't mean that people can take these things and try to create a motive, try to act like they know better than what the cops do, and create some type of motive, but that doesn't make it true. And so I think it's very important for people to really go through this before we start talking about what the police missed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they missed anything except for the bullet hole and a bullet that rolled out. But they found those 2 days later. I don't believe that they missed any writing or anything on the computers. All of this stuff here, I don't believe that they missed anything that gave them motive. Even what they missed, the 2 bullets that they missed did not give them motive either.
No, because they still can't even tie that really to anybody.
Right.
You know,
right.
it has a little bit of David's DNA, but definitely not his blood, brain matter, or hair, so that they can't even prove that it was the bullet that killed him. So they basically, at this point, they do not have the bullet that killed David. And if he shot himself, it would have been there.
That's right.
And, you know, with everything that they pulled, I mean, they're very detailed in what they're looking for here in these warrants.
Mm-hmm.
And then the one detective who actually specializes in that, so he would know what he was doing. And I always say his name wrong, so I'll call him Detective K, because I butcher his name. But, you know, he spent a lot of time going through all of these devices, and he came back and said, I can find no motive. So what led them down the path with no motive? David goes silent in November. Kamel goes silent in December. Bodies are found in January. No motive. And people who are saying that they contacted them is not backed up by any of the data that they have or any of the records that were provided to them. Why did they not continue to go forward with that?
And that's when you have to ask yourself, is it a cover-up? Was this all staged? I mean, what's really going on here?
Yeah.
Why weren't just logical questions asked about this case?
Yeah, and you said a mouthful, because I really don't see any questions being asked whatsoever. They did go to the neighbors and did the little, oh, did you hear anything type of thing. You know, it's kind of, and I see that as a CYA. And, you know, did you talk to the neighbors? Well, yeah. But they didn't even really follow up with any of that. You know, it took them, when they couldn't get a hold of, you know, the neighbor was Brett Millay. And so they just kind of let that roll off until they finally found him one day. And it's like, there was no effort put into this case at all.
So they ruled it a murder-suicide within 2 hours, basically. Is that what we...
No. They're not ruling it a murder-suicide.
Okay, so I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
2 hours. No.
No. We're going to go back and forth on this, Sophia.
No.
Greg has one report that goes within 2 weeks.
I have the police report. I have the secret document, yeah.
Yeah, but again, the reporter who the police never countered said that the police chief himself said within 2 hours. Because it was that report was actually written very shortly after the murders. So it definitely was not written 2 weeks after the murders. So I'm going to go with the 2 hours. So
okay, but the detectives didn't even arrive at the crime scene.
But
until after 2 hours.
When you look at those news reports, we have to look at how often they actually update the same one. Mm-hmm. Meaning they could have updated it later. It could have started out where it's just, we don't know what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And then later on, it was updated to where, well, they think it's a double murder-suicide, which they publicly stated one day later. But that just because they stated that in public doesn't mean that that was the first time that they thought about it. So sometime between whenever they find the bodies and whenever it's made public, we don't really know exactly when they said, okay, we think this is a double murder-suicide, the public is not at risk, everybody's safe, blah, blah, blah. It would be very important to get some clarification on that. But that's treating it as a double murder-suicide, not concluding it as a double murder-suicide.
Well, you think that there's a difference.
I do.
But most of the time there is not.
I do. I think there is a difference.
Again, you would think so, but that doesn't always mean that there is. There are times when they decide, and it's sad, and most people don't want to hear it or believe it, but they predetermine what the case is going to be before they even step inside the scene.
And there is a lot of proof that would help back that up. Mm-hmm. I definitely see that. There is a lot that would show, well, if they really wanted to do a thorough investigation, they would have done this, they would have done that, they would have looked up, saw the bullet hole, blah, 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 all that. That's another reason, that's another reason to think that how quickly they came to this theory and they started moving with that theory. I think once they go ahead.
No, and then they just didn't ask any other questions in regards to this case. The phone records, the DNA, everything else that we've come across. They didn't look any deeper. And that's very, very disheartening.
Well, I would say we don't have any documentation that shows that they didn't look deeper. I'm not necessarily certain 100% that they didn't. At some point, they have to look for motive from other people, right? I mean, in their conclusion, their whole conclusion is based around this fact, their theory, their opinion, that because they couldn't find that anybody else could have done this, that David Crowley must be guilty. That would lead me, first of all, to think that they did something. They were looking at the possibility that maybe somebody else was involved, right? No?
We have unknown DNA at the crime scene. We have a slider that's open, well, partially cracked. We have a phone that never left after November 20th. I mean,
yeah, you have three dead bodies. Mm-hmm. You don't walk into a house and think one of those dead bodies killed the other two dead bodies, looking the way that those dead bodies did.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, they came out and said that the public is not in danger, and then they just conducted the case from then on as a murder-suicide, and then didn't ask deeper questions as to who this unknown DNA was for.
Right.
Or why his phone never left, or, I mean, just, there's so many questions.
Yeah, well, and let's go back to, when they went silent.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't even look at that, and it's so blatant on his phone records. You can't miss it. But here, yeah, I'm looking at this news article again, and it was published originally January 19th, but updated on November 16th. But I think they updated it with the in a dark place, because that's when they start to, or down farther is when they start to talk about. Actually, I should maybe send an email. I had never thought to contact Nick and find out when it was said to him that the bodies, they had made it within 2 hours. Despite the grisly scene, investigators concluded within 2 hours that David Crowley was the one who pulled the trigger of the .40 caliber Springfield handgun found next to his body. So, yeah.
Well, there it is. You got the guy right there. You got him at least saying it. Yeah, it would be good to follow up and see within 2 hours.
Yeah, and I thought for sure there was another article that had the same wording in it. But,
well, that could have been by him or somebody taking his, using him as a source.
Yeah,
or
that's what I was
too.
trying to. Yeah, I was trying to find out if it was somebody copying his report or if it was a different one. I'll have to go because I go and look at that again because the one I remember reading was the police chief's, whatever how you say his name, was the one who said within 2 hours, and which is different wording than what this is saying right here. So it's obviously written in two separate places. But I'll have to find it.
Well, yeah, and I would say Nick needs to be contacted on that. Nick Ferrara?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so he needs to be contacted on that to find out why he wrote that within 2 hours. And does he still stand by that? Sometimes he'll try to back off, but if he put it in writing already, it's hard to back off from it.
Let me see something. Yeah, because I know at one point I did talk to Nick, but I'm trying to see if I remember if I even asked that particular question. I'm not sure I did. Okay, no, I didn't ask him that one. I did not ask that particular question. So I think I will try to send him another one and ask him if that's what he remembers being told exactly.
Awesome.
Because he's always been, very upfront and always willing to answer any questions, that I've ever had. He's answered them. So I'll send him that.
Great.
That's great. Yeah, because that's a big deal right there.
Yeah.
2 hours, impossible. And why he didn't follow up on that, or maybe he was like 2 hours. Well, that's kind of like you must know something that we don't know, and maybe it was because everybody thought that they had a suicide note. There were notes mentioned, but we didn't know at the time, and some of these early news media ran with it that, well, because there was a note there, that it was a note written by David that was a suicide note. It's like they were just running to some story that did not exist, looking for just another story for their local newspaper.
Yeah.
They chose the wrong one. This is not one of those that's just going to easily go by the wayside.
Nope, it's not. They're going to be looking into everything. And I do believe that this information that we've covered should be handed over to the private investigator, too.
Well, I think as long as the private investigator has the same data, it's important to let the private investigator just do whatever they do and just, we're all looking at the same data. So at some point, the private investigator is going to see this stuff, and we just want to make sure, and because we just want to let the private investigator do his job, and not be influenced by anything. That's why I don't want to know anything. I just want to whatever until the final thing is, until the private investigator says, okay, I'm done. Here's what I have. Here's what I found. Here's what you can do with it. Then I think it's going to get very interesting. The search warrants too. It's like I'm on page 8 right now, and they're mentioning they go up to item 53. So they stop at the bullet. Actually, I think it's item 52 that they stop at in the first set. Now they go up to 55. Now these are different items. So. And that's the other thing.
Well, they were taking the blood samples.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so they have rings.
There's 3 different lists, 3 itemized lists too. Go ahead.
Page 8.
Yeah, I'm looking for the blood.
Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about. Okay. This is in reference to the guns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's just a different number on there. I thought you were talking about, there was a different area that's on the property, the evidence that they took from the house.
Mm-hmm.
And in those pages, they go from 1 bullet to the blood samples that they took from the bodies, and then it goes to the other bullet that they found in the attic. So that's what I thought you were referring to, and I apologize for the confusion.
No, they do have those too. there are those where it's like, I think the first one stops at 52, then the second one has 53, and then all of a sudden 57 is there. And they just, they, like, if people who don't really understand that these were found at different times, they wouldn't even know it. They would just think that everything was found at the same time. That's why those have been 2 of the biggest things to really get people to kind of second guess what the police told us, because you have all these strange things. And those, to me, are just 2 of the biggest ones. I think when we get into the phone records, into the financial records, into all of these other records, it kind of, you know, there's more questions for some of this stuff. But with the search warrants and all that, I think it really helps us understand what they were looking for, what they had a search warrant for. And there's a reason why they chose these things. It wasn't just, well, this is standard, let's go for this. No. There was a lot going on. Reading these search warrants, it seemed like there was a lot going on that led them to want all of this stuff, to want these search warrants, to what they were looking for, and how vague some of this stuff is for what they're looking for. All writings, all computer data, all phone numbers, all of that stuff. Some of the stuff that they got, like Chris Peck, the whole Chris Peck thing is like, somebody had to have told them that. Where's the detective work or the police work that got them to where they found out that Chris Peck had called David Crowley, if that was true, or David Crowley had texted him?
And see, I just, you know, I'm beginning to wonder if the police just believed them. You know, they.
But who was feeding? I mean, this goes back to the thing that somebody's feeding them this early on. Who was feeding the police so much stuff? And we could go back to the very, you know, to when the bodies were actually found. People are feeding things to the police on and on and on from the very start.
Right.
Now, whether that's purposely or whether it's just because that's how they are, that's a whole other thing. But, I mean...
yeah, because one look at these cell records, if they had looked at them and looked at the names, yes, it took me a while to do it, and Sophia too. Without her help, I wouldn't have been, well, it'd take me a whole lot longer to finish it. But, you know, if they had even begun to look at the cell phone records and then looked at the notes from the people who were talking to them, they would have known right away it wasn't matching up.
Or maybe they know something we don't know. I mean, there's no doubt that they looked at these records, right? I don't have any doubt that they actually went through them, and so they should have seen a lot of this stuff. Maybe they found the answers that we don't have. Whatever those answers were, again, it doesn't lead them to think that David Crowley is guilty if they found those answers. But there's still a lot of weird things like that with these phone records. I mean, to me, that's been the biggest thing that I've been just, you know, having nightmares about, just trying to figure out what the heck, what am I looking at here?
Yeah, and you're too kind-hearted, Greg. You give them a whole lot more credit than I'm willing to, because, you know, when I type this out and as I'm looking at each line, and then I remember what is written or told to the police by others, I pull that out of the police report and I look at these phone records and they don't match up, then that tells me that obviously the police did get the records because we have them from the phone company, but did they actually look at them? I doubt it, because if they did, to me, that would be a blatant closing of their eyes and not investigating the case. You know, and if they
just a simple follow-up call, would have done.
Yes.
Say, hey, you know, because it would have been in their supplements. Called such and such back to double check on the dates. Maybe they had something wrong, but we don't see any supplements being updated or anything.
Correct.
So I have to question it, just like Catherine was saying.
Correct. I see them not doing their due diligence in checking out the information they were given. Now, maybe they felt that they could trust who was talking to them. I don't know. I'm not saying that the police did it out of malice. I'm just saying it happened. They didn't check it out. But why? Don't know.
Is it possible that they checked it out and just didn't find anything?
Well, we're looking at it and we're finding it. So I don't believe that.
But you're not finding anything that would help prove David Crowley is guilty, and that's all they would be ordered to look for. Nothing else, right?
Right, exactly. I find nothing
that
David is guilty, but I find a lot of questionable responses from the people who spoke to them. When you have people who say, you know, hey, I got a call, or I text them, or, you know, we talked to them on this certain date, or he contacted me to buy weed. Yeah, right. When only 2 phone calls in a matter of 3 or 4 months. Well, 1 phone call and 1 text. Yeah, I don't buy it. They dropped the ball. Again, whether it was on purpose or maybe they just, by the time they got the cell phone records, maybe they felt they had their proof and just said, okay, we're just going to add this to the case file, but we're not going to go through it. I don't know. That's supposition on my part, totally.
That can't be, because they have these documents. They had these by February 2015, so they had them one month later.
Okay.
They had plenty of time to go through this stuff.
Okay, so why? And then my question back to them is, why did they not? Because it is plain as day. There's a huge issue with these phone records and what the narrative is on what happened. When David, again, when he goes silent in November, and his body, quote-unquote body, is found in January, that should be a huge red flag to the police.
Sure, but at the same time, you have people telling them why. Without them, maybe they asked them, but maybe people are offering things of telling them why they went dark, why they went silent, why they weren't talking with anybody, et cetera, which a lot of that I think has been, I don't buy it. You know, I'm not buying that David went silent, that he was distancing himself because they were planning on killing himself, or he was, you know, going into a dark place and he killed everybody. But
and I agree. I mean, I agree. I don't see this where he stops communication on his cell phone as any indication of that, because all of his writings and everything else up to that point or whatever was always positive, always looking forward. But my point is the police had on hand their notes from the people they supposedly interviewed, where they gave them specific information, and that information is not corroborated by the evidence that they got from other legitimate places like AT&T.
Right, but they didn't even follow up on. They had a simple question with Chris Klein, you know, and they had David's dad saying that he was not in the house with Chris Klein on January 19th, And they did not follow up on that. They had no interest in following up on a phone call. It's much less likely they're going to follow up on phone records. So maybe you're right. Maybe they didn't go through this stuff.
Well, yes, because when you look at the cell phone records again with Chris Klein, I think I found one call, one. And then, you know, that does not tell me that they were best buds and that he really knew that family. And so why is he in the house? You know, lying.
I would also, well, did they find any social media activity, anything like that too? Because that was a big thing. You know, that was a big thing. Phones weren't, you know, nobody was really using the phone, especially landlines. Cell phones, maybe, but it was a lot of social media activity. If you look at David Crowley, he was more active on social media than he was, you know, on these phone records. If you look at the phone records, you might think that he wasn't making a lot of calls, distancing himself. But if you look at the social media activity, it sounds like he was active, publicly active.
Why isn't that part of the police report then?
It's not part of the
pick and
police reports, but it is part of the police data. So if you go back to the 485 pages of BCA data that Dan Hinnon first got, it has almost all of David's social media activity just on Facebook, I think, going back to 2007, maybe 2009.
Yeah, and a lot of that is totally irrelevant. It just doesn't make much sense to the case at all. And why would they do that?
Yeah, but they also have a screenshot of a post that was taken out. So they know that there was at least one post from David Crowley's account that was removed. In that same area, they have a profile photo of Sean Wright.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that they didn't know this. It's one more lead that is just not followed up on. But this is different. This is not just he said, she said. This is somebody taking out a post for a specific person.
And that was after they died, correct?
That was after they died, because it is not part of the data of the Facebook records that the police show in these documents, but they have it separately. That's weird. That's odd.
Yeah, so right there they know that somebody's going in and deleting stuff, and that, again, is another red flag.
Yeah, it is.
So, yeah, I don't know. It's unbelievable. Again. It's like the more questions we get answered, 1,000 more pop up.
Absolutely. And this case is just, it's one of those conundrums.
Yeah.
Where you're trying to figure it out, but there's just no answer, and you just go over in a circle over and over. It's starting to give me a headache.
Well, it's going to be a long time, I'm sure, before those headaches stop, until we can get some clear answers on some of these simple questions we have here.
Yeah. You're right. Pace yourself.
Pace yourself. That's right. Go through these documents. Pace yourself. Don't burn out. You don't have to go through everything. Go through whatever you think you can get to, and whatever will lead you to find the answers. And that's why it's been such a blessing to have both of you and so many people going through this stuff, because, you know, you can't just have a couple people doing it. We need as many people as we possibly can get to look through these documents if they're real people. We're not looking for fake people. We're not looking for people that are just trying to stir up stuff, or even people that are treating this like entertainment. This is not entertainment. There's nothing entertaining about this. This is not to get yourself over. It's not for you to make money. All of those people were there in a couple of weeks, and after a couple of weeks of the case, they were gone. right? They didn't see it. There was nothing sexy about this story. There was there's nothing that they could really latch on to. This was the real deal here. And a lot of people, I think, they just were not ready for it. It was all supposed to be fun and games and, we're going to stand up against the government and blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, this stuff really happens. There's real cases that you can look at and have a lot of questions about if this is a real killing or if these people were killed. And we're not just talking about 3 random people. When you're talking about a child, when you start looking at what happened to that 5-year-old child, that's just like,
It's stuff of nightmares.
Yeah, it really is. And the fact that so many people are just willing to just move on and just give up and just shut down and just turn a blind eye to these simple things here, that's frustrating. To me, that's very frustrating. And I lost a lot of respect for a lot of people. But it was weird because right before all this happened, I was kind of questioning people and kind of going through my own spiritual journey, and I prayed about it. And I prayed about, God, if, get me away from these people if they're not real. And I'll tell you what, I found myself alone, except for Dan Innan and a couple other people. I was like, yeah, that's just, I would rather I'd rather research this with 4 or 5 real people than research it with, hundreds, thousands of millions of people that are just in it for their own gain and not in it for the right reason.
Yeah, and the ones that, really bother me a lot too are the ones who have such they know the case exists, but they really have no in-depth knowledge of anything, and then voice opinions and blame David, and it's like
solve the case. They have it solved.
Yeah, they've solved it
2
without
hours.
knowing it. Yeah, and I'm like, wow, okay, don't waste your time with me. Don't talk to me. Read the case, and don't expect me to give you all the answers all the time. Read it for yourself. That's something I learned a long time ago. When you go out of your way to gather all the information to show somebody who says that they want to know an answer, but then they don't read it, they constantly question it, and then they deny the proof that you give them. It's like, don't even waste your time. Go away.
Yeah. Life is
That's
too short.
the most frustrating part.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm like going now, well, you know what? If you think I missed something, you do it. Why aren't you sending it in? Why aren't you contacting these people? If you think that and I'm not saying I do it all right. So if I have forgotten or I haven't done it in the way you think it should be done, then get off your lazy butt and you do it.
Yeah.
We've got our hands full here. We don't, we spend a lot of time on this, a lot of our own personal time. And like you said, Greg, we can't do it all. It's just too much. And,
a lot of people don't understand that we have families.
Right.
So we can't look at this case 24/7, although we have invested a lot of hours and a lot of time, and in some cases a lot of money in this case.
Yeah.
And all we're asking is that we get fresh eyes to also be looking at these records, to also go through, and whether they share it, I mean, that's on them. But at least if we have people looking and offering help to answer our questions, we'd be so grateful.
Mm-hmm.
And to have just any answers, especially with these phone records, with the questions with the 00 or these weird numbers showing up, it would really be a godsend to have those answers for us.
Yeah.
So we can move on to something new and start dissecting that information.
Right.
Yes, I'm putting this up here. Page 1 of David's newest phone record. Help me understand items 1 through 4. That's all I need.
Okay.
Well, that's not all I need, but I need to start. I can't even move on to anything. Well, maybe this happened. Maybe I can't move on to anything with the phone records until I can understand that flow. So I'm trapped. Help me.
I know. And if somebody can help us understand, this will, I think, unravel a lot.
Yeah.
For everybody, not just us, but for the entire case.
I hope so.
And
all right,
just
good peeps.
going back and rehashing, they only took 2 cell phones out of that house. Burner phones were not found in that house. And they went through everything. They searched it.
You're right. They went through everything.
Yeah, there were no burner phones and there were no landlines.
And there were no writings either that they didn't find, that they didn't go through, according
Correct.
to what they're saying.
Thank you. Correct.
Yes.
It's all
no
there.
magical journals.
No magical.
There you go.
No.
Mystical journals. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, unless it showed up like the bullet hole in the ceiling. No.
Hey, that's where they found that journal. The bullet was on top of the journal in the attic.
Now it makes sense.
And
now
I think the burner was right there in the bullet hole.
There you go. It was attached to the trusses of the roof.
That's why they missed it. Because the Christmas tree was there, they couldn't see it.
They couldn't see it.
Couldn't look up in the attic.
Although they could open the door and see it right away when they went there, but it was the Christmas tree's fault.
Well, they could put their finger through it too. So maybe they put their finger through it, and that's why there's no burner phone. They burned it.
They pushed it through the attic.
Pushed it all through the attic and everything. But thankfully, we had 2 people or multiple people in the house who were looking in the house, and they found it.
Right, people who who weren't there with the people they said they were.
Yes, without them, we'd all be lost.
And who weren't friends.
There you go.
Yes, but somehow end up in their house, and didn't say how they got in.
No,
oh, is that magic?
I don't know.
Didn't tell the police that they were there. No.
If Paleo ate the burner, maybe we should contact the vet and see if there was any in his poo.
I think Paleo might have changed the burner number.
That's it. Oh. Greg, you solved it. It was who forwarded all these numbers. That's it.
There we go.
Case solved.
There we go. Case solved.
All right, we're all in trouble.
Those joints too, just so you know. He was grounding. Oh gosh, okay, we gotta stop. I'm getting too snarky for my own good.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay. More serious folks. We weren't being serious. We're being very snarky.
No,
yes,
but
yes,
you know,
we are.
Yeah, you can still take that out of context. You can twist it. And
they will. They'll go, this is what they said.
They're crazy. They went to a dark place and snapped. That's it. All right.
Now they're joking about the murders. Oh my gosh.
Pretty much.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, it's okay to accuse somebody of a double murder suicide within a few hours, a few days, with no evidence, but you know, it's not okay to question it. So let that be a lesson to both of you.
We should not be asking questions. We should not be looking any deeper. We need to take everything at face value.
Yeah, just go with whatever the group mentality says. Whatever the bullies say, believe it. That's it. Done.
There you go. No more heartache.
Life is good. Go back to life. Well, I think we're going to choose the other way. I think we're going to keep looking into this. You know, maybe another couple hundred videos and a couple hundred articles, and you know, just whatever we can do to keep this case going till we can get the real answers, right? Get this into the real hands of some people that can really help us. That can help get some answers. It can help, at the very least, to change this case to where it isn't, to where people realize that David Crowley was never proven guilty. I think that's one of the biggest things that is getting missed here. That is the most important thing. Is from the very beginning, this has all been about proving David Crowley guilty. They don't have any evidence to prove David Crowley guilty, and in the end, they claim David Crowley is guilty.
Yep, and a dead man can't defend himself.
And they cannot prove a dead man guilty. And
Yep.
they know this. And they know this. All right. Any final words, anybody?
Well, just thanks for doing this, and Sophia and Greg, you two have a great night.
All right, you too.
You too, Catherine.
Okay,
Have a great night.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.
Okay, we are now recording. This is conference call, what is this, 6 or 7? I think
Sure.
It's number 7, right? Yeah, number 7. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah, that works.
That works. I'm going to try to share my screen here just in case we need it. I was looking at the Apple Valley Police Department. I was looking at their website and looking at all of the fun stuff that they've been doing over there. I did call Detective Gummert. They once again confirmed that he is on leave, on medical leave, and they transferred me to the guy who's in charge, the new, what's this guy's name? Let's try to pull him up here. Nick Francis is the guy who's taken over for that. So I've been trying to just get one answer, just a yes or no, you know, a syllable, a single syllable that would just say yes or no. Were their dog feces tests done? That's it. So I even left him that. I don't know if I did last time, if I told Captain Nick Francis what I really wanted, but I figured, okay, he hasn't gotten back to me. It's been about two weeks, I think. So called him again today, and my plan is just to call him once every week until we get some type of answer, and hopefully just we'll get something. I mean, they're very responsive usually, so this is a little unusual.
Well, maybe
for me.
he's just overwhelmed and swamped with trying to catch up and get up to speed with what Gummert was doing.
It could be. I mean,
Yeah.
We're talking about something that's closed, right? I mean, I don't know what other tasks they had going on too. So that is true, and that's why I'm not trying to overwhelm them, not trying to call them on and on and on. But you know, I mean, it's just like I said, it's just a simple question, simple Q&A.
Yes or no.
Yes or no? Yes. Come on, give me an answer. That's all you have to do. Answer what is.
Well, if Detective Gummert is listening, I really hope he gets better. Whatever's going on, I hope it's okay. Yeah,
I do too. I hope he's all right, and it's just, you know, personal time that he needed off. But for a medical leave, I just definitely have been keeping him in my prayers.
Yes.
So, all right. Well, I guess we should begin here. We do have some other people on the line as well, so everybody is free to kind of join in and say whatever you want to say. Catherine, is there anything that you would like to say right now, or any topics you want to make sure that we bring up, anything like that?
Other than I'm really tired. Oh, boy. Not really. I have really kind of dropped the ball this whole week, and I'm sorry. But you had sent a link to the research documents. Now, was there something in there you wanted us to go back and look over for tonight's discussion?
No, I just kind of put those in there. I just figured if I was going to share anything with the people who are going to join this call, or anybody who was going to look at anything related to this call, I think I just wanted to show them that we have a lot of these research documents all in one place that you can get to in case you haven't seen any. I know there's a few that I've even gone back through, and I'm like, oh, I haven't really looked at this one. I haven't really gone through this one. So it was really good that we got to bring up the search warrants about a week and a half ago or so. So I've been kind of going back through all of those. The Apple Valley Police property receipts that show everything that they took from the house. I think all that stuff's good too. I've been looking more into some interesting stuff that I hope we get a caller on who's gonna kind of help us with that. Maybe discuss some angles that we haven't discussed too much here. So I'm just gonna ask right now. I'm gonna ask if there is some background noise. If I hear some background noise, I'm just going to put you on mute. You should be able to unmute yourself if you do want to speak, so I don't want you to think because I mute you that means that you can't talk or anything. This was always meant to just be a place where the group, where real researchers could just come here and kind of chat, ask questions, bounce off topics. So there's nothing off topic. There's nothing that we shouldn't be able to talk about here. I don't want anybody to feel like, we're only going to cover certain things. So I just trying to pull up my agenda here that I have.
Okay, well, while you do that, I did remember something that I want to give everyone an update on, and that is the cell phone bills. There's been someone, and they have been contacting me. We've been going back and forth via email, and they just about have it explained to me to where I can explain it to everybody else.
Oh, nice.
What all of those phone numbers mean and how to actually read the report. So they had written back, but I didn't get back to them in time today. So hopefully by the next time we actually do a conference call, I will be able to explain to everyone what all of those loop-de-loops mean. Because that's all it is just a constant loop, and maybe try to figure out why.
Do you have your spreadsheet that shows the list of inconsistencies?
I do. Let me pull that up.
I'd like to go through some of those. I think that would be a great place to start. I mean, by this time, I think everybody kind of knows what the cops said, right? What the what the police think is true, that David Crowley killed his wife, killed himself, and killed his 5-year-old daughter, is responsible for all of eating all of these bones. The dog is pretty much responsible for all of the missing limbs, all the stuff, probably the missing blood and who knows what else. But I think we've been asking relevant questions, and I think it's always been a lot of us who have been just trying to ask the relevant questions based on what we are told by the cops, based on what we are told by investigators, based on what the documents say, nothing else. I think that's been the biggest, strongest point, and I think that's what real researchers are also looking for too. They're just looking for data, and I'm finding that we're having a lot of new people, a lot of people that are just getting involved in this case. And I went back through my videos, and I was like, I made all of these videos. Not one of them really goes through it step by step and kind of breaks it down A, B, C, D, which is kind of what I'm working on. Well, it is what I'm working on for my book, but I do think at some point, a video like that would definitely be very, very helpful. And the more that we go back and look at all of the strange things that happen from the very start, you can just add these things up, and you can see that there's much more than what we are being told. And if there wasn't, I do believe that the investigators would have it. I do believe that they would have made a bigger fuss out of it, and they would not have quietly closed this case after 1 year.
Right. It just seems so strange, especially with all of the information that they had access to. How did they look at that and then close it? Just that still doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And we do have the chat room open too, so if anybody wants to join in there, and we'll have that chat open. If you're in the chat and if you'd like us to bring up any topics, we'll try to make sure that we bring up anything that's in the chat room. Figure we'll go about maybe 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, kind of play it by there and see how far we get. Let's see.
Okay, and I have that list up now. Is there something you wanted to talk about in particular? Oh, somebody has written something. Someone states a guest, and I can't see the name. It just says, recently listened to discussion about suspicious persons called Call a neighbor? Seems like a huge point to ponder. I'm not quite sure what they're saying.
I think they might be talking about the suspicious person that was in the house on January 19th, 2 days after the bodies were found. There was a 911 call that was placed by a neighbor, and that 911 call is what led the cops to Chris Klein, and then from Chris Klein, that leads the cops to the bullet, the missing bullet, item 57, that was found in the living room attic, or in the attic above the living room. So I think that's probably what they're talking about. And to me, when I first heard about that, that was the big smoking gun. You know, that's still like one of the biggest things that I cannot wrap my head around what logical reason this would be for. And I've heard it all, and I've looked at it all, and I've taken it all seriously, and I just don't get it. There was no Christmas tree blocking it. There's no way they should have missed a big hole in the living room. No way. I don't care if it was.
Yeah, especially when they say when they go back to check it out, their exact words were an obvious bullet hole in the ceiling.
Yeah.
Well, if it's obvious the minute they open the door, why wasn't it obvious between how many people were there? I mean, there were, 15, 20 people, maybe more, for how many hours, and nobody saw it?
That's right.
Yeah, that still gets me.
And of all of the people that contacted us, that contacted Dan and myself, I know that we brought that up. Nobody mentioned it. It wasn't mentioned in the city pages. It was an article by, I think his name is Corey Zorowski. He didn't mention it, even though he found it odd. When the documentary film crew came to my mom's house, I made sure that I mentioned it to them. Well, they found it odd, but they didn't put it in this sloppy-mentary, documentary, whatever you want to call it. There was another guy, Alec Wilkinson, who contacted me, and he didn't put it in what he wrote. So it was just like everybody knew, they all knew this is like the biggest piece, but you could tell they did not want to go there. They wanted to go down the conspiracy route, but they didn't want to go down the real conspiracies here. They just wanted to focus on, well, the government did it, just stick to their scripts, the things that they were using to try and discredit anybody that was simply asking questions. And I'm talking about days in, before anybody is supposed to know anything, before the police have closed their case, all of that stuff. And we're getting hit. We got hit by just a bunch of random people that I've never heard of, and they're telling me just all this weird random stuff. Anyway, like somebody's breaking into a car.
I know. Is that at your house?
That's not at my house, but please, if you're breaking into somebody's car, please try to mute yourself while you're doing that. If you could.
Okay,
you can unmute yourself once the cops start chasing you and all that, but at least for this purpose, help us out. Once you get in, you drive away. Yeah, I could just hear it now. The Justice for David Crowley group wants people to break into cars. They're
advocating criminal activity.
All right. Anyways.
Okay, and Angela from Wyoming says, living in a smaller community, lots of PD staff know lots of people from childhood, high school, college, etc. Anybody research ties between AVPD and the key characters?
That's a great question. That's a really great question. The answer is yes, obviously, because there are questions about if there were any type of informants involved in this case. I haven't found anything conclusive. What I find kind of strange is how the whole Gray State team seemed to know everything before anybody else did.
Right.
They were pushing it out to anybody who would actually listen and take them seriously. The people that wouldn't take it seriously, they pushed them harder. So I think that's a very, very valid question, and I'd be curious to know if there are ties, if there are any ties.
Well, wasn't Kate's brother or something, David's uncle or somebody, they had a family member
Yes.
who was a police officer, correct, who died in the line of duty?
Yes, I think his name was John Bergeron, if I remember correctly, which is
Yeah.
Kate's maiden name, something like that. But he was, and I forget what department he worked for, but I do believe it was in Minnesota. Very close with David, or I guess David, from what I was told by third-party people, he was very close with David. You know, they were. It was just there were no issues or anything like that, and it sounds like the whole family, in general, both sides, Kate's side and Dan Senior. It sounds like both sides had a very high respect for cops in general. So that was a feeling that I kind of got. But yeah, so there might be ties. As far as I know, I haven't found any, but I think it's a great question, and I do believe it's probably a question that a lot of people asked that were getting cyberbullied within those first couple days or whatever. And I think hopefully a lot of that stopped once we stopped going through these people who were telling us lies and stopped just listening to what they were saying and started to create a dialogue with the cops ourselves. I think that's, I learned a lot more. I learned a lot of what to do, what not to do, how to treat people. Obviously, you don't just call people up, start yelling at them, right? It's all about how you treat them, and
Right.
that's generally how they will treat you. So.
Yeah, and I'm interested too, and I know I haven't done any research between those who claim to have been David's friends and if they have any ties with the Apple Valley Police Department either. I haven't really looked into that myself. I just know that Kate had a brother who died. Have you done any research on the friends, Greg?
Possibly. Maybe.
Okay, we'll say no for now.
I don't want to lie, but you have to go down every angle. You have to look at everything. It doesn't mean you have to be a stalker. It doesn't mean you have to, even there's ways that you can do this. And I think the first thing you have to start with is prayer. With whatever you do, start there. That's where I start, and then I just kind of just let God guide me to wherever I should be going. And it's been quite the journey, quite the spider web of just going down all these different trails, going down so many trails that sometimes I forget to, how many trails I've been going down. So it's, yeah. This is definitely, this case is, spiritually, I'm not saying there was any demons or anything like that involved in this case, but for me, spiritually, it's been a very tough case. It's been a very trying case because it does dwell on my soul. It does dwell on my heart. And there were times where I could not sleep. There were times where I felt that anxiety and other times where I felt like I was spending too much time on this and I had to kind of take a few steps back, and it actually helped me. If I would have just kept going forward full speed, I probably would look back right now and see, and see a lot of the faults that I made. I still made many faults, but I think if I would have moved faster and been a little more hasty, I probably would have messed up a lot more and probably would have damaged a lot more too. So it's all a learning process.
I think that's true for everyone, and I don't know of anyone who can research any type or investigate any type of case and not make mistakes. That's to be expected, but it's how a person handles those mistakes. It's like, okay, oops, that was the wrong track, scratch that off the list. Now let's turn around and go back and look at this at a different angle. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's when someone gets their head stuck in one direction and one direction only and then refuses to acknowledge any other evidence. That's when I think it becomes a problem.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Well, we got 7 people on the line right now. I know we got Sophia, and I think Pansy is on the line too, and maybe a couple other people. If anybody wants to join in and say anything, you're more than free to. It's okay if we start talking over each other. It's all a learning process that we have to get over, and it's been that's been one of the bigger challenges, I think, because we have so many strong people, and so far we haven't really had any major issues on the call live or anything like that, and even after the call and all that, I haven't really seen it. So I think this is a great opportunity for all of us to just chat. There is no wrong thing that you can say here, unless you're just being totally just rude or mean or cyberbullying or anything like that, being a stalker or just a freaking weirdo or something. But as long as you're not doing that, as long as we're talking about this case, I want people to feel free to just jump in here. Just go ahead and jump in.
Yeah, and Angela asked another question, but she's asking what was the mention of Judy's job as a civilian surveillance? And she says, I'm not even sure I'm remembering it correctly, and also her son's legal problems and pot trafficking. Since Dan really was the one who did all of the research on that, should we wait and see if Dan can jump on and let him answer that?
I think that would be best. I know this was talked about in one of the last calls, I believe. It might have been the last call we had kind of talked about that. And Judy was a part of some neighborhood watch thing that surveilled their neighbors or something. It was something like that. And I was like, what? And then he said it again, and I was like, what? And so now I'm glad it's being brought up again because I need to understand exactly what that is too. And about Eric Prochnow, I think we've covered that too. There's a video that Dan has done on that. So if you haven't seen Dan's video on Eric Prochnow, I definitely go and watch that. I think it just that kind of gives you all of the public data that is out there, and it isn't like Dan is trying to make any ties where there isn't. It's just looking at, well, here's what happened. Here's the case, and here's he got off basically for whatever he got, whatever his legal problems were. He doesn't have those now, and he was carrying a lot of weed.
Yeah.
So that was odd because it was just like, okay, you're carrying that much weed, you get off because of a whatever, because you got a good lawyer or something, I guess, but.
Yeah, and I still don't understand that. I've read several of those documents, and, it's like, I guess, more power to him. However, the officer who stopped him and pulled him over had a very long history, and in fact, that was his job, was drug trafficking. And I am not saying that's what Eric was doing, so don't anybody put words in my mouth. But the police officer's experience was drug trafficking and how to stop people and how to spot those who are transporting drugs illegally. So the fact, and from everything I read on his stop, it was a completely legal stop. So to have him say that it was an illegal stop and then get the case thrown out is just beyond my comprehension. But like I said, more power to Eric. He got it to work for him.
Yeah, because I think first they said that the cop could search the car, and then they kind of backtracked, and I think that was the legal issue that got them off or something. I don't know. I mean, to me, it's like, it's just weed, first of all. It's not like, it's not like he was carrying real drugs, what I would consider real drugs or anything like that. But it was an interesting case. The reaction to it, I think, was even more curious because it was just craziness. Right, Eric Prochnow comes into the group talking all this smack and all this stuff, and it was just like, I don't know. I even tried to give him a chance to tell his side, and things went kind of crazy. And I grew up where people were screaming and cussing and yelling. I'm not going to go through that. I'm too old. I'm 40 years old. I'm not going to sit there and get into a screaming match or an argument or anything like that somebody. You know,
Right.
I don't care how old they are. Nobody's going to get to me like that ever again. Let's
Right,
put it like
and
that.
good for you, though. No, really, that's a good way to handle it. So
Now,
do you want to start going over? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, just on that, and let's move on to the last one. But you know, if he does want to have a conversation, if he's cooled down, and if he does want to chat in the future live, it could just be us, just he and I. He can tell whatever he wants to say and call us whatever names he wants to call us. That invitation is still open to him. I just need to have a little clarification with him that we're not going to be sitting there cussing at each other and all that. So.
Right. And it would be good. That way he wouldn't have to worry about anybody trying to, you know, jump on him or bully him, and he could still say his piece.
Yeah, we do that here. We've done that here with people. You know, if you want to jump on here, say your piece and all that, and do it. You know, if it's relevant. Which really, with Eric Prochnow, to me, it's not, his stuff is not really relevant to this case. He made it relevant, more relevant than it really should be. So, you know. Anyways.
Yeah. So now on this list of inconsistencies, do you want me just to read them off, or should we read one and see if anyone has any comments?
Let's read one off, see if somebody wants to comment on it, and see how far we get.
Okay, so everyone type fast or jump in and talk, because otherwise we'll move forward. The first one on the list that I found is the gun. According to the reports, they have it written several different ways. But one of those ways is the gun is either a couple inches or 1 foot from David's left hand, and David was right-handed. So the fact that the gun was on the left side of his body when he's right-handed is inconsistent with where the gun would have fallen.
Right, because there's no photos, we haven't seen anything that would show us that David Crowley was left-handed. Shouldn't that have been part of what the police were actually looking for? The fact that was it even possible? Was it plausible? What are the odds that David shot himself with his left hand when most of the photos and videos and everything that you see show him clearly holding the gun? His trigger is on the right hand, not on the left hand.
Yeah, especially, yes, and then having the exit wound on the left parietal bone, close to where the ear was. So that would be really difficult with the left hand.
That's right. So he would almost have to have it curved.
Yeah.
Kind of into his mouth with his left hand, and then shoot himself kind of with the gun pointed towards the left side of his face, kind of.
Well, and I know a lot of people, and I even read it in one of the articles where the police state that David shot himself in the front, in the front of his head, or the front of his face. Now that is, I'm going to take huge issue with that, because the autopsy report clearly states that the trajectory is they can't determine where that bullet entered. They only know where it exited. So for the police to say that he shot himself in the front of his face and then have it exit through the left parietal bone, that just doesn't make sense.
Could that be because because of where it actually exited, that's where it would be the only logical thing? Like, it couldn't have come from the back of his head, right? It couldn't have come from the side of his head. It's kind of what it sounds like they're saying, because there's no wound or anything, because the whole right side of his head is still there.
No, I thought part of it, only his left side was there, part of the left parietal bone. Most of the right side was missing, and some of the back was still attached to the spine. So I'm assuming it's the occipital region, which was still attached to the spine. But since the right side of his head was pretty much missing, and the front of his face was missing.
I thought it was the other way around.
Well, if it's exiting, if they see an exit wound on the left parietal, the left side has to be there.
I'm gonna have to go back and look, because when I look at that image, it looks like you can you can see through his left eye. There's nothing really there, and the whole left side of his cheek, like the cheek and all that stuff, looks like it's all gone. There's nothing there. That's the left side, right?
That's the right side that's facing the camera.
I don't think.
You're talking about the one photo we do have?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that is the right side that is facing the camera. I can pull up. I'm going to get the autopsy reports real quick.
Okay. Let's see. There was another question about the toxicology. Why those results didn't show any weed, any alcohol, any shrooms, anything. So based on the toxicology that we do have, which to me is like, okay, this is great. I see what the toxicology, what the report is. It doesn't tell me much because I have no idea what I'm looking at. This might as well be French or Spanish or something. So when they say spleen volatile screen, the ethanol 0.109 G-DL within propanol and decomposition peaks present. I'm just like, I have no idea what you're talking. Just were there drugs? Yes or no? You know?
No.
No. Okay, nothing.
It says that the immunoassay negative, no basic or neutral drugs present, or present on chromatography.
That's on the liver drug screen.
Right, but the spleen is just basically stating that there's the typical amount of alcohol found in the system upon decomposition, and that they found decompositional peaks present in their test. But there were no drugs found, no basic or neutral drugs present that they could find on the chromatography.
And those tests should have been a part of this too, right? Or is it just? I don't know how the whole toxicology test works, I guess, either.
You know, and that was something I forgot to check. I was going to call and check with BCA to see if marijuana is a standard drug. I'm pretty sure it is. It's one that they automatically test for. And
well, let's say, I mean, in this case, because there was weed found on the table, they should have at least tested for it, I would think, if it's out there.
Yes.
Now, because the bodies were, let's just say, let's say that they were there for 3 weeks. Let's just say that for 3 weeks, okay? What are the odds that weed would even show up or anything like that would show up when the bodies were so badly decomposed as they were found, even with 1 week? Would there be a difference between 1 week and 3 weeks?
I think that they would, since there was enough hair left from both David and Kamel, they could have easily done testing on the hair, but it doesn't look like that's what they did. It looks like they only tested the liver. Now, the liver, I think, would probably metabolize most of any drugs that may or may not have been taken at the time. So most medical examiners during the autopsy will take the vitreous fluid from the eye, but since they were all missing their eyes, that was not possible. So they had to test what was available, which was the liver. But at the same time, again, they did have access to hair, which would have told them for sure how often they at least smoked pot, if they did at all. Now, and according to the autopsy reports too, and I'm reading this directly, and this is off of David, it says gunshot wound at the head. Entrance, indeterminate. Pathway and trajectory, indeterminate. The exit is the left parietal bone with external beveling and radiating linear fractures and scalp. So it's the left side of his head that was still there. Now it says on the external examination, it says, let me find it. The back scalp is intact with patchy short brown hair. Fragments of skull and additional small bones recovered separately from the body at the scene are described in a separate section.
Wow.
So there was just part of the back of his head and then the left part of his head.
Okay. It looks different than what I see here, but I'm going to go with what the autopsy results say.
Well, and you have to remember that photo you are looking at, taking a photo from the right side of his body. So what's closest to the camera is the right side.
Well, I mean, you can see his, I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to go back and look at it or something, but all right.
Yeah, it says the entrance, this is also part of the autopsy under a gunshot wound of the head. The entrance gunshot wound site and trajectory are indeterminate due to absence of the majority of the head. No projectile fragments are recovered.
But the exit is in the left, okay.
Yes, on the left parietal scalp, centered approximately 9 inches above the left shoulder and 4 inches left of the posterior midline is a gunshot wound.
Ugh.
So that's strictly the left side.
That's odd to me. Okay.
Well, when you're looking at that photo, it's like you're looking on the inside of his head.
Yeah, and you can see through the left side, right? Maybe it's the right side. I don't know. I haven't looked at the image in a while, so I really try not to look at it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, so since no one else has asked a question, we'll move on to number 2, and that is where the blue blanket is over David's legs. Now, they're saying he shot himself, but yet there's a blue blanket over his legs. Quite neatly, by the way.
Yeah, would you know where the blue blanket is mentioned?
Yes, that would be in, that would be the final BCA report. Let me get the other one. Hold on.
The 40-pager?
I think so.
This has a portion of Kamel's sweater.
Yes.
Was draped over his lower right leg.
Yes. That I mentioned in another section, the inconsistencies, because he has not only the blue blanket, but her brown sweater covering his legs.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Okay, I am trying to find that report. It's the long one that has, it said BCA final. I know I printed it out.
Yeah, I think it's the one we're looking at here.
Okay, I'm trying to find it in my notes.
Okay.
Oh wait, here it is.
I also love how they just mention the item 53 and item 57 as if they found it that same day too.
Right, when they yeah,
that just blows my mind.
I know they should have added, that those items were found later on. But yes, it says David Timothy Crowley was lying on his back with his arms spread to the side. His right hand was missing, and only the back portion of his skull remained attached to the spine. He was wearing a long white sleeve T-shirt with a gray short sleeve T-shirt over it, a navy blue undershirt, exposed light blue underwear, navy blue athletic pants, and rope bracelets on his left wrist. His left bare foot was covered by a blue blanket, and his right bare foot was partially exposed. But
that's odd too, because his left foot is closest to the window.
Yes. Yeah.
But his right foot was not. Right.
Yeah, the foot closest to Kamel was partially exposed. The left foot is covered. And
which first thought for me would be, well, maybe the dog moved things, but if the dog is allegedly eating all of these body parts. I think it might have tried to eat David's feet or something like that too before some of the other body pieces, especially the skull and all that, the bones.
Right. Right. They're saying that the dog supposedly ate all of her head. His foot's right by her head, but it's interestingly completely untouched. It just cracks me up. I'm like, wow, okay. And Amy in Wyoming, I'm sorry, not Amy. I think, was it Angela in Wyoming? Oh, there we go, Angela. She wanted to know if the picture of the legs and blanket is out there. Now, I think you have one, correct? You have a photo that shows some of that, like not his whole body, but some of the leg and feet?
The only one that we have, if you go back, and I think this was a part of the original 464 photos, it does show there's an image where it's kind of further back. You're looking at the blood wall, right, the writing, and at the very bottom you can see David's his right toe, his big toe. So you can see some of his feet in there, and it's interesting because you can only see his right foot. You don't see the left foot. So I'll have to go back and look at that. But that's the only one that I know of that shows any part of David's feet.
Yeah, I think so too. I just remember seeing someone had zoomed in and cropped it. So I think that's the photo I'm thinking of. Same photo you're talking about, but it was the cropped out part. Yeah. Yeah,
which is that's another odd thing. Definitely odd. Anybody want to jump in here before we move on to the next thing?
Okay.
I know you're out there.
I know. The next one is.
You just want to say, just waiting for the right moment. I get it.
I know, maybe they're waiting for the right one to come up, the right topic. Okay, number 3 is blood spatter is medium velocity due to blunt force trauma and flows in at least 4 different directions on the floor. So, we know that gunshots produce high velocity blood spatter, but that blood spatter on the floor that I have seen and on the wall is medium velocity, and medium velocity is due to blunt force trauma, and especially on the floor, it goes in 4 separate directions. So either the person being attacked is moving, they're on the move, or the person doing the attacking is moving around.
So a struggle.
Yes, some type of, or maybe they decided they wanted to, I'll hit you while I'm facing the left. Now I'm going to hit you while I'm facing the right. We don't know, but we definitely know there are 4 different directions of blood flow.
All in the same area?
Yes, all in the same area.
And all medium to low, would you say?
Medium velocity.
Medium velocity.
And there is some what they call passive, which is where the blood just kind of drops. Say, just for example, and I'm not saying a bat was used, but if a bat were used and there was blood dripping from the tip of the bat onto the floor, just the drops. That's called passive. There are some passive as well.
Would the blood by the dishwasher, would that pass? Is that passive?
Yes. That's like somebody who was walking, and that's what I told you before. I'm one of the medical examiners or a coroner, deputy coroner I was speaking with. I can't remember which one, but they were saying that more than likely the blood in the kitchen by the dishwasher was probably belongs to the person who did the attacking. They probably were injured in somehow, some way, but they said that is definitely passive, and that's usually where that type of blood comes from.
And, of course, that wasn't tested.
Correct.
Add that to the list.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Pansy, anything else on this one?
No.
No?
Okay, we'll move on to number
I'm just taking it all in.
Okay.
It's a lot to take in, right?
I'm
Yeah.
telling you.
Can you picture people who are just like learning about this case? Like at some point, I think some people are just like, you know what, this is just too much for me. I just don't want to even get involved.
Yeah.
Well, I'm passive about this.
Well, I'm glad you are.
We definitely need it.
Yep. Okay, number 4, being the quote-unquote bloody footprints, show cleaned up blood when it was sprayed with the luminol-type product. Now, they didn't use luminol. They used another name brand that shows blood that has been cleaned up. When you look at the photos, you don't see that blood, but as soon as they spray it, you see you see the blood on the floor. And it had been cleaned up previously. And the police knew this. When, as soon as the BCA sprayed that floor and it showed up blue,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they know that's like blood spatter 101. Police detective work, 100. That tells them right away that somebody cleaned up that blood prior to the new quote-unquote prints being put down on the floor. But they never even took a second guess at that. They didn't even look twice at it.
Well, that seems odd.
Okay. And number 5, we're going back to the bullet hole in the ceiling. The bullet hole in the living room ceiling was not documented or seen until February 18th, a whole month later.
Yeah, and I got something to say on that one.
Okay.
You think that bullet could have been fired the second day when all those guys were there? Maybe with a silencer or something?
It would have to be with the silencer, I would think, because there's, neighbors would have heard something. They're on the lookout at this point, I think, because they're
Right.
spotting people in the house days later.
That's how they knew about the bullet hole.
Right.
Because
Yeah, how else could they?
They did it.
Yeah, and especially to call the police and say, oh, we found a bullet hole you missed.
Right.
How do you know they missed it?
Exactly.
Right.
That was the oddest thing, which is like they're watching the police very closely. Yeah, I didn't understand that, but I think it would have to be I guess my question would be why would you risk that? Why would you risk going into the house and creating this? What would be the goal of that?
Unless they knew they were being protected, you're right. Why would they risk it? If they knew that what they stated would not cause anyone to question them,
Yeah, there's a lot of setup going on there.
Yeah.
I believe.
I mean, that's definitely one thing that would kind of make the police want to close the case as quickly as they could, and kind of gloss over those key factors, those facts. Really what they are.
Now, who was it that stuck their finger in the hole and made it bigger?
That was that was Joe Cooksley from the BCA crime scene team.
That was really stupid.
Yeah, I don't know what that was for. What he was trying to accomplish. If it was just an accident.
No, he knows better. This is what he does for a living. Like, why would he put his finger in the hole?
To see how deep it is. To see where it goes.
Yeah.
Is it really a bullet hole? We don't know.
Is this an illusion?
Okay, and number 6 is no bullet or bullet fragment was found associated with a gunshot wound to David's head. In other words, the bullet that killed David was never found. Not even the one that was...
Go ahead.
Okay, the one that they found supposedly in the attic only had David's DNA. There was no blood, hair, or tissue in that bullet fragment.
Right.
Is it possible that one of the other bullets was one that killed David.
No, because they tested them all, and they either had Kamel's or Ranya's blood and or tissue on them.
Right, but there's several times where David can't be actually ruled out, right? So that kind of leaves the door open, doesn't it?
Well, no, because you're talking about the blood on the bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's stay there for a second. Let's look at those.
I am pulling up that report, or getting to that report. Okay,
So it's
so
what, 42, 43.
42 and 43 do not match David or Rania.
Okay, so it can't be that. What about 44?
44 does not match David or Rania.
Okay, what are the other? Well, there's like 6.
Number 53, major profile, does not match David or Kamel, but it matches Rania. And then the only other one left is 57 from the attic. It is male DNA, and that is what matches David.
What's 40? 41? No, 41 is not. So
41 is the page from the notepad.
41 is the page. So 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, and 57. And the only one that even has David's DNA on it is 57.
Correct.
So,
and 45 had nothing. They could detect no DNA at all from anyone.
okay, so we're just talking about 42, 43, and 44.
Yeah, 42.
No.
Yep, 42, 43, and 44 belong to Kamel, do not match David.
Gotcha.
Number...
What about 53?
53, I think that is, that's the one that is Ranya's. Major profile does not match David or Kamel, but it does match Rania. So 53 is Ranya's. And 57 is the only one, that's the attic bullet, the mystery one, that only has David's DNA.
The magic bullet.
Yeah, the magic bullet.
One of the magic bullets. So I see what you're saying. There's no bullet here that you can tie to David.
To this day, they do not have the bullet that killed David.
And it's not one of these ones that say, well, it was two or more, but it wasn't him. So, okay.
And we have a guest that wrote, didn't the gun and clip have unknown prints? Yes. On the inside, that when they removed the magazine from David's gun, when they picked it up off the floor and they ejected the magazine, they found David's blood. They tested that blood, and it was David's blood on the magazine, but the latent print in that blood was not David's, and they do not know who it belongs to.
They could not conclusively tie it to David.
Well, I saw no print match at all. Did you see where it was a possibility? I saw no print match.
Yeah, if you look, it's in that same 40-pager. That 40-page document has pretty much everything, not everything, but most of the stuff that you'd want to start with, right? As long as you know what you're looking for. But there is, I believe it's one of the last pages on this too. Yeah, it's actually the very last page. So if you look at the very last page there, you can see the results of those latent prints, and you can also see why. So it's not, the why it was inconclusive to David is also weird to me too.
Okay, so 1B. Okay, this is what it states for latent print 1B. Inconclusive to Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent print. Now, I don't know about you, but that was a pretty darn good latent print. Latent print 41, that's on the, okay. Latent print 1B2 were searched in the Midwest Automated Fingerprint Identification Network, and no suitable candidate was generated. Now, they had David's fingerprint there. They had his print card. So when I'm reading this, one latent fingerprint designated LP1B-2, and they say that it's inconclusive, it didn't match David.
Yeah, and they don't even bother with the item 1A with the palm print on the actual gun, right? It just says no known palm prints for David Crowley were submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to LP1A, which is the gun.
Yes.
Well, I mean, who has a palm print? Who takes a palm print? But how would you what would you need to tie that palm print to David or to anybody? And if you can't tie it to David, why would you think that David had his hand on the gun? Because of the blood?
Well,
let's look at the blood found on that
and
gun.
that's the thing, how did David's blood get on the magazine inside the gun? That is not something that could happen if he shot himself. It wouldn't drop on that magazine like that and then have a print stuck in that blood. He was injured prior to whoever loaded that magazine into that gun. They were somehow dripping his blood.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all it is his blood is on the trigger. His blood is on the magazine. So by their logic, that's their tie to David on this gun.
Yeah.
Right.
Blood where it shouldn't have been by someone who supposedly killed them all. That makes no sense.
Yeah, and I thought it was weird that on the trigger of the gun that they said that that Rania could not be excluded from a possible contributor to that gun, to the blood on the gun. Let's say that. But
which means they had to have shot her at relatively close range for the blowback.
Yeah, and this would also, yeah.
No, again, so that means that they maybe use some type of, again, which we've all thought, was there a silencer or was a pillow or something used? But when she was shot, she was close enough for her blood to blow back onto that gun, or a possibility that it blew back onto the gun.
Okay, I can see that. But here you have on the magazine, item 1B-1, the magazine has a mixture of 2 or more people with David's major DNA profile, but Kamel and Rania, again, could not be excluded from that, which, again, I thought was kind of weird. And they go out of their way to say that if David had the major DNA profile, if it matched him, then there's no way that there's a very less likely chance that it's going to match anybody else within his family. The way that they phrase it is really weird too. I found that confused me.
Yeah. And so when it says mixture of 2 or more individuals, when they're talking about major and minor profiles, we know they were looking for someone else. But to have it say that the major DNA profile, which is the blood on the trigger,
which is a male DNA profile. It's a major male DNA.
Major male DNA profile matches David, and the major profile does not match Kamel or Rania, and a major profile would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals in the world population.
Right.
So Rania cannot be excluded from being a possible contributor, and Kamel is excluded.
Not on the magazine.
Right. No, I'm talking about the trigger.
You're talking about the trigger. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But what this is saying is that the blood, the people who contributed to that blood are related to David. So when it says the major profile would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals. So they would expect to see it among related individuals.
But how many? But it's a major DNA. So if it's a major DNA profile, then the second DNA profile wouldn't be a major DNA profile, right? So there's only going to be one major DNA profile that's going to match his blood, right?
Well, no.
That's why they call it major.
Well, you can have, yes, there are major.
You can have
2 or 3 people who are still bleeding, then they'll all contribute. But what they're saying is that this blood that they're finding belongs to someone related to David. They would not expect to find it in anyone unrelated to David.
But that's only talking about the major DNA profile. It's not talking about just a DNA profile in general.
Well,
correct?
it says it is estimated that 99.9996% of the general population can be excluded from being contributors.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, based on less genetic information obtained from the known sample of Rania, it is estimated 99.5% of the general population cannot be excluded, or can be excluded, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, yeah, I mean, that's it, because this is the weird thing, because this is where the major DNA, where it kind of threw me off, because I was like, I was expecting, if they're going to mention major DNA on one of these things, I was expecting them to mention major DNA on everything, and that's
right.
not the case here.
Correct.
Why is that? Why maybe that's what's throwing me off here. Well, one of the things that's throwing me off. Let's put it like that.
Well, and I look at it as, they're writing it a certain way, but why are they writing it a certain way? So to me, it's like if they're going major minor, I think I saw minor DNA on one of them, or maybe it's just all major. But if it's talking about mixture of 2 or more individuals, and then they bring up major profiles, then that tells me they're looking for someone else as well, but they didn't find that someone else.
Because they mention major DNA? I didn't think of that. That's interesting. I guess, yeah, just because, well, then I would think, well, that should be single source, or if there's 2 or more, if there's a mixture of 2 or more, by that logic, shouldn't they always mention major DNA, or could that be because the blood DNA is so small, like a couple drops, like on item 8, on the actual knife, they literally say it's like 1 drop, and it's not even in the blade, it's like in the hole of the blade, and that was tied to 2 or more people, and they don't know who that is. I don't know.
Right, and then when you look down at the next one on items 11 and 44-1, which is blood from the west living room wall and the bullet, it says single source DNA. So they're very descriptive as to when it's one person who is a contributor versus 2 and or possibly more contributors to that blood, mixture of 2 or more. So when they say mixture of 2 or more, I know some have said in the past that we're not understanding it right, and that's just standard lingo. But I don't believe that, because if they are going to single out and say single source DNA and then mixture of 2 or more individuals, I think they're looking at 2 or more individuals.
Yeah, I mean 2 or more, not 1 or more. 2
Correct.
or more.
Yes, yes.
Could be looking at multiple people, sure. Anything else on that one?
Not for me.
Somebody asked, anybody know if he kept the safe closed at all times? I wonder if it was only opened after hearing commotion. And then someone else wrote back, I think he would have kept it closed since there was a child in the house.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it was a locky one. In fact, it wasn't even his prints or blood found on the gun safe. It was Kamel's, correct? Buttons on the safe, which was Kamel's blood, does not match David. Okay. Okay, and number 7, I'm going to jump now to number 7. The fruit, the kiwi on the counter still looks fresh. Now, we've gone back and forth on this one because I don't know much about kiwi. I don't know what rotten kiwi looks like, but it definitely doesn't look like it's been sitting on a counter for over a month. And that's just me. No, other people might not agree with that. Does anyone else have anything to add to that? Okay. On to number 8. The back door was ajar, which the police didn't seem to find a problem with that whatsoever.
Sorry, can you read that one? Read that one
The
more
back
time.
door was ajar.
And they didn't find any prints on that door.
Uh-uh.
Did they even test it?
That's a good question.
Yeah, you just read my mind. Like, yeah, did they even test it? Would they test it? It seems like they only tested where there was blood, right?
You know what? Yeah, and I don't recall seeing any fingerprint dust on any of the windows or the doors or anything. Do you have any photos that show that was tested?
No. Mm-mm.
Well, they had to use that back door and that handle. They had to have prints on that handle.
Right.
I didn't see anything in the paperwork about them doing prints on elevators or even testing.
Which is really weird.
That is weird.
It's like a lot of things they didn't want to find.
Right. Okay, and now number 9 is back neighbor noticed back door open during the time frame but doesn't remember when. And this was during one of their, I can't remember who the neighbor was that the police interviewed, but they said they did notice that the back door was open, but they couldn't remember what day it was.
I think that was Teresa Shepard, and I think she actually says that it was when she got home on December 23rd.
Okay.
So I'm pulling in my book right now, so hopefully I can have that a little.
Okay, while you're looking that up, Angela, you want to know how far open, a little bit or more than in the pics? All we know is that they said it was ajar. I think they said a quarter of an inch, right?
Yes, yeah, 1/4 inch. Yeah.
Okay.
Which again is not. No, it is in the police reports. That was the biggest one, I think. And somebody posted that into the group. I want to thank whoever did that. They grabbed the audio of the cops going through the house. It's about 5 minutes long. You could tell that it's kind of clipped, so that I don't know if there's everything or if there's more or whatever. But that audio, everybody needs to listen to that audio. I think that audio is very important for many reasons. You can hear the family dog barking there. You can hear a lot of different things. So.
Yeah, and the thing with that is that we don't know if it was cut off because they move awfully quick, like within a second or two from upstairs cleared, now we're in downstairs. And it's like, really? You can't walk that fast. It was 2 seconds. So I don't know. Angela, when they were talking about seeing the door, they actually saw it open, not just ajar.
Well, and they also said that, you're talking about on January 7th when the bodies were found.
No, I'm answering. They're asking more questions on the chat.
Okay.
So how did the neighbor see it from that far away? And I think it's because she actually saw it open. She's not saying she necessarily saw it the 1/4 inch ajar.
No, she saw the back door open. Now she wasn't sure if it was the patio sliding door or if it was the actual door. So if it was the screen door or if it was the actual back door, she wasn't sure about that.
Okay.
I'm just pulling that up now. I think that was Teresa Shepard, though, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the neighbors, what the neighbors heard and what the neighbors saw leading up to that is very crucial because nobody seems to have seen them after Christmas, even right before Christmas, what it sounds like.
Yeah. So are you looking up something, Greg, you want to add to it?
No, I think that I was just looking up the thing about the neighbor in the back, but I know we've covered the main points that I was going to bring up anyway. So. Okay,
so then we'll go back. Now we'll head to number 10, and it was knife tested positive for blood of all 3, yet it was not visible, appears to have been washed, and no prints on the knife.
Why do you say appears to have been washed? I haven't heard that one.
That's my opinion, because you don't see blood on it. And they had to swab it to find the blood. And they found it in that little hole, where they do the drawing of where the blood is. That is my opinion. Yeah, that's just my opinion, my observation. There's nothing in any of the reports that state that is a fact. I would just, with where the knife was located and the fact that it had all three of their blood in one little tiny section, like what it said in the hole of where, when they opened the blade, and it was in the hole of the blade. Now, if it's there, it should have been over on more than just that spot.
Yeah, that made me think about that there was some possible signs of a struggle, because the knife was open. It wasn't like the knife was closed or anything like that. And they're very careful not to really talk too much about that knife.
Yeah,
but the knife was
really ignore it.
Yeah. And they're very, I mean, how many times have they mentioned there were no signs of a struggle, no signs of anything like that? And an open knife, to me, would think that there would be possible signs of a struggle.
Yeah, I mean,
that would be the first thing I would think.
Right? I mean, that right there tells me someone was trying to defend themselves, or someone was using it as a weapon. Hence, there's a struggle.
Let's see. Yeah, the knife was closest to David's left leg. The blood on the knife came from a mixture of two or more individuals, and David, Kamel, and Rania cannot be excluded. The knife, yeah, I think that was because where the knife was found kind of really threw me off first, too, because I had expected it to be closer to Kamel, and it wasn't. If it's closer to David's left leg, and it's on the other side, then it's completely there. So it's like, well, how did the knife get there? You have the knife and the gun, you know, next to David's left side, next to his left leg, and next to his left hand. I don't know.
And here's the thing. This is number 11. To go with number 10 is that there is no apparent blood in the area around the knife. There's stuffing, there's hair, there are fibers, but no blood. So where did the blood come from that was in the hole on the blade? Was that you, Sophia? Did you want to say something?
Well, I always thought the knife was just odd, because you don't really see any knife injuries on the victims, or at least it's not mentioned. They only really mention the gunshots and the conditions that the bodies were found in. So why was the knife on the ground? Why was it open?
Yep.
I mean, that's the biggest mystery. Well, not the biggest, but for me, it really does add a lot of questions. Because you would think if he didn't have the gun or access to the gun, what would be his next best resort? Whatever was on him?
Right.
Sorry, I'm kind of trying to get the laundry started.
There is a second knife too. In his master bedroom, there is a second knife that's found under the gun safe. Yeah. So that was another thing too. It's like whose knife is whose. That's why I first thought that it had to have been Kamel's knife. Even though it's a camel knife, it makes more sense for it to be David's. But yeah, I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah. And Angela in Wyoming is asking, once deceased, and this is off topic, but that's okay. It says, once deceased, does hair fall off the scalp naturally? The amount of hair on the floor seems unusual to me. The answer to that is yes, it does, but it doesn't normally fall out of a head until gets toward the skeletonization aspect of decomposition. But since their heads had sustained so much damage and the brains were missing, the hair would fall out sooner because the scalp is going to decompose faster. The scalp tissue is going to decompose faster. But yes, there is so much. But a lot of what's on the floor, I thought it was all hair. It turns out that there's some black fiber as well on the floor. Now, did that come from a chair cushion or what?
Well, there was a stuffed animal, like a lemur type animal that was black and white.
And did that have the black stuffing?
I think it was white stuffing. It had like white cotton stuffing.
Yeah, something had black stuffing in it because you can clearly see black stuffing on the floor as well as the hair.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I just don't have an answer for that one.
Because I know there's a little black piece of, like, it looks like maybe Velcro outside of the slider on that patio.
Right,
there was a little black piece there too, and I wonder what the heck was that? How'd that get there?
Could that have been tracked by the officers when they took Paleo out of the house?
It could have been. It'd be important to see if that's there in the photos before they take him out. And most of the photos that we have of that, I think, are before they take the dog out.
Yeah, I think so. I think we need to go back and look.
Yeah, because there's several photos that you can clearly see that dog, which is good. You can get a good feel of what type of shape that dog was in.
Yeah, and I think he was pretty traumatized, and he may have pulled out a lot of that hair.
That's possible.
Trying to get a reaction.
Trying to wake him up, trying to move him, trying to help him.
Right.
You know? Yeah, I can see that. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure that little dog was frantic a lot of the time.
Oh, I bet.
So there was a little blood found on the blade of the knife. If looking at that image there. But I know it wasn't tested. I don't think it was tested. So it's item A1, item 8-1 through item 8-4. It says, yeah, maybe that's weird. It looks weird, but it's not really mentioned.
Yeah, they really skip over the knife altogether quite a bit.
Yeah.
They don't test it. They don't really do anything with it.
So item 8-1 is a blood swab inside the hole of the blade. Item 8-2 is a swab of blood found on the folding side of the blade. Item 8-3 is the handle of the knife, where blood is not present. And item 8-4 is a hair sample found on the handle. But if you're looking at the photo, you can clearly see on the photo that there's something, they like kind of marked in something there, which made me think that it was like a blood stain or something, but that's not what's there.
Which photo are you talking about?
The photo of the knife. Not the photo, but the drawing. There's a drawing that they do.
Yeah, that's
of
what I'm
that
trying
knife.
to find, is that drawing again.
That's in the 488, the big 488-page document.
Oh, okay. I think I printed that one off, though. Yeah, and so that's that. Okay. So, should we move on?
Yeah. Anything else with the knife, anyone?
Let's see. Okay. And now we're going to go on to number 12, where the writing on the wall doesn't match David's handwriting. And that's something I was doing. I was looking at the, there are numerous places where you see a sample of David's printing and or writing, and his A's and his B's and his K's are nothing like what is written on the wall. I mean, they're different like night and day.
And Catherine, if you look at the really large file that Greg and I got from the BCA back in, I think, August or September, there's lots of samples of David and Camille's handwriting, just as an FYI comparison?
Yeah, and they don't even match.
Okay, so you've already checked.
Yeah, I did look at some of those. Yes, they were taking some samples also. I can't remember where they were taking the samples from David and Camille, and I was looking at that and comparing that with the wall, and I'm like, okay, these are nowhere near as close. And they're not close at all. Okay, and then anybody want to say anything else about the handwriting on the wall?
Yeah, I would say, isn't it hard to how do you compare handwriting on the wall to handwriting on a piece of paper or anything like that?
Well, people's handwriting, you're going to print in the same general way. It's not, you're not really truly going to alter like David's A's are a fluid in one motion, and they go up, down, and then kind of up in an upward slant, and then they're slanted. The A on the wall is done in like, what, 2 or 3 separate moves? I'm trying to find the writing on the wall again.
Yeah, up or down, and then down, and then across. Yeah, that was 3 moves.
Yeah, and on the first A, on the Allahu, it slants to the left. David's A's slant clear to the right. And he doesn't make a straight line across on his A's. He goes up and then down, and then it's continued line from the downward motion to make that line to cross over his A's. And these A's on the wall are all done in 3 separate moves.
What about?
Well, in the slant of the A, the first A, that would have to have been a right-handed person or left-handed person.
Yeah, it looks like a left-handed person to me too.
Yeah.
And I had the same impression.
Because of where they...
Because how the A is slanted.
Yes, the slant of the letters.
They couldn't do that with the right hand?
Most right-handed people don't write like that. That's a left-handed person's signature type of signature, in the sense that it's a clue as to it's a left-handed person.
Hmm.
And we know David was right-handed.
Mm-hmm.
So where did they get all that blood at?
That's Camel's blood, yeah.
Yeah, but where did it come from?
They don't say.
Yeah. There would have had to have been a humongous amount of blood for that much blood to have been smeared on the wall.
Yeah.
And it's all Camel's blood, so I mean the only part that's really missing is her head, well, her hands, I guess, too. Maybe the bloody hands.
They had to have used her body somehow or other to have bled it out into something.
Yeah, because there's definitely not a pool of her blood that they could have, that there shows any type of dipping fingers into and writing on the wall. They had to have collected it into something.
And yet they didn't find anything like that, or didn't show anything like that.
Nope.
It's just all a big setup.
I know.
And this has run through my mind. I was wondering. None of the family ever saw the bodies, did they?
The sister claims to have seen Camille.
And she recognized her.
And I'm not sure.
I'm wondering if this was set up to look like them, but it really wasn't them. And if nobody saw any of their tattoos, and family-wise or anything, and you can only go by what they're telling you in these notes. And
she raises a very good point.
It all sounds ridiculous.
It does. To me,
Maybe they're still alive somewhere.
Could be. I mean, you can't rule it out, right? Or I can't rule it out.
Yeah, right now we can't rule anything out, I don't think, other than the fact that I know David didn't kill these bodies in the house, if that's David on the floor.
That's right. That's right. And I go along with that. But that sticks in my mind.
Yeah.
That this was all, it's all too stupid to sound real.
Yeah.
It's a big movie, and we're all living in it.
We're in the Matrix.
My nightmares.
It's one movie I want out.
It's just too unreal.
Yeah.
Wait, what would be the motive for that?
Cover up for something else. Well, maybe they're hiding. Maybe they're in what do you call it?
Witness protection?
Yeah, maybe they were in danger. I mean, the family thinking like they do and the friends, reacting like they do. There's something weird going on there. Maybe they know more than what anybody else knows.
But they would have had to have made a deal. Right? They would have had to have made a deal or
planted.
something.
It made look like they were murdered when actually maybe they weren't. Maybe these were bodies that came from a morgue or something.
Why not just make it look like they, drove over a cliff or something? Or, I mean, this is taking it to the. This is pretty
I don't think
extreme.
Well, because they're wanting people to forget it.
I don't think whoever did this was expecting us to go over it quite so closely.
Right. Right.
Well, they must have been smoking then.
Somebody must have been.
Somebody must have.
It's just all too ridiculous to be true. I mean, there's just the more I think about it, it seems like it's all just fanned out like a scenery that they didn't think that anybody was going to go investigating it.
Yeah, it scares me to think that this is how a lot of investigations are done. If most of them are done like this, I don't think anybody's in jail that needs to be.
Right.
Maybe they really are all innocent.
Could be.
Well, faking your death is also a crime too.
Yeah, unless somebody else is in on it that.
Actually, it's only a crime if you try to collect on life insurance. Other than that, if you don't, it's not a crime.
Faking your own death is not a crime? That's ridiculous.
Nope, it's not.
It should be a high crime.
It should be. I agree. But only if they try to collect money or insurance policies or anything like that, that is when it becomes a crime.
There's another story. Did they have any insurance?
The house went into foreclosure. If they had insurance,
it might be in the financial documents.
I'm talking about life insurance.
Life insurance, yeah.
Yeah.
He had something through USAA, whether it was automobile and home, but I am not 100% certain on life insurance. Now, he did have the option to continue to pay for life insurance once he got out of the military, but that's up to him whether or not he continued to make those payments.
So they actually let that house go into foreclosure?
Yes.
Everyone wants to try to grab a hold of the script but they let that, instead of selling the house, they let it go into foreclosure.
Mhm.
Wow.
Remember the paperwork that we were looking at, and it said Dakota County Sheriff or Deputy Sheriff's Office on it?
Yeah.
That's what it was meaning.
Whoa.
Really?
Yeah.
That's low. Okay, that's my opinion. And anybody, if you want to get mad, you can send me a nastygram. Don't get on Sophia or Greg. I'm saying that was low. Wow. I'm shaking my head. Holy cow.
Oh. Yeah. This whole case has a shaking head in it. Yep.
What did you say, Sophia?
This whole case has me shaking my head.
Right? Oh.
Yeah, it's considering the amount of money that the family had. I mean, I why not just sell the house?
And he
Why
was
did it go into
expecting all this
foreclosure?
He was expecting all this money too to come in, and so why go that far?
Yeah.
When someone could have helped him to hold on to the house, but he wasn't wanting any help, I think.
Wow.
And it wasn't like David or Kamal were hurting for money. David had funds that he could have, it could have been available to him. And Kamal supposedly had money, although we are not able to see her accounts with the records that we have from Apple Valley. So I don't have any information in regards to that.
Right, but they definitely were not hurting. Looking at their spending and their lines of credit, they were not hurting for money, which is another rumor that has been spread by somebody, and I really think that needs to be put to rest. Their money situation was just fine.
But why foreclosure on the house?
That's a very good question.
Now that's
why would they let it go? I don't understand that one.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to jump ahead to number 21 on the list, where it says, because a lot of this other stuff is things we've already covered tonight. And 21 is, the medical examiner did not rehydrate David's left hand or feet to compare to other evidence in the house. Now, they're trying to say that David made the quote-unquote bloody footprints, a.k.a. kindergarten artwork, on the floor, and there's a latent print in his blood on a magazine, but they did not rehydrate his hand or feet to compare that to. And that, to me, was the medical examiner was slacking in her duty when she didn't do that.
What do you guys know about her?
Well, not a lot, other than she left not too long after Kate died, and she's now working in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee. I have tried to reach out to her, but she has not answered any attempts.
Is it true she's 36?
Yes, when she was working in Apple Valley, she was, I think, just a few years out of medical school.
That's really young. I didn't realize that until recently. Somebody pointed that out, and I was like, that's really young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she could have easily been manipulated, or they could have told her stuff she didn't know because it was probably her really first big case. But since she's not talking, we don't know.
She published a manual on forensic practices dated January 2018. Have you guys seen this?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've read it, but yes.
I'd like to read that to see how extensive it is.
I hope she went back to school and learned some more.
Yeah.
He did a slow job, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that brings us on to number 22, where David's feet were not tested for blood. Again, they're trying to say he made those so-called bloody footprints, and now they don't even test his and swab his feet for blood.
Well, you and I talked about that one time about the footprints, and we don't believe they're footprints.
Oh no, yeah, no one can
But
convince
probably
me.
wasn't any blood on his feet. To be
Right.
tested.
I mean, right? So this way, I mean, they have plausible deniability. Oops, we didn't test. Yes, there was blood, but we can't prove it. Well, we're telling you there wasn't blood.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow. Okay, and number 23 is when the police left the scene, they had 6 casings, 1 unspent cartridge, 3 fragments. Without having knowledge of whose blood, tissue, or brain matter was on the evidence, it was determined to be a murder-suicide. Once tested, the evidence retrieved that night showed the blood belonged to Kamel. The police chief called it a murder-suicide without the bullet that killed David.
All right.
It's true. Now, I think it was 4 fragments, right? Because they left the house with 4 bullets.
And the reports I read was 3. They didn't find the 4th one until it was rolled out of the carpet the next day, right?
Right.
Well, they found 3, right? So they found item 42, 43, 44.
Which were Kamel's.
Okay, and the 45 is the one that was shot into the basement. So they have 4 there.
Okay, you were correct. Let me change this. I probably meant to say 3 fragments with blood on it, but I'll put 4.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're correct because the one in the wall had nobody's DNA. They had 3 fragments that had blood on it, and they all belonged to Kamel. They didn't find Ranya's until the next day. They left with 6 casings and 1 unspent cartridge, and they still called it a murder-suicide without knowing which bullets killed who.
I think that's also weird. What you bring up there too is they found Kamel's blood on 3 bullets, which to me was kind of weird too. It was like, oh, how do you do that? Looking at where these bullets are found, maybe.
Well, they tested the blood on the fragments, and it was tested to be Kamel's.
Right. But could that just be because of where these bullets were found?
I don't think so, because looking at least 2 of those fragments, and I can't remember the 3rd one, but I know 2 for sure show hair entwined in them. So if there's hair in there, there's got to be brain tissue or something else in there as well.
Mm. Yeah, because 42 and 43 are kind of closer to David. And, on one side of Kamel, and then 44 is on the other side of Kamel. 44 looks like it's almost underneath Kamel. It's kind of odd.
Yeah, so how could she have been shot in the head and then have the fragment be underneath her? I'm still trying to
like
figure out
the blue blanket.
I'm sorry,
like
what?
bone fragments. It's kind of like the blue blanket where there's bone fragments underneath the blanket or the edge of it.
Right. Oh, but it's paleo. You forgot paleo's. He's magical.
Yes, exactly. I forgot our conversation last week.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm snarky, but.
Was there just 1 blue blanket, or were there 2?
There was 1 blue blanket, which was under Kamel on top of David, same blanket.
Mm-hmm.
But then there was another blanket that was rolled up and put in the position of where Kamel's head was. But yet they say the dog ate her head, So I guess he rolled up the blanket too and then stuffed it there after he ate it. He didn't want anybody to know. He was being a bad doggy. And yes, I'm being snarky.
You are. You're vicious today.
I know. I
What
have
happened to you?
no sympathy for these people sometimes, right? I'm horrible. But when I read that in the new report that you got, Greg, or you and Sophia, where they said that they found a blanket rolled up in the position of Kamel's head, and that's why they didn't know her head was missing at first. Because, they first came in and it was dark, and yes, they have to go through everything, as is, with no lights on. And it's like, wow. And they still believe the dog ate her head. How? If there's a blanket in the way, how does a dog get to the larynx?
Yeah, I was thinking the blanket was a little bit above her head, because if you look at where David's foot is in that photo, which to me I always thought was a hand. It looked like a hand at first, but that's got to be his feet.
Yeah, it's his feet.
But that should be about a little south of that foot. Should be where Kamel's, whatever was left of Kamel's head was. I don't think it was under the blanket. I think that they would have mentioned that if it was under the blanket.
No,
right?
It wasn't under, but the blanket was rolled up in the position where her head was, so that's why they said they didn't know her head was missing at first. I'll have to read that in that report, and I'll send it to you again.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'd like to read that.
Yeah, that's one I missed.
Yeah, that was in the new reports that Greg and Sophia obtained just recently. There was some new information in there.
Oh.
Greg, do you have it on your website?
Yeah, it's all up on there.
Okay.
It's in the David Crowley research document one.
What did you need, Rick?
If you're searching for it on the website under the gray stage stuff, it should be. Trying to see what the actual name of it. You could just Google the name. It should pop up. BCA data request files full. So if you search for my name and you put that in, it should come up. Or if not, I can send it to you. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm curious more about that blanket too. I'd like to hear more about that one. Because of where
Greg,
they say
I'll send
David's
you the photo.
Okay.
Of what I was referring to, so you can add it to the video.
Okay, I will find that and I will send that to you. Okay, so, and on one of the police officers' handwritten notes, and I'm not sure whose this is, but as they're writing what they saw, they write male, and in parentheses, no head, a female, and a school-aged child. So they didn't even note that Kamel's head was missing, but they did note David's head was missing.
They didn't say about David's head or about Kamel's head?
Not on this. This was not in this report. Not in this handwritten report.
Who's that? Who's that one by?
I don't know. There's an asterisk by the name of S.A. Olson, so I don't know if this is Olson's report or not.
It's Special Agent Olson, Chris Olson, I think. But he was in there later.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not sure whose handwritten notes belong to whom.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't make that easy.
Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, is there anything else anyone else wants to talk about? You got something you want to say?
Any other peeps?
Not at the moment.
What else do I have here? I had
I'll
more.
have to go and digest all what I've just heard. So.
Too much for you?
No, give me
I'm
something
just
to do.
kidding.
Yeah, I'm trying to go through, and a lot of this stuff is stuff we've already talked about on the inconsistencies.
Looking at the first responders for what they say about the bodies. Let's see. It's Greg Dahlstrom, Sergeant. He's now a captain. Captain Greg Dahlstrom, by the way. It's interesting too.
I think they all got a promotion after all of that.
Yeah, they all kind of moved up for sure.
Yeah.
Or they left.
One or the other.
I'm just looking at it. Let's see, where are we at here?
Oh, and this is what kills me, because I did highlight this on a lot of them, and I'm going to be jumping ahead here while you're looking through that, how everyone states dog poop all over the place. Piles of dog feces everywhere on both levels of the residence. Dog feces everywhere. And I looked through all of the photos, and all of the photos which give us almost the entire floor plan and almost every part of the floor, and I counted each individual dog dropping. There were only 29. Now, that to me is not dog poop everywhere.
29, that seems really low.
Yes, I know. That's what I said. I'm like,
well, I don't know. My dog only poops once a day.
I have a little tiny 5-pounder, and he can poop sometimes up to 4 and 5 times a day. Sometimes he'll only do one little one, and other times he does 4 and 5.
Yeah, you don't ever know.
Yeah.
Where is this? I'm trying to find exactly what they say about the bodies, just inside. Yeah, they're more focused on the blood wall.
In that video, did it show the bodies?
I don't think it did. Are there any videos of the bodies at all? I don't think so.
I mean, they have them. They have video.
But they haven't showed them to anybody, correct?
No.
Okay.
Not that I know of, anyway. This is so weird. This is frustrating.
It's all frustrating.
It really is. What the hell? Where are we here? Just in
it's not like there's just one thing. It's not like there's just one thing that we got to unscramble. It's the whole thing.
Right.
Mm.
So, Detective Brian Bone, I noted 2 of the bodies were missing their heads. It appeared that the 2 adult-sized bodies did not appear to have heads or skulls attached to them. So that's why I thought they could see where their heads would be. They should be able to see it all.
I will, yes, like I said, I will find that. I'm looking, but I'm not finding it at the moment. I did read it, and I will find it again and send it to you. And it was in the new information. At least I'm almost positive it was in the new information.
Yeah, that's interesting. That would make sense. And I'm trying to see if I have any quotes from Olson. Maybe from Cooksley. There's a few from Cooksley I have here. Cooksley, only the back portion of his skull remained attached to his spine. He was barefoot. He's the one. Cooksley is the one who mentions the blue blanket a little bit over David's foot. What is else does he say here? The adult
Well, the order
female
of
body.
death,
Go ahead.
in order of their death, it looks like David was laid down first. Blanket on top of him.
But Camille is lying on the blue blanket, and the blue blanket is over David.
Right. She had to have been laid down second. And then Rania on top of her.
And she was between Camille's legs,
Well,
lying on her left side.
One place it said that she was laying over her left leg.
Right, that's what they show. But when you look at the initial drawings and you look at the first picture, she's lying on her left side between her mother's legs.
Oh. The picture I got shows her over her mother's leg.
Yes, yeah.
Like
and that's the thing. That's why I'm like, when they moved her, somebody moved her before they took that photo.
Yeah. There was a lot of things disturbed. Out of place.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Detective Booth. Tommy Booth said the head of the female body could not be seen on the initial view. Also, the female did not have either hand. But see, remember, the hand is over her head.
Yes, her right arm is
thing.
over her head, and her left hand is under her body.
I don't know if it's under her body.
According to the drawings, it is under her body.
Not according to what they're saying here. And really, the hand it's like, yeah, I know what you're talking about, like a part of the hand, like where her hand should be, but she didn't have any hands. But where the hand should have been, if she had a hand, it probably would be under her body.
Right.
It looks like. Detective Bone also at first said that Camille was missing one hand. I noted that here,
yeah, because
too.
they couldn't see it initially. They couldn't see the left one initially.
Mm. Oh, right. Perhaps she was not in a position to see both hands.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Joe Cooksley's description, Camille was found with her left arm under her body, extended towards the right, and her right arm extended over her left. So it was under the body. So her left arm was under the body. Okay.
Yeah.
Cooksley also noted neither hand was visible.
And that was one of the things that I brought up to Gummert. I'm like, okay, how is it that you can say that the dog ate her hand when your reports clearly state her hand was under her body and there is no movement of her body by the dog? Where did her hand go? It had to have been missing prior to body placement. And he just wouldn't answer anything.
This also says that Camille was found lying on top of a blue blanket.
Yes, the blue blanket that covers David.
And an early note states that there were blankets above head area of Camille.
Did you just read that?
I wrote this. I just decided to just pull up my book, but it's from the BCA, the final exam. BCA CST final exam, page 5 of 11. So I'll have to see where that is in the bigger documents. It's probably a different page.
I know.
Greg, there is a children's blanket that is over Camille's head. It's like a white and pink one. If I have the colors correct from the photo.
Oh, I see. I don't know. A white and pink one, huh?
Well,
just
thinking off the top of my head, it looks kind of whitish or
yeah, I know which one you're
maybe.
talking about. Yeah, I think that one later on, that one shows up on that couch.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, and it says blankets above head area, multiple blankets. Yeah, I think all the blankets that are up on that couch are probably where this is, I guess. It also says about, with Rania, the bullet was behind her right ear. Okay.
Yeah, that was the entrance wound, correct?
Yeah. The bullet hole was behind that right here. Okay. And that was the decomposition, I think, was another big question too, because these detectives keep saying a later state. The bodies were in a later state of decay, or they were obviously 3 heavily decomposition bodies or something like that.
But they weren't, and that's the thing. I mean, they should never have stated that because they're clearly still identifiable, and their bodies had just begun the bloating stage. That is not advanced decomp. That's like 2nd stage, starting the 3rd stage out of the 4 or 5 stages that they have. I mean, later decomp is when they start to lose all flesh, and it's just gone.
I read some things in the autopsies in regards to the skeleton, please help me with this word, skeletonation of the bodies.
Mm-hmm.
I can't pronounce it correctly, I'm sorry.
Skeletization?
But, yes. I think I read it in both David and Camille's autopsies. And they were referring to the bones like around the neck area. I believe the hands for Camille and possibly the feet for David. Not 100%.
Well, his feet were mummified.
Mhm.
And so were his hands. So, and again, that's just due to the fact that it's such, thin skin in there and there's not a lot of fat. But I couldn't hear you. So what were you trying to say?
Greg, can you help me out with that word again, please?
Skeletonization?
Yeah.
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, because I didn't read anything about skeletonization in the autopsy reports. And you said you found that somewhere?
Yes. Oh, it was in the large BCA file when they're talking about the description of the bodies.
Yeah, because when I'm right here, as I'm looking at their autopsies right here, I mean, the medical examiner is able to, they say the chest is symmetric, the abdomen is flat, the genitals are those of a normal adult male. So there's no skeletonization going on, so I don't know why they would say that.
I'm not exactly sure, but I can get the screenshots of it for you.
Yeah.
It was handwritten notes.
Yeah.
And it's in the large file.
They're able, the back, buttocks, and anus are unremarkable. The left hand is initially sealed. The right hand is absent. The distal right forearm shows intact smooth ends of the radius and ulna. So the skeletonization aspect is when the skin actually is gone from the body, and what is really showing through is a lot of bone. And that is clearly not what is happening and had happened by the time these autopsies were done. They have internal organs which are intact. They're able to cut them and dissect.
Now, I do have a question in regards to the autopsies. For both David and Rainey, I believe for David it was his liver that had mold on it, spots of mold. And Rainey also had the same thing, but Camille didn't, for internal organs.
Okay, so the smooth capsule with postmortem mold growth, and that's normal.
Okay.
So what does that mean?
It's just part of the decomp process.
It just gets moldy after a while.
So it's just the capsule is the membrane that covers the liver.
Mm-hmm.
And so yes, and on Ranya's it says with postmortem mold-like growth. But that's the same thing. But you said, let me look up Camille's, because that would be interesting that they wouldn't note that on Camille's. Why not Camille's?
And that raised some flags with me because it was mentioned for David, it was mentioned for Rainey, but Camille didn't have that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. The hepatobiliary system, the 445-gram liver has an intact capsule. The parenchyma is soft and has a green discoloration. The gallbladder contains trace amounts of bile. The biliary tree appears intact. So yes, you're right. So hers had not reached that point, or at least it hadn't started to quote-unquote mold. I don't know if that's normal or not, to be honest with you.
It just struck me as odd. That's
yeah.
all.
Yeah. I'm going to see who did whose reports. Okay. All three had to sign off on Ranya's. Oh, okay. Well, Dr. Lelinski did both David's and Ranya's, and Dr. Mori did Kamel's. So maybe that's why. Just a difference in writing technique, or what they noted, or how they write.
Okay.
I'm guessing. I have no idea.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, it does. This one is more detailed than the other.
Yes, I agree.
How David's left hand was found is pretty odd too, right?
Yes. I have never seen a hand in that position. And I even went through a whole bunch of autopsy photos and then photos of dead people all over the internet, just trying to find someone with a left hand, and like a hand, period, in that position, and I couldn't find one.
That was odd. That's still really very odd to me.
Yeah, most time hands don't make the OK or the 666 sign. That just doesn't happen.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's see.
Okay, I must have the new your new report saved on the other laptop. So when I find that, Greg and Sophia, I will send that to you.
Okay, thank you. I just found the handwritten notes for the off of the large report, and I'm taking screenshots of it for you right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in those handwritten notes. A lot of stuff that isn't really mentioned later on. So
yeah, it doesn't make it to their typewritten report.
Yeah, didn't make the final cut, pretty much. Just too bad.
Okay, and basically everything left on the inconsistency list is everything we've been talking about.
Oh.
So there's really nothing else.
Okay. Well, I know one of the things was, if we could, what's the thought process on creating some type of a list and sending it to possibly Kamel's family, Kamel's side of the family. Is there any value in that? At this point, do they just not even want to be bothered with it anymore? I don't know. I've been praying about that, what the best course is.
Yeah, I have not. Of course, I don't really see much of anyone's response, but I don't see any communication from any of the family members at all, not from either side, which I still find really odd.
Like I said, I think they know more than they're letting know.
Any idea what that could be? Just your opinion? What do you think that is?
I think they know what's going on, and they don't want to let it out.
So, and what I struggle with lately is because everything we've been finding, especially with those phone records and other documents that we've been going through, it's like, should we let it out what we know? It's like, are we going to get somebody hurt? I don't want to be hurt.
I made that comment today on a post that maybe we're delving into something we shouldn't be.
You know, and I'm beginning to wonder, you know, and the only thing is I hate the fact that, you know, Sean Wright, who has been, he was just so nasty and so rude to me, and he so desperately wants us all to stop looking into this, and because of that, I don't want to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. I think they know more than what they're letting on that they know. There's something going on. That's the reason why they're so staunch in what they believe. Or they're wanting everybody to think that.
Yeah, and see, that's something I just have never understood. You know, why allow the police to blame your family member of a double murder and be okay with that?
Yeah, just accept it and move on, pretty much.
Because I think there's more of a story behind that than they're letting on that they know. I mean, they know. I think they know more about what went on and what it's all about than they're putting out there. That's why they're wanting us to live alone. It's the only thing I can reason with.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Yeah, because the information, you know, we've been getting on those phone records, you know, and this is from people who, from a person who actually works at the phone company, and they looked at that and they're just like, okay, I can explain to you what this is and what it's saying, but I can't tell you why it happened. They said this is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah. It just loops, and they're like, why is it looping? And I said, that was my question. I was hoping you could tell me. So, yeah, just too many weird things. And the fact that the police don't even want to address any of the issues. The Minnesota Attorney General doesn't want to address it. The Dakota County Sheriff doesn't want to address it. Nobody is addressing anything in this case. Everybody's just completely shut down. It's just
that's a good sign. That's a good sign.
Yeah. Oh man, I was hoping Dan would be on by now.
He's hiding.
He's hiding.
Yeah, he's hiding.
It's like, come on, Dan, you said you could make it.
Yeah, we're going to be on a show this Tuesday, Dark Docs, and they usually cover a lot of things dealing with like you know, children and stuff like that. So I guess this kind of fits in with that because there was a child, you know, a 5-year-old child involved in this. So I'm looking forward to that as well. But so I know Dan's got a lot on his plate, and you know, all of us do. We all have stuff that's going on.
Oh, yeah.
This is not our full-time job. You know what I mean?
Right.
So we're just doing whatever we can just to keep this case going until we can get some answers here. I think sometimes that gets lost in this whole thing.
Will we ever know when we get any answers?
Well, even a non-answer is still an answer. So even a stonewalling is still going to give us, I think, is going to give us the answers that we need, answers that we're looking for. Some of these answers should be very simple.
Well, we already know David didn't do it, so.
Right, and it just seems like.
One.
Yeah, with every question.
We got one answer.
Right, and with every question we have answered, there's 50,000 more.
That's right. But that's one for sure right there.
Right. Okay, Angela is asking a question. Has anybody had a psychologist review the footage of Rania?
No. To see if she was autistic or something like that. I guess
or what her demeanor would mean.
What her demeanor was, yeah.
That's another good question.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I mean, shouldn't we be looking more at David and trying to figure out his, I guess? Or I'm curious about why.
I don't think there was anything wrong with him. I think the family was scared.
I mean, he looks perfectly normal to me, and I know weirdos.
Right. Right. Well, I got a few of them in my family.
Right?
Yeah. No, I think they feared something. I believe there was something going on that they began to fear. I really do.
Do you think they were planning on leaving?
No.
Think they're going to stay in this state?
Unless something happened, like the 1st of December or something like that caused them to react in some way or other because of it. Now, they could have been scared because that may have been why they were backing off from the family. There was something going on that we don't know.
Well, yeah. Well, one thing we do know that was going on was the whole thing between David and Danny Mason.
Right.
Where they were trying to get, David was trying to get Danny Mason to sign this stuff. It sounds like Danny Mason was kind of stalling.
Yeah. Now who knows how he really began to feel.
So I was wondering if maybe David was kind of distancing himself. Like, what if you could make a strong case? I think you can make a pretty strong case of Danny Mason having some type of rights, and maybe he felt like he should have gotten more. Maybe some of the family, maybe the friends sided more with Danny Mason than they sided with David, and this could have been a big court battle. I do believe this would have went to court. I don't see how they would have figured this out without something like that. I mean, if you read the last time that David and Danny kind of go back and forth, it's a little heated, and there are jabs thrown.
Yeah, see, but David had no problem giving everything that had to do with the rise to Danny. But as far as Gray State, he was very adamant about that was his, and why Danny wanted to fight that, because it's already been published and copyrighted in David's name. There's no way Danny could have won that, and David was just trying to get I see it as David was trying to throw out an olive branch, like, okay, here, I'll give you the rise, sign off on Gray State, for whatever the reason may be, but he just wouldn't do it.
And the weird thing about that too is that when Dan Hennon talked to Mike Boggio, I don't know how to say his name. When he talked to one of the Mikes who was working with David, that Mike was like, I don't know why David did that. He didn't understand why David even went down that route and tried to get those forms from Danny Mason. So it sounds like they didn't even know about these forms.
Well, and I think that was just because David was trying to appease them, because I'm telling you, it's already a done deal. It's copyrighted. It's in David's name. There's no claim that Danny August, he would have to take it to court and truly prove that he came up with that, and would have to show, it's hard to do that. And win a case like that. So I see David as trying to do something nice because, like you had said before, Greg, that there was no way that Danny was going to get the lead in the Gray State for TV. There was just no way. They were going to go with A-list actors or even D-list actors, but Danny August Mason isn't even a D-list actor.
Right, but David promised him that.
Right.
David says that, so David's lying to him there.
Well, and maybe he thought he had more pull than he did. I don't know.
Yeah. He said he was going to make Danny the main actor in that with the same character. And there's no way that would ever happen. I'm sure Danny Mason knew that too.
Yeah, and Angela here is saying that she listened to the Mike B interview and that he is an A-list director. So there was no way that they were going to put Danny August Mason in the Gray State TV series.
Well, don't you think that would make him pretty upset?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said, don't you think that would make him pretty upset?
Yes, absolutely.
Uh-huh.
I agree with you. And Angela was also saying that she was talking, well, maybe thinking about, as far as the psychologist goes, to look at Rania to have the psychologist look at her body language, because she thinks that there are tells in nonverbals, and she says she sees fear in Rania.
That I haven't heard. I haven't seen that either. She seems like her mom, just very perky and very outgoing. Of course, I mean, I've only seen a few videos, but
that day she was at school, she was pretty scared. Right,
but that was one time out of months, right? So school probably started in September. That happened in October. Once out of 4 months was the only thing that they noticed, and that is a big deal, though. It is a big deal with whatever happened, whatever she was going through. Something happened, definitely. But what was going on around that time in the Crowley home? I can't really see it. Well, that was when Kamel's sister was coming around and all that. I don't know.
Okay, and Angela's talking about a video of Rania talking about death and dying. Were these the video clips that were in the slop-umentary? Because I don't recall seeing any of that. Okay, so
I haven't seen any of it either.
Yeah, they're just talking it's just her talking, and but I really think a lot of that was taken out of context. I think David and Kamel are trying to let her talk, and they're also trying to explain to her why we don't do that, why we don't kill people. Now, if you guys have seen somebody sent me in the group, somebody posted a video from David in 2012 or 2013, and it shows them filming a bunch of cops running into two houses, storming into the house, taking people out, holding them at gunpoint, and taking them off. That's the whole scene, right? Well, if you look, not only is David's wife there, his daughter is there too. And this is a very violent scene, by the way.
And that's enough to scare a child to death.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It'll traumatize a child.
But she was not traumatized by it. She understood, as far as, because there's a couple spots where she's there and she gets it. She's not like traumatized by it. You can totally tell that she understands that this is all fake. This is just a film. So I don't know. I mean, she also might have been set up to be part of the Gray State TV series too. You never know. It could have been a child actor in the works.
That was sure traumatized me.
It traumatized me watching it. But then because that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see if David's wife and his daughter, if they were actually there, and they were both calm. And just if you look at that's what if we're going to get a psychologist, I'd want the psychologist to actually look at that and see how calm that this daughter is treating all of this stuff.
But she may not have seen these scenes that we're talking about. Or was she in the house that the cops were rushing into?
She was in the house. She was outside. I think she was part of this scene. So she might have been one of the kids that gets dragged out and everything.
Well, I know one scene was where both of them were sitting on a couch.
Yeah, that's from the trailer. This was filmed later on.
Okay.
Yeah, because for whatever reason, they're filming. Once the trailer comes out in 2012, they're still filming scenes. They're still filming a lot of other things after that. And I think heavily in 2013 they were filming a lot of different stuff. But
yeah, and this kind of goes along with I think, Sophia, you and I were talking about this, or all three of us were talking about this, or four of us. We were talking about the how David was filming these, the aggressive, violent scenes for his movie, and how some people were saying that David suffered from PTSD, which, severe enough to make him quote-unquote snap, but how someone with true PTSD would not be able to, not only, they wouldn't be able to direct it, they wouldn't be able to watch it or hear those fake gunshots going off. There's just no way.
That's right.
Yes, we were talking about it last night.
Okay, thanks. I couldn't remember.
You're welcome.
I know a lot of people who were in Vietnam that have PTSD, and I guarantee it don't take much to set them off.
Now, back then, did they call it PTSD, or was it just the whole shell shock thing?
They called it shell shock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's PTSD now.
But when did that change? Like, why would they?
I don't know.
Just seems ridiculous. Shell shock.
If you look here, Angela, she's like saying, I agree about the PTSD. My husband can't handle fireworks. I have a neighbor next door to me, and he suffers from PTSD. And when 4th of July comes around, he freaks out so bad that this last year he actually had to leave and go find a hotel away from where all the fireworks were being lit off. There was a time I lived above, when I lived in Minneapolis, I lived above a man who actually was in Vietnam, and he was in a wheelchair, lost both of his legs, and when he would suffer a flashback, it was horrible. I mean, and he constantly suffered from, back then, what they called shell shock, and I don't see any of that in David. None of it.
No, I don't either. I mean, anybody's got PTSD couldn't go through what he did.
I agree with you.
No way.
Yeah, and there, I mean, he was out in 2009, right? And there's no mention of PTSD. Nobody's talking about. It was never ever brought up until afterwards, which is also kind of weird. It's like, why even bring that stuff up when you don't really know that had anything to do with this? But it was. But the same people that were working with him didn't have any problem working with the guy who had PTSD that could have went into a dark place and snapped and all of that.
No,
that was fine, just as long as they were making money. It seemed that was okay.
Yeah, and Angela, she goes on to say, she says, my husband's is pretty bad. Even sounds on the highway near our house is troublesome. I don't think David would have been this successful if he suffered from PTSD.
No.
And I agree 100%.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of violent scenes going on. And not only that, David was always going to the firing range with his buddies. You know, with those guys. They were always out shooting at the range and practicing. So, yeah, that goes totally against the whole PTSD and whatever, that theory.
Just the thoughts going through his head would be enough to set him off.
Yeah.
I agree. No PTSD.
Yeah.
No evidence.
We got another one settled there, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Got two.
We're going to get it all figured out. We'll tick them off one at a time.
Yeah.
Well, that's all I have, Greg. Go ahead.
I see on y'all's post you're going to do this every Friday night.
I want to at least do it once every month. It's hard to do it every week.
Okay, once a month. Yeah. Okay. Well, I can keep up with you.
Well,
I think you can. You've done a pretty good job so far.
You're here.
Yeah, I try to keep up with you.
And what's your name again? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it for about the millionth time.
Pansy, like the flower.
Oh, okay, Pansy. Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'll remember you from now on.
Okay, good. Yeah, we've had a few conversations.
Yes, we have.
But, I like the way you decipher things. I really do. I've watched all I can get of you. And you too. I really do.
I tell you,
I don't know.
No, go ahead.
I don't know why my makeup is like it is, but I get into these things and I don't let go.
That's a good thing, though. That's a good trait.
Yeah, I guess it is. Anyway.
Hey, Sophia, you've been kind of quiet. You got anything to add?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, we have been talking off and on throughout the week and everything. I was kind of more focused on something else, a different case, and given the Crowley case a little bit of a break after we worked on several things over the weekend. But I haven't really come across anything else since.
Okay, yeah, it's like we're still trying to tie up some loose ends and figure out if we're really going to come out with everything we found out. Well, I think we will eventually.
I'm curious to see what the PI finds as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very curious about that.
Oh yeah. Maybe he can clear it all out for us.
I hope so. At least, figure out something. Get some clear answers. Help us figure out how to get some answers. But
I bet he's having fun.
Yeah, I'm sure. She's got a lot of stuff to go through. I mean, think about how much data there is. Yeah.
Those kind of things I like to do.
It's stressful. I don't know. It's
yes, it
very
is.
stressful.
I have to break away from this.
Yeah.
Sometimes, to clear my mind.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way you can do it in order to keep things straight.
Yeah, I know. I really feel myself getting there too, where I need to kind of ease back a little bit and just. But it's it's difficult. You just got to pace yourself, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh well, I want to throw something in here. Happy birthday, Angela! Thank you for joining us on your birthday.
That was awesome. That's great. Happy birthday.
Well, you guys, it's storming down here in Texas.
Uh-oh.
It's been raining down here forever.
That's not good.
I couldn't go and pick Dawn up this morning. I was flooded. I almost stalled my car out.
Oh, no.
And I had to turn back.
We've had some bad weather down here.
I'm in the Corpus Christi.
And you know what? I went and bought me a fishing license. That's the reason why it keeps raining.
It's all your fault.
It's my fault.
Exactly.
But I tell you, we've had some rain. We really have. So.
Sounds good. Good peeps. Any final words? Any final thing here before we sign off? Anyone?
I think I'm through.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm done too. But thanks for the conversation, everyone, and thanks for joining Pansy and Angela and whoever else was online but didn't speak. Thank you for at least joining us.
That's right.
Yeah.
Always next time.
Enjoy it.
Yeah,
Love
maybe
you
next
guys.
time we'll get some of them out there. Talk a little more. But
you guys take care.
You
all
too.
right. You too. We'll chat soon. All right, everybody.
Okay,
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
On tonight's broadcast, providing updates with the Crowley case. Today is July 17th, 2019. How you doing today, Greg?
I'm doing awesome.
And how is Sophia doing?
I'm doing great. How's everybody else?
Very
It's
good.
summertime.
Very good.
It better be good for everybody.
Yeah. and Catherine, are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
Very good. Well, we haven't had a show or a discussion in a while, and we wanted to bring everyone up to speed. It's the end of July, so the update from the Crowley case from the private investigator was done. He came to his conclusion on May 30th, and for those listening, he was the person that I hired to take a look at the case, investigate the case. Someone who didn't know anything about the case. And then he came to his conclusion, basically agreeing with the Apple Valley Police Department
agreeing with the official narrative, going so far as to saying they did a tremendous job and did immaculate work and very good attention to detail. So I had sent off my notes of just today, actually. I finally sent off my notes that I accumulated of where I wanted clarification with Kenneth Maines. And so that was 15 items of clarification that I wanted to make sure we're on the same page, where he either described something that wasn't how we saw it, or he was analyzing something else and not on point from what we were focusing on. And then it followed up with 12 bullet points of questions, bullet points that I mentioned to him of things that I thought were pertinent to the case that he did not bring up at all in his investigation review. And so Kenneth will be responding back here, hopefully here within this week, and even if it's week to 10 days, it'll get us to the end of July to at least have an answer back from Kenneth to get his thoughts on some of these things. One option would be that I would call him and discuss these his clarifications there over the phone or via email, or even do a conference call interview process to be recorded as a broadcast. But look for that in the upcoming days. And then we've had, let's see, we've had another person come forward. They didn't want to provide their name yet, but an ex-girlfriend of Joseph Seaton came forward and mentioned that's David Crowley's mentor or sergeant in the U.S. military or something to that effect. I'm not sure what, but she came forward and said that she was a girlfriend of his at the time while he was living in Minneapolis. And the very interesting thing there is that if you look at his background, he grew up and basically was in Texas for many years, including in Harker Heights, Texas, about the same time in 2009 and 2010 that David was there and Comel was there. And then he moved to Minneapolis around the same time as the Gray State and David Crowley, and then has since left after the Gray State ended and the murders, and now is living back down in Texas near Austin. So it raises a couple of red flags there, and I'd like your guys' input as well. He was down in that area, moved up here, didn't really have friends or family, but was working on the project, and then moved out to Seattle to live with a couple of roommates for a few years, and now he's back down in Texas. So once again, we get another strange person in the mix, and the reason Joseph Seaton jumps out for me is that he's another one that the story really didn't match up. More questions were raised than answers when he was mentioned in that documentary, and it seems like another person that was inserted into this fiasco, much like how Sean Wright or Eric Sayward kind of were implanted into this or infiltrated into this group or into this movement, and then slithered away once this whole thing unfolded. And so he's down there now in Texas. Now we know Danny August Mason is in Texas, down in Austin, along with Joe Biggs. And Danny August Mason was the person who was going to try to get that script, start his new company, get a trademark, and then move forward with Gray State Universe LLC. And he was busy creating that 4 months after the bodies were discovered. So Joseph Seaton is down there. The girlfriend said he was very odd, very strange, and had a bunch of the same kind of background and strange stories as both Eric Sayward and Sean Wright. So this is another individual that really doesn't have much of a background, but yet has large stories of what he has all done and all accomplished in his career. And she left and broke it off with him when she realized that not all was what it was meant to be. The interesting thing is with this case is that she did attend that party with him as they were dating at the time in August of 2014, when Randy's birthday party was at the Crowley home in Apple Valley, Minnesota, which means that she was there. She saw the interaction with David and Comel and Randy, the family, the friends, and how everything was going, and was very interested. So hopefully we'll hear more from her. But that's all I've got from the Crowley case as far as recent updates. Where should we start? Anyway, is there any comments on those first two articles, Catherine?
Why am I going first?
I just picked your name out of the hat.
I know you're. Sophia, you go first. I know, right? I just really don't know what.
Yeah.
You know, the whole thing is, and I know I always get everybody in trouble because I say what I think, and there is no filter. So I am, as far as having the investigator respond to your questions, I'm really looking forward to see if he is going to redeem himself. We already knew what the Apple Valley Police Department said, and I wanted an actual investigation. But it wasn't my money; it was your money. But still, it was like it would have been nice to have an actual investigation and not just a rehashing of what was written. However, I do want to say one thing: there is I have to see who's writing this is. I probably passed up the page now. Oh, I did. On one of the police officers in his writing on his handwritten notes, he actually was very thorough. And I think Bone actually wrote some pretty thorough stuff as well. Some of the other officers was just, they just wrote, well, I was there, I took a picture. It wasn't helpful at all. But there were a couple of the officers who were really very detailed in what they stated. And that's all I have to say.
Yes.
Right
How about
now.
you, Sophia?
I am looking forward to actually hearing some responses to the questions that we had, whereas the very first report didn't have a lot of answers. Some of it was, I disagree. I personally, you paid $7,000. There should be more than an I disagree. There should be an in-depth answer to why he disagrees. So I would like to see more to his answers, more thought put into it. Okay, tell us why you disagree.
Yeah, I think, Sophia, that's a good point. And to be able to have him on the show and do a broadcast like that, I think would be very good. Or even maybe even have callers call in and do it a live broadcast or a live stream or something to that effect. I'll see if he's open to that. But we have to keep in mind that he does say when he does these investigations that they are not close-ended, they are open-ended. Anything that comes up along the way, he is interested in hearing and following up and pursuing. So hopefully, if we can just keep a good relationship here over the next few months and see what he has to say, remember, we're not trying to convince anybody here, but I think the clarification is just that if he can just, I guess, get on the same page as what we're looking for. Like Catherine said, we weren't looking for someone to rehash the already done report. We were looking for someone to take in all of the further evidence that we've gained over the last 4 years and put that together in a comprehensive investigation summary to come to his own conclusion. And that I don't know if it was necessarily done that way. There were several references to David not having a deal, and he was despondent and not happy about his financial situation when that was one of the best the interviews that I was able to do on this case was with Mike Boggio III, the actual president of MEG, saying on the record that there was a deal. There never was not a deal. It was never canceled. It was worth a lot of money, and they were just hashing out the small details. So that video I delivered to him specifically to say, please watch this. This is an actual interview, and then some of the comments on his investigative report was alluding to the fact that David didn't have a deal and was kind of down in the dumps about the prospects of this whole thing. So it leads me to wonder how much work was actually done in some of that.
And
anything
even
else?
David even makes a reference to the miniseries in his email to Jason Allen in December. So that even backs up what Mike what the mics had told you.
Yes, he said he was asking Jason Allen, yeah, that was in December, asking for him to be the executive producer of this, and asking if he wanted to do that. And Jason Allen did, respond back and write back. Too bad it was too late, and David Crowley never got it, but he was interested in that, and they were on good terms, and they were moving forward with these big plans. So. Like that too. I'm not sure if he saw the exchange between Jason Allen and some of those other things. One of my bullet points is that he didn't mention was the email back and forth between Danny August Mason and David Crowley in those months of October, November, and December. David going as far as setting a deadline, saying, you need to do something with that legal paperwork, with the releasing your rights, and the deadline will be December 16th. I'm moving forward without you. If not, then I'll consider you having a minor spot in maybe possibly as an actor, but the big stuff is out the window. I can't deal with this month after month after month without him responding. And then Danny August Mason says, I got to run it past my attorney. Well, he had 3 months to do that. So. Some of those, the exchange there is very powerful between those two that came out of those recent revelations with the Gmail account messages. So that is powerful stuff as far as proving and showing that there was animosity and I think people were getting anxious that the time was running. Danny August Mason was on the clock. He knew that his time was running out, and with as of looking for someone who has the most to gain, you also have to look at who's got the most to lose. Danny August Mason in this entire scenario had the most to gain, and also had the most to lose. So that would be your number one suspect in any situation like that. And he was the one going back and forth on these emails, and the deadline was set, and a week later the Crowleys were killed. So it really leads that to look further into to scrutinize some of those things. Danny Crowley, just for the newer listeners out there, was the one who went on record to the investigators to say that he had nothing more than was an actor in this production. He was nothing more than an actor, had no vested interest from a business standpoint, and had nothing to gain as an owner. So that was an outright lie. Why would you lie to the investigators? And so it's questions like that I don't know if Kenneth Maines looked into too heavily. The death of David's mother, the $50,000 cash withdrawal in the month of October by allegedly Dan Crowley Sr. when he was out of the country that he told police. We've got the Chris Klein telling detectives that they missed a bullet hole in the ceiling, and they get over there finally in February of 2015 and do find a bullet hole in the ceiling. But we've got problems with who was all in the house at what time, and were the cleaners there? Were the cleaners done yet? Did the cleaners complete their job? Why were they in the house? And so a whole load of questions like that.
And
Greg,
the question I would really, I'm sorry, can I interrupt here real quick? Sorry, Greg. But what I'm hoping, too, is that he will at least address the blunt force trauma, the multiple blunt force trauma. It's so obvious on that skull piece. And it's like, why is that always skimmed, not even talked about, it's not even looked at, when that right there shows that David was murdered? I want him to explain it.
Yep, that's in one of the bullet points of what he did not address at all in his investigation. That piece of skull, and for the the listeners out there, there's only one sizable piece of skull left in that room. Mm-hmm. There were small little bone fragments, but the largest piece of skull that you can see was attributable to David, and so after eliminating the fact that it was Comel or Rania's, we know that it was David. So if David's head was blown apart and something that did not relate to a gunshot but had hex imprints over 13 times on that flat piece of skull from a blunt force instrument, you can safely rule out that David didn't do it. And so we already know that. So the question is, why didn't he address it? That's the question.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Catherine. Anything else on that one?
No, that was it. I'm glad you included that because I really want to hear. I want him to actually investigate that, not take our word for it, not take the police officer's report's word for it, but he needs to do an independent investigation into that skull piece.
Yeah, and I just thought of another note that I had too is one of his answers, Kenneth Main's answers on the questions was that we know that David received marijuana on December 19th because he went to Chris Peck's house to receive it. And he says that that's pretty obviously because David sent a text that morning saying to Chris Peck, asking him, do you have any? Chris Peck was the drug dealer, his recreational drug use dealer for David Crowley, allegedly. Mm-hmm. But keep in mind, and what I pointed out on the notes is that according to the phone records, which we received via a FOIA request, phone records and text records, it's easy enough to validate those things. And I think that detectives, that's part of their job is to validate or confirm or deny these things that people say. And I don't think Kenneth Maines did that either because we looked into those records on December 19th. There was no text from David Crowley's phone being sent or received that day at all. And so if there was no text on the 19th asking for weed, did David Crowley send a text at all asking for weed? Did David Crowley and Comel even drive to Minneapolis to pick up the weed? Was there a weed purchase at all? And so it really opens those questions, and that's the type of questions that we need is for someone to vet this stuff, to someone to go through and verify and confirm or deny that the statements actually took place. And so
correct.
We know that because David Crowley did not send a text on the 19th, so it really opens up a lot of other doors. Why did Chris Peck now say that he did, and in fact David and Comel came to his house to pick it up before picking up Rania at school on the final day of school before the Christmas break? That opens up many doors. Chris Peck was involved in a couple other suspicious things, and that's just another thing there that we can add to the mix. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we were talking about this via email earlier, and it's like everyone who said they had contact with David and David contacted them is not supported by the phone records and the evidence that the police used to make their determination. This isn't stuff just we're pulling out of thin air. This is stuff we received from the police department that they used, that they said proved to them, helped prove their case. And the evidence does not support that claim at all.
And the important things to note there, Catherine, thanks for bringing that up, is the Dan Crowley Sr. communication, whether it's phone calls or texts, that did not take place with David.
Correct.
Between David Crowley and his father, Dan Crowley Sr., and David's brother, Dan Crowley Jr., those texts and those phone calls did not take place. So
correct.
The question here is, we've already got now 3 people, Dan Sr., Dan Jr., and Chris Peck, saying things that was later turned out to be, I'm going to say, cannot be supported by evidence. I'll put it that way.
Yes.
I'm not going to say they're lying. I'm just going to say I can't find any place that'll support evidence to support any of that stuff took place. So we've really got problems here, and that's the investigator's job is to, for instance, you go to a murder scene and you ask your suspect where was he that day, and he gives you an alibi. You have got to vet it. You have got to confirm or deny the alibi is even correct.
Yep.
My point here is, did the Apple Valley detectives do any kind of vetting on any of this stuff? We did it, and we're just armchair investigators. So the question is, if they didn't, did they not do their job, or did they not do something on purpose? But why all the lying going on is the main question behind all of this. Greg, what are your thoughts?
Wow, you guys covered a lot of ground.
I'm sorry.
I think you covered. You covered. Okay. Well, let me go back a few things here.
Yes.
Let's go back a few steps here. I'd like to go back to Seaton. I'm very curious to hear more about Joseph Seaton. I know that we had his rank too, or I don't know if it was his rank, but I forget what he said, what his title was in Eric Nelson's film. But I do remember he had some type of title. Sophia, I think I sent it to you. Hopefully, I sent it to you. I don't know if you still have it or not, but
I should have it.
okay.
I think I still have it.
Maybe you can, because it was a weird title. I thought it was a title, but it wasn't a title. I think it just says like David's friend or something like that. But I do remember seeing it somewhere. Maybe because they did two different versions of it. Maybe they changed it or something. I don't know. But yeah, he's a very curious person. As far as the private eye, my biggest thing, well, two biggest things. I mean, even if he discounts everything else, Dan, I don't see how he didn't want to know more about this motive, the whole Hollywood deal that was going on, that David was actually working on. I thought he would focus more on that, and especially when you read the 94 pages, it makes it sound like David's deal is dying, right? Everything is coming crashing down. His world is crashing down, so he's going to kill himself and kill his family. So, but for me, the biggest problem that I have with Kenneth Maines is item 57, is his answer about item 57. That really bothers me. It really bothers me that he would just think that this happens more often than not, or it happens a lot, I think. Whatever he said. To me, I was very shocked by that answer. So I hope he can, I'm hoping at some point maybe he can follow up on that too. Doing a live show or something like that would be really good. He might feel pressured, he might feel like it's a bunch of people jumping on him, blah, 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 because he knows that, we don't believe that David Crowley is guilty. We don't believe that anybody can prove David Crowley is guilty. I don't see how he believes. How does Kenneth Maine think that anybody could prove David Crowley guilty? And maybe he can clarify that answer, and maybe that'll help me try to understand where he's coming from, because this guy does know what he's talking about.
Another good way to put this, Greg, and I specify this to people when they have a hard time talking about the proof, is that, and we've brought this up before, is if David was alive and was standing before a jury, and this whole thing went to trial, would the evidence support him, or would there be enough reasonable doubt to be acquitted? And I think everyone who's looked at this case from a trial perspective, is if he was sitting there in the docket, in the defendant's chair, I think everyone would say, there's not enough proof to prove that he did this. There is huge reasonable doubt on all across the spectrum. So you'd have to find him not guilty. So if you find him not guilty on the trial because he's still alive because of the reasonable doubt, why is it now so easy because he's dead just to rule that he is guilty? I think it's very easy for people to say, well, obviously a few things point to the fact that he did it, but if you switch it around, turn it on its head, and say, if David Crowley was in a court of law being tried for this with his lawyers against the other side lawyers, there's no way he'd be found guilty. So there's the difference. The detectives in the Apple Valley group quickly came to the conclusion that David did this, but I would like to ask them too, if this was a criminal case, you'd have to agree that there's no way you'd find someone guilty with this reasonable doubt. And that's one thing I did not ask Kenneth Maines, and I'd like to do that, just to spin that topic and put it that way. Say, with your years of background in your investigation and homicide and cold cases, there would be no way you'd convict a David Crowley for this, because there's just no evidence that points in that direction. So I didn't ask him, but I will do that.
Nice. The other thing is about Chris Peck. What I want to know about the whole Chris Peck thing, because you guys have brought up some really great points that just makes me feel like, wait a minute, okay, how do the cops tie this phone call to Chris Peck then? Like, where did that come from? Obviously it came from somebody. It came from somewhere. They got some type of a lead that said, hey, contact Chris Peck, because we have these text messages about do you have any, all of that. That came from somewhere. So I'm very curious
Well,
to hear what
I agree with that, because if the officer there speaking with him would have to say, show me your phone to see this text so I could visually see it, that'd be the first thing, right?
Right.
You'd want to visually see it, and that would go back to the fact that text did come through from somebody, not David, but did that text come through? Do you have any? And if he took a screenshot of it and sent it to the police and says, here it is. But the question is, did it come from David's number, or did it come from someone else, and you change that contact number to David Crowley, and then you bring it up for police and say, see, look at this text that I received from David Crowley. Well, at the same time, you're not able to see the phone number behind it. My question to the detectives are, when they looked at that evidence, assuming they saw the screenshot or the actual phone itself, was it from that phone number of David Crowley? It may have said his name. Anyone could, change that, the contact list, to make it show up as a recent text message from somebody. Yeah. But the question is, how down the road research did they get to proving that took place?
Yeah, exactly, because the phone records that they gave us, that they said, meaning the Apple Valley Police Department, said that they used to verify what was going on, those same exact phone records do not support Chris Peck and his comments at all. Now, I agree with you. We can't say he's lying, but we can definitely say the evidence does not support his statement, because there is nothing in the phone records that even shows any communication between David and Chris Peck at that time frame at all.
Well, not only that, but the other case that I received from Apple Valley, and it was investigated by the same detective, they took photos of text messages sent back and forth from the victim and a friend. And on the audio of him having a discussion with the victim's friend, you can even hear him taking the photo. So there's proof. And Apple Valley goes as far to show emails and screenshots from Kamel's emails and Facebook, and from David's emails and Facebook. Where is the proof that this message even took place?
Exactly.
Good point, Sophia. And for the listeners out there, mention to the listeners that you were doing what now? You were looking up a similar case also that Apple Valley did, and pulled a FOIA request just to see, for comparison purposes, how they to compare and contrast how they do things. Is that what you were attempting there?
Yes, and there was a text message exchange between the victim and his friend the night before the murder-suicide occurred. And in that particular case, the police took a photo of the friend's phone where the email exchange or the text message exchange had happened. So they had it for their records. And
so
then they continued. Oh, go ahead.
So their common practice, it sounds like their standard operating procedure is to do that when there's correspondence on a phone via text, to get pictures or snapshots of that. So the question now relates back to, why did they go out of sequence or out of bounds on this Crowley case and treat it differently? Correct?
Correct.
Very good point. Very, very interesting. And we don't know and we don't know yet if they visited Peck's house, or they just contacted him, or did they go there, or did they meet in person, or did Chris Peck come to the station? But that's the question. How did they see, or better yet, how do they verify that text came in? I'm hoping they didn't just take his word for it, but if they did verify it, did it track back to that phone number? And we already know the answer to that, is that it's no. We've got the AT&T cell phone numbers for David Crowley. That text did not take place.
There was no text on December 19th.
Correct.
And so it really opens up a can of worms, because if he was not asking for marijuana, the next story that at 1 o'clock they went and picked it up, and then they picked up Rania at 3 p.m. And so that all helps push a certain narrative: asking for the marijuana, smoking the marijuana, killing the kids because you're killing the family because you're allegedly potentially high or hallucinating. You know, they're pushing this whole marijuana angle, and Chris Peck was one of the key people in pushing that narrative. That would be my question for Kenneth Maines: is how would you solidify anything that he said was true for Chris Peck?
And just to be clear, there aren't any texts from Chris Peck at all in December. The last text message exchange happened November 16th, I believe. Do you seem to remember that, Catherine, that date?
Yeah, it's either the 16th or the 18th. I'd have to pull it up. But yes, there were no texts between them in December at all.
Okay.
And I don't even know if there's a phone call between them.
Is it possible that that's when the text happened, and then David got the weed 1 month later?
I don't think so. Because
There's no follow-up.
Yeah, he clearly states that I'm trying to
forth, right?
file. Yeah, he clearly states that it was done in December. They're all trying to follow this timeline to prove that David did, killed him, and it all happened at this time, because see, all of this, justifies it, when in fact it's not true. I'm trying to pull up the phone logs right now. It's like, come on, computer. Okay, this is going to take me a minute, so you guys can go on, and I'll come back and revisit it once I get it pulled up.
So on the mobile cell phone usage, I've got the AT&T record pulled up here for David's phone. This isn't someone else's number. This is David's, and it is cell phone texts originating and terminating. And in the month of December, there's only 3. Line items 75, 76, and 77. First one was the 16th of December. That was the deadline David gave to Danny Mason to say, we need to move forward with this. And I don't know if that's who texted him, but that text came in on the 16th. The next day was the 17th. This is a Tuesday now and a Wednesday. Nothing was the Thursday, and nothing on the 19th, which was that Friday. And then the last final text on David's phone in December was the 24th, which was Christmas Eve. A text came in at about 10:30 maybe, 10:30 p.m. So he didn't send a text at all in the month of December. All the 3 that came in, there was only 3, all came into David. He didn't respond or send any out. But his phone received 3 texts during that entire month.
Correct.
So the question is, how did investigators even tie that story, I'll call it, from Chris Peck? How did they verify or vet that what I call alibi is even correct?
Right, because in the 94 pages on page 28, it clearly says that that the last time that Chris Peck saw him was on December 19th, 2014, around 1 p.m. So it is a big question, and I think it's definitely a big one that needs to be followed up on, based on those phone records.
Yeah, and the only text between Chris Peck to David, and I don't even show David texting him. It was something that Chris Peck initiated the call, or text. I'm sorry, excuse me. From the months of October, November, and December was one time, and that was on November 12th at 5:19 in the afternoon.
Okay, so they're told about this on January 19th, 2015. This is when the cops learn about this Chris Peck call. Then they're doing whatever, blah, blah, blah. They don't get the phone records until much later. So, I mean, maybe they figured there was no need to go back and check it. But I think you guys have proven that there really is. And this
And I
goes.
just want to.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say this.
I just want to jump in. I found it here. That
Go ahead, Dan.
it was Detective Shane Klokanos had given Tommy Booth information about a text message that was sent from David Crowley's phone to a phone number of blank, which belonged to Christopher Peck. So this came from Klokanos. And
Right, so where did he
Klokanos
get
came
that?
to Tommy Booth and says, look what I've got. I've got some text message here. And this was Tommy Booth then on the 19th of January of 2015 contacted Mr. Peck to confirm with him about the questions concerning the text.
And yet it is not supported by the phone records.
So Klokanos, that guy is
So
the
this
one
is
we need to
Klokanos
talk.
going out of his way to tell Tommy Booth information that I don't have anything to support where that's coming from. And I think Klokanos was the one working with the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit, and maybe he was a member of that unit. But that would make sense because that's phone, that's text, that's electronic, information there. Now, then again, the AT&T phone records didn't come out till I think February of 2015, and so this was on the 19th. So Klokanos already knew about texts on the 19th, and we didn't get information back from AT&T records concerning any kind of text activity until February. Is that correct? And I'm kind of confused there. I remember seeing that the AT&T records took some time to come. But would that make? Oh, I got it up here. Hold on one second.
In February? Or might have been.
Yeah, because I have
February
no idea
18th.
what was said.
February 18th of 2015 is when AT&T looks like to me that they ran the report to pull all the data and then gave it to police. So this was February 18th when I'm showing my records from AT&T that David didn't make a text. How would Shane Klokanos know on January 19th, a month before, of anything even taking place? So that I just stumbled upon now. I don't know how that could have taken place, but
Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at that too, and they ran the reports on February 18th. Interesting.
so that would be nice to get if we were to be able to contact Shane Klokanos and have him come forward with explaining how that kind of stuff takes place. That would be nice because the records I'm looking at looks like the police didn't even get it till the following month. But Klokanos comes running into Tommy Booth, raising his hand with papers in his hand, saying, "Look what I got! Look what I got!"
Right.
And I don't know if that's even verifiable.
So this might be something that they actually missed. This might be new information that they keep telling us unless there's something new, they don't even want to talk to us or whatever. This is new because obviously they didn't catch this, or if they did, then they can say no, this isn't new. Then that would show that they knew that these phone records don't show that Chris Peck and David Crowley talked during that time. So.
And the search warrants only show 2 of the cell phones being removed from the house. The police did ask for 4 numbers.
Correct.
From AT&T, but only 2 cell phones were removed. So the whole theory of a burner phone is just not likely.
Yeah, it's definitely something that we all think about, right? I mean, obviously, it's like, well, how do you make sense of anything? So you got to play it out. But
of course.
Yeah. But how likely? I think it's highly unlikely. But it's not impossible either. It's still not impossible.
Well, the police didn't have even a search warrant to get text messages for that phone, and they don't have it in their possession because it wasn't taken out of the house. So where are they still getting this information?
Right.
I think by the 19th they may have had it at that point, Sophia, right? 2 days later?
Had what information? I'm sorry.
They had the search warrants and everything to remove the stuff from the house, I think, already at that point.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Right. So they were like, okay, we're looking for everything, anything in that house. Yeah. But.
And I don't know if they went to, Chris Peck is the one that, he's also the one who didn't provide his address, his residential address to police. All that's given is a P.O. box. And he's the one providing this information. So Peck's story is not credible at this point. But my question now would be Shane Klokonos. How did this story originate about this nonsense?
That's right. And then didn't you also say that Peck claimed that he was somewhere and he wasn't? Right? There were some conflicting dates.
That's a very good point. We have debunked that. His comment to police was that he remembers the 19th because that was when David was on his way home, because he remembers saying have a good break because he was leaving in 2 days. Christopher Peck was to go visit his mother in Iowa, and the mother in Iowa would have been the 21st, and to visit her. And we had noticed on his Facebook page that he had checked in on Facebook, checked in at a location in Minneapolis, saying that he was working on a project in Minneapolis for some production company. And what that was probably the evening of the 19th, all day the 20th, and for the most part of the 21st, he must have been working on that production. And then left later that night to visit, ultimately, his mother on the 21st. So that does jive. He was in Minneapolis that weekend, but he visited his mother on the 21st, and I believe that to be true.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. Yeah. Well, I think at some point we should also talk about or does anybody else have any other things they want to bring up? Any pressing issues here?
Well, were we going to talk about item 57?
Yes. Shall we get into that? To the
I think so.
Never-ending topic of item 57. I mean, where do you want to start? Could start anywhere with that one. Sophia sent me a bunch of photos here regarding item 57. Go ahead.
Why don't we start with the email or the exchange between Mason North?
Oh, yes.
And Justice for David Crowley's.
Let me see if I can make this bigger here. Alright, there we go. January 28th, 2015. This is Hendricks, Mason Hendricks. He says, I was there. He was there with me. Dan, can you put this into proper context before I start reading?
Yes. So Mason, I think there was some... this is on the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State Facebook group, is it, or page? And so this was taking this was I think I was added as an editor on this page, but this wasn't my page. Mine is the Justice for David Crowley and Family, and so I was handling both pages at this point. So Mason was going back and forth as far as saying who had access to the house. We were trying to speculate who was in and out of that house and when. And so he came on this date, January 20th, to try to clarify. And so the questions were, was he there? For those who can't see the screen here, it says, Mason says that he was there with me, as well as, we're talking about Chris Klein now. He was there with me, as well as with Danny August Mason and Dan Crowley Jr., and David's best friend, Adam Shambor. We had the code to the lockbox. We were cleaning up the house and organizing stuff for the families so they didn't have to. He and I found the hole in the ceiling and went up to the attic to see if anything up there needs to be brought down.
Like a bullet?
God, you guys suck at being detectives. And so this is the 28th. This was 11 days after the murder.
And so they were saying that we already had access to get into the house. In fact, we used the code of the lockbox to get in. And now Mason here is claiming that it was Danny Jr., Danny Mason, Hendricks, this is, and Adam Shambour were in the house, and Chris Klein. So those were the five, 5 people in the house. Remember, Chris Klein in the police testimony says he gained access to the house was in the house with Dan Crowley Sr. when he went in there. Now, we don't see Dan Crowley Sr. here at all. In fact, all we say is these guys came in because they had access to the code of the lockbox, nothing to do with Dan Sr. And then he says that they were cleaning the house and organizing stuff for the families. Well, that's very strange. That's very odd. Remember, this is the 19th. This is January 19th that they were talking about. They were supposed to be grieving and going through the loss of one of their closest friends, and they were cleaning up the house and organizing stuff for the families. Chris Klein and Mason Hendricks found a hole in the ceiling, and then they proceeded to go up into the attic to see if anything up there needs to be brought down. God only knows what that means. What would need to be brought down? They weren't moving. The family wasn't moving. They were just organizing things. So I'm not sure what needed to be brought down. But the fact of the matter is, they were up in that attic, which led some to believe that maybe that bullet fragment was planted. But we do have the picture of the master bedroom with the ladder in that closet that leads up to that roof access. So they were up there. This is the 19th. And so the question is, he went on the record by saying that and didn't know that he was putting his foot in his mouth at the same time. Now, the bodies were found the 17th of January of 2015. That's a Saturday. Police and detectives and everything, investigators, were there all day Saturday through the night and into the morning on Sunday, the 18th. The bodies were removed, things were taken out, and cleaners came in sometime that following day, Saturday Sunday or Monday or Tuesday, to do the cleaning. Judy Prochnow has a photo of the truck being there that did the cleaning, the restoration, and because the bodies were there, 3 bodies decomposing for 3 weeks allegedly, I had brought up in the next statement that it was a biohazard because of the smell and the stench and the potential biohazard. And so my next question was, who had what types of air masks did you wear, and why did Klein tell investigators that Dan Sr. was in the house? So that was my comment myself at January 28th, 1:26 p.m., directed toward Mason Hendricks. And then I also go on to say that, remember, this was 1/19, January 19th. The home was professionally cleaned. It says here between the 20th and the 22nd, but they were already there cleaning the house on the 18th, I think, and the 19th. But it didn't end until possibly the 20th or the 22nd. The 19th, already a call came into police for suspicious activity in the house that some neighbor called 911. Klein was in the house. That would still be considered a biohazard. What types of air masks were worn when you 5 were in there? So the question is, this was the last correspondence I received from Mason Hendricks at all. He shut up real quick when I backed him into the corner on this timing. They were in the house. 5 people at least were in the house while the house was, after it had become cleared as a crime scene, but before it was professionally cleaned and given the green light, and before family had a chance to even get there and do anything. They were supposed to be in the middle of grieving. So now we had 5 people there, none of which are Dan Crowley Sr., which was in the notes in the official police investigation. That's why Chris Klein was there. 2 people were in the attic, and the rest were organizing stuff, quote, for the families so they didn't, quote, have to. And that's when they found a ceiling hole right in front of that front door where the kill shot was. So that's the story. That place would have reeked and still smelled horribly after those bodies being removed. And this is 2 days after a large crime scene like the likes of the city of Apple Valley does not see but once every few years. This is a random thing, and so friends were just hanging out there in the house on the 19th. Now that was the night of I believe the 9th. Well, no, that was the call for 911 came in at 1 p.m. in the afternoon on that Monday. Neighbors heard suspicious activities in the house. Police got there. No one was there. A neighbor had saw a army-painted GMC truck in the driveway, which later proved via Instagram photos that that's Christopher Klein's army-painted Jeep or truck, whatever it was. So the question is, Klein later in his testimony to police admitted he was there. So now we've got him admitting to the police that he was in the house on the 19th. Neighbors call 911 because of all the commotion. 4 other people admit to being in the house. And they find a bullet hole. And they're in the attic. So cleaners found when did the bullet roll out of that fragment, Greg? Was it the 18th?
That was the 20th.
Or the 20th?
20th.
Okay, so this is how it ties together for the listeners out there. We've got Chris Klein admitting to being in the house on the 19th. Mason Hendricks saying him and 4 others were there on the house on the 19th. And we've got the cleaning crew cleaning the house on the 20th, which is a day later. Now that scene would not be cleared to be even open, I think, to the public or even family or friends until that the professional cleaners have finished cleaning the house. If they were there on the 20th, and that's what I think the message was, did they finish on the 20th or did they finish on the 21st or the 22nd? Not sure when, but whenever they finish, that should be the first time anybody would be in that house. We have a big problem with the cleaners rolling up the rug and finding a bullet fragment in that rug on the 20th, which also means that bullet fragment could have potentially been planted by those 5 individuals on the 19th, the day before. It's still not it's a contaminated crime scene by now because these guys are in the house. That's what I'm getting at.
That's right.
Yeah.
The question is, why were they in the house? They must have just very recently put that lockbox code after the bodies were found on Saturday. Police were in there all day Saturday. When did they put the lockbox code on there? Sunday sometime? Maybe for the cleaners to use or the family? And so what was the rush to get into that house the next day?
Yeah.
What were they doing? Why were they all there? And what were they doing? You know, some suspect, and I'm part of this group, that possibly that gunshot was fired on the 19th when they were there, causing the disturbance, resulting in the neighbor to call 911 if someone did fire an empty round, a hollow point round into the ceiling. That later would be used as a narrative to push that was there the whole time. That was the kill shot. Now we know no one was killed on that kill shot that was found in the attic because there was no blood, brain matter, hair, body tissue, brain tissue, or anything on that bullet fragment that was found in the attic. All that was on that bullet in the attic was David's touch DNA, like handling it from his hands, skin cells transferred off, something to that effect. And so there was no a kill shot to the head on a suicide shot using a hollow point bullet through your skull would have obviously brain matter, tissue, blood, all sorts of goodies collected on that way. So if they came in there on the 19th, accessed the code box from Dan Jr., he's the only one I believe who would even know the code, and Dan Sr., both the Crowleys, and they go over there and invite 4 other friends in, they fire a shot into the ceiling, resulting in a bullet being left in the ceiling that they eventually blame on David Crowley's kill shot. Who knows what they were doing? My question would be, why didn't this come up for police and detectives? At this point, I would have considered all of those 5 individuals as suspects. The fact that they were even in the house before the cleaning was completed. So it all leads back to item 57. And item 57 for the listeners out there is the very final item put into evidence in this case. That was a bullet found in the attic, as labeled item 57. David's touch DNA was on it, but no blood. Not a single drop of microscopic blood was on that bullet. Someone probably just pointed it into the ceiling, fired a round off. But once again, it had to have been used with some sort of silencer or suppressor, because by this time, it was 2 days after a large triple homicide took place in that house, and so the neighbors' antenna would certainly be raised with any strange noises going on.
Yeah, and I have a hard time believing.
That's really the crux.
Okay, yeah, and I have a hard time believing that, with as big as that bullet hole in that ceiling was in February, that nobody saw that bullet hole in the ceiling on the 17th, the 18th, or even the 19th. I mean, the cleaning crew didn't see it, the police department didn't see it, BCA didn't see it, friends and family didn't see it. Nobody saw it. And it's like, how could you miss? When I forget if it was Detective Bone that went, I think he was the one that went, and he writes in his notes, he says, obvious bullet hole in the ceiling. And it is. As soon as you look at that, it's like, yes, that's very obvious. How could so many people miss it for so long? There's no explanation for that either.
And that was Greg's good point by saying, how did that many people miss it? Now, by this time, it could be the case that the detectives now changed their story because they got a case of the embarrassment case here, and then they started to shove this thing down because they know people were looking into this, and they had themselves missed this bullet hole. Whereas in reality, I don't believe they missed the bullet hole because the bullet hole wasn't there in the opening day. Someone would have seen that. So
right.
The question is now, the Apple Valley Police are facing a conundrum. Do they admit that their entire staff of detectives did not see the bullet hole, which is also probably true, or do they come out and admit that they've been bamboozled by a bunch of guys in their 20s that actually pulled off this crime, and now they even look worse yet? So the Apple Valley police detectives have found themselves between a rock and a hard place now, because worst case is that they were in on the cover-up. The best case scenario is that they were they just didn't know what they're doing. Now, either scenario there is bad. So, did Gummert, as the sergeant of this detective group, essentially the manager of this department, really feel bad about all the errors they made and kind of wanted this whole thing to go away?
Well, and who could fault them? I wanted to throw this in there. Who could fault the Apple if they? Oh, I could not fault them if they just decided from the get-go that these guys seemed so genuine, that everybody was telling them the truth. It's like you can't fault them for believing them. Yes, it would have been an error of judgment on their part, but it would be understandable. But at this point, where they have just completely shut down, they don't even try to backtrack on their answers anymore. They don't answer any questions. They are ignoring every piece of evidence given to them, and they just are content with staying silent on something they messed up on. And that, to me, is not understandable, and that is not respectable behavior.
And it's not acceptable either.
That's right.
Yeah, not at all.
That's right. I thought it was kind of weird that they go out of their way to compare item 31 to item 57. And I was looking through, and I was trying to see, they never tested item 31 for blood or anything like that. It was just a fragment. So I always thought that was kind of weird how they came up with that. But it's really odd. I mean, the only thing maybe stranger than them missing a bullet hole and them missing a bullet is that this bullet does not have blood on it. I think that's all of the other bullets do. Even 50.
And I would say
53.
I would compare 57 to the bullet found in the basement wall that was fired through the floor of the living room.
Okay.
Right.
That's what I've been calling those a warning shot. Just fired into the ground. That one probably had David's touch DNA on it as well, but it didn't have any human tissue. I think it would have looked exactly the same as the one from the attic.
Yeah, they couldn't find anything on the one that was in the basement wall. I mean, they could even find touch DNA. They found nothing.
That's right.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, and that's on page 28 of the 40-page BCA report. BCA lab
Greg,
analysis. Go ahead.
I sent you a screenshot, and it states anything that had human blood on it would state it in regards to this case.
Oh, okay. Is that one of the shots that you sent me here? Or did you just send me?
Yes,
okay.
I'm trying to find the actual photo that I sent you so that it should be in that group that I sent you, though. And so when you're looking at...
Yeah, you're right. Here it is.
That one result, or actually it's not a result, is talking about item 57 and what they found on it. And it said no blood was found. However, 57A, they found something. It was a test sample, and they found something, but it wasn't blood.
Right. It was just DNA. They only stated DNA, but no blood. Even on their swabbing test, blood was not detected.
Oh, okay.
So there was no blood on 57 at all.
Right. They say blood was not detected on item 57. However, a sample was collected from item 57 as item 57-1.
57A.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're very clear.
And so that's why I included that one photo for you.
That is a great photo.
Because that's taken directly out of the BCA, the large file.
Yes, and this is on, if you're looking at the 40-page BCA lab document, it's on page 26. And let's see, what about 44? DNA profiling was performed on blood previously. Oh no, 45 is the one. That's the basement one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
And DNA profiling was also performed on that sample collected. Blah blah blah. So DNA profiling. So DNA profiling, was that what was done on item 57?
That's all. Yes, that's all, because that's all they could find.
Gotcha.
It did not test positive for blood at all. So then they went the next step and looked for the DNA.
Okay. So then I can assume 38, 45, 57, 50, 51, 52 are no blood. Of course, 50, 51, and 52 are not relevant.
Are known samples. Yeah.
38 is from the push keys. Okay, right. So there was no blood found on the gun safe in the master bedroom. Okay. Yeah, item 57 is, to me, it's still the biggest one that they can't explain it.
Nope.
That's what bothers me about Kenneth Maines is, I mean, he should see this. He should know this, right?
Yeah, and especially since, the trajectory of that bullet hole in the ceiling, and we've talked about this so many times, but it definitely does not add up with where David would have to have been standing for him to land the way his body landed according to their explanation. I mean, it exited his left parietal. So what did it do? Just do a mid-air turn before it hit the window and decide to go up into the ceiling? It just doesn't make any sense. And they won't explain it. They won't explain their stance. Of course, because it doesn't make sense and they can't explain it, but still, it would be nice if they try.
Well, Sophia, anything else? I know this has been a big issue with you here. What do you think about item 57?
I still believe that it was planted after the deaths to sell the story of murder-suicide.
It's a big risk. It's a big risk going in
there.
there.
It is, but there's no explanation, no decent explanation for all of them to be in that house before it's cleaned. And then they don't even tell the police about it until February. Here, they're bragging about being in the house and seeing the bullet hole, but they don't bother to tell the police about it. That's one of the first things that Klein tells the police when he talks to them in February, that there was a bullet hole in the floor and he saw a bullet hole in the ceiling.
Does he say?
Yeah, and what I find... Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to look. Does he say bullet?
Well, and on page 95 of the 488-page document, at the bottom, it says item 57, white powder material in mushroomed end, apparent rifling on butt end. Now, if this had gone through anybody's head, I don't care who they were, you would not find white powder material. It would have mushroomed as soon as it hit the skull, not mushroomed once it hit the ceiling. So this didn't mushroom until it hit the ceiling. So what does that tell them? It should tell them, they should be able to logically go, whoa, wait a second. This isn't the bullet that killed David. We don't have the bullet that killed David. But instead, they dug their heels in, they stuck to the narrative, and they're saying everybody else is a crazy nut job. Why? Because we can look at this and go, your notes are telling us different from what you're saying.
And Dan and Greg, who was the one who bought Kamel's gun that was almost exactly like David's? Was it Adam?
There were some gifts and there were some purchases. There was a David
I think it was. I thought at one point it was Danny August Mason, but it's not him. It was, I think, Adam.
And Adam was in the house.
Yep.
It's at the very bottom, Greg, so keep scrolling down when you can.
How far down?
It's at the very bottom of that page you're on right
95.
now.
Okay, let me go.
And Kamel also had a Springfield.
Yes.
Interesting. So the bullet had similar features to 31, but they did not come out and say that it was exactly like a bullet that came out of the gun that they had in their possession.
Sophia, are you saying that the bullet itself, the fragment, was planted in the attic? They went up there and actually ruffled around some insulation and dropped it somewhere just randomly for the police to find?
I can't say as a fact, but I'm just saying that it's a high probability.
So then, in your opinion,
poor Greg, he's trying.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sophia, then how did the hole get in the ceiling? Was that from a gunshot? In your estimation?
I'm sorry.
How did the hole get in the ceiling, in the living room ceiling? If the bullet was planted, was there still a round fired into that ceiling, do you believe?
Well, I don't even know if a gun made that hole. They tested it for gunshot residue, but there was none.
Oh, I didn't think they tested it. I thought they said they did not test the hole for residue. Okay, you see right there, Greg, where it says item 57, white powder material in mushroomed end, apparent rifling on butt end. Right there. So if it's, so that means the bullet did not mushroom until it hit that hit the ceiling. So I think that the gun was shot into the ceiling, but not until later, because it has white powder material, which is what they describe, the ceiling powder everywhere else. And they found that same white powder material inside the attic where the bullet fragment landed. But yeah, so if it had hit anybody's head, it would have mushroomed on contact with the skull. So it would have picked up some type of skull or tissue material, not white powder.
Okay, but then how did they... But if you look at item 53, right, that kind of mushrooms. And that's the one that they say was shot through Rania.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It would mushroom upon impact with the skull. This item 50... Okay, let me start over. Item 57, white powder material in the mushroomed end. So that means that whatever it came, that bullet, when it was fired, it came into contact with the ceiling. It did not come into contact with any body parts. Because if it had come in to contact with David's skull, like they're trying to allude to or pretend happened, then that bullet would have mushroomed upon impact with the skull. And there would be no white material in that mushroomed end. None at all.
Why wouldn't there be if it still goes through the ceiling?
Because it would have been mushroomed before it even hit the ceiling. There would have what in that mushroomed end would have been the tissue, the blood, either hair, tissue, brain matter, something else would have been pulled into that mushroomed end. And now, not to say that there might not be any white powder on the fragment, but that's not what they write. They say white powder in the mushroomed end.
Right, but that's the mushroom end is that's how the bullet is found, right? So it's found in that upward way.
When it comes in, so when the bullet is fired and it hits something, that top, then mushrooms back on itself. So when whatever comes into contact with, it's going to cause that bullet to mushroom. So if it comes in contact with the skull, it will be, what's going to be in the mushroomed end will be hair, blood, tissue, skull, brain, something like that. Now, if it comes into contact with a ceiling first, what will be in that mushroomed end will be what is this stuff called? Like the stucco, whatever it is that they make ceilings out of. That white powder.
The drywall.
Drywall, thank you.
Drywall.
That is what is going to be inside the mushroomed end.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. And because if you look at the mushroom end of that one, it does look different. And you can look at the ceiling shots too, and you can see that it's clearly that there's white powder all over that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna look at some of those here. Can't believe I don't have them here. Should have that right here. I will find that. What else do we have here with item 57? What other interesting notes here? I mean, to me, it's definitely the most interesting one, and the one that nobody really wants to talk about. People that made the Eric Nelson's film, they didn't want to talk about it. Everybody who tries to contact us to get some type of a quote or a statement or something, they don't want to talk about it. They brush it off. They act like this is no big deal, when this is, to me, I still think this is the smoking gun here.
Yeah, I mean, they have not presented in all of their evidence, they did not collect the bullet that killed David. And no casing to fit the fragment, and no fragment that goes along with the whatever killed him. And it's like, okay, you guys, really?
Yeah, that was a big thing too. How do they connect? I guess you can't really connect the shells to the, to the actual cartridge. But when you look at what they leave with, right? I think they left with like 4 or 5 shells. It did not match up. A lot of the stuff did not match up when they left that house. I don't understand why they. First of all, I don't get why then, because if nothing was lining up, if nothing was matching up, it doesn't make sense for them for one day later to come out and say that David Crowley is they have their suspect and the public is not in any danger, which to me are quite clearly 2 lies, right?
I agree.
They don't have their suspect because they don't have David Crowley. They can't tie anything to him, even though they spend 1 whole year trying to actually do that. I don't see the tie. I don't understand the item 31 compared to item 57 too is just another one that just does not make sense to me.
Yeah.
Now it does have matching features. That is true, and that's clear in the 488 page document. It's hard to really see because we have photocopies, but there are matching features between 57 and 31. But because they're bullets, I would think some of the features they should be matching. Like I would not compare item 57 to 31. I would compare it to 42, to 43, and 44. Possibly 53 maybe, but I mean if you can't tie it to 42, 43, or 44, what the hell are you doing trying to tie it to 31? Because it does tie. That's it. It's just all smoke and mirrors with a lot of this stuff. It's frustrating.
Yeah, a lot of double speak trying to throw people off because most people just would gloss over that. Oh, I don't understand it, so they must know what they're talking about. Right. Well, what they write shows the complete opposite.
Yeah.
And wasn't 31 just a piece of a bullet?
Yeah.
Just a little fragment?
Just a fragment. Yeah,
so
it's a fragment.
How could they even say that there was matching features?
I don't know. It's a fragment from the living room, and I think it's in the corner. I think it's closest to the south wall.
Okay, and here's what I like to do, and I used to get paid good money for this. Okay, let me read this sentence and see if you pick up on it. Comparative examinations of item 31, a bullet fragment, against test-fired bullets from item 1 and item 57 were performed with the following results. Item 57 against item 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means that item 1 fired item 31. Wait, come back. Come back. You left my page I was reading. Okay, yeah, there we go. So have you noticed? Did you guys catch that?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you don't sound too sure, Greg. So, they compared. They did not find matching matching features with item 31 and the known test-fired bullets from David's gun. But yet they somehow were able to find matching features against item 57.
Right. And somehow
therefore,
that
means yeah, so that means that David's gun fired 31, although 31 didn't match anything with the test bullets from item 1.
Right.
So I'm like, really? Okay, you guys. Oh gosh, this is why I read these reports and I cringe. I'm like, do people really not catch what they're saying? It's so blatant. Oh.
It reminds me of that card game with 3 cards, and it's like find the lady, and they're flipping around and hoping that you don't catch the card. Oh gosh.
It's like a sleight of hand.
I'm not explaining it right. It's like a magic game.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Sleight of hand.
Yeah, we see that a lot. I was trying to see.
Shell game. There you go.
Shell game?
That's a better.
Shell game.
Oh, shell game. Oh. Look at Dan with the big words. Right on.
So Dan knows the game. But I mean, seriously, it's like every time we turn around, and it's like we could spend so much more time just taking this apart line by line, going, okay, this is what you said, but yet your tests show this to be the exact opposite of what you're saying.
It's what I call carefully crafted words, done a specific way to on purpose.
Yeah, it's so funny because,
But
you know,
for what purpose? For what purpose?
to trick people.
Well,
it's doublespeak. Yeah.
So that is not a case, Greg, that's just done by mistake or poor work or sloppy work. That's an indication, if it's carefully crafted words like that done on purpose, is now you're in the realm of a cover-up. If they were done that, specifically phrase that phrase to get them out of it, get them off the hook, to tell you something without saying it, that would be your indication. Because that's not something that they would do on purpose. That's too carefully crafted.
Right.
Too much. It's over the top.
It truly is. And this is why, you know what, if for any young people that are out there, whatever job you're doing today, even if it's not what you think you'll be doing or needing later in life, learn all you can from it. Because I learned how to read documents like that from attorneys that I worked for. Because legalese is known for its doublespeak, left and right. And so I had some really good bosses that were attorneys that taught me how to read between the lines of what is said versus what they really mean. And I had no idea back then in 1979, I'm dating myself, you know, that what I would learn on one of my very first jobs is something I'm now using in 2019.
I was trying to find some of those good shots of the bullets where they do some comparisons. I think I skipped it.
Yeah, you need to go back.
Somewhere around here. So they have around page 176. Some of these comparisons are just ridiculous. And some of the tests that we did too. I guess we should go through the screenshots that Sophia sent too. Kind of look at some of those as well. But let's see. Yeah, the test fired. A lot of those tests fired. I don't know. It's
kind of hard to see.
They are hard to see.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
And it would be nice to get some color images. I believe these were color. Maybe these weren't color. I don't know. There's 53 though. Page 182 of 488. And from here, the test fired. So they're comparing a test fire bullet labeled as T2, comparing that to item 53, and they get some similar things. But when they do these test fires, what are they shooting at? How do you really accurately compare a test fired bullet into item 53?
Well, they just shoot into either a gelatin type mold or into a water tank, and then take the fragment out and compare it with what they have.
And they're basically looking at the ridges on the bullet that the gun barrel leaves.
Okay. So here's on page 183 of 488. This is another test fire. This test fire is against item 57. And I guess they're saying this matches? I don't know. Doesn't look that similar to me, but...
Yeah, it doesn't look like it matches at all.
If they moved it down a little bit,
yeah,
maybe.
Look at that. That does not match to me. Yeah, but then I don't know. I don't know how to read these, but if they're trying to prove that it matches up, it's like, yeah, no, it doesn't.
Well, and they always go for that line area, so I wonder where that correlates when the bullet is fired. Here's another one. Okay, so here's the comparison on page 184 of 488. This is where they compare item 57 to item 31, and you can see similar. It's there. It is very similar, but I don't understand how that proves that item.
Yeah,
30,
see, I
31
don't,
fired
and I agree with what everybody else is saying. They're saying the striations don't match. Now, theirs a little bit closer on this one, but up above, yeah. Oh, look, so 57 and 31, they match. But 31 did not match item 1. So it's like, what? What? You guys are crazy.
And 31 didn't hit 31. 31 is part of the fragment that... No, is it part of the fragment that goes into the basement?
I don't remember where 31 was found.
I'm going to look that one.
It was over by the bookcase by the window.
Right,
oh, that's right. That's right. Thank you, Sophia.
And that's when they pulled the carpet up. Oh, look at that. Well, so far on our first simulcast here on live on YouTube, we are live on YouTube. I haven't had any drops, so I love that. My internet issues appear to be fixed, as long as I'm not using Windows. I don't use a Mac. There is a third option, people. I think it's this. Can't be that. No, it can't be that. It's too small. I'll find it. "31, 31. Where are you, 31? Must have passed it.
It's the one where it has a yoga mat, or a yoga mat. Excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
right
the
by the, before they pulled the rug back.
Must be in this one here. Let's go find 31.
As a side note, do we know if Detective Gumbert is back on the force, or is he still on his leave of absence?
I think he's back.
He came back. He's been back for over a week.
Oh, really? Okay.
He's back in black.
Well, I'm glad he's back. I, just would hate to think something was wrong, Even though I don't think he's been very nice to me, but still, it's like I don't want him to be sick or anything. That would not be cool.
Of course.
He still owes me a phone call.
He does. He owes me one too.
Okay, here's
So let's all go on the list.
Let's all go. Okay, so there's 31. This is where 31 is found here. Let's see. Come on. Let's see.
Well, you have a super sensitive mouse, don't
I
you?
know. It's crazy. So that's 31. That is what they're comparing 53 to? I mean, look at that. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
There's 31.
Wow.
Super tiny.
Man, you're not kidding. It is teeny tiny.
It is. It really is.
Oh, wow. It is. You're so right, Sophia. Look at that. It's just a fragment of a fragment.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Just a baby. All right, what else do we got to cover here? Let me go back to some.
Dan's been awfully quiet for a while. Dan.
I've got something. I'm here. I am in reviewing
other cases, I just had notes here written down. In reviewing other cases, the one thing that stuck out for me now, in looking at homicides like this, murder homicides, is one thing I focus on when I look at cases like this is what is left for the survivors. As far as I always see, always without fail, a vigil, flowers, candlelight vigil, outpouring of flowers on the front steps, something to commemorate. In this case, it would have been for Comel or Rania. Everyone assumed David did this, so there wouldn't, of course, be anything for him. But there was still none of that, and that still strikes me as odd that there was never an outpouring of the community, neighbor, family, and friends. It was all just quietly hushed under in this case. And that's my other tip-off. I think that there's something goofy here because we never did see mountains of bouquets of flowers for the young child, this young woman, this mother of one. We didn't see it. There's no big, piles of flowers and bouquets of flowers and, candles lit and people hanging out at the property looking for, answers. So that always stuck out for me. And then, Greg, like for you, you've got the item 57. For me, it's still Rania's arm missing, being pulled out of the socket.
Yeah,
that's our red flag.
Yeah, you're right.
An arm cannot be pulled out of its socket, even from a 5-year-old girl, by a dog, a mid-sized beagle mixed dog. How did the arm get pulled out? Why is there a fractured rib just below the armpit of that same arm that's missing? And if the dog didn't eat the humerus, the ulna, and the radius, the 3 major bones, even of a young girl, where are they? Where are those bones?
All right.
They weren't in the house.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? And that was something I did specifically ask Dr. Kelly, and I know we haven't talked about him for a while, but I did ask him if a dog could pull that arm out of the socket, and he emphatically stated no. No way.
Can you go
yank
back
on it, tug on it, and pull on it, but not pull an arm off.
Correct.
From
he
the
could not
socket.
take it.
Those
Correct.
strong ligaments and muscles, and there's just no way. So that's our question. That's one of those that I sent back to Kenneth Maines as well by saying, even you yourself in his report, he says that it seems odd for him that the girl's arm was missing, and it's very strange that a fractured rib would be found as well. And so I'm going to have him go back and say the fact that it's pulled from the socket, it was removed from the socket itself. Impossible.
Yes. And that takes absolute brute force. Yes.
And the fact that it's missing. The dog didn't eat the humerus or the ulna or the radius, digest it, and it's not just missing; it has to be somewhere. So the entire thing is gone, and that broken rib, that fracture of a rib just beneath. Now, the pulling out of the arm from the socket could not have been something that would have been done while Rania was still alive, because those blood-curdling screams would have been very loud. So I think that was post-mortem. She was shot, she was killed, and then they yanked it out later, obviously. So the question is, if David did this, once again, picture David on the stand, committing the crime of murdering his wife and child, why would he take the time to pull an arm off a child and hide it or put it somewhere before killing her? After killing her, and then before killing, why would that take place if there was some pack theory and he was down and depressed about financial reasons? Pulled the arm off a child. And so that's my big thing. For Greg, it's more 57. And I think, Catherine, for you, it's more, what's your heavy hitter?
The absolute skull.
And how about that random jaw laying there on a blanket that's been cut into nice is that maxilla?
Yeah, the maxilla. And I don't know what to think about that, because the deputy coroner I spoke with said that can happen when someone is trying to break apart the facial bones, that it can snap off cleanly like that. But I don't, I just have to take their word for it because I don't know. But the reality is where's the rest of the skull? It's not there.
If someone did it, why was someone trying manually to tear apart the facial bones?
Right.
even if that is the case, that doesn't answer a despondent, depressed man who wants to take out his whole family.
Yeah,
so why
and
was there any manipulation of that bone at all? Whether it was cut or pried apart, it's nice and flat, and that's not normal.
right, and the other thing too is how white that bone is. I mean, it looks, and I don't know, this is just me throwing it out there, but it looks bleached. It looks too clean. There is no, there are no ligaments, there's no muscle left, there is nothing. It's a bright white, which just does not look right.
Very, very odd. Then we've got the strange knife found at the scene with random blood on it from people. And no fingerprints. The entire case is just goofy. Now, Sophia, what's the big thing for you that stands out in this Crowley case? The deleted Facebook posts?
Not only that, but the lying. The lying in regards to this case, to the police, to anybody looking into this case. Why lie?
What would be the motive to lie? Correct.
I mean, if a supposed good friend, his wife and his daughter are found dead, why are you going to be lying to the police about phone calls and text messages? I mean, why be that petty? Especially when it can be double-checked.
Yep. Yeah. I also think that those Facebook posts that were deleted off is David Crowley's personal Facebook wall. While that laptop was in custody of the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit, also that's the Shane Klokonos connection. Was that deleted by someone in the police department? Was that deleted by someone who hacked into David's site? David's Facebook page. Now, Sean Wright has said several times that, well, he left his passwords out. Anyone could have seen them. Well, those passwords were not out, and the photos were not released till a year later, when the general public was able to see all those passwords.
Yeah.
Why would Sean Wright make a statement like that?
Yep.
So,
Only if he saw
was his
photos.
account hacked? And I mean hacked, even if it's by his brother Dan Jr. or his own father Dan Sr., that account was not their rights to get into that account. Someone hacked in or had access to that account, or it was the police themselves who deleted those posts while that laptop was in their custody and already logged into Facebook. I'm assuming that they wouldn't require a use of a username or a password. It would have been just logged in. And the posts that were deleted were all posts that were making shedding David in a positive light, and posts making him look to the future, forward to the future. Those are the only ones that were deleted.
Yeah. And can I want to jump in here real quick, and thank you, Greg, for showing this. I remembered the Max Law all wrong. In my memory, it was all white. Look at that. It's not all white. You clearly see it's not white.
Yeah,
but in my brain, it was white. So thank you for showing that photo.
It's very, I mean, those teeth are very, very...
Oh, the teeth are amazing.
They are amazing, yeah. Yeah. This whole image here is just, there's a lot of stuff here. This is BCA 4768, and you can clearly see that blanket, and it does, those spots on there. It looks like maybe some old blood. You see some of the.
I don't see any old blood.
Yeah, if you look down here, I don't know if my cursor. Can you guys see my? You can probably see it. Oh, that's pretty cool.
I see shades and shadows. Oh, you mean
Right
like maybe
here.
On the light blue?
Yes. So on the
Yes,
light
okay,
blue, you can clearly see it there. But I do
Yes,
think
I
some
see
of
it
these
now.
other areas, like I'm gonna go to right here, so just maybe point to some of the other possible areas here, that I think that there might be some blood, maybe old blood. I think the carpet really makes it difficult here. Any idea what these two bone pieces or whatever these are that are next to the next to the teeth, kind of in the upper corner there. And this is a lot of hair, a lot of hair.
Yeah. Well, when I
Yeah.
talked to the deputy coroner, they said that those two pieces actually fit on that maxilla, and they do come off cleanly like that. Again, I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. I can only repeat what they said to me.
Yeah, I also think this might be David's leg here.
Yeah, right
upper
over,
right
yes.
corner, right?
In the upper right, correct.
Which is another weird thing if because the blanket is over him.
Uh-huh. It's under Kamel and over David. And then you see her brown sweater on top of him as well. But the dog did that, remember?
Oh, he also tucked bones and stuff underneath the blanket too.
Yes.
So
oh, he did, yeah. And he also put the hair and the debris under the knife. So, hey, that's a really smart dog.
Yes. Very, very talented.
Right?
What this little blue thing is here in the corner there.
I hope people understand we're being facetious. We are not being serious.
Probably not, but that's okay. You never know. I'm gonna look in some of the YouTube comments. We have a lot of people there right now. Thank you everybody who is listening, who's watching this. This is our first time doing this like this, so yeah, there's a lot of good comments in there. A lot of good researchers. You know, I think that's why that's been the biggest challenge is we have so many great researchers, and they, you know, some of them take a couple looks at this case and are like, this case is toxic to the point where they don't even want to they don't even want to look at it. They don't want to talk about it. And I've had people get angry at me, you know, family and friends for talking about this case. I didn't even know that they even knew about it, you know, and it's just like they just don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear about the David Crowley. They don't want to hear that. And I just don't understand it when this is a slam dunk case. It's a clear cut case where you can see that there is something totally wrong here. There's just way too much. Way too much. You can take out, you know, so many different theories. You don't have to worry about rumors or anything. If you just look at these photos, look at these documents, you can clearly see there's no way that any of this proves that David Crowley did this. No way.
I agree. Can I address Patty Barbie's question?
Yeah,
that's in the chat. It says, what about dental exam references? Now, the coroner, supposedly, Dr. Lilinski, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was her name?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She supposedly compared dental charts of Kamel and David to the maxillas found in the house. And she said that they were able to identify them positively using the dental radiographs. So, but that's all we know.
Correct. Right. That's right. And for their tattoos, right? Tattoos and dental records.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's so funny. My friend who was a deputy coroner said tattoos are faked all the time, and I'm like, please don't give me any more ideas. I don't need more ideas in my head.
Yeah, we're trying to carve it down, right? We're trying to sculpt it down to whatever it is. Tear it down to its rawest form, to just say, look, we're not trying to tell you what happened. We're not trying to say that we know what happened. We know what didn't happen. And anybody with a brain can see what did not happen. David did not kill his wife and his child or himself. It's really clear. There's nothing wrong if people think that. If they want to create conspiracies on that, if they want to create in their own head that they truly think that happened, which I think sometimes family and friends do. because they don't want to have to deal with the fact that after everything that David was talking about, after all the stuff that David was researching, after the movie he was making, after all of that, if he was killed, this would make all of that true. And it's very hard for people to understand that these things do happen. It doesn't mean that that the government killed David or anything like that, but things like that do happen. And I think it's, you know, some people are they're scared. They're scared. And a lot of people who are involved in this case, I believe, they are scared too. And they're the ones that I pray for. You know, I pray for them because if they're not willing to admit what really happened here, they're in danger. They can't talk about that. They're not gonna go and say, well, okay, maybe you guys are right. Okay, maybe we can't prove it. They won't even go that far. They're scared. And so I think we just got to keep pushing forward on this. I think we're on the right track.
Yeah, I think we are too.
And I don't care who gets there first. I don't care what gets us there. I do not care. I want to get to the truth. I want to get past phase 1. All right, this is 5 years now. I'm on phase 1 still. You know, we got to get past that, and we can't do that until we can get somebody to really look at this and say, you know what, you guys are right. David can't be proven guilty. Okay, maybe we should change those records. Would that really hurt that much? People are still going to speculate. People are still going to think whatever they want to think. But the fact is, nobody can prove David Crowley guilty. So why is anybody acting like he's guilty? Why are we the bad ones for asking questions, for looking at all of these things and saying, well, wait a minute, you guys haven't looked at this, you haven't considered this. It's frustrating. It's frustrating because from the very start, we were told if we just had the information, that would show us everything. From everybody. Family, friends.
And then they give us the information and it doesn't tell us anything.
No.
Or it's secret knowledge.
Secret knowledge. Right.
My very favorite excuse in the book. Oh, we can't show you because out of respect for the family. Okay, then why are you touting it?
Right.
If you can't prove your point, then why are you harping it?
Right.
Exactly.
We're showing you the facts. We got the paperwork right here. We're showing it right here on the video.
Yep.
Where's your secret knowledge?
It's a lie.
I know we need to do, I think Dan actually mentioned this once, but we need to do a talk on the Making a Murderer from the Netflix series. Dan and
I haven't
we're
seen
on
that.
opposite ends of that one.
Oh, that'd be great.
But here's the thing, you know, if I was sitting on that jury, and we really should go into this more, but if I was sitting on that jury, even though I believe he's guilty, I could not say he's guilty because they don't have everything that they have as quote-unquote proof was all staged. It was all planted. And so by how there are other things that don't necessarily tie that guy to the case. It's other issues in his other relationships that tell me he's guilty. But as far as their so-called evidence, it sucks. As a juror, I would have to go, you guys didn't convince me. I'm not convinced, even though I believe he's guilty, your evidence doesn't show me he's guilty. And so it's the same thing with David, but I don't believe David's guilty at all. There's nothing that shows me, not even the evidence, nothing they say, nothing that we've looked into that even remotely shows David is guilty. But yet, why do they hold on to it?
Yeah, and for the listeners out there, that's a Netflix documentary or a docu-series called "Making a Murderer." There's two seasons, I guess, of it, of 10 episodes each, I believe. It talks about the case next in Minnesota, next to Minnesota here, in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
About a missing young woman, and later
photographer,
photographer was allegedly murdered, killed, dumped in burned up, and the body fragments were found, and they tagged it on this individual who lived nearby and his younger nephew, and both are in prison to this day, as far as I know, for this, and they made a documentary about it, and they have various justice pages as well, trying to basically do what we're doing here, just having people open the door to see the light, not convince anybody. We're not here to do a sales pitch. It's just it's very similar circumstances where nothing makes sense. Things are just odd. Things are not normal. What I find with that Netflix series, Making a Murderer, it's very similar to the Crowley case. The first question when people watch it, they want to find out who did it. It's a big mystery, a whodunit mystery. If it wasn't these guys, and in this case, if it wasn't David, who did? And what I try to focus on when I watch shows like that or look at the David Crowley case is it really doesn't matter who did it. You have to narrow down who didn't do it, and then you can get yourself down the right track. David Crowley obviously did not perform this staging and the killings and the arm removal and the Facebook posts and whatnot, all of these ridiculous things. Obviously, he didn't do it. Do we care who did do it or which person or persons did it? Yeah, it'd be nice to know, but the purpose of the Justice page is just to point out the facts that he obviously didn't, and therefore we've got a murderer or a killer or killers on the loose. And what they did to the Crowley family, as horrendous as that is, they certainly wouldn't hesitate to do it again. And so the question is, those people are out there, and whether they're amateurs or professional killers, they probably wouldn't hesitate to do it again. That's the disgusting thing we have out there.
Right.
And then you watch that Netflix case, and you realize that if the wrong two people are in prison, and the real killer is out there, and what they did to that body, and how they desecrated her, we really got problems. And in both cases, it's the police department that's backed up against a wall, fighting and digging their heels in, just to avoid the bad reputation. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about right or wrong or who did it. They are fighting for their lives so the department does not look bad. That's what we've got here with the Apple Valley Police Department.
Right.
They obviously know it doesn't add up, but the question is, why are they fighting so hard? Are they involved in a cover-up, or are they trying to save their reputation? Neither option is good enough for us, the people, the citizens. And I really feel for those who live in Apple Valley. Their taxpayer dollars are going to fund that police department, and they are more worried about their reputation than they are actually protecting and serving, which is their only job to do, is to protect and serve the community. They're not doing any of that, and that's what we're stuck with. That's what we're up against, is trying to shine the light and trying to educate and trying to wake people. We're trying to wake people up and look at the case, and hopefully one day a documentary will be made about the Crowley case to show us. None of us are big fans of David Crowley. We didn't necessarily watch or enjoy his work. This isn't a fan club of the Gray State. This isn't a fan club of David Crowley just trying to harp on the fact that we want to clear his name. Us following the case didn't even know the man.
Right.
Greg knew of him, and it wasn't even a fan. So I didn't know the man from Adam. So none of us have a stake or a dog in the game here, and we're not doing this for our own pleasure. This is an extremely frustrating case to follow, and it's certainly not any fun to do. And it takes us all away from time that we'd rather be spending doing other things. But because it's so sickening, and for me in particular, sickening to my stomach to see what this did, it motivates me to get the word out, try to get people educated, to open up their eyes to what's really going on in some of these things. This isn't necessarily a federal case brought in with hitmen and the CIA and a secret government to do it, although it very well could be. All we know is that it's not some random murder-suicide, with all the overstaging, I'll say.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dan. That was really, you were really on point.
To the point, yeah.
Yeah, and the first thing that people when they first join on, they automatically think, oh, you must be a big fan, or must have liked the Gray State, or must have been a fan of the project, and it gets people when you say, I didn't know who he was, I wasn't even familiar with the project.
Well, I've gotten a lot of backlash because I wasn't a fan. So it's like, well, why do you care then?
Yeah, you got really hit because you're anti.
Yeah, I'm like anti-Crowley, so.
You are damned if you do and damned if you don't, huh, Greg?
Story of my life, so we're good. I'm used to that.
And so we find ourselves up against the wall on various small things, and that's where the bickering all begins, is on the small things. One in particular is the name of the page, or the group, Justice for David Crowley and Family. When I created that back in 2015, the word family was meant for David, Comel, and Rania only. Not David's siblings, or not his brother, not his sister, not his his father. This is not a page to put them and shed that family in good light, his blood relatives. This is a family only for David, Comel, and Rania. This is not anything to, we're not trying to do something good here for the remaining surviving family. This is not to make them a feel-good, warm, fuzzy feeling for the rest of the family. What we've got here for suspects and evidence leading back to who's our people of interest does certainly include members of David's family. His father and his brother are certainly included in the pool of suspects in my mind. Did they do it? I don't know. They may or may not have been. But they certainly would have been or should have been treated as suspects for what they did and their actions and their behavior before, during, and after the bodies were found. All right, guys, I got to jump off here in about 2 minutes. Anything else to go over for tonight?
I don't have anything else. Do you guys?
No, I don't have anything else.
What I posted on the Justice for David Crowley and Family page just now was a screenshot, a JPEG image of those last two emails, correspondence between Danny August Mason and David Crowley, one on December 9th and a response on December 16th. And we know a week later the bodies were found. December 9th, and I'll read it, David writes to Danny, who's still, from August 1st, refusing to sign that release statement. It says, in deference to your hesitation to sign the GS release document, I give you these verbal guarantees. You will have, number one, full producer credit on the film The Rise, unpaid. It's an unpaid, that's the Rise documentary that did come out later under Sean Wright. He was going to give him a full producer credit on The Rise. And then number two, guaranteed casting as lead role of John Wanek in Gray State series in a paid position. Now, two things are important here in him giving this verbal guarantee. He uses the phrase Gray State series. We already know it was not going to be made a movie. It was going to be a web series or an internet series, or a television series, sorry, a series of some sort. And that's what Mike Boggio said from the producers of the Meg Entertainment Group, a series. So here on December 9th, 2014, for all of you out there who says there was no deal, David Crowley himself is going to guarantee a role for Danny August Mason, playing character John Wanek in the Gray State series, and he's going to pay him, and it's a paid position. So he said after that, he says you will have every opportunity to continue to collaborate, write, and produce episodes, plural, with an S, series, keep that in mind, and retaining your cherished position as a co-creator of the original concept in the public eye. But I will not be able to sign you into any contracted roles until I have your signed release document. I would like to have it by December 16th. There's the deadline, December 16th, after which we would be free to discuss a future with Gray State that's more respectful for your talents as a paid professional. That email was sent on December 9th. And that obviously has legalese written into it that had David, we can assume here, it was in working with his attorney, Adam Gislason, to get this out, saying, we want you to release your rights from the movie. This is not saying I'm pulling the plug on you and our friendship and our business association. He said, I'll still give you the full credit, producer credit in the documentary, and I'll cast you as the lead role in the Gray State series. You'll even be paid for it. All you have to do is sign the document. Danny August Mason refused to sign that document because of a misunderstanding. He thought David was pushing him aside, pushing him out, and cutting him off. And in retaliation, he refused to sign it. Then, December 16th, last email between these two, Danny Mason, buddy, please give me a call about moving forward before I sign the release form. Danny. And that was it. Bodies are found, killed possibly a week later, found 3 weeks after that. So these guys were going back and forth through August, September, October, November, and things coming to a head in December when Danny August Mason, I think, figured that he was being squeezed out. He was giving the short end of the stick, and he was being squashed down by his good buddy. And David once again goes out of his way to say, you will have roles, you will be paid. Just sign the document so we can move forward from the legal perspective of things.
Hey, Dan, can I ask you to clarify something real quick?
Danny August Mason is not the brightest bulb, and he just, I don't think, could figure it out. And David Crowley was the brightest person on that project. He did not surround himself with intelligent, articulate, smart people. And that's what ultimately paid the price. I think the snakes inside his inner circle ended up killing him because they didn't have a clue what was going on. Go ahead.
And you stated, and I just want to clarify and see where your stance is on that, but you just said that a week after December 16th was when they were killed and then the bodies found 3 weeks later. Okay. I don't buy into their narrative on that. Do you believe that?
I agree with you.
Okay.
I was just giving this as a point of reference to the official narrative. That email was done, according to the official narrative, only a week later, the killings took place. So this is, we're trying to look at a timeline to narrow in on when things happened. Now, I also believe that the bodies were probably killed in the month of January, closer to the 10th or 9th, 10th, or the 11th of January. But according to the narrative, yeah, the bodies were found, were killed essentially Christmas Eve or Christmas Day is what they think.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I find that very interesting because they keep saying that there's no deal. The Eric Nelson documentary, the man did a full documentary on this and said there was no deal. Kenneth Maines is a full-time investigator, says there was no deal. The Apple Valley Police says there was no deal. So the question is, if there was, did the investigators simply not do their homework?
What does Danny August Mason say about that? Does he say that there was a deal? Because obviously it's right here, and we do know that they did talk on the 16th of December. That is in the phone records.
Yep. So he says that Danny August Mason is going down the official narrative. Everything I hear from him is that David was despondent, pulling away from others, looking gaunt, losing weight, not talking, and not engaging with the project, and went down the road of depression.
Okay, I have to say this, and anybody who's listening, do not take this out on Greg, Dan, and Sophia. Danny August Mason is an absolute dork. I mean, the guy, he's right here putting it in writing. There's a telephone record of them speaking, so this means that this email is not forged, because after that there was a phone call. So Danny knows that there was a deal. So he's just an absolute idiot to go on the record to say, I'm going to go with the official record. Artificial narrative, I'm sorry. Wow, what an idiot.
And that's what he says when he's interviewed by Ben Swan, right? I think everybody needs to go watch it. If you have not seen Danny Mason being interviewed by Ben Swan, it raised so many eyebrows. I had so many people contact me like, what is wrong with Danny Mason? There's something wrong with him. He was scared. This guy is an actor. He's a trained actor. He would
Well,
know.
he's not even very good.
Well,
I've watched him, and the guy sucks.
I wouldn't.
I
might debate
no, he
you
doesn't
on that.
convince.
I might debate you on
Okay,
that.
yeah, we could do that because no, he is, like I said before, he is at best a D-list actor. He's not convincing
Wow, that's
at
harsh.
all.
That's
It
pretty
is harsh because it's the truth. Nobody likes to hear the truth, and I'm telling you, I would never pay any money to see that dude in anything. Not at all. I mean, in his little skits throughout, and even when he's talking on the camera in the Netflix thing that they, the jocumentary, or sloppumentary, as you call it.
Jocumentary,
But
I like that.
the jocumentary.
That's
I
funny.
mean, you can tell he's trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes. He's not good at faking a lie.
Yeah, Greg, I agree with you that if anyone gets a chance to watch that Ben Swan interview with Danny August Mason, pull it up. It talks about the Gray State. It's one of the most uncomfortable, awkward things you'll ever see.
Yes.
Todd, are you able to post it in the group?
Yeah.
Because I actually haven't seen it.
Oh, I'm sure you've seen
Yeah,
it.
watch it, and
It's good.
Watch for the movements, the eye movements, the facial expressions, the body language, and it's take notes if you need to. It's very interesting, and I can't believe he's enough to do that, to put that out there. But he did that interview, and it got a lot of hits and a lot of views, and
that did not help them.
That would be suspect number one. After watching that, if I was the Apple Valley Police, I'd say we need to stop in and have a little visit with you after watching this.
Yeah,
he basically put a target on his back after doing that interview.
Yeah.
Now he's left the state, living in Austin, Texas, and subsequently shut down his business called Gray State Universe LLC that's no longer active, and he took off.
Yeah, when you watch it, Sophia,
so look for the people associated with Gray State Project. Yeah, look for those who have left the state and our list is pretty large. People who've taken off.
Yeah, and when you watch this, Sophia, it's definitely a must-watch. Okay, Dan. Bye, Dan.
Bye, Dan.
See you soon, bro.
All right, see you guys.
See ya.
Thank you. Bye.
But definitely watch his micro movements. Just how barely the eye will twitch, or the face, a slight smirk, or a slight tilt of his head. Sometimes it's imperceptible unless you're looking specifically for it. And when you start watching it, you'll start catching on to every time he does it, and you're going to go, wow, you suck as an actor. Suck.
I would say
he doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. I found that very odd. For somebody who's an actor, you don't have a page for yourself?
Right?
He's got the IDBM, right? He's got the movie.
Yeah, but everybody has the IDBM.
I know. Apparently, I do. I didn't even know I had one.
Ooh, we know a superstar.
Well, I also found it interesting that David didn't even have a wiki page.
Yep.
So, I mean, people can start those on their own, right? I really don't know how all that works. I've never put too much stock into it, but I have used them for sources because they will, they'll give you links to different sources that you can go and research. So, but it's just a public thing, right?
Yeah, I think it is, and you can update it too. But as an inspiring filmmaker, you would think that he had a wiki page. He doesn't.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked David doesn't have one, actually, now that I think about it. But when you watch Danny Mason, watch what he does when they ask him about that sliding door. When they start talking about the rear sliding door, oh, it's like it doesn't even want to go there. That was a big
it's like admitting guilt right there.
There was so much in that kept me going. Like, that interview was a big reason why I'm still researching this case, because I had so many people tell me, you've got to see this.
Yeah, and can I comment on Inside the Caves post that they just wrote?
Please do.
Now, they write, it was so weird. It made me feel like I was watching the Chris Watts case.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Sophia, you saw interviews with Chris Watts, right? That was the guy here in Colorado who killed his pregnant wife and 2 daughters.
No, I didn't.
I'm
not a big TV person.
Okay, well, it was a huge case out here, and I heard a lot about it because my son actually worked with, is friends with the crew that Chris Watts worked for, and knows the people who own that land where he dumped the bodies in the oil things. I can't speak today, but where they found the bodies. But anyway, I mean, when you watch Chris Watts, I mean, you could tell the guy's an absolute liar. I mean, he's just pulling stuff out of his butt and out of thin air. And that's how Danny August Mason is with oil tanks. Thank you, Laura Christensen. I'm telling you,
what did she say?
It's oil tanks. I couldn't think of the word. So she's like, it was oil tanks. So thank you, Laura. But yes, so if you you have to absolutely watch what they were talking about with Danny August Mason. Watch that, and then go back and watch the Chris Watts interviews, and you will see a very good comparison.
Okay. I think the only thing that I really know about Chris Watts is, didn't they catch him on video?
His neighbor caught him putting something, but they couldn't tell what it was, into the back of his truck. He'd backed his truck up into the house at like super early in the morning, which was not normal.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he took the police officer over to his house, he goes, the neighbor says, "Oh, I have video of that morning," and Chris Watts follows him. And then you watch his body movements, and he's like, "Oh God, I'm going to get busted. I'm going to get busted." Yeah. It was right there that the cops started to realize that he was guilty, but they didn't say anything. They played it really well. The police officers did.
Yeah. They
did a great job on that one.
Too bad we can't get them to look into this case.
I know, right?
Yeah, that's been weird. All the people who don't want to look into it, it's like it's a taboo case. I mean, even and the people that do, weird things happen to them. It's like they're being intimidated. After Ben Swan did this, I think that was pretty much it. You don't really hear that much from him now. I think he's doing his own thing, but and then with the Hagman, I don't know if you guys know about that, but that was the guy who actually interviewed David, and David told him that he was not prone to suicides. And recently, Hagman's son just died. So he overdosed. Not saying that it's tied or anything like that. I don't believe that it's tied, but I don't know. It's just there's just a lot of weird stuff like that. I think the biggest thing is that so many people just don't even talk about it, right? They don't even want to think about it. They'll talk about Cappy. They'll talk about other people, Seth Rich, other people that were probably killed or whatever. But for some reason, David Crowley is like a no-go. That worries me. That really worries me, because we shouldn't be here right now. We should not be talking about this case.
It's almost like a memo went out, and I'm just making a broad statement. I'm not saying a memo went out.
Right.
I'm saying that.
Yes, you are, Sophia.
We got proof.
It's recorded.
Your credibility is gone. No credibility for you.
Oh, please.
Now you're with me.
The one saying all that.
The Uncredibles.
The Uncredibles.
There we go. I like that.
Oh, Greg, you're too funny.
Their secret power is their superpowers. Or their secret knowledge is their superpowers.
Yep.
No secret knowledge for you.
Okay, well, guys, I gotta jump off too. My brain obviously is shut down. It's quit working, so I
Join
can
the
even
club.
think of oil tanks. So it's time to get offline.
That's great. And
Well,
you're
I'm
gonna
glad
have
you're on the
some.
road for recovery.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. I am too, and I know I'm looking forward to it. I know many other people are looking forward to you putting out some more videos. I've been going through
Yes,
some of
I'm.
your old videos. I've been streaming some of your old videos too, so you know.
Oh, good. Thank you. Yeah, I've been watching your new channel, and so I'm gonna be promoting that on my next video. I do plan on getting one out within the next week,
Oh, good.
because it's time. I think it's time to get back into it, and God willing, it'll happen.
Yep.
If
Okay,
you
you
want
guys.
any help, just let me know.
Oh, absolutely, I will. Thank you.
You're
You guys
welcome.
have a great night.
All right, you
You
too.
too.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Well,
And then there
I
were
guess.
two.
Yep.
So,
Well,
I need to really thank you because you had brought that back. I don't know how it came up. I have no idea how it came up, but you had made me go back and look at what Mason Hendricks was saying. Mason Hendricks is an interesting character too, and character is the right word. I really think it is, because a lot of the stuff that he told me was just. It seemed like it was led to lead me in circles. It was led to just get me to question and question and question, to doubt, doubt, doubt. It was never to really help me understand why he thought that David Crowley was guilty. It was never that. It was always about casting doubt. And we still see that. We still see where we have a lot of people that are just they are consumed with just casting doubt. And the whole thing is that this is a program that began when as soon as David Crowley was accused of being guilty. This program started, and we're still seeing this same program. And I just want to let everybody know, and we are going to close down here soon, but I just want to let everybody know, if you do your own research, if you look at all of the documents, if you have the time, if you take the time to look at everything, I can't. I mean, that's all that I could ever ask, and that's all that I ever wanted. I had people contacting me, telling me that they had this stuff that we now have later on, that they had it way back when, before I had it, before we had it, and it goes back to this secret knowledge. Well, if you just calm down, stop asking questions, don't post on social media, everything, we'll tell you everything. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why now you're holding the truth hostage? Now there's a ransom for truth. That's not how truth works. So, I mean, I definitely kept talking to those people, but at that point, I understood what they were really doing, who they really were, and that they did not want to help us find what the truth was. Their goal was to confuse us, was to cast doubt. It was never to find what the truth was, because we know what the truth is.
I would have to agree. And if you can't stand behind the supposed proof that you have, then why should we take your word for it?
Right.
And so at least we have people who are willing to research this case, and they do it without anything in return, which is, I just have to say that the time and effort that everybody puts into this case, we notice it and we appreciate it. And I just want to thank everybody who continues to look into this case, continues to look at the files and read them and think outside the box. Thank you. Because if only 4 people were doing it, I don't think anything would get done. Or
No,
if it did,
that's
it
right.
would just take us a long, long time. There's so much information to go through. So thank you to everybody for continuing to keep this case alive.
Yep. Because they wanted this case to die. This case was supposed to die out within a couple days, move on to the next one, blah, 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 and everything is good. And there was no way that we were going to let that happen without some clear answers. I couldn't live with myself. I could not wake up every morning. I could not look myself in the mirror right now if I had just turned and just never looked at this case ever again. I would be ashamed. I would be the gray shame. That's what I would be right now. This case,
An innocent man
yeah,
is being blamed for the horrendous murder of his wife and his daughter. And, I mean, she was a beautiful little girl, super, super smart. And his wife was so stunningly beautiful and extremely smart in her own right. And yet she's getting blamed for helping to plan this.
right. Which was a big...
And I just don't think that's fair for any of them.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
And if we could just get to the truth, hopefully they can rest in peace.
Right.
And that's about all I have. I would love for you to post that video, though, when you have a moment.
Oh, yeah, sure. Where do we have it? I think one of my videos has some of that, but you really need to hear you need to watch the whole video of Danny Mason in the proper context. So, without me giving you too much, you know.
Okay.
But, yeah, I don't know. It really bothered me. I mean, at that time, I was trying to really figure out what alternative news media was really good, what alternative news media was bad, who I should waste my time on, who I shouldn't waste my time on, who I should spend my time on. And, God showed me very, very quickly, who I should not waste my time on. I'm not going to waste my time on people that are going to look at this clear-cut case that have stroke, that can get other people looking at this, that can help us reopen this case. And they did nothing. I'll never forgive them for that. So many people. Now, I mean, that's my own burden, and that's my own thing that I have to deal with. But it should have never come to this. We should not be here. We should not be talking about this. This case should be clearly, you know what, we don't know what happened. That's it. That's all we asked for. But so many people, for so many years, who were acting like when the police state was going to take over, when all this stuff was going to happen, they were going to stand up. They're not going to stand up. They're not going to do anything. They're chickens. They're chickens. They're not. I mean, this to me showed me a lot of their true colors. Now, I don't fault the people who just did not have time to really cover this. I don't fault them. I don't fault the people who are like, hey man, you know what, this is how I make my living, blah, 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 I'm just not going to go there. I'm not going to fault those people. They have to deal with that. They have to live with that guilt. They are scarred by this case. Anybody who has ever covered this case and thinks David Crowley is guilty, you are scarred by this case. That's a burden you have to carry for your whole life. I don't have to carry that burden. Sophia, you don't carry that burden. We don't carry that burden because we know that that's not what the truth is. They're lying to themselves. It is one thing to lie to everybody else. If you're lying to yourself and you're okay with that, you got some big, big problems. And that's not people that I want to be tied to. That's not people that I want to deal with. So I stay away from them.
And they have to answer to their conscience, and they have to answer to God eventually.
Amen.
Well,
All right.
This was a great conversation. Thank you
think it
so
was.
much.
Amen. Thanks for joining us here. And wow, we've gone about 2.5 hours. No drops, no nothing. I think we've solved all of the audio issues, so I'm hoping we can come back here and maybe the next time we do something like this will be a conference call where everybody can join in. We'll ask questions and we'll try to pay more attention to the chat room. There was a lot of good things in that chat room that was going on, so that will all show up in the live feed video that we will post very soon. Any final words here? You know what? I want to ask you one more question. I do need
Sure.
to go, and I know you need to go here too, but I do want to ask you one more question.
Okay.
When did you get involved with this case?
I got involved December 2016. Yes, at the end of 2016 when the documentary was on Netflix. I finished watching it and I was like, I never had this feeling before. But after watching it, I just said to myself, I was just lied to. And I saw, I don't know if it was mentioned. Yes, it was mentioned in the documentary because you and Dan were in there. I was like, I got to find this group. And so I immediately got on Facebook and checked you guys out and asked to join the group. And gosh, I don't think I really started researching until maybe February. And that's when I started seeing so many things that were not even mentioned in the documentary. And I haven't been able to stop researching since. And it's not, I can't say it's exactly one thing that kept me involved. I mean, I really don't, I guess it's more difficult than I thought.
It is.
There's so many things when it comes to this case. And to me, it's more of a puzzle that you can't solve. And so when you're sitting there cooking or something, you're trying to say, I'm thinking to myself over and over, okay, trying to put the pieces that I can't put together. I'm trying to rearrange it so that it fits, or how to make it make sense, I guess. And so I don't really talk about it with my family and my friends on Facebook. I just don't.
Yeah.
And I might talk about it every now and then. Rant about it is the better word to my daughter, but she just rolls her eyes. And that's about it. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to talk about people that I know are going to be nervous about it, or if it's going to stress them out, like, or if it's people that I know don't want to hear about it, fine.
Mm-hmm.
I find that a lot of police, just local police and things like that, they're kind of fascinated by that. They're kind of fascinated by this case and by what the police did wrong, because they don't want to do that wrong either. So even if it's just, a case where it's like, hey, you guys, make sure you don't do this, make sure you look up, make sure you don't leave the house without as many bullets as possible, blah, blah, blah. Those simple things, I think, have kind of helped some of the local cops make sure that they don't do what the Apple Valley Police did. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, some of those things I think I mean, but I've never ever come across any cop, any active duty cop or anything that has ever said that was normal, ever. So when Kenneth Main says that, I mean, it cuts me deep. It really does, because it's like, who trained you? Who trained you to think like that, to think that that's normal, that that's okay? That, oh, this happens. Like, that should be a big deal. And I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I mean, you would think that you would want your best when you go into a crime scene, that you want to solve it for the family and to get justice for them.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to Kenneth's names, I really see it as he doesn't want to burn his horses and his bridges because he might need them for something else, so he doesn't want to go against that.
Right.
I mean, that's just how I see it, and somebody else might see it a different way.
Sure.
But I think he was just trying to
go
stay
with
in
the
the
flow.
good graces. Yeah, and not burn the bridges. And sadly, Dan is out of $7,000.
Well, yeah, and I keep hearing that, but I don't think he's out of $7,000. I see it as he invested $7,000 into the truth. And everybody who tried to help, they invested into finding what the truth was. Even people who could not ever give one penny but wanted to, they also helped. We all helped. We all helped, just making sure that we're still looking for the truth. And so I still see it as, I don't see it as money lost. That's easy for, I can say that because it's not my money.
Mm-hmm.
But, I don't see it as money lost. I really see it as time spent to do the research, to do all of the things that we really need to actually do. And I think Dan has been leading that way. I mean, Dan started this group. He started a Facebook group and then ended up taking over a Facebook page because the guy who started that page didn't want to do it anymore. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
So Dan started a group and inherited a page, and he's still going forth, and he's doing all of these other things. Dan has his own podcast, and I've talked with him. I'm like, why don't you ever, tell people about your podcast? Why don't you ever tell people about all these other things? And he likes to keep them separate. He really wants to just make sure it's focused on those topics, which is great. But I'm like, man, I mean, Dan does a podcast every Friday live. I don't know how many people know that he does that, where they can listen in, where they can watch in. If I get home on time on Fridays, I'm gonna try to stream it here so people can actually watch it and listen to it, because he's been a big help. He's been the lead researcher on this case since day one. So, okay, my rant is over.
Yeah, we tend to do that a lot, don't we?
There's more to come. But, okay, so I want to thank everybody here for joining us, and we're going to post this, and thank everybody in the chat. And I think we didn't have one drop. We didn't have any problems. The chat room seems pretty cool, pretty clean. Lots of great people there. So I hope everybody can come back next time. And thank you all for joining us. I really appreciate this. The next one we're going to do like this will probably be a conference call. So stay tuned for that. Any final words?
Okay. I just want to thank you and thank everybody else. And I hope that everybody has a great night.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, YouTube. It's Catherine Michelle. It's been a while since I've done a video. Been dealing with some personal health issues, but I think they're finally all under control. So we're back at it. Today I would like to just kind of do like an overview of some areas of the case where people are still having issues or don't understand, or everybody sees things differently. And so I want to cover some of that. And part of that I want to cover is the multiple blunt force trauma. And Hopefully I want to cover also the bloody footprints. And what else do we need to cover today? Oh, there was something else, I'm sure. I need to write these things down. But anyway, let's start with the multiple blunt force trauma. Oh, that's what we were going to do, is discuss the autopsy report and the toxicology reports. Because there are a few people out there who keep saying that David snapped, he was hallucinating, he went over the edge, and let's read his toxicology reports. And we will try to put an end to all of this. Probably not, because people prefer to be stupid and ignorant instead of actually realizing that their narrative doesn't work. So, anyway, we will discuss that as well. So I'm going to try to share my screen now. Okay, so here we go. This is starting off with the skull piece. And I have read some comments from people who think that to them they thought it was part of a bra. And I get that. I can see where they would think that from this far of a look at it. But as we zoom in, you will see this is actually part of the skull itself. Here is probably where the suture lines were. Here is a long fracture. Here is skin. And you see some hair right here. But I don't know if that's under it or attached to it. Don't know. Now, we're going to look at this skull. Right here. This right there. This right here. This right here with this indentation. This right here. This here. This here. This here. This over here. These are not normal impressions on a skull. Let's go to the next picture. Okay, I don't see where that one was helpful. Let's go. Okay, now let's go to this one, where you can see a little bit better. You see this right here? I don't know if this was one tool where it's shaped like this, or if it was another tool that is shaped like this, but hit several times. Don't know. Here's another impression. Here is another impression. Right here, you see, this one could be like a 12-sided socket, possibly. Here is another. Here. Okay, and we're back. Computer problems. Okay, and here is another photo. Again, one more time to get a better look at these impressions. You see them right here. You see it right here. You see this big circle here. Again, just reiterating for those who say that there is not multiple blunt force trauma. Yes, there is. And there we go. Now, let's show, for comparison's sake, what a skull should look like versus what this piece of skull does look like. Here is what the outside of a skull looks like. Notice how smooth it is. You see the suture lines right here. Now, let's look at the skull piece that was lying on the floor. Do you see any impression marks like these on a skull? Nope, you don't. So let's look at the other one. Where's the other photo? Let me see if I can find it for you. Okay, let me find that. I don't know where it went to. So hold on. Okay, and here is the inside of a skull. I do believe these are granular, I forgot the name of them, but I do believe this is where like veins and stuff come in and out to feed the brain. But still, you don't see impression marks like you do here. This also looks to be bruising. The darker spots could very well be bruising. But again, not enough information. It's only a photo. We can only guess. But these are not a guess. These wounds are not a guess. It is not made up. They are what they are. And if people can't see a diamond shape here and a diamond shape there and a circular depression here and other stuff, I just don't know what to tell you. Okay, now we're going to move on to the toxicology report. This, as you can see, is David's, deceased David Crowley. Now, this is in response to, I don't know how many times I have heard Sean Wright state that David had snapped or David was tripping out due to shrooms and absinthe and on and on. I mean, the dude is just a voice box for the incredibly uneducated. Anyway, but here is David's toxicology. The spleen volatile screen. This ethanol is due to decomposition, and they have decompositional peaks present. And the liver drug screen. No basic or neutral drugs present. He was not high on shrooms. He had not been drinking absinthe. He had not been drinking any alcohol. None. And early to moderate decomposition, people, early to moderate does not occur 4, 5, 6 weeks out. It happens early on in the process of decomp. Okay, so they were not there since December 25th and found almost a month later. No, 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 no. And again, here you go. This is just for you, Sean Wright. No drugs. Here, no drugs. And no alcohol. He did not go nuts over absinthe. He did not go nuts over shrooms. And, oh, yeah, you need to do a little bit more research on absinthe because it does not cause hallucinations. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't cause people to go nuts. It's just an alcoholic drink. End of story. That's it. Okay, now we're going to move on to the so-called bloody footprints. Hold on while I pull that up. Okay, and here we are at the so-called bloody footprints. Oh, and anyone, if someone has a toe that does a circle and then does a straight line down, please go see a podiatrist. That's not normal. That's not a toe. Oh, yeah. And when you see here, and you see coming around, this is one whole piece. What is this? I have no idea. Oh, here's supposed to be the toe. Okay, and last but not least, we are going to talk about the quote-unquote bloody footprints. I have overlaid two of the same prints. This is before the amino black was spread. or sprayed on it, excuse me, and then we will show you what it looked like after. So I lined him up the best I could, but as you will see, there's a lot of stuff that's missing from your eye, from your view. The photo before it was sprayed and after. So supposedly, these are supposed to be, I'm trying to guess that they are two overlapping so-called footprints. This one is supposed to be, I guess, this way, and this one is supposed to be this way. Still doesn't make any sense. Here, let me try to get this zoomed back out again. And let's compare that one more time. Sprayed, here you see detail, here you see the wiping prior to the final product being done. And here is what they saw when they walked in. There you see nothing. So this is why I said it was cleaned up before. So whatever this is supposed to be, this is supposed to be on top of this or whatever. And what is that other than a finger? And here, let's see if we can zoom in better. Do you know anyone's toes who does this? I don't. Nope. And then a big fat toe here, suppose, or what they're calling a toe. And maybe you can see now why, to me, this looks like it was done with the hand. They put a drop of blood, brought it down, put a drop of blood, you know, and what is this? I don't know. A whole finger, a thumb, who knows? Who knows? But there's your quote-unquote bloody footprints as you see them. Okay, and just to finish this off, we are going to, I just want you to see one last time. The blood as it appeared on the floor. The blood as it appeared after it was sprayed. Now keep in mind, these areas right here are not from being sprayed and then having the blood kind of swish, you know, kind of spray out. These little lines right here, you could say that of this right here. You know, that's just a little bit. This, however, is a cleaning up of here, and we will go over that one last time. Let's see if I can get this picture. Okay, the angle on this one is not very good. But anyway, you get the idea. And so there we have it. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Sorry about that. But there we go. This is not at all what you've been told it is. And they're not bloody footprints. Some type of kindergarten graphic work. Who knows? Artwork, art project. Done in somebody's blood. But, so that's it. And next time I'm going to be going over latent prints in the next video. So I hope this clears some things up. And if not, I'm not sure how much clearer I can make it, as this is all, you know, this is it. It's what it is what it is. We can't make it into something it's not. So, hope this is helpful. Hi YouTube, it's Catherine Michelle. This is going to be my last video, so it's going to be kind of long. bear with me. There are a lot of things to cover. We're going to go over the latent prints and why that never really went anywhere. We're going to go over one last time the bloody footprints, and also some new information I've discovered. I will mention what is on the back here, a new list I had started comprising. But the reality is, you know, we can continue to it's on me. I can continue to tear apart this case left and right, just like a lot of other people, but it's not leading anywhere, and it won't lead anywhere. I don't want to spend my time going down every single rabbit hole. There are far too many. I mean, and everything could be a rabbit hole, you know, like the bloody footprints. That is like a major one. I mean, everybody who believes this is actually blood, you know, footprints in blood, will not and cannot explain why there's nothing leading up to and or away from these prints. They just magically appear in the middle of the floor. That's a huge rabbit hole. But this is what I'm talking about. This case is full of them. Nothing is being settled. We have the evidence. We have the proof. It has been presented to the Minnesota Attorney General, the governor. It's been presented to the Dakota County Sheriff, the City Council. It has been provided to Police Chief Wrightskull, however you say your name, Gummert, Detective Gummert. All of these people have basically told us, up yours, screw yourself, we don't give a shit, we're not opening the case. We won't reopen it, we're content with the crap we put out there, and deal with it. So if we can't get the New York Times to take another look at what they wrote, if we can't get the Pioneer Press to take another look at what they wrote, even though they've been presented with the facts that we have found, and no news outlet is going to touch this, so they're all basically saying, fuck you. We don't give a shit that this family was murdered. We don't care that there are 3 dead bodies. The police were lazy. Then they just said, hey, we're going to call it murder-suicide because we're covering someone else's ass. Deal with it. Well, you know what? Life is too short. I have other things to do with my time, and I'm pretty much done with it. What else can I do? I'm not going to sit here and every day back and forth and discuss, banter, or whatever over how these paranormal prints end up in the middle of the floor because people don't want to just see the evidence in front of their face. That's just one example. It's the thing that came to my mind. But anyway, I think what you're going to find, or what you're going to see on what I and some other people have put together, there have been a few people who've been working very close with me. We've done a ton of research on this. This is not something that was just come to lightly, but the case boils down to 4 people. I cannot, no matter which way I've gone, no matter which rabbit hole I followed, it all comes back to these same 4 people. Now, I can't call them murderers, but I can tell you that the evidence does not exclude them, and in fact, they are the only ones who are not excluded. Can't. It's not. Nothing that the police have given to us has excluded these people at all. And I do believe the police know this. These people have ins with the police department, and for whatever reason, and we may never know, they're choosing to cover up the acts of these people, the brutality that these people are capable of is completely overlooked, bypassed, ignored by the media, by the legal system, by the police department. And legal system, I'm talking about like the Attorney General, that legal system of the state of Minnesota. State of Minnesota doesn't care. BCA doesn't care. Hell, they're part of the bullshit that we have found in this case. The police department, which is a huge contributor to the bullshit in this case, and also these 4 people. And I call a spade, I'm done. I'm not going to cover your asses anymore. It's not up to us to clear these people, But it's not even up to us. We shouldn't even be looking into this case. Apple Valley Police Department should have gotten off their lazy asses and done their damn job. The coroner, the medical examiner, not the coroner, but the medical examiners should have done better than write their crappy ass reports. I'll read what they wrote too. It's all of this stuff together. And the phone records that the police did not look into. They clearly admit they have no motive for David to commit these murders, but yet he did it. They have motive for these other 4 individuals, but no motive for David, but yet David's the culprit. Wow, and y'all get a paycheck for this. Okay, bear with me. I'm going to set things up and I'll be back. Okay, I have new paper up, and here we go. Here's here's what I have put together recently. I've actually spent the last 48 hours going over this a lot. I'm going to go ahead and leave the people, the other people who have been helping doing the research on this, I'm going to leave their name out of this because I have not heard back from them as to whether or not they want to be included on this information. And if they do, they can write their comments underneath the video and state that they were the ones who were helping. So I have no problem. I'm just going to do this. You know, like I said, I'm done with the bullshit. So what we have right now is the Crowleys. Sorry if you can't see that. Let me try to get it closer so you guys can see what I'm writing, and it looks like it's backwards. I can't write backwards, so this is what it is. We have the Crowleys. Now, up here, and now mind you, no motive was found for David. None. He was cleared of motive. Now, the people up here who are associated with David are, I'm going to abbreviate just because I don't feel like writing all this out. We have Sean Wright. We have Danny August Mason. We have Dan Crowley Jr. And we have I'm losing the other person's name at the moment. Who is it? It'll probably come to me as I'm writing this out. But with these people, and what I was thinking, and I'm going to put Dan Sr. up here, not because I think he's part of this. Don't go there. Don't misquote me. And you people who'd like to do that, my comment is fuck off. I'm putting Dan Crowley Sr. up here for a reason, and we'll go over it later on as to why. But there is a fourth person, and I will think of it. Now, Sean Wright. What was Sean Wright's motive? He felt like he was going to go to prison for tax evasion if David had gone through with his the Rise release. That's huge. That's a huge motive. Nowhere near as big as Danny August Mason's motive. What's Danny August Mason's motive? Let's try $30 million. That's a whole lot of zeros, people. Danny refused to sign off. He ignored David in every way, shape, and form. And he somehow, obviously due to his lack of response to David and anything that had to do with, David trying to say, hey, I need you to sign off on this. And that was David being polite. For your information, Danny August Mason, he didn't need your permission. He didn't need to ask you anything. He went to you in good faith to try to get this settled so you guys, who knows, maybe could end things amicably. And he was even offering you a part where he had no right to even offer it to you, but he was still going to try to get you a part in his movie. That wasn't good enough, was it? No, you had your eye on the $30 million. Then we have Dan Jr. What's Dan Jr.'s motive? They had a huge family fight. Huge fight. Now, it was so bad that David broke ties with his family. Now, is it any of our business what this fight was about? No. But the point is when there's that big of a fight and disagreement amongst family members, it is not uncommon for death to ensue. Now, I am not saying Dan Jr. did it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he had motive. Danny August Mason had motive. Sean Wright had motive. Now, here's another interesting point. Let's throw in what I have since discovered, I and some other people. Well, I discovered it based on information, and this is known, that Sophia was able to garner, and that was the phone records. What's that information? There's a phone number that is given to a Kimberly, was it Layton? It doesn't matter, the name doesn't exist. All research on this person has yielded 0. Can't find this person anywhere. This number that is given on the phone records for David and Camille comes out of Austin, Texas, or Lampasas, Texas. Now, doing some further research, I did find that there is a Kimberly, L. I'll leave the last name out because there's no proof that she actually opened this account associated with Danny August Mason. This Kimberly L. is also from the Austin area or Lampasas area, where this mysterious phone number that we have found on David and Camille's phone records originates from. Interesting? I think so. Because if you guys go and you look at the phone records that are put out there, it's on the Justice for David Crowley and Family page, and I'm sure Dan Hennon and Greg Fernandez Jr. have it in their files as well. But you will see that the documentation from the phone company showing the phone records and text messages from both David and Camille, especially for the months of November and December and January. And it's very, very important that you guys get this. As of November 26th, every phone call and every text from David's phone went through or originated from that number. That number. As of December 26th, every call from Camille's phone originated from or went through that phone number associated with Danny August Mason. And it's not a stretch. That is where the rabbit hole is now taking us. This mysterious phone number, every search we've done on it comes up nothing. Comes up with this person. And who is it? Don't know. Why? Why was every call from David and Camille, every text from David and Camille routed through a number that wasn't theirs? Why? Beginning to see the picture? This means that David was gone and or missing somewhere around, from what we can gather by his footprint. And I mean the footprints that can be verified. Not the typewritten notes on a laptop, not a typewritten email, because all of those can be faked. But what is tangible, which are the phone records, puts David missing after November 26th, puts Camille missing after December 25th, or 15th, I'm sorry, December 15th, or 16th. It's in the phone records, look it up. Find that interesting. So now we have Danny August Mason related to this and their disappearance in 2 ways. Now, we have also Dan Jr. lying about the packages. He says that they were there. He put them down December 28th. The neighbors, according to the police report, state they do not recall seeing these packages until January 10th. Now, the ME I spoke with stated when he saw the photos, he said that no way those bodies were dead for 3 weeks. He said his best guess, and I quote, as I've quoted over and over and over, was 4 to 7 days, 10 days at most. So if those packages were really not seen until January 10th, the bodies were discovered January 17th. That fits within the 7 to 10 day time frame perfectly. And we have also a check that was unaccounted for and or why it was taken from his dad's account while his dad was out of country. This money, not Dan Sr.'s signature, by Dan Crowley Jr., taken from his dad's account for $50,000. Could be innocent, but I don't know. To me, it's suspicious. It should give the police at least a point of, wait a second, what was that about? They didn't bat an eye. Now, we have, here's the rabbit hole. Are we seeing a rabbit hole here? How they're all relating? Now, Dan Sr., the reason why I put his name up there is because I think his motive is he didn't want to lose another son. He'd lost David. There's nothing. He lost David. He lost his grandchild. He lost a daughter-in-law. And for him, and this happens all the time. So to me, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Dan Sr., of course, is not going to want to lose his other son. If his son were involved in this, I could easily see him covering. So what's his motive to cover for this one? He doesn't want to see him go away. What parent would? Most parents would do anything to keep their children out of prison. So I don't think that this is ill will on his part. I don't think that at all. If this turns out to be true, I don't think that it's done with malice on Daniel Sr.'s part. I think he's trying to protect whatever family he has left. So, here we go. We have phone records with the mysterious phone number to a Kimberly Layton. This is important, people. Every single phone call, every single text. Like I said, for David, it was November. For David, 11/26/2014, routed through and originating from this phone number. For Kamel, it was December 16th, I believe, after that date, routed through this phone number. Why? It's pretty interesting that there's a Kimberly L associated with Daniel August Mason. There's a Kimberly Layton, whose phone number is the mysterious phone number, and who, doing a search on Kimberly Layton, yields zero information. What are we going to do with that? Here's another thing. Danny August Mason is also associated with someone by the name, I'll just use initials. What was his name? Oh yeah, I think it's that. Don't quote me on that one. I do know his first name begins with a T. Now this person has a law enforcement background. Beginning to see where the police are coming in on this? And this person has ties with David. We seeing it now? I hope so. And this person's background, quite interesting. Let's just say they're not the kind of person you want at your dinner table or your kid's birthday party. Not a nice person. So now we have the Apple Valley Police Department, who has bypassed and overlooked the fact that they cannot prove motive for David. They have no evidence whatsoever that proves David did it. We have David, who by the evidence they have given to us, both BCA and the Apple Valley Police Department show that David was murdered, yet they cover that up. They will not address that. They do not see and refuse to acknowledge the ties of these people to David and their motives for this murder. Oh, the triple homicide. So they've lied, consistently lied. And now we have found out BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, has also manipulated data. The metadata is incorrect. Metadata manipulation. These are the people who are supposed to be solving the crime. And they, on purpose, put in wrong information on the photos. What in the hell are they covering up? Now we have the MEs, the medical examiner. Let me get this for you. Kamel's autopsy report. Reading it. Here we have. Let's go with the entrance wounds, the gunshot wounds of the head. We know she suffered 2 gunshot wounds to the head. There are 3 bullet fragments with her blood. She's missing both hands. She is found lying next to the couch like this, on her stomach, next to the couch. Couch would be here, so you know that if her head were there prior to being placed on the ground, it would be here and not here. But anyway, what the hell, the police didn't want to look at that either. So she's like this, blanket covering her head. During the examination, here's what the ME writes. This is located at the edge of the remaining left parietal bone of the skull, 6 inches from the top of the shoulder. They're measuring from the top of the shoulder. Now she has a spine that is intact. Her spinal column is still there and intact, but they're going to measure 6.5 inches from the shoulder. I've never seen a report like this. And then they go 6 inches from the top of the shoulder and 1.5 inches left of the posterior midline. So that's the back of the head. Draw an imaginary line down the back of your head. Go 1.5 inches to the left. There's the entrance wound. It's not behind her ear. It's at the back of her head. And it's from back to front. It's the back of her head. Now we have the second gunshot wound. This is also located at the edge of the remaining left parietal bone of the skull, 1.5 inches from the top of the shoulder. Really? 1.5 inches from the top of it? It's in her neck. If you're going by their reports, it's in her neck. Oh my God. 1.5 inches from the top of the shoulder and 1 inch left of the posterior midline. Who was it? Was it Sean Wright or was it Robert Ellion that says that's called a double tap? Yeah, she was double tapped in the back of the head. And so there you have it. According to their writing of their reports, these entrance wounds were in her neck when you go through their 6.5 inches, which maybe that one, nah, still doesn't work. And then 1.5 inches from the shoulder, it's in the neck when you measure all this stuff out on a cadaver. But what we do know is that she was shot twice in the back of the head. So what was she doing? Was she covering her head, trying to protect her head, cowering? Probably. And then they, quote unquote, double tapped her in the back of the head. Both hands are missing. There's no way in hell a dog is going to be able to get under her body, eat her hand, and then turn her body back over and position her this way. The Apple Valley wants you to believe that bullshit. And maybe if people are, they like fancy and fantasy thoughts, maybe that works for them. It's not factual. It's not evidence. The evidence points that her hands were missing prior to placement on that floor. And she also was in what I believe to be a further state of decomposition. We've gone through this a lot, and which is why I believe and have always believed she was killed first. Or no, I think I believed it. Yes, she was killed first, because it says that. Let me find the decom. She reveals most of the head and hands are most of the head and the hands are missing. The way they wrote this, it sounds like most of both are missing, but complete hands are missing and most of her head is missing. She reveals decompositional changes. There is extensive bloating, skin slippage, and discoloration of the body. Okay, they call it hers extensive bloating, which is really, she's into the not the early stages so much anymore. What do they say about David? Her moderate. Okay, that was the word that was escaping me. For David, it says early to moderate decomposition. So he still shows signs of early decomp. Kamel does not. What does Rania state? Let's see. Early to moderate decomp. So again, both David and Rania show early to moderate. Kamel is extensive bloating. So she's definitely well into the moderate stage of decomp. So you can imagine, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. She was obviously tortured. I think she was tortured. Did they take her hands out? We don't know any of this stuff. That's just it. We know her hands were missing before she was put in the position, so we know the dog didn't eat it, which means the person who killed them did it for her. It's a process of elimination, ABPD. If you can't figure that out by now, there's a little hint. She's lying on an arm that's missing a hand. The dog didn't eat it. She's missing all of the soft tissue, and including her larynx. So the laryngeal cartilage is gone. Everything is gone here. She's face down. How did the dog get to it? If this part of her head is still there, she's laying up against a sofa. There's a blanket over her head. How did Paleo eat that? He can't. He can't. This is not a Houdini dog. This doesn't exist. This damage was done to her prior to her being placed in that position. Same with Rania. Where's her arm? Where are the arm bones? Where are her hand bones? Where are their hand bones? Yes, they say in these reports that they found some bone fragments that resemble phalangeal bones, but they don't know. It's their best guess. But it's only a few. Where are the rest of them? So now we have this person who has ties to AVPD. We have these two working in cahoots. AVPD. This guy brings back to Danny. This person brings you back to Danny. $30 million brings you back to Danny. Sean Wright, he doesn't want to go to prison, and he's been a piece of shit asswork talking to a lot of us. He's kept his mouth shut lately. But I hold no love lost for this man. He's afraid he's going to go to prison, threatens David on social media. Cops don't do anything about it. We've got Dan Jr., who has a huge argument with David. David completely cuts ties with them. And there's he lies about packages being put on the doorstep. Cops don't think a thing of it. So here's the rabbit hole. And to me, folks, this is looking more like a big steaming pile of the truth doesn't matter to the police and to everybody involved. And I have contacted I believe it's a Pioneer Press who's out of Minnesota, Minneapolis with St. Paul or whatever. And I've contacted them and given them this evidence of the multiple blunt force trauma to David. I have shown them and sent them the links to the videos we did on the phone calls. And I didn't send them the information about the BCA and their manipulation of the metadata. But at this point, it doesn't matter. Dead silence. I contacted the New York Times on their report and what they wrote on this story. Who was it? Were they the ones who did Death of a Dystopian? I mean, total bullshit story. Crickets, people. Crickets. Crickets from them, from all of these people. The silence is deafening. Absolutely deafening. Now we have, what else am I thinking about? Okay, I'm going off on another tangent. I'll cover the footprints in a minute after we get done with this. So are we seeing where I'm going with this? Sean Wright, his motive is going to prison for tax evasion because what he feels David is going to reveal in his movie trailer, The Rise. Danny August Mason, his motive being what he feels he's being lost out on $30 million. Refuses to sign off on anything, stops all contact with David. There's one call, I think, that is placed to David's phone sometime in December, but again, that call is routed through that phone number. Not directly to David. It goes through this phone number. This person, and now we have Danny August Mason, who has a friend who's in law enforcement, who I believe also got him into Freemasonry. That's just a side note. I'm not sure that has anything to do with the case. Although knowing their history, maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Don't know. We have one of his friends has ties to law enforcement. His best friend has ties to David. What are we going to do? Apple Valley's turning a blind eye. BCA, who's supposed to be investigating this, is lying themselves. And as far as the blood goes, it's convenient that every single piece of blood evidence that was tested and sent to the lab, let me put this caveat in there, because in the reports it does show that someone from BCA does say, hey, what do you want us to test? Do you want us to test this, this, and this? It comes back from the police department, no, we don't need to test that right now. Only test X, Y, and Z. Now, the parts that weren't tested, item number, I think the blood swab 30, was it 34, 31, whatever it is that's on the on the chair, the recliner, not tested. They were told, don't test that right now. Which anything that would have or has the possibility to be anyone else's blood is not tested. But it's pretty interesting and pretty convenient that every swab that was tested was all Kamel's blood. All of it. With the exception of the bullet fragment that contained Ranya's DNA and the knife that had the blood or DNA of all three of the victims. All three of them are missing body parts. All three of their blood or DNA is on the knife. The knife is ignored. It is excluded. It is not paid attention to. So one piece of evidence that they have that shows all of them came in contact with that knife. Yet the police don't find that important. Interesting. And so, what do we have left? What is this showing you? What it's showing me is that the BCA and the AVPD were in cahoots and or told by somebody, this mysterious person or entity, don't touch this. It's a murder-suicide, cover it up. We did the best we could. We sent in cleaners, whatever you want to call it. Now, they're obviously working together. They are obviously not investigating those who are associated with this crime. They instead say David is guilty of murder-suicide when David's body shows evidence of multiple blunt force trauma to his head. He didn't beat himself in the head. And then it shows where part of that scalp, that bone, that the skin was cut away. And now I'm done with that shit too, people. There's a straight edge on that scalp, on that skin. You don't get that from ripping something. You don't get that from tearing something. That piece of skull, that piece of bone, and that skin was cut away from the rest of his head. What else could it be? I mean, what, you got surgical precision? You can just, okay, I'm gonna tear it along the dotted lines. Paleo can do that. I'm gonna go ahead and nip it and rip at this, and I'll tear a perfectly straight line. They know this. They know this. The ME knows this. But yet they all cover it up. They all ignore it. What does that tell you? That they are covering for a much bigger picture. This is why I'm saying it's not going anywhere. It's all gone down. Yeah, that's my version of a butthole. Here are the legs. With a steaming pile of crap. The truth. That's how they view it. And this is what I'm saying. There's nothing else we can do. Our hands are tied. You know, we're people who I'm not even I'm not in Minnesota. I have lived there in the past, but I'm not from Minnesota. There's nothing that they don't give a shit about me. I'm just some person from another state that has no legal right to tell them to do anything. Their state doesn't care. Their entire government of the state of Minnesota doesn't care that the triple homicide and that the killers, whoever they are, if they are indeed these people and associated with these people, if that is the case, they don't care. They've let them run free. These people are all living their lives, being happy, while this family was slaughtered in their own home. Okay, on to the next part before I show you the little videos that Sophia put together regarding the footprint. She actually did an experiment using paint and stuff and putting footprints on the floor. And you'll see what those look like, and then you need to compare those with the photos. It's artwork, people. They're not bloody footprints. Okay, this is what I was working on, and I'm not going any further. Like I said, these are just more rabbit holes. But this is stuff I think you should probably think about. I was going through, what did we miss in the photos? When I realized that the metadata was wrong, I'm like, what else did we miss? First one I came up with, well, actually the moving skull pieces, and then the metadata. But the moving skull piece on that Quran page, what was the purpose of that? Why keep picking it up and moving, pick it up and moving? Was it the skull piece that was supposed to be the point of information on that photo? Or actually was it the Quran page and what was supposed to be shown in the letters and to what it said? And then you're supposed to be able to read a part of their scriptures and then deduce that David had flipped because of what you could read. Or the dog. I don't know. It just makes no sense. They moved that skull piece 3 times and took photos of it. No need for that. None. Number 2, there is no blood leading up to and away from these little prints in the middle of the floor, supposedly in the island in front of where the laptop was sitting on top of this island. So did they jump to that spot with bloody feet and land on their toes and then somehow manage not to slip and fall on their butts? Because blood is pretty slippery. That doesn't make sense. Where are the footprints leading away from? This is what I'm talking about. This entire staging of this scene was so poorly executed. The fact that the Apple Valley Police Department couldn't see that when they first walked in is phenomenal, unless they knew ahead of time. They knew what they were walking into, so they created a narrative and stuck with it. And to hell with everybody else and the facts and the truth of the case. Truth doesn't matter. It's a pile of shit, remember? Number 3, the metadata. BCA is responsible for that. Their metadata is incorrect. And what you're going to be, if Sophia and Greg go through with the rest of the other last 3 on the part of the moving skull piece, what we were doing, we did parts 1 and 2, and then parts 3 was supposed to go over that. And if they go over that, they'll continue with that. Oh, what was I going to think? I lost the thought, so I get for jumping ahead of myself. I should have just said it. But, that's where I was going. The metadata. Not only do we know it's incorrect and the timestamps are completely wrong, and the timestamps are input by BCA. They control that information. The timestamp on when the bodies were bagged and removed is, I think, I always get this confused, so please listen to Sophia when she says this, but I think she has that the metadata states it's at like 2:30 in the morning, that they're taking photos of the bodies in the bag and the body bags as they're continuing this. Their timestamp says like 2:30, 2:45 in the morning. When the information from the police, the logging in and out, the medical examiner didn't even show up until midnight. Bodies were reported 11 and a half hours prior. She shows up at midnight and stays for 45 minutes only for 3 bodies. 45 minutes only. That tells me right there she had a narrative that she had to follow. Check off the boxes. Okay. Yeah, let me take a peek. Okay, yeah, they're dead. Put them in the bags. Let's go. That's about how much time you have. She didn't investigate. She didn't look. She didn't search the scene. She walked in, was handed a piece of paper, did what she had to do. Those photos then stated, this is at 2:30 in the morning, all of the reports, the signing in and out, said that she arrived at midnight. She left at 12:45 a.m. Metadata incorrect. Timestamp completely wrong. Ergo, a complete lie. Number 4, there's a video camera in the garage. Where are the other cameras and where was that footage stored? Now, a lot of people have said through the course of researching this, and I've heard other people actually bring this up, going, since David loved cameras and he filmed everything, and he knew what the government was about, wouldn't he have had cameras in his home? Clearly he did. There's a camera in the garage. It's turned to the side. Where's that footage? Police didn't find it. At least they don't say they have it. It seems mighty convenient that a Chris Klein, it actually was, I guess, the police got a call from a Chris Klein, shows up a month later, and that's when the mysterious bullet that killed David was found in the attic that was shot into the ceiling, and they have no photos of it prior. There's no photos of the bullet hole on the 17th, but it is found on the 18th of January. I mean, not 18th of January, I'm sorry, February. So, and they were in the attic. Chris Klein and who he was with, they say they went into the attic to look for the bullet. No. Who took the video cameras? Who took the footage? I bet you 10 to 1 there was video footage of what took place in that home. But it's gone now. It's gone. So these are things that were missed. And, because like I said, there are so many rabbit holes to this case. You can't keep up with it all. And the people who staged this is a piss poor job of staging. I mean, I've seen like teenagers who've done a better job when they've tried to cover up something they do. There are just no words. I have no more words left. Okay, we're gonna now finally, I'm gonna go over the video that Sophia put together about the footprints and how she proves that it's not blood. They aren't footprints in blood. And after that, I'll just say my final goodbyes.
This was my hand. I did my palm, the side of my palm, with my fingers down. I have paint on my knuckles and on my thumb. That is my palm print. I'm not sure what made those prints in that photo. Here's my prints when I stepped out of the thing, but I had to brace onto the wall right here so that I wouldn't kill myself because it was so slippery. Then I stepped on my toes to try to replicate, and then that's where I stopped, right there. These are my footprints. These are as you can see, I made several steps. I used blue finger paint. There's the paint right there that I stepped in. And here are my feet. As you can see, there's no way that David could have stepped in that blood and not had blood between his toenails and toes and everything else. Experiment done.
I also want to cover here, too, why we never completed the video on the latent prints. Sophia was going to be doing that video with me. However, when I contacted BCA and requested the latent prints that they pulled from the scene, and especially the gun, because in their reports it states that there is a visible scar on that latent print, and I didn't know. I'm like going, can I see the latent print? They couldn't tie that latent print, I don't believe, to anybody, but is the visible scar on that print, is it due to a defect on the gun? Is it due to a scar on a person's hand? I don't know. And we'll never know now because they refused to release that photo. They sent me an email stating that that particular photo and the latent prints were not part of the case, were not part of the final decision-making process as to who was guilty, so therefore it's not part, it doesn't and won't be released as part of an FOIA. Without that, there's nothing to do a video on other than to point out the fact that they have a latent print with a quote-unquote visible scar, and they didn't follow up on that either. Convenient. So that's why that video was never done. Again, it's just running down another rabbit hole, and I'm done with rabbit holes. You know, life is too short and our time is too precious to keep chasing after every possibility. What could or could not have happened? What do we think happened? Or could this have happened? Or maybe that not. It happens far too much with this case. Nothing gets solved that way. What we have, though, as evidence is, oh gosh, it's phenomenal. It's more than most people would ever dream of. It's like a defense attorney's dream to have all of this information. But it goes nowhere if the powers that be don't want it to. And they state they don't want it to. Gummert stated that, and he was speaking on behalf of Reichskull, whatever, however you state his name, the captain of the Apple Valley Police Department, that they are content with their decision. They will not reopen the case, no matter the evidence presented to them. New evidence, old evidence, they said they do not care. Their words, not mine. They don't care, and they will not open the case. It is closed for good. What does that tell you? They're following their narrative. They have a script, they were told, and they have to follow it, and they're going to follow it. So be it. I think we've all pointed out, everyone who has bled basically over this case by the amount of sweat they've poured over it. We have all shown that their narrative is incorrect, it's impossible, and David was also a victim of murder. What do you do? Not much we can do. Okay, with that being said, and I hope this covers everything, and I hope you guys explain why there's really no need at this point for me to continue. I mean, like I said, it's like every page of those reports contain some type of crap that we can easily prove is a lie. But it's not going to get anywhere. The evidence of the case, it stands by itself. David's innocent. If these are indeed their bodies, which sometimes with some of the information has led us down the rabbit hole that maybe they're not even dead. These are somebody else. Are these cadavers? Was this someone else? We don't know. But that again was another rabbit hole. But all I know is that if these truly are the bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania, they were all three brutally murdered. They were all three had body parts forcefully removed. And their murderers and their killers, the people responsible, are still at large, roaming free because the police and the BCA and the Minnesota State Legislature doesn't give a damn. There you have it. I want to just say thank you to Dan Hennon. You have been tremendous in guiding me in a lot of ways when I first started my investigation on this case. You were very helpful in a lot of ways, and so thank you for that. And Greg, I know you and I have butted heads, and I'm sorry, bud, but you are dead wrong on the footprints. You're dead wrong. But a lot of the stuff, you have went out there and you were like a dog with a bone. And you would not let the people who tried to bully you into thinking David was guilty, you stuck to your guns and you're like, prove it. And they never did. That's admirable. And so I want to say thank you. Thank you for that as well. And Sophia, girl, I knew once things got straightened out and that mess was all settled, that you and I would make one hell of a team. And a lot of this stuff, I mean, yeah, I could have gotten some of it, but without your help, you've been tremendous, and I can't say thank you enough for all of the nights and the days and the odd hours where you've listened to me complain or you've been available to brainstorm and we've thrown stuff back and forth at each other. Again, thank you. You guys, all three of you, you've been amazing. And one person who, she's no longer part of the group, but I truly feel I owe her a huge debt of gratitude, because if it wasn't for Tina Timberman, I would never have stuck with this case from the beginning. She got me through a lot of crap that went on at the beginning, and she's the one who said, don't let go, don't stop. So, girl, thank you. I think with your tenacity and actually the tenacity of everyone, all of you, Dan, Greg, Sophia, and Tina,